bands, stretching as far north as Matagorda Bay, and we're still seeing some good rainfall here in the city. Scattered tropical downpours remain in our forecast for the next several hours, if not for the next 48 hours, through today, through tomorrow, for the rest of the weekend. But again, this is a Cat 1 hurricane as of this morning. It's updated at 7 a.m. and you'll notice just the counterclockwise spin and the thunderstorms just flaring up on all sides of Hurricane Hanna. Now, as it moves west, it's going to encounter a little bit more of a favorable environment in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. So additional strengthening is definitely possible. We have to watch it, and we'll keep tabs on it. And you'll notice on these shades right here, these are hurricane warnings in effect from, let's say, Corpus Christi down south into portions near Port Mansfield, into Kennedy County, also down into Willacy County in the Rio Grande Valley. But here's the forecast cone. It's going to track and move west and southwest, ultimately ending up in the mountains of Mexico, where it'll be sheared apart. Hurricanes don't like land, they don't like mountains for that matter, and it's going to weaken substantially as it moves west and southwest through the weekend. But again, landfall expected today as a Cat 1 just offshore, and you'll notice the timestamps around 1 o'clock later on today, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and that's mainly focused within this cone. This is really right here, and you can see the cone has refined. It's not as wide as, the last couple of days. It's really refined, and it's zeroing in on where exactly this will make landfall, of which is between Baffin Bay, Claiborne County, and as far south as the valley, and we're talking about Willacy County, near, let's say, Port Mansfield, again, somewhere along the deep South Texas coast, just north of Brownsville and north of South Padre Island. As it moves in, let's say around Sunday, 1 o'clock in the morning, it's going to weaken into a tropical storm, and after that, a remnant low again. After you lose the warm water of the Gulf of Mexico, you lose the fuel. It can't strengthen, and it's just going to weaken, in fact, as we get into Sunday night and also into early Monday and early next week. Take a look at satellite and radar. The outer bands and the feeder bands of Hurricane Hanna are really impressive, and this is all surrounding the Texas Gulf Coast from Matagorda Bay all the way down into Corpus Christi, as far south as, let's say, Falfurrias, also into Kingsville. But the eye really defined, and we've been talking about this all morning. It's really wide. I believe we were just checking it. Its diameter, it's about 40 miles wide. So as it tightens, as it strengthens, it'll tighten, and we'll watch for that. However, it still has a good amount of real estate and also warm water to work with in terms of forward strengthening. So again, we'll keep tabs on it. We'll keep you posted here on TV3. A closer look at where the rain's falling near Copano Bay off of Texas 35. This is all wrapping around the center of circulation from Seadrift all the way into Refugio. Refugio not seeing much in the way of rainfall, but again, these feeder bands, these outer bands of Hanna are going to continue to move in from the east all the way into the west in the next several hours. Corpus Christi and the Bay, Port Aransas, Portland, all seeing some good rain. In fact, you can see in, let's say, Flower Bluff and the SPID along the island, some good rain out there at this hour. We back out the view. Right now, Alice not seeing much, but I do expect that to change in the coming hours as Hanna continues to propagate its way west, again, closer to Baffin Bay, southern Claiborne County, into Kennedy County. All right, so just reiterate things. This is a hurricane warning in effect for Nueces County, San Pat, that includes Rockport, Sinton, Orange Grove, Alice, here in the city, Kingsville. And that is despite the updated track of Hanna, which is expected to be near Baffin Bay, if not south of that, in the next several hours in the early afternoon and evening. Now, that doesn't mean we will not see hurricane force winds. That's why I think the National Weather Service is keeping this in play for the time being. We'll keep you posted. But on the outer fringe of it, you can see these maroon colors, different shades in Duval County, extending up into George West, also into Beeville. These are tropical storm warnings indicating winds between about 39 and 73. So again, it's going to be a gusty day, winds upwards of about 70, 75 miles per hour. Definitely possible along the coastline. Here's the timeline. Scattered tropical downpours, numerous. Just a lot of widespread rain in our viewing area. Temperatures remain in the 80s, but notice these winds, they're going to ramp up and they're going to crank in from the north and northeast on this northeastern side of Hanna. And you'll notice temperatures stay right where they're at, but the big threat, the primary threats are tropical storm force winds, storm surge 3 to 5 feet, and also flash flooding. So here's a summary. Numerous showers and storms expected. Storm surge up to 3 to 5 feet around Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi Bay, along the coastline, along the island. and hurricane force winds around 39 to 74 miles per hour. On average, 4 to 6 inches of rain expected through Monday. Isolated pockets up to a foot of rain. So again, we have to watch it very closely, and that's what we're doing here on TV3. You can see a satellite signature of Hanna, just really impressive. I mean, again, the outer band stretching far west as Houston into, let's say, George West, Beeville, also into Laredo. Now, the main bulk of the rainfall is around the center of circulation, and as these bands wrap around, they'll continue to give us more rainfall and more rainfall. So that's the primary threat. You know, not just pockets of rain, but continuous pockets of rain, because as this moves west, it's just going to continue just pump in rainfall in our viewing area, and it's just not going to stop, and that's what's going to lead to the primary threat of flash flooding. And as we back up the view just a bit, again, a Cat 1 hurricane, wind sustained at this hour, 75, wind gusts up to 85, moving west at about 23, but again, it's still undergoing a strengthening process as it moves into the Gulf, Western Gulf waters along the Texas coast. So we have to watch it very closely. I mean, this still has some room to develop. Forecast cone, Cat 1 still maintaining that status and that strength through about 1 o'clock today, and then landfall will be just after that between Baffin Bay and Willacy County, Port Mansfield. And as it moves southwest, it'll continue to weaken. Now, to look at radar, you can see the eye offshore, just a good amount of tropical rain just swinging in. You can see how fast it's moving. It's moving at about 23 miles per hour out of the east and moving west. And again, you know, Brian, Alan, and I have talked about the dirty side of the storm, and this is that northeastern quadrant. So as it makes landfall somewhere right around in this area between Clayburgh County and Kennedy, on this side is where you get the most storm surge. So as it moves west right here, the moisture just swinging onshore. You combine the tremendous amounts of rainfall with the forward motion of the storm, which right now is 23 miles per hour. You get some dangerous and hazardous storm surge, especially here in Corpus Christi. And that's what we're forecasting for, 3 to 5 foot in terms of storm surge. A closer look at Rockport, Seadrift, Port Aransas, all seeing the outer bands of Hanna right now. Corpus Christi included in that. And, you know, we talk about radar velocity. Alan mentioned this earlier, and we take a look at this for, you know, wind speeds, but also the potential for tornadoes, and they can happen in hurricanes. Not saying one's happening right now, but we're going to monitor, you know, where these areas start to rotate as the wind speeds start to push inland and start to gust up to tropical storm force. In fact, you can see right now, wind speeds currently near 40 in Florida Bluff. You know, Port Aransas at 32 miles per hour here in the city, 26. And I do think a lot of these areas are seeing higher wind gusts above that, so up to 50, 60 miles per hour, especially along the Texas coast. Here is expected wind speeds throughout the day today. Wind speeds and wind gusts up to 40, 50 miles per hour sustained between about 30 and 40, and that's all dependent on where Hanna makes landfall. The closer you are to the eye wall, to the center of circulation, to the eye, and where that makes landfall, the closer you are to that, that'll dictate whether you see hurricane force winds. In fact, it's about 20 to 30 miles outside the center you see hurricane force winds. Above that, or at least out above that, or beyond that, is tropical storm force. So right now, current look at radar, you can see the current bands of rain moving onshore. Lex Cam showing the big picture. Ominous clouds out there, very dark, and they're providing some rain out in downtown Corpus Christi and out across the viewing area. Now we'll continue to update you guys here on TV3. Alan and I and Bill Vesey will be on Facebook and on all social media platforms giving you the latest on Hurricane Hanna and our forecast. Brian.
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. And of course, you're watching ongoing live continuing coverage of Hurricane Hanna here on KIII TV3. We've gotten some refined numbers now from AEP about power outages in the city. They have about 450 people without power, but that translates to 34 separate outages. So it's not a widespread blackout. It's, as you can see, spotty on where the power outages actually are, and there's only 450 people affected so far. I understand, okay, Nora Patos is at the seawall in Corpus Christi, and we've got waves that are making their presence known, right, Nora?
Hey Brian, hey everybody. Yes, that is right. Ryan just mentioned as he was giving his update that the storm surge is powerful, it's dangerous, and we can see evidence of it now. When we first came up to this location, we're on the seawall right behind Landry's restaurant along Shoreline. When we first came up here, there was a little bit of water kind of spilling over. Some of the sections of the walkway were covered. Now the entire walkway right by the seawall is covered with water, and it's moving very quickly. It's splashing over. Another thing I wanted to say is that when we first came out here, it seemed to be like really strong gusts and then a little bit of a pause. Now it's a pretty steady wind. It's really, really strong. There were some people walking along here, taking some pictures, wanting to see the storm come in. People are still driving around, but the water on the walkway is starting to spill into the roadway. So I would advise everybody to just stay away. It's getting really, really windy. The rain is starting up again. It's also very, very murky out there. The water's just churning around, and you can see that something big is happening. Brian?
All right, Nora, thank you very much. And again, as we've been talking all morning, one of the biggest problems besides the ones that are obvious are the storm surge covering roadways. And of course, we all know you can't see a hole in the road if it's covered with water. So you have to be especially careful. If you get caught in a downpour when you're driving, and of course you shouldn't be, but if you are, stop. Pull off the road, turn your flashers on, and just wait it out. It won't last forever, and you should be able to get going after a while. So be extra careful if you are out and you have to be in the storm. Although we're expecting the storm to be tracking south of the Corpus Christi area, and we'll have the latest on that from our weather department in just a moment. John Thomas Kobos has been staking out North Beach for us. And John Thomas, how's it looking?
Okay, well, I like your message earlier, Brian, about the water in the roadway. You don't know how deep it is. Turn around, don't drown. That whole sing it song that we keep on telling people. We saw that when we shifted locations. We were over closer to the Lex. Now we're further down the beach, right out in front of Fajitaville, where the beach is wider. You mentioned it is man-made. Yes, the beach is wider here, so you're not going to see as much erosion, but you will see that the waves are coming in a little bit taller than they were over where we were a little while ago. So you have a chance to kind of see, if you look down the beach, what the waves are doing here if you were to come out here. Like we say, that's why we come out here and do this, so you don't have to. We want you to stay at home and stay safe. We're seeing that rain that's coming in the bands. Where Nora is, over on the seawall, the wind that she said she was feeling that's become pretty steady was very steady here, and now it's died down a little bit, but now it's picked back up, and that's what you expect with a storm like this. North Beach, we talked about it earlier, always a problem with flooding here on North Beach, and we saw that when we did shift positions. When we came over here, we had to go through several big puddles because the water's not draining off. The city has been out here. We've seen city trucks with some workers inside, keeping us safe, making sure that everybody's kind of following the law of the land here and not going beyond the barriers that they set up. So we want to thank them for being out here, making sure everybody's safe. Signs are already in place saying that the beaches are closed due to COVID concerns between certain hours due to the curfew. But now we know that the beaches here are closed until at least, I believe, Monday. When it comes to the storm passing through. You can see the chop. The chop just keeps coming in more and more here on the water. It's one of those things, if you were to head out here, you wouldn't want to be swimming in this. A small child definitely cannot be in this water because you don't know what the rip looks like underneath. When you get surges like this, that water just gets sucked right back out. I have seen at least a couple of parents that have brought their kids out here to kind of witness what a storm looks like before, a hurricane looks like before it makes landfall. Yes, we're further north than where that is, and people sometimes say, why are you at North Beach? But it's because this area is so prone to flooding, and it's also a good indicator, as I said earlier, a weather bell, to kind of get a sense of what's going to happen in other places. So if you see it flooding here, which doesn't take much, you know there's going to be some flood, some water issues maybe where you live, if you're prone to flooding as well. Brian, we're going to send it back to you, but reporting live here on North Beach, John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
And John Thomas, you're going to have your cameraman wipe the water off the lens so we can see you better, and we'll check back in with you in a little bit. One of the things that we have talked about during many of the storms that have come through this area is drainage, storm drains throughout the city. Obviously, the city works really hard at trying to keep them clear, but if you see a bunch of palm fronds that's blocking a storm drain, it would be great if you are able to pull those away, and we'll do that We'll keep harping on those messages throughout the day. Meteorologist Ryan Shoptaw standing by now with the latest on Hurricane Hanna. Ryan?
Hey there, Brian. Yeah, still a Cat 1, and it updated that around 7 a.m. this morning, and now it is a Cat 1, was a tropical storm. And you'll notice winds sustained 75 miles per hour, wind gusts up to 85, and now it's a quick-moving storm. I mean, it's moving at 23 miles per hour in the westerly direction. As we back out the view, you can see just impressive, really just the satellite signature of Hanna. It's stretching as far north as Matagorda Bay, I mean portions near Houston, and as far south into the western Gulf of Mexico. So again, this is going to be a tremendous rainmaker for us, for areas in the valley, especially along the Texas coast. We're expecting between about 3 to 6 inches of rainfall in the next 2 days. And again, that's a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time. We really have to watch it because, flash flooding is the main concern. Not to mention storm surge. We're expecting 3 to 5 feet in areas around Corpus Christi from, let's say, Copano Bay as far south as Baffin Bay. So that's going to be a big problem. Water surging inland on the north and eastern side of the storm into Corpus Christi. Just a ton of water, rain just moving onshore thanks to the factor of storm surge. But again, here is the forecast cone. And you'll notice around 1 o'clock making landfall. This is as of 7 a.m. this morning per the Hurricane Center. It's still Cat 1 around this afternoon, continuing to strengthen, and we're expecting 80-mile-per-hour winds and making landfall somewhere between Clayburgh County and Willacy County, as far south as Port Mansfield and just north of Brownsville. But again, this cone has drifted farther south in the last 24 hours, and again, it's going to make landfall later on this afternoon, early evening, somewhere south of Corpus Christi. Now, of course, we have to watch it very closely. This could wobble around just a little bit. It could drift a little bit farther north, farther south, but right now we're going to keep this cone south of Corpus Christi, moving southwest into the mountains of Mexico, the Rio Grande. Around 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, tropical storm status, and as it moves into the Sierra Madres, it's going to get torn apart by wind shear, by topography, by the geography of the mountains of Mexico. So not a favorable environment out west of the Rio Grande. And here's a look at radar, the center of circulation, the eye of Hanna, moving closer and closer to the Texas coast. And you'll notice it has that westerly, southwesterly track to it. And that's where, again, it's forecast to go, just south of Baffin Bay and just south of Corpus Christi. Now, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. We're still going to see a tremendous amount of rainfall swinging in from the east and northeast, providing in tropical downpours here in Corpus Christi around the viewing area. And that is also a favorable spot for storm surge. Now, we're upping the storm surge between about 3 to 5 feet in Corpus Christi on the island, Flower Bluff, into Corpus Christi Bay. So this can definitely cause some big-time damage along the Texas coast from Corpus Christi down south into Brownsville. Closer look at rainfall, the outer bands of Hanna, extending as far north as Houston, but here's a closer look. Seadrift, Refugio, Rockport, all seeing some good moderate scattered rain right now. And a closer look at Flower Bluff, also SPID, downtown Corpus Christi along the bridge, Harbor Bridge into Portland. Some good rain out there. So again, these are the outer bands of Hanna, and this is only the start of what's to come in terms of potential and tremendous rainfall in our forecast for today, also into tomorrow as well. I'm going to wrap things up with the watches and warnings. We have hurricane warnings in Nueces County, San Pat, Jim Wells, down Clayburgh County, down Highway 77. So again, we're going to continue to watch for the potential for hurricane force winds here in Corpus Christi. However, with the tracking farther south of Baffin Bay, we're going to be more in line with tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Again, we'll keep you posted here on TV3. All right, here's one last look at satellites, and I'll toss it over to you, Brian, in just a bit. We're moving west at 23 miles per hour, and this is going to cause some big-time problems from Corpus Christi to Brownsville in terms of damage and storm surge, wind speed, and tremendous rainfall in our forecast through Sunday and early Monday. Brian?
All right, thank you very much, Ryan. A couple of things to point out. We are under no mandatory evacuations. There are no mandatory evacuation orders anywhere in the coastal bend. And we've also not received any reports of major flooding anywhere at this point. So Two good items to remember: no evacuation orders are in place, and there is no major flooding reported at this point. The biggest problem we've noticed this morning is power outages, and for the entire area, we are at 565 people out of power, but that's 40 different outages. It's not one blackout, it's 40 little spots where the weather has pulled down a power line or blown a transformer. And just remember that if you do see a power pole or a power line down, you should report it right away. The number to call AEP is 866-223-8508. That's 866-223-8508. Let's go back to North Beach now, where our own John Thomas Kobos is standing by, watching the beach go away from him.
I tell you, Brian, the rain has let up, but oh man, that wind has picked up. So if you see me grabbing for my hat, that's why. Yeah, we wanted to just shift gears, shift angles, and show you the Lexington behind us, kind of where we were earlier this morning. And you know, you get a great shot of downtown and the bayfront here, the restaurants that are over on the T-heads, and also you get to see there's still some people. The city's out here right now, a long way down on the beach from where we are. But like I said, they're out here patrolling, making sure that their barriers are remaining up. I see them out there. I don't know what they're doing right now, but I think they're checking to make sure everybody's kind of, hey, it's time to get off the beach. If you're out here taking pictures, it's time to move back. I know we gave that 8:30 threshold for you know, being off the road, and it's one of those situations where, yeah, with the wind like this, only to pick up more, you can understand why. I mentioned before with Hurricane Harvey back in 2017. I was out here with my photographer who's with me right now, Terry, and you know, the wind was whipping so hard it was picking up the sand and pelting it at us. I'm not experiencing that right now. Yeah, the rain's kind of coming at us a little bit, but it's not as hard as it was earlier. I said it was kind of like rubber pellets that were kind of tagging us earlier. That's kind of died down. It's just mostly wind right now, and of course we talked about the beach erosion, and you see those waves kind of still kicking up. Usually when you come out here, it's really calm. It's one of those, you don't see waves quite like this, but yeah, something like this can eat away easily at the beach as you go along. And I'd just like to point out, as we were walking around, I found somebody's face mask on the ground. So if you're missing your face mask, I'll be holding this for the next few minutes out here. But you know, it's one of those, the time we live in right now, it's tough to, you know, be out and about knowing that maybe somebody has to evacuate, somebody has to leave. I know there's some voluntary evacuation orders in place right now. Be sure to be safe, pack those face masks, make sure that you have what you need in order to make it out safely with your family and to protect yourself against COVID-19 once you get out of an area that is threatened. So we're going to send it back to you right now. Reporting live from North Beach, John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
And John Thomas, you have mentioned, and you've already shown us, the fact that as with every little rain, North Beach goes underwater, and already we have several streets out there under the H2O, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We moved down further down the beach just to show you where the beach is still fine, but where we were earlier, down here, the beach was closing up, I'd say no more than 30 to 50 feet. And then these waves that you're looking at along the beach right here are going to be jumping over and going into the parking lot. It's as simple as that. And on the other side, it's going to be greeted by water that's already backed up right now. It's one of those situations where the drainage just here on North Beach isn't that great. That's why the city's addressing it. That's why they're taking care of business concerns and visitors that come here. They want to enjoy it. They don't have to worry about their vehicles being flooded. And as Terry was just showing you, yeah, sure, we had to stay away, park back further because the area is flooded where we came into park when we shifted gears and came over here to Fajitaville. Brian, back to you.
All right, John Thomas, we'll check in with you again shortly. It's time now to go to Nora Perez, who is out along the seawall in downtown Corpus Christi. And Nora, what do you see now?
Hey Brian, good morning everybody. It's just like John Thomas said, the rain kind of comes and goes, but the wind is not letting up. Also, that storm surge is very, very apparent at this point. There's still people driving by, trying to watch the storm as it comes in, but the water's actually starting to climb up onto the roadway right at the seawall, and in some spots it's really washing over and just flooding over. Again, as John Thomas mentioned, we're out here because we want to give you the most updated information, but if you are at home, you should stay at home. don't come out to see what it looks like. It's getting pretty rough out here, and I don't think that anybody should be out here unless they have to be, like we do. Another thing is, you can see the palm trees are blowing really, really, really hard. And again, the wind seems to be pretty steady at this point. It's not coming in gusts anymore. It's not letting up. And so that, of course, is fueling the water washing over the walkway. And it's getting a little scary out here. Brian?
And Nora, you are actually on one of the T-heads, correct?
I'm right behind Landry's Seafood Restaurant along Shoreline on the water side. So yes, we're right at the water almost. I'm not standing in the water on the walkway, but the walkway is completely covered. As I said earlier, when we first came out here, this is maybe 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, there were only parts of the walkway that were covered. Now the entire walkway along the seawall is covered in water, at least, half a foot maybe.
Nora,
Brian?
thanks. We will check in with you again a little bit later on. Appreciate that. Time to go now to meteorologist Ryan Shoptaw for the very latest on Hurricane Hanna. Ryan?
Hey there, Brian. Yeah, the first hurricane of the 2020 season, and it's greeting the Texas coast with some good heavy rainfall in the next several hours. I mean, you see on satellite imagery, it's an impressive satellite signature stretching from, let's say, the brush country all the way east into the open waters of the Gulf. And this is going to continue to swing in a ton of moisture, tropical moisture, our way through today. So rain chances stay high. Here are some stats on Hurricane Hanna. Wind sustained at about 75 miles per hour and wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour. Now keep in mind that is closer to the center of the storm, the hurricane, and this is within the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna. Now, the particular track and where it's forecasting to go closer and closer to is south of Corpus Christi. And despite that, we're still going to be forecasted to see a lot of heavy rain, tropical downpours, between about 3 and 6 inches of rainfall, isolated pockets more than that. And here's the forecast cone expected to be offshore just around 1 o'clock later on this afternoon. After that, it should make landfall between about Baffin Bay, also as far south as Willacy County, into the Rio Grande Valley. As it pushes west and southwest into the Rio Grande and also into the northern mountains of Mexico, it'll weaken a ton, and it's not expected to strengthen from there. In fact, it'll be a remnant low by about Sunday night into early Monday, and we'll keep isolated showers in the forecast through early next week, but the bulk of the rainfall looks to be today, also and tomorrow, with Hanna being a Cat 1 hurricane at landfall. Here's a look at radar. You can see the eye right offshore, just southeast of Corpus Christi, about 50 or 100 miles or so. And right now, just throwing a ton of moisture our way in the form of rainfall. And you can see scattered showers extending into Houston, I-10, but also into Corpus Christi. A closer look shows things are kind of thinning out at the moment, but more rain's on the way. Isolated downpours in Seadrift, closer to Copano and San Antonio Bay, Seadrift, Refugio, Rockport, Sinton, Orange Grove, Mathis. Here in Corpus Christi, some light to moderate rain, not a whole lot at the moment, but again, as Hanna continues and treks its way westward into Baffin Bay area, it's going to continue to swing in a ton of moisture on this northern side of the hurricane, and we're going to keep rain chances high. And again, landfall is expected between about Baffin Bay, Claiborne County, as far south as Willacy County, and just south of Port Mansfield. But again, this is going to continue to drive into the west and make landfall later on this afternoon and early evening. One last look at satellite. You can see Hurricane Hanna, wind sustained at 75, gusting up to 85, and it's a fast-moving hurricane as we speak, aiming its sights on about Baffin Bay. Again, that forecast cone was fluctuating between there and the Rio Grande Valley into Willacy County and near Port Mansfield. Lights cam showing the big picture, ominous clouds out there, some rain shafts, and the beginning of Hurricane Hanna. We'll have more updates here on TV3, plus Facebook, Twitter, all our social medias. Alan, I, and Bill Vesey will be here giving you the latest on Hurricane Hanna. Brian?
Much, Ryan. And as we heard from Governor Abbott yesterday, he said that he actually has relief supplies and crews on the way to our area, including high-profile vehicles, boats, and helicopters. It's part of Texas Task Force 1, the emergency response team set up by the state to have materials and resources in place in the event that they're needed. And so far, we don't have that need. We haven't had any mandatory evacuations. And again, no reports of any major flooding this morning, just some scattered power outages, which AEP has been set up for. They had crews coming in from across the state yesterday. It's time now to check in with meteorologist Alan Holt. He's standing by here right with me to find out what's going on in the Weather Center and see what is happening.
Yeah, we got the computer up. That's a good thing. Improvements over here at Channel 3.
Good.
There are some viewer questions, I believe. I see one of them in the teleprompter, and that question says, do I need to board up windows for a Category 1? And, you know, this is a personal kind of answer that I'm going to be giving in terms of, I don't know what your windows can handle. There are hurricane-proof windows which can sustain up to 200-mile-per-hour winds, and there are very old windows that cannot. From the research that I've done, it looks like about 80 miles per hour is the threshold for a window to be able to sustain pure wind, the force of just the wind on that.
Not debris being flung against.
That's the key point. So that pane of glass can sustain about an 80-mile-per-hour wind. Category 1 hurricane force is 75 miles per hour, which is where we are right now, and there are gusts up to 85 miles per hour. That being said, I don't know where that viewer question came in from, but those strongest winds are going to be confined to the center of where this is headed, which is going to be south of Baffin Bay. It looks like somewhere in Kennedy County, which is a really rural part of our viewing area. So if you happen to have property in Kennedy County and you have the time, I wouldn't recommend it at this point. You know, that's where I would say that boarding of windows is going to be the most necessary.
Or at least taping the glass.
And yesterday, well, taping the glass, all that does is keep the glass together if it does blow out.
Right.
Like when it falls, the glass isn't all over the place.
Exactly, or blow at you inside.
But yesterday, so it's just kind of strange how this is all played out. We've been advertising the conditions here to be strong tropical storm force, which we are probably going to be right on the edge of that. We're going to see tropical storm force, and it may go a little bit stronger. But when that hurricane warning came out and that track shifted a little farther north, that's what prompted me to think that people on the south side of Corpus Christi, the island, Flower Bluff, and southern Nueces County may need to think about the boarding of the windows, given that forecast at that time. As we sit right now, I would say that that's not as much of an issue, with the caveat being, you touched on it, debris. You know, a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust could snap a branch, and that branch could then fall into your window, which could then break it. So when I say the boarding up of windows at 80-mile-per-hour winds, that is expressly talking about the wind force only on that glass. So that's the answer to that question.
We have another question, actually. Now, are we going to be without power?
And again, that goes back to the same type of thing. I can't predict if a branch is going to fall on a power line in 7841, you know, whatever zip code that you're in. If that does happen, then yeah, there's going to be likely some power outages. And now, we are having that already.
That's a live look at the AEP outage map, and they're reporting about 550 people without power. 940 it's up to. And that's how many outages? Does it say? Usually last 76 outages equaling what the number I just gave you was, but 900 and some odd customers without power. Again, these are scattered. This isn't a full citywide blackout. These are power lines down, transformers blown in separate spots. And again, AEP brought in crews last night to take care of this. So it shouldn't be too long, hopefully, as long as the storm isn't as bad as we're forecasting, or when it's over.
The storm is going to be strong. I want to lay that out right now. It's going to be Category 1 force at landfall, but the effects are not going to be as strong here. I'm going to walk over to the weather computer. It's up, but we're still, I'm going to have to walk over at this point because I do want to talk about something. Blake, it's on Max 2 if you have that pulled up. We're going to take graphics full. There it is. Perfect. Thank you, Blake. And what I did here is, this is Hanna, and I overlaid the wind field on top of the forecast cone. So that's what you're going to see. Those are the tropical storm force winds in yellow. That's about what we're seeing right now. Tropical storm force conditions moving into the coastline. We're already seeing that in Flower Bluff with 38 mile per hour sustained winds. So watch now. I'm going to show you how The forecast cone will move in south of Baffin Bay, but the effects of this storm are going to extend well beyond the boundaries of the forecast cone. So we'll move this out very slowly. There's the Category 1 storm about to make landfall. The time on this right now is about 3:45 or 4:45, making landfall. So you see that moving in to very rural Kennedy County. So this is 3:30 in the afternoon. The yellow shades, that represents 39 to 58 mile per hour tropical storm force winds. That's significant, but it's not high-end tropical storm. The orange shade that is encompassing the forecast cone, that's the higher grade tropical storm force wind. And I'm going to put let me see if I can real time do this here. If I can, okay, there's my cursor. All right. So the cursor that you see, if you look very closely over that number 1, there's a darker shade of red. That is the hurricane force winds that are projected with this storm. So that's where the strongest winds are going to be, and that is within the cone of uncertainty. But look at how the cone moves and where the tropical storm force moves. The tropical storm force conditions extend well outside of the cone as this moves in. So a good delineation point is Highway 44. If you're north of that road, you're probably not going to experience tropical storm force conditions according to this model. The chance for that is going to be a lot lower as this moves in and then weakens. So that's a good idea of the scope of how the winds are all going to be panning out. This is another way of looking at the same information, just different color scheme. This is the probability of experiencing tropical storm force winds. So the purple, slam dunk. Everyone south of Highway 44 out to about through Alice and then to the southwest of Alice toward Hebronville, that line right there. So what we're looking at is right in here. Here's Hebronville, here's Alice, and 44 connects Alice to Corpus Christi. If you're south of that line in this purple shade, you are in line for tropical storm force conditions today. North of that, you see how tightly grouped these colors are? What that's telling me is that the wind speeds are going to be dramatically lower very quickly the farther north you are of center of this storm. So if you're watching us from, say, Beeville in B County up here, here's Live Oak County, here's B County, your chance for tropical storm force winds, that's 39 miles per hour, is 10 to 20 to maybe 30%. And then it goes up from there. So that's a better idea, I think, of what to look for in terms of where the strongest winds are going to head. And of course, also, we've got the rain, which does look like between 2 and 5 inches in Corpus Christi and the coastal bend, and between 5 and 8 inches plus. That yellow shade, that bright yellow shade that you're looking at right in here, the valley, that's 10 inches. So that's where the big time heavy rains are going to be. We're going to reset really quickly now. Every 15 minutes, we're going to try to keep you up to date on where exactly this storm is and where it's headed. Ryan, we're going to have to switch over to Max 1 now, toss it back over to Ryan with the latest on the stats on what Hanna is doing right now. Ryan?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Yeah, here's a current satellite loop over the last few hours of what is now Hurricane Hanna. You can see just off the coast of Corpus Christi, southeast, offshore, about 60 miles or so. Cat 1 hurricane, wind sustained at 75, wind gusts up to 85, and it's moving west at about 23 miles per hour. So this is a fast-moving hurricane as it approaches the deep South Texas coast in the next, let's say, 8 to 12 hours. Landfall expected early afternoon, early evening. Again, this is a fast-moving hurricane and has a wide reach of things in terms of its tropical bands, good thunderstorm development, and this is all moving onshore into the deep South Texas coast. Now, here's the expected forecast for it, and this is per the National Hurricane Center. Still expected to be a Cat 1 by landfall, which is, again, this afternoon, early evening, of which is going to be 80 miles per hour around the center of circulation. Now, that is key because as you get farther south, you start to lose the influence of the hurricane force wind. So it's within this cone is where they're expecting hurricane force winds. And if you're 20 or 30 miles north of that, you could still potentially see that. However, the farther north you are, you'll get more tropical storm force winds. So let's say between about 40 and 60 miles per hour, as opposed to about 70 to 80. So again, the center of circulation where Hanna makes landfall is very key in not only dictating rain chances, but also giving rise to what you're going to feel in terms of wind intensity. So we'll have to watch that very closely. All right, to the radar we go. You can see the center of Hanna. Look at this, very impressive offshore. The eye is about 40 miles wide in diameter, southeast of Corpus Christi, offshore at about 60 miles or so. So again, this is continuing to trek west into Kennedy County, south of Corpus Christi. I do think that happens, and that is what we're going for with the National Hurricane Center, a landfall south of Corpus Christi between about Baffin Bay and Willacy County. But you'll notice the radar is just ominous. I mean, you can see it spinning counterclockwise just offshore with the tropical rain bands feeding in from the Gulf of Mexico. That's what we have to watch, because with these storms and showers moving onshore, they do what we call train. And basically, a shower and storm falls in one area, behind that another shower and storm, and behind that another shower and storm. So that's what leads to flood-provoking rainfall, flash flooding, is that areas get trapped in between and under these tropical rain bands, and they get just a ton of rain within just a few hours. So again, we'll keep you posted on where exactly these tropical rain bands set up. Right now, Corpus Christi, underneath some scattered rainfall right now. Seadrift, Rockport, Refugio. Yeah, a couple good tropical downpours over there, but you work your way north into Beeville, Live Oak County, and B County. It's a little bit more dry in our northwestern counties. A closer look at the island, Port Aransas, Portland, Corpus Christi. They're under the influence of the outer bands of Hanna, and you'll notice this eye is just lurking offshore, very ominous, as it begins to drive in west at about 23 miles per hour. In terms of rainfall, 6 to 8 inches out to our south. Isolated pockets could see up to a foot in the Rio Grande Valley. Here in the city, between about 3 and 6 on average. However, isolated pockets definitely possible. So here's a summary. Numerous showers and storms this weekend. Dangerous storm surge 3 to 5 feet. Primary threats: flash flooding, tropical storm force winds. If you're farther south into Clayburgh County, also into Kennedy County, you have the risk of seeing hurricane force winds above 74 miles per hour. Some quick tips: have a way to get alerts. Download our 3 News app. Alan and I and Bill Vesti will be updating Facebook, all our social media platforms, but having the 3 News app is important. Also toggle in on notifications. That'll help you to get the notifications on your phone quickly. Avoid traveling this weekend, and of course, if you're farther south, you're most likely to get more hurricane force winds in the forecast. Live look with our Lex Cam. Wrapping things up, mostly cloudy, a few rain bands out there. And this is just the start of Hurricane Hanna as rain continues to move onshore over the next several hours. Guys.
Okay, Ryan, thank you very much. We do have, I understand, a camera set up now out on the beach, on the Gulf Beach, and this is in front of, this is Whitecap Beach, correct? Yes, Whitecap Beach, and you can see the waves moving closer and closer to that, I wouldn't call it a seawall, but that edge of the roadway there. Joe Gazin is joining us now. Maybe you could give me a better idea exactly where we're looking. Is this the access road?
It does look like the access road right by Whitecap Beach, and that kind of gives us an idea of where we are. The fact is the surge that we've been concerned about, we've been talking about, has really not shown up yet to that much of a degree, and I think it will come. We're just now starting to see the bands of rain and so forth on the island, and conditions out there deteriorate pretty dramatically. But the bottom line is, for us, I think that we have dodged a bullet here, that we are not going to get the brunt of this storm, as Alan and Ryan have been reiterating here over the course of the morning. That's certainly good news for us, and we just will keep following what has happened, but it looks like it's going down toward Kennedy County, the eye and the eye wall of this storm, which is the worst wind conditions that a hurricane can present.
So just a little over what we're used to in the coastal bend as far as winds go, and
yes,
more rain.
It appears to be that way. Now, the storm obviously still needs to be taken seriously. It is still offshore, so that conceivably
Wiggle
there
room.
could be a change, but it appears at this point that we are in a very fortunate situation.
Hope you're right. Thank you so much, Joe.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Let's go out to John Thomas Cobos now, who's standing by on North Beach. John Thomas?
Hey, Brian, good to hear back from you. Yeah, stranded out here on an island unto myself, right? Well, that's not really the case because I've seen a bunch of people come out here trying to check out the beach and take some pictures. There's some people in the hotels that are near us, which is a very popular spot for tourism, but not as busy as we've seen in the past. I think a lot of that's due to the pandemic, but also the knowledge that a storm was coming this way, which happened to turn into a hurricane. I asked Alan earlier, I was texting him, I wanted to know, maybe Ryan can answer this if Alan cannot. Are we seeing lightning with this storm? I thought when I was looking up toward Portland to Ingleside that I saw a lightning strike. It could have just been my eyes. I don't have my glasses on right now. But I mentioned that also. I do mention, I'm sorry, say that again, Ryan? Okay, we don't have them right now. So my point, though, is if there is lightning, if there is a problem, you don't want to be standing where I am right now. If you take a look right now, I am in some of that water that North Beach is known for, some of that flooding. This is one of those things you got to be careful. When you come out, you don't know how deep things are. We can tell you. It's not that deep over here, but I do want to show you the city has blocked off this area as they have access to all the beaches over here. They have signage that's up saying beach access closed. We see them patrolling the area, so I know they're out here. The wind's been the big factor. It hasn't rained in, I'd say, about 20 minutes or so since we've been here, it's been light rain, heavy rain, no rain for a few minutes, and then the rain comes back. Right now, this is the longest stretch that we've gone without rain, but I think there's another band coming this way, but definitely that wind is a factor, and I know because all you can hear is the palm fronds up here just crackling and whipping. Some of them on the ground, but mostly it's just it seems like it's just a light flooding event here on North Beach, which we are so accustomed to. I've seen a few police officers out here patrolling. Earlier I mentioned that the city crews were out here doing some, I think they're picking up some of the debris that's falling. I also think that they're asking some of the people that, hey, if you don't need to be here, either go back to your hotel or get off the island and get to some place that's safer. So that's how it is right now. Ominous is the word, I guess you could say, because it certainly is gray. It's overcast. But the one thing I just pointed out to my photographer, Terry, is that thank goodness it's not blazing hot. It's really cool. Usually in this type of outfit, when you're out here covering a storm, you're sweating underneath and it's just ridiculously humid. That's not the case. This wind is keeping down that humidity, and it feels quite pleasant, but that doesn't mean that it's safe to come out here. Speaking from experience and covering storms like this for more than a decade and a half. Brian, we're going to send it back to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that, John Thomas. And just one reminder, this is the time, we've talked about it before, but it's too late to charge your cell phones. But remember, if your power goes out, you can watch us on your cell phones. Download the app and you can stay in touch with us no matter if you have power at home or not. You can watch everything that we're doing live, and we will keep you posted on everything. And Joe? Again, people just need to be careful about staying home.
That's absolutely right. No reason to go anywhere. Things are not really open anyway. Stay where you are, stay put. Everything's going to be fine. You will be okay. Flooding has been really at a minimum. Just the low-lying, flood-prone areas are being affected with the rain. So we're very, very fortunate right now. And I just want to say thank you for doing this great job all morning, Brian.
Thank
you
you.
have
Appreciate it.
really kept us up to date here, and we're going to be continuing our wall-to-wall coverage right here.
All right, thank you. Are we going to take a break and be right back? No, we're going to go to Nora Perez, who's on the T-Head downtown near Landry Seafood. Nora, what do you have for us?
Hey Brian, hello everybody. We're out here on People Street T-Head at the bulkhead area, and again, we've been here for a little while and the water is washing up more and more over the walkway right by the water's edge. Another thing that I wanted to say is that since we've been out here, there seem to be some moments of relative calm winds. It kind of eases up a little bit, the rain eases up, and then it comes back again. And that's really just the nature of these types of storms. You think that it's okay to go out, you think it's okay to get out and drive on the road, and then all of a sudden the conditions turn really, really nasty again. The waves and the swells seem to be growing little by little, and it's it's gusting up again right now. Again, there's still people here watching the storm watching the storm come in. But again, if you don't have to be out here, you probably should not be out here. We are out here so we can bring you the most up-to-date information. There's law enforcement. John Thomas said he saw some.
All right, Nora Perez out there on the seawall right there on Shoreline Boulevard, and of course that was a project completed back in 1941, believe it or not, based on the hurricanes that we had here in Corpus Christi in 1916 and 1919 that just did so much damage, and they said, you know what, we got to have that seawall to protect the city of Corpus Christi, and that's what happened. We do have Orion Choctaw standing by now at the weather wall to kind of bring us up to date on this storm, which, as we've said, is really going to spare much of Corpus Christi these hurricane force winds, these really damaging winds, and that is certainly good news. Ryan?
Absolutely, Joe. And it is trending west and southwest, but again, south of Corpus Christi, closer to, let's say, Baffin Bay. Now, we have to watch it very closely because it's wobbling around. It's moving quickly. Look at the wind speed and also direction. Moving west at 23 miles per hour. Sustained winds have upped. They're at 80 miles per hour as we speak. Wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. Now, this is around the center of circulation within the inner core and the eye wall. Now, again, it's trending closer to the south of Corpus Christi near Kennedy County, basically in no man's land between here and Brownsville. So that's a bit of good news. However, we're still going to see a tremendous amount of storm surge as we're on the more favorable side for good rain and storm surge moving into Corpus Christi and along the Texas coast. But again, as we back out the view, the tropical rain bands associated with Hanna extending as far north as Matagorda Bay. You can see some good thunderstorm development in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, this became a Cat 1 early this morning at about 7 a.m. per the National Hurricane Center, but now, as of the last 10 minutes, it's increased in intensity. Wind speeds have gone up, wind gusts have gone up from 75 to 80 in sustained winds, and wind gusts again are up to 100 miles per hour. Central pressure around 980 millibars. Now, here are some hurricane warnings in effect thanks to the National Weather Service extending from let's say Copano Bay as far south as Kennedy County near Port Mansfield. Now, here's the forecast cone, again south of Corpus Christi. But we're still going to see tropical bands of rain move in. Remember, these storms, these hurricanes spin counterclockwise, and as they do so, they tap into the Gulf of Mexico. And as long as Hanna is near the Gulf of Mexico, it's going to have plenty of moisture to work with. We're going to keep rain chances high. Flash flooding still a possibility through the next several hours, through tonight, also into tomorrow as we wrap up the weekend. But again, landfall later on today in the afternoon, early evening as a Cat 1, again, between about Baffin Bay and Kennedy County is where it's expected. But you'll notice how it's refined. I mean, this cone has really zeroed in on where exactly it's going to go, as opposed to where it was in the last, let's say, 36 hours, where it was a little bit more widespread. So it's zeroing in around Kennedy County as a Cat 1 later on tonight, and it's going to trek its way west-southwest as a tropical storm, and more so as a remnant low. You can see the eye of Hanna offshore. Closer look at rainfall, Rockport, Refugio, Seadrift, all seeing those outer bands moving from the northeast, along with gusty winds. 40 miles per hour is what I last saw it, but wouldn't be surprised if we saw 50 to 60 miles per hour. So a good amount of rainfall near Portland, Corpus Christi, downtown, and Flower Bluff. But again, this is just the beginning as these tropical bands of Hanna continue to work in. A look at what we're expecting in terms of rainfall, healthier amounts and flood-provoking amounts out to our south between about, let's say, Rio Grande City and Stark County, as far east as the South Padre Island area, Willacy County, Cameron County, and here in the city, in our viewing area, between about 3 and 6 on average. However, isolated pockets could see upwards of about, let's say, 8 to 12, so a foot of rain is not out of the question. So this weekend, storm surge is the main threat, 3 to 5 foot storm surge. Primary threats, flash flooding, tropical storm force winds since we're on the northern side of it. And again, we'll keep you updated in the forecast as Hanna gets closer and closer to the Texas coast. Joe?
Thanks very much, Ryan. Yeah, fast-moving storm.
It's
this
picked up
is.
speed, to say the least.
Yeah, and that is certainly good news for us. You know, the worst thing would be for a storm to come to the coast and then just sit there.
Yeah.
And we've seen situations like that happen.
Not going to mention any names.
No, well, but another H, perhaps?
Yeah. You know, you heard Ryan talk about one of the threats being storm surge, and we always talk about that, like in the hurricane special. You know, storm surge, the #1 killer in these hurricanes and tropical storms that can move in. But in this case, this is not forecast to be a huge storm surge event. Yes, there will be one, and I want to focus on where it's going to be and some of the flood-prone locations that may experience that. So Max 2,
Sure.
Blake, this is just a general storm surge map. It shows up top, that's the legend, and you see between 2 and 5, up to 5, that's when you start getting into the green shades. We're just below that, and the forecast is calling for 3 to 5 inches of storm surge in the coastal bend. The reason we're seeing that and in the forecast is because of the way these storms move and the wind moves around them. So I'm just going to draw the arrows here. This is how the winds around this will come in as the storm itself moves south of here. So we're going to see all of that water get pushed into the coastal bend, and it's only going to be 3 to 5 feet because this has not been a long-lived, big, powerful storm with a huge wind field around it. But this is a map that's produced by, I believe this is the Weather Service. It's not the most clear, but it is very zoomed in, and it does show that red hue is between 4 and 6 feet. The storm surge forecast is calling for 3 to 5 feet. So this is the extreme. If we could take the banner off on tracking Hanna, this is the extreme areas that are the lowest lying in the city. So parts of the island, all of the beach, parts of Flower Bluff, nearing the bay there, the Laguna Madre, and then like the extreme extremities of the Oso Bay and Creek.
And of course, on the other side, North Beach, you see there.
And that's where John Thomas is. But that's what we're looking at with respect to storm surge.
Okay. And again, the seawall on the on shoreline there, that was put in precisely to handle situations like this. Back in the in the 1800s, when you talked about Water Street, it was right on the water.
They named it for a reason.
And I was not around back then, but I read about it. And it's one of those things where people thought, well, it was just what they had to deal with. But after 1916 and 1919, those bad storms that just destroyed everything, they said, we can't go on like this if we're going to have a city. And eventually, a guy named Gutzon Borglum
Knowledge bomb.
built that seawall, and if that name sounds familiar, it's also the guy who carved Mount Rushmore. How about that?
And that seawall can handle like 20 feet, by the way, I think, of storm surge. I think it's something like that.
That's right.
The seawall right there on the bay, like in front of downtown, I think it can handle a huge amount there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. I'm just getting a message from my producer, Miranda, who is telling me that the city of Corpus Christi is going to hold a news conference at 11:30 our time, that we're going to take live.
A little over an hour from now.
Yes. So,
11:30.
11:30, an hour and a half plus. And they're going to go over exactly what the situation is. And again, if we were going to have a storm hit a particular part of South Texas, this would be the place you would pick.
For the least people impacts.
Let me give you some stats on that. I was just coming in, I did a little research on Google. Kennedy County, where
Can I go over-under? Can you give me an over-under on population?
Sure.
1,000.
Ooh, you're way over.
I'm way over.
Over.
100.
You're under.
Okay.
It's the population is 416.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
According to the last census,
Very
416 people. It is the third least populous county in the state of Texas, and the fourth least populous county in the entire United States. So, if you wanted to pick an area, once again, where this storm, you want the storm to go through and cause the least amount of damage, least amount of hardship, and so forth, and worry, that would be where you'd want it to go, and it appears that that's where it's headed.
There's more wind turbines there than there are people then, I guess.
Probably.
Something, I don't know.
Probably. But that's the good news. And now, having said that, we are in the midst of this hurricane season. we are certainly not out of the woods, and we're going to have a lot of rain. We're going to have some wind and so forth. But this is really something where people, I think, in much of this viewing area can say,
yes, yeah,
right?
Especially after
Yeah.
the phones went blaring off yesterday, 4 p.m. Since then,
Yeah.
the track has shifted significantly, far to the south. At
Yeah.
that point, it was like Baffin Bay, maybe north of Baffin Bay impact. Now it's Kennedy
Yeah.
County,
Yeah.
and that's far enough to the south shift on this thing to where we can say that, we're going to dodge the brunt of what this has to offer. It's going to be a tropical storm force type of storm for us
Right,
in Corpus
right,
Christi
right.
and all of the coastal bend for that
Yeah,
matter.
yeah.
So that is definitely good news with respect to the impacts.
Yeah, now we've got other storms to worry about. We've got to at least watch, and I wouldn't say worry, watch as they come across. But
Yeah.
for this particular one, Hanna, I think we're looking pretty good for the majority of the population here in South Texas.
Another thing, just to piggyback off of what you were saying real
Yeah.
quick, it's going to be an active season. There are more tropical waves. There's another one coming off
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Africa. Gonzalo's out there. So what I've been telling people is, given that we're forecasting a very active season, just it's a one at a time type of thing. Just take them one system at a time. If you start piling it on, it's overload.
But here's the thing, use this as a dry run. Use this as a rehearsal, because it is important that you plan ahead. Planning ahead is the key. Everyone who does that comes out just fine.
Isn't there a motto about that? Something about luck versus planning, or
Probably.
I don't know.
The
I'm
only,
gonna get
the
back
only
to the
motto I
Water
know is
Center.
turn around, don't drown.
Yeah, that's a good one
That's
to
what
use
Bill
this
says.
weekend. I'm gonna head
Hey,
back real quick.
okay, thanks very much, Alan. And we do have John Thomas Kobos, who's standing by live on North Beach to show us what's going on there. Keep in mind, North Beach, of course, a very low-lying area, prone to flooding. A good rainstorm will cause standing water out there, and I think we have that this morning, right, John Thomas?
That's right, Joe, we did. And I think to add on to what you and Alan were saying, it's chance favors the prepared mind when it comes to storms and things, especially along those lines. Excuse me, we've shifted. We're under the Harbor Bridge now over in the port area. The Texas State Aquarium's behind me. We also have the Art Museum of South Texas to my left. And so obviously we're in the Sea District right now. We wanted to come down here and see what it's like during Hurricane Harvey. We came in this area. Very wet then. The rain has died down considerably. There is still a little bit of rain drizzle that's coming across. I put on my glasses because it wasn't raining, and now I'm kind of regretting it. You can see if you look out into the port, there's a little bit of chop on the water, but not too much. There's nothing that I think would be a hazard for any boaters that are coming in and out. But I know that after speaking with the Coast Guard yesterday, they want those sea-time mariners to stay inland. They don't want them out there in the water. There's no reason to put yourself in harm's way, especially since we're still trying to figure out what kind of high seas that they're going to see out there. And it's one of those, and just looking out here, you can see the chop out in the bay and the port. It's a lot smoother. But the Lexington, you can see, I don't know how closely you'll be able to see it, but across the Lex, I can see the rain just running right across. It's shifted from a just dropping down to turning more parallel with the ground, so it's coming right at us right now. Still seeing a considerable amount of people showing up just to see what's going on. That's always the case when it comes to storms. The curiosity gets the best of some people, but you shouldn't be out on the road right now. That wind is still picking up. We're feeling it. I know we're still north of where this storm is, where this hurricane is, but still I feel it pulling on my body. It's not just you're standing. I mean, it's noticeable. So if you have a child, and I saw a father walking his kid out on North Beach, you feel that wind, and they weren't wearing a raincoat, so you got to get concerned. You don't want to get sick, you don't want to get a cold. If you do go out, have a raincoat, have an umbrella, the standard stuff that you need. But we wanted to come and see what it looked like over here. It's a lot clearer. It's easier to see. Obviously, the sun's coming out, so there's a little bit more light penetrating through these clouds, so you can see where the damage is. Not much flooding when we left North Beach. It was closer to the beach, as you would imagine, closer to the Lexington, where some of those businesses are, the restaurants, and then the hotels as you get closer and come up over the Harbor Bridge. There was, I'd say, a considerable amount of traffic. Nothing too heavy, but there were quite a few vehicles that were out and about, maybe going to work, going home, wherever they're going toward. But the roads are still, they're wet. Saw some people kind of going over the speed limit. It's one of those, you want to take that in consideration. Don't speed. You need to slow down. Taking some of these tight turns when you're coming into town or when you're going to your neighborhood, you could fishtail. Some people aren't used to what to do when you get into a situation like that. So it's one of those situations. Let's kind of recap where we are right now. We are in the Sea District. Very windy here, light rain kind of pelting us from the side. Excuse me. The Lexington, we were on board that earlier this morning. Wind was more of a factor than rain, and then we moved down to closer to the beach of the North Beach, and you can see from the Lex cam right now that what conditions look like. North Beach, as you would expect, when it rains, it floods there, and you don't need much to make that happen. We were seeing a lot of beach erosion from the waves that were coming in. I'd say a good 2 to 3 feet, maybe 4 foot waves coming in, eating away at that beach. As Brian pointed out, it is a man-made beach, so that's expected, and they go back and they fix that. But it is one of those situations where we were initially, you could tell the parking lot was 30 to 40 feet away from that water out in the bay, eclipsing that, eating away at the sand, and getting into the parking situation there. So it's one of those, you don't need to be on North Beach. Don't go. There's no reason to be there. That's why you send us out here to cover these stories, to see what is going on. Earlier I asked about lightning. I heard that wasn't much of a factor, but it's one of those, if you're out there walking around in water, you don't know what you're stepping in. It's not smart to be out in water that's deeper than your knees, than your ankles even. You want to stay out of that. There could be sharp objects in there, and you don't want to get tetanitis. Or tetanus, sorry. So it's one of those conditions here, just windy right now mostly, a little bit of rain coming through. And Joe, we are going to send it back to you if that's all right with you, if you're ready for us reporting live down by the Sea District. John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
We are ready, John Thomas. Thank you. And we so appreciate our folks who have been there throughout the morning hours, keeping folks up to date and informed as to what's happening out there. And we had Brian Burns here on the desk. We had John Thomas. We've had Nora Perez. We've had, who else out there? I tell you what, this has been an interesting storm to follow. This is we started off seeing, and Bill Vesey, as you can tell, has just joined us here. We started off seeing this storm come through without a definable eye.
Yep.
Just yesterday we were in that situation. Then we actually started seeing one. Now we can see the eye. If we can put up the satellite, the live satellite, that'd be kind of cool, and we could talk about that.
Yeah.
But you see the eye actually as a large area, covering quite a large
Well, that's a hurricane now.
area. So it is a hurricane, but the eye is so big that it's not very strong. The winds are not, and that is certainly good for us. And then we've heard. Okay. Well, we'll try to get the eye here. And Bill, what have you been watching this morning?
Woke up to the news it was a hurricane.
Yeah.
At the house, I had the branches up against the roof.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, what is that? Oh, it's branches. The wind didn't seem that bad. The rain was on and off, even driving to work this morning, on and off rain. As we've been talking about the last couple of days, as time goes by, this reminds me more and more of Brett.
Yeah, 1999.
1999, and that's the one. It was a Category 2 coming this way, and it went down into the King Ranch around Sarita.
And if you recall, back then, there's the eye we're talking about here, where you can just kind of see now how large that is. And it looks impressive, but because it's so large, the winds are not all that strong.
Just think about when you empty a bathtub, and when the bathtub starts emptying, it's a big round circle around the drain.
Yeah.
But when it gets tight toward the end, it's really spinning fast.
There you go.
Even think about a figure skater. Figure skaters, if they have their arms out, they're going slow. But as soon as they compact their arms next to their body, then they're going fast and fast and fast and fast.
Okay, we
Wind
just
speeds
got
are
an
up to 80.
update.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a little bit of a change for us that now we're at 80 miles an hour. This is a good Category 1.
Good Category 1, and I was reading earlier from the Hurricane Center, the forecast was for an 80-mile-an-hour storm. And but as it gets closer to land, we are expecting this intensification. So I'm going to see the track. It looks like it's even a little bit farther south of Baffin Bay right now.
Right, going into Kennedy County, we think.
Right. Again, that's the same thing that Brett did. So the good news is, I always feel bad for the poor cows, but this is going in between Corpus Christi and the valley.
Yes.
It's going into a very unpopulated area. Now I know there's folks down there in Kennedy County on the King Ranch work down there, the
Yeah,
windmill.
there are,
down
but
there.
I was just telling Alan, the population of Kennedy County, 416.
Yeah.
460 people, the third least populous county in the state of Texas and the fourth least populous in the United States. So as we were talking with Alan, if you wanted to go somewhere, that's where you wanted to
Yeah,
go.
and all things considering, that large eye also, that's considering what could have been if it had more time over there, if it wasn't.
Yeah.
If it wasn't unorganized when it first got into the Gulf, in other words, if it had this look when it came into the Gulf and had time to strengthen from that, it would have been a lot more powerful.
Now,
But,
when would you expect, because it's 80 right now and it's still offshore, so it's got, maybe 50 miles to go before it
well,
gets
it's
onshore?
moving at 7 miles per hour.
Slow down.
And we were talking last night that it looked like we were talking about 1 p.m. and then I said, well, maybe we might have to delay it by 1 or 2 hours. But then again, it always seems to speed up as it's making landfall. But gotta remember, before it makes landfall, we're going to be feeling the effects of this thing. But once it makes landfall, then the winds will dramatically. Well, that's another thing. I want to say the winds are going to dramatically calm down. You and I talked about this off camera yesterday. Is that this one looks like it's not going to stall along the coast. It's just going to barrel in.
Correct.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we have some pretty strong winds moving inland through Falfurrias and down towards Zapata, Texas. So it's interesting in that scenario.
Yeah, but you would expect once this thing comes ashore, and it may come ashore even before 1 o'clock. We were saying 1 o'clock, but now you say it's gone down to 7 miles an hour in a southwesterly direction.
Alan, can you put a tape measure on the storm and see how far away from land it is, please?
75 miles
75.
east of
Okay.
Port Mansfield right now. I'm just going to do it where we're thinking it's going to head, about 71 miles to Kennedy County.
So that would be 10 hours at 7 miles per hour if it doesn't speed up anymore.
Yeah.
And it's 10, so that would be what?
Well, my goodness.
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
That would surprise me.
And this will either speed up or slow down. Hopefully it'll speed up.
Yeah.
You want it to speed up
Yeah.
and move quickly through.
But again, all things considered, that's interesting, the spaghetti models. And there's one, the AVNO, I'm a big fan of. And well, let's see this wind field again. Bring it through, Alan. Show us all your stuff.
9:20 after landfall, but the point is, look at the cone compared to the impacts. Tropical storm force winds are going to extend and fan out well outside of that forecast cone.
Yeah, that's something we've been talking about for hurricanes
Yeah.
and even tropical storms. That even though you're looking at one pinpoint that this is where it's going to make landfall, the field of the winds surrounding it is going to be a lot larger.
You know, the thing that I've noticed too is that we have come so far. It wasn't that long ago when you had this cone of uncertainty where you weren't really sure and it moved all over the place. This time, not so much. They knew.
It's getting to the point where it's not that uncertain anymore.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I mean, there's still, you see the cone, and the cone now is well south of Corpus Christi.
Uh-huh.
And in fact, that at the 10 o'clock news last night, the cone was Corpus Christi. The label there was on the very northern fringes of the cone. And now the northern fringe of the cone is Baffin Bay. And look at the southern fringe of the cone, Mansfield Pass down to Raymondville.
Right.
And look at the cone extending down into the valley. Look at that. So,
Now, the reason we're going to get so much rain, obviously, is because we're in that northeast quadrant, that area where the worst conditions tend to follow.
called the dirty side.
Dirty side. Yeah.
Boy, isn't that incredible how big that eye is? Isn't that?
Yeah.
So this is another thing for everybody down in Baffin Bay and in the area of how big is it? Almost 50 miles. That there's going to be some people who have the big rains come across and then it clears out, and they're going to be wiping their brow and say, shoo.
Yep.
And then about an hour later, or less than an hour later, here comes the backside.
Here comes the backside.
Yeah.
So this storm, once it moves through, and that rotation will mean that we're going to get the rain bands for quite some time.
Yeah. And even as it moves inland, even if it's, I don't want to pick out Falfurrias, but we'll pick out Falfurrias. Even if it's in Falfurrias, the rain bands are still bringing moisture off the Gulf and bringing them into the northern part of the storm.
Right.
So that's why we're looking at rain extending into Sunday and even Monday, and in some cases heavy rain.
Now, the fact is we need the rain.
We need, and that's another thing we've been talking about. We can handle this rain. We talked about last night about tropical downpours, how tropical rain can come in bunches.
Yes.
And in that case, there's going to be some isolated flooding that would probably go down rapidly. But if we have 3 to 6 inches, maybe even 8 and 9 inches over several days, I think we'd be able to handle that.
As long as it was over that time period.
As long as it was over the time period.
Bet. But I wonder just how much of that rain we're getting is falling within our watershed in the area that is able to collect it for the future.
Earlier in the week, I was anticipating good rain in the watershed. And Alan, I'm sorry to be throwing all this on you. Can you show us maybe a picture of the radar so we can see the cone with the watershed?
Got this map that's about to pop up.
Okay. Because if it goes too far south, we're not going to do ourselves much good with the rain. Huh?
All right, so there you go. This is interesting. So there's the watershed. I guess
It's outlined in yellow. The yellow is the Nueces River watershed.
Okay,
That goes into Lake Corpus Christi. The blue goes into Choke Canyon.
Okay, so yellow is Lake Corpus Christi, blue goes to Choke Canyon. Now, as that thing moves inland, it's not going to get the brunt of the water.
Right.
But still, look at the rain up in Houston. I mean, if that moves, say, west, that's going to end up in the watershed. So the watershed's going to get some pretty good rain out of this.
One way or the other.
One way or the other. Now, earlier in the week, when we were thinking that it could go inland near Port Lavaca, the watershed would have got a whole lot more rain. But it'll get some rain.
Hey, Bill, take a look at this now. We've got a live picture from Whitecap Beach, and this, I believe, is just the access road there to Whitecap Beach, where you can get an idea of that storm surge that we've been talking about. And that water is obviously not there normally, so, no, it's not. But you can see
that's a good indication. And you know, even the past couple of days, I guess the actual beach is at the top of the screen. But the past couple of days, talking about closing the beaches. This is why. This is why you don't want to be in your vehicle on the beach and run into a condition like this.
Now, it's understandable that some people will want to. Surfers, for example, they want to get out there because of that rain. Yeah, look. Wow.
There you go. You know, another thing, and I think...
That's a live picture, by the way.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if we're at high tide or not. I'll double check on that. But if we're at an area of high tide, we were talking about storm surge earlier, that if we have a surge 1 to 3 feet, and then it's high tide, and the high tide lifts up another foot or so, you're going to have a surge even higher. So
just incredible pictures there, and you can see, and what's happening there, unfortunately, is that this is what beach erosion looks like.
Beach erosion, and that was one of the bullet points we talked about this week. We were talking about beach erosion happening, and that's how it happens.
Now they can go in, and they will eventually go in and replace some of that sand and dredge some from the nearby Packery Channel, which they've done before, and just basically pump it onto that beach and replenish all of that's lost. But you want to know how the sand goes away, how the beach quite literally goes away, so that you can't drive on it. There's not enough room. You can't. There's not much room to enjoy it. That's how it happens.
I mean, again, how many storms have we been through over the years, and we've had erosion like this?
I thought you were counting.
Huh?
I thought you were counting.
Well,
no?
I've lost count. But beach erosion happens, and then before you know it, the beach is back to normal. And like that, people down here know what to do in situations like this and how to recover. And
the thing to keep in mind too is that there's a tendency here to want to go out. When they see something like this happening out of the ordinary, that they want to get out. We've got to keep in mind that there is a COVID outbreak here that we're worrying about as well.
On top of everything, right?
On top of it all.
What a year.
And so, and the governor was on with us last night on the 6 o'clock broadcast, and we got into him by saying, what a year this has been, Governor. I mean, I'll bet you wish this was over with, and I'm sure he does, and we all do.
I was reading a story the other day where there's some people on New Year's Eve who usually go to sleep before the new year. This year they're staying up, not to welcome in the new year, but to make sure 2020 definitely gets out
over
of here.
with. Hey, let's go over to Ryan Choptaw, who's got an update for us on the storm as it approaches land here.
Yeah, hey there, Joe. Hey there, Bill. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center sets out updates every few hours when hurricane is approaching land, and right now here is what has changed. Hurricane Hanna continues to strengthen. In fact, sustained winds are at about 80 miles per hour, higher wind gusts up to 100. So again, it's continuing to amplify as it remains over open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, staying south of Corpus Christi and south of Nueces County, closer to Kennedy County, between about Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield, between there and the Rio Grande Valley. For us, primary threat storm surge between 3 and 5 feet, flash flooding as these tropical bands continue to wrap around what is now Hurricane Hanna. And for us here in Nueces County, San Pat, Aransas, up north into Live Oak and B County, only tropical storm force winds, which is between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, as you go farther south on Highway 77 into the Rio Grande Valley, you're going to encounter more of those hurricane force winds, 80 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts up to 100. In fact, you can see the stats of Hurricane Hanna right up here. Now it's currently moving west at 23 miles per hour. That's a quick moving hurricane as it approaches land later on this afternoon, this evening, making landfall again between here and Brownsville, closer to Kennedy County. Now again, wind speeds at 80 miles per hour. As we expand the view, you can see the reach of things. I mean, from Houston, the tropical bands of rain associated with Hanna wrapping around counterclockwise is just impressive. And you can see good thunderstorm development on the southern side, wrapping around into the eastern quadrant of Hurricane Hanna. Now, what we have to really focus in on and watch and monitor very closely, remember, although it's going closer to Baffin Bay and south of that, northeastern side of which is near Corpus Christi, is going to be the potential for some dangerous storm surge. So right now, here's the forecast cone as of 10 a.m., making landfall somewhere between about, again, Clayburgh County, between there and Willacy County as a Cat 1 hurricane. Later on this afternoon, this evening, as it pushes inland, it has no moisture to work with. I mean, it loses the gas, if you will, the fuel in the tank to continue to strengthen. So about Sunday morning, Sunday lunchtime or so, it's going to really weaken into a tropical storm. After that, a remnant low by Sunday night. And this thing, Hanna, what's left of it, it's going to be torn apart by the mountains of Mexico, the Sierra Madres, just west of the Rio Grande. Here's a look at radar, and you can see the eye of Hanna just offshore, southeast of Corpus Christi, about 60 miles offshore or so. And you'll notice this really huge eye, which still has some time to tighten up in the next several hours as it continues to trek west into Kennedy County. And now a closer look at where areas are seeing rain right now with these tropical bands wrapping around from the northeast. I mean, Seadrift seeing some rain, Refugio, Sinton, Mathis, Highway 77. Up into Rockport, Corpus Christi, seeing some good moderate rain, especially along the island. And you can see this particular band of rain pushing onshore into Port Aransas. Now, again, right now it's not heavy, it's not severe. However, what is very important that is the tropical bands of rain continue to swirl just like a machine. And this is going to continue to give the threat of flash flooding and the potential for heavy rain. In fact, here's the rainfall forecast updated. 6 to 8 inches of rainfall accumulated, mainly south of Corpus Christi. You can see over like, let's say, Rio Grande City, Stark County, into McAllen, Willacy County, and Cameron County. It looks like the valley, the Rio Grande Valley, is going to see the brunt of the rainfall. And also near Kennedy County is where they're going to see more of the hurricane force winds. Since we're north of that, only tropical storm force winds. And that's still 40 to 60 miles per hour. Still dangerous, can cause some damage. But again, south is where they're going to see more of the hurricane force winds. And the farther north you go, the less the rainfall will accumulate. On average, between about 3 and 6 here in the city across our viewing area, but isolated pockets could see up to about 8 and maybe even up to a foot of rain. We have to watch this hurricane, watch Hanna as it gets closer to the Texas coast. Here's some quick tips. Have a way to get alerts. Download the 3 News app. You can get notifications from our weather team. Alan, Bill, and I will continue to update you all day today, all day tomorrow. Avoid traveling this weekend. And of course, the peak storm intensity will be about 65 to 75 in our forecast for today. Live look with our Lex Cam, cloudy skies, ominous look on this weekend. And again, some good bands of rain continue to stream onshore as Hanna continues to make landfall later on this afternoon. We'll keep you updated here on TV3. Joe?
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much. Watching Hanna, and just stay where you are. That's the best thing to do. As we said, the brunt of the storm is not going to affect Corpus Christi. It's heading to the south, but we are going to see those bands of rain, those tropical showers where it rains really hard for just a few minutes and stops. And then you get the next band really hard for a few minutes and then stops. That's what tropical rain is all about. And what they're seeing a lot of that on the bayfront of Corpus Christi right now. Our Nora Petta is standing by on one of the T heads there. Nora, come on in and show us what's going on.
Hi, Joe. Hi, everybody. The wind has certainly picked up. My protog and I were actually standing against our vehicle with the door to kind of try to block the wind, and I was almost knocked down a couple of times. But then again, I'm pretty puny, so it doesn't take much to knock me over. But if you take a look at the water coming over the bulkhead, it's completely spilled over the little ridge, which is the little divider between the roadway and the walkway. It's completely flooded at this time, and again, there's still people driving around. Just a minute ago, it was raining again really, really hard, and the rain was almost coming across and just hitting us in the face. It's getting pretty rough out here, and it's also gotten a little bit darker. It looks like the clouds are kind of dropping really, really low. But a lot of people are out here taking pictures. It really is beautiful, but it is dangerous. The swells are pretty high at this point, and like I said, the roadway is a little bit covered at this point. The roadway between the water and the walkway. So, Joe, back to you.
Well, I hope you can hear me. I'll try to speak up so you can. I know it's loud out there, but which T head are you on?
We're on Peoples Street T head.
Okay.
At the bulkhead right behind Landry Seafood,
All right.
off of Shoreline.
And how long has the water been up over the edge that way? And we, I guess, need to keep in mind that water, I mean, that's the way it would be if we didn't have the seawall on the bayfront as we do, because you're right there on the T head, which extends, of course, out into the bay. Has it been there for a few hours that way?
We're right here at the edge, and yeah, the water's pretty much spilled over onto the roadway.
Okay, Nora. A lot of people, probably too many folks out there on the T head with you. A lot of folks just curious to see what is going on. Let's move over to the other side of the bay, North Beach, on the other side of the bridge, where we've got John Thomas Kobos actually driving around to get a look at what is happening there. John Thomas?
Joe, I've been shifting all over up and down our coast for quite some time this morning. Now I'm further south of Nora, and I'm not as puny. I'm inside, as she said, I'm inside my vehicle, and the wind is just whipping me around back and forth. I'm going to show you my site right now. I'm just south of Cole Park. I'm over by the Victims Memorial, and this is what I'm seeing at the bayfront. You see that chop on top of that water coming in right at us, and you see the grass in front. It is just getting wind whipped. I'm going to turn it a little bit to the right here so you can see exactly the type of wind that's coming in here. Now, on the way over here, a lot of people are pulling into the various parking spots that are along Ocean Drive here. It's one of those, they wanted to see what it looks like, what the conditions are like. They're getting out to take pictures with their phones, and you can tell they're grabbing for their hats, they're grabbing their shirts, they're kind of having to lean into the wind, and that is very much the event as you come along. I mean, my vehicle is getting whipped around on the way down here. I was a little surprised how many vehicles, again, I find myself being surprised with how many people are actually out on the roadway, given that this is still, yes, it's a category 1, but that doesn't mean that it's, you know, safe to be out and about. It's one of those, if you don't have to be out on the road, don't be out on the road. If you got to go somewhere, you know, make sure it's vital that, you know, if it's one of those, I got to get behind the wheel. It's just not safe. And you'll see vehicles passing behind me like it's just another normal day. But this, just what I'm seeing, it's pretty fascinating to me, just the amount of wind that's kind of pushing my car around. I don't know if it's easy for you to tell, but it feels like I'm on a little kid's bumpy ride where you're kind of getting tossed around a little bit. And you see the grass there. I mean, we're used to wind like you and Bill were discussing, but this is one of those situations where It's the unknown. It's a hurricane. It's a Category 1. You don't know exactly what's going to happen or where it's going to happen, but you know to be off the street. You need to be as safe as you can. Reporting live just along Ocean Drive, south of Cole Park. John Thomas Cobos, 3 News. Joe, back to you, sir.
Thank you, John Thomas. We'll check back to you from time to time and see what's going on out there. But yeah, stay home if you don't have to be out and about. And we understand the curiosity factor. That's always there. It's always going to be in play. But my goodness, we had, aside from the bad weather conditions, we've got a COVID outbreak. So just kind of keep all that in mind. Best to hunker down at home. Watch some movies, keep your eye on what we're doing, just so you know what's going on. We've got Alan, who is standing by, and I'll tell you what, we have been watching the rain bands come in and where they're falling. You've got a little more information on how far the tropical force, wind force winds are going to extend as this storm comes forward.
Yeah, and that's the question I'm getting a lot of on digital and social media. What are the winds going to be like in my location? Right now, they are below tropical storm force sustained. If we can pull up graphics, the winds are sustained 36 miles per hour in Flower Bluff. That's just below tropical storm force, but they are gusting over tropical storm force, 45 miles per hour in Port Aransas. And we are going to see and feel winds similar to this for a fairly long time. This isn't going to just drop away once the storm moves in, and we're still several hours away from landfall on this storm. The outer bands are just now working in. We had one work through earlier this morning. That one is now farther inland, but as you see these bands start to work in, a good rule of thumb is as they start to come in, the wind speeds are going to start to increase with each round of banding that works through your location. So as we manipulate the radar here, zooming out to the eye is still very wide on radar, and this is starting to move in the direction of Kennedy County. It's strengthened at the 10 a.m. update, 80 mile per hour winds, 100 mile per hour gusts. Those are near the center. And in the grand scheme of things, with respect to the Saffir-Simpson scale, this is a Category 1 storm. The winds are gusting now to Category 2 strength. And you see in the middle of the storm, the damage of that would be extensive if you are in the center of this storm. The thing about the wind field with this, watch the yellow shades on this graphic. That's the tropical storm force winds. The orange shades that you see, those are higher end tropical storm force, 58 to 74. And then the red, if you look very closely, that's where the hurricane force winds are. And those are the strongest winds that this will have to offer. So as this moves into Kennedy County, south of Baffin Bay, here we are. This is on this graphic, 6:35. I think it'll be in a little earlier than that. But you can see that. I'm going to just see if I can zoom way in to really give you a good idea of what we're looking at in terms of who is going to feel what. So we're focused on the coastal bend here, our KIII viewers, and you can see that here's the Clayburgh-Nueces County line, and here's that delineation between low-end tropical storm force and tropical storm force that is, moderate to strong. So Baffin Bay and in looks like a lot of Clayburgh County, you're going to get 58 to 74 mile per hour winds, but it looks like those will stay just south of Kingsville as this moves in south of the Baffin Bay. And then overnight, the winds will start to relax. I'm going to have to zoom the map back out here to show you how that progresses farther to the south. And that's going to head toward the valley and basically dump a lot of rain down south in the valley. So Joe, I know that my Facebook has been nonstop with the questions on what's the wind going to be like in my location. And I guess it's good news. Yes, the storm is strengthening, but the wind forecast locally is not forecast to exceed tropical storm force. Now we could easily get 70 plus mile per hour winds, close to that, but right now the brunt is going to miss to the south.
And I think it's important to mention that, the distinction between 70 miles an hour and 73 or 4 miles an hour, not that much.
True.
So, it's going to feel like a Category 1 hurricane. A couple of things I want to mention. We've been pretty lucky so far about power outages. The fact that We haven't had that many. There have been a few isolated cases, a few hundred customers impacted for short periods of time. However, we're told, I just got a couple of pictures in, about power poles that are tilting dangerously on the island, on Padre Island, along Park Road 22, and a lot of the homes out there, of course, depend on those transmission lines. So if one of those lines or one of those poles goes down, which could happen, be aware that the power on Padre Island might be impacted for a time. Also want to mention that the FEMA dome in Clayburgh County has been opened for shelter purposes. And in Clayburgh County, there's a little more wind, a little more of what this storm has offered us. And so that is understandable. So if you are in need of shelter, just keep in mind the FEMA dome at H.M. King High School in Kingsville is available for you, and you must wear a mask. Understandable as well. You must wear a mask if you're going to go there to the FEMA dome, but they do have a shelter that is opening up in Clayburgh County at H.M. King High School, the FEMA dome there. Bill Vesey once again joins us with, I think you were going to go look at Hurricane Brett.
Hurricane Brett, just to set the stage, happened in 1999. We're still in the old building.
Yeah.
And I was looking back at some of the history. It was a Category 4 at one point in the Gulf, and that's what freaked us all out. Mm-hmm. And it went into near Sarita, Texas, as a Category 3. So the pictures you're about to see will be a Category 3 going through Sarita, and then I believe we also have pictures from here in Corpus Christi.
I just remember how worried we were at that time, and for good reason.
Yeah.
That this was going to come and impact Corpus Christi. And it just shows you that, and back then, quite frankly,
the line, you see power lines down there.
But the science was not as good.
Nope.
And so we were not able to predict as accurately what was going to happen.
Corpus Christi offshore of downtown.
Yeah, those waves. And so it did go down south. It, once again, did not impact the main part of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend.
But this is the type of weather we could be looking at later today.
Sure. You know, heavy rain, those bands of rain, as we call them.
Stay home. Let me interrupt. Stay home, because 4 people died from Hurricane Brett. You know how all 4 died? Traffic accidents on wet roads. Stay home. This is at night from Brett.
That's right.
And that's down near Driscoll Hospital.
Okay, so there was some flooding on the roadway there, a little bit. Strong rains. And we are not out of the woods where that is concerned. The tropical rains that this storm has are really widespread.
Right.
They're getting it up in Houston.
Right. Yeah.
So keep that in mind. We're not out of the woods yet. We're going to be getting some rain showers and these tropical rains where it rains just like cats and dogs for a few minutes. And then stops again.
Don't step in any poodles now. Don't step in any
Don't
poodles.
step in any poodles. Oh, Alan, doggone it. What would we do without him?
Does a great job, Alan and Ryan.
You bet.
Our young Turks back here in the weather area. It's interesting that we are going to be looking at a lot of rain, and it's not just today and tonight. I mean, it's going to continue until tomorrow. Could be the big rain day.
Is that right?
And before it tapers off on Monday, I was calling for, and I haven't checked with the guys this morning, but I was calling for a possibility of heavy rain through Monday.
Take a look at this graphic now. We've got a possibility of 5 to 10 inches of rain down in the lower parts of our viewing area, lower parts of Texas. That
down
is
in the valley.
Down in the valley for the most part, but up to 5 inches here, and maybe isolated pockets beyond that.
I've seen 10 to 12 inches isolated as a good possibility. Look at this map. You're asking about the watershed earlier, and the watershed in this is in the light blue area. There you go, 1 to 2. So we'll take that. The northern extreme of the watershed's in the green area, but we'll get some rain in the watershed out of this, and hopefully it doesn't all get sucked up into the ground. But I think it's
yeah.
I mean, we've had some pretty good rain up there in the past couple of weeks.
We have, so I don't think there's much chance of losing it, through that way through dry ground. But I wish it were a little bit more rain up in that watershed, because it certainly would be used.
Well, there's still time, Joe. This is only July.
And of course that is Mother Nature's answer to dry conditions.
Yep.
And so that's what we're looking at here. You have these storms come through, and obviously you hope that it does not come with severe conditions,
Right.
because that's what you don't want. But the rainfall, that's something that we can use.
Yeah. I was just thinking also, this is a hurricane. Who would have thought a week ago, because I still think Gonzalo is going to fizzle out. But who would have thought a week ago that Hanna would end up being the first hurricane?
Let me interrupt you.
of the year?
This is a live picture along Ocean Drive. I'm not sure who's getting it for us, but John Thomas is. He's bringing us his live footage just along Ocean Drive. Not too many people out, fortunately, and that is a good thing. But video freezing up there a little bit. But you see, the conditions are not bad on Ocean Drive right now.
Yeah. Again, just be careful. Stay home. Stay home. Hanna the first. Who would have thought? I think Gonzalo's going to fizzle out. But who would have thought a week ago that Hanna would be the first hurricane of the season?
I don't know what is it with the H storm.
The H storm.
We had Harvey and
C's, right,
Hanna.
for us.
And it used to be. It used to be, and you and I had this thing where you weren't buying it, but and it was kind of an old wives' tale. But it was, if you made it past the C storm, then you were good for the season, for the year.
Now we're into the H's.
But that's certainly not the case anymore.
Back in the old days. Yeah, you can see some pretty good water up there, and that's not from waves crashing onto that's the actual rainwater falling. And again, the rain's been on and off. It's been banding rain. Even driving to work this morning, I left the house and it was dry, and then by the time I got Channel 3, pretty good rain shower. So you're gonna have some good rain out there.
Now, just a reminder, coming up in about an hour from now, and our coverage continues here for as long as needs be, but in about an hour, we're going to have a live news conference from the city of Corpus Christi. They are putting together an update on what conditions are like and what they're doing, how they're responding, and so forth. The city's Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, opened up yesterday. And really, this is an operation that serves as a clearinghouse for information. This is a place where they can direct first responders if there is an emergency, if there is a particular need, a power line down, a bad traffic accident, something like that. They immediately move resources to where they need to be. And it just helps them function that way. And as we reported last night, here's a shot, just a file video really, of the Emergency Operations Center, where you've got folks in charge of various departments gathered in one place and looking at monitors from throughout the city. We've got cameras all over the city of Corpus Christi. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're out there.
They're everywhere.
Big brother.
But that helps a lot, especially something like this. I mean, showing the picture from the camera of the Whitecap Beach just a little while ago. I mean, those cameras come in handy, and
they do,
and really give you a good idea of what's going on outside. That's why you don't have to leave the house. You can just watch on, keep it here. And
speaking of those cameras, we've got a couple of live ones. I think we have one on the beach. There we go, from Whitecap Beach.
Right.
We were watching that. The storm surge come over there, and that's gotten progressively more pronounced, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm going to look up here what time high tide is.
Okay, yeah, and, but the beach covered there, and as we said, that's how the sand gets washed away by all of that wave action.
You out there in TV land, and us too. We've been in the water where you're standing in the water, and the wave comes up, and then it goes back into the Gulf, and you can feel it pulling on you. That's what's going on there, and significantly stronger.
And we're looking at a live, live picture, live video from the T-heads.
That's not too far from the picture from where we had Brett a little while ago.
Yeah, from on Corpus Christi Bay there, where you can see, you don't want to be out on the bay. You don't want to be out in any kind of watercraft right now. It's just kind of rough, and that's just not good. Fortunately, I don't see anything out there. But it is. And you can understand how people are kind of curious and they want to get out and look at it, and people driving by and fortunately staying in their vehicles for the most part. But that's really goes against the advice of our first responders. If for no other reason than to just kind of stay out of the way. If they need to get somewhere quickly, they don't want to have to deal with traffic if they can possibly avoid it. So think about that. Stay home. Keep us on your television. We'll try to be as entertaining as we can be.
High tide is at it was 8:17, so the tides are still high.
Okay.
Low tides will be early in the afternoon before it picks up again.
Let's take another look here, and we're going to switch all the way over to Port Aransas. This is a live camera from the Port Aransas beach, the Seagull condominium, I'm told.
Okay, yeah.
And
you know, this picture, I've seen it, and usually you see the nice green and the nice beach and the water. I mean, you can't tell, there's no beach. It's water and land.
Yeah, all the way up to the sand dunes, and that is the Port Aransas beach. Now, you just don't want to be out in that at all. But when you think about the immense power of these storms, how bad it could be if this storm were just a little bit farther north.
Yep. Look what we dealt with Harvey a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just 15 miles back then made the difference.
And you know, here's another thing. We're talking about the size of the eye is nice and wide, which is good for us as far as intensity. But the actual area coverage of that of Hanna, that adds to the wave action here along the coast. If the entire storm is taking up half of the northern Gulf of Mexico, you have turbulent seas coming all the way from the middle Gulf, and they're ending up here at Port Aransas and on our beach. That's a lot of area to travel and a lot of wind pushing that. That's why you're seeing all the turbulence on the water and the tides as high as they are right now.
That's right.
The storm surge.
Yep.
That's what happened with what was the storm in New York a couple of years ago? They didn't call it a hurricane, but it was
Sandy.
Sandy.
Yeah.
Same thing. It was just so huge, and
Yeah.
it created. Same thing with Ike in Houston. I mean, it was a Category 2. Oh, no big deal. It was so huge that it caused the big storm surge. That's basically what we're seeing right now.
Let's take another live look at what's happening on the bayfront. Our Nora Perez standing by on the People Street T-head to show us what's happening there. Nora?
Hi, Joe. Hi, everybody. So we just heard from Bill and Joe that the water's completely covered the beach at Port Aransas, and it is that storm surge. That's the thing that we have to be most careful of.
Lost her signal.
That happens
which can happen in rough weather,
But
you bet.
know, when we go back to her, take a look at the water breaching the barrier from the marina up onto the roadway already.
Now, you can imagine if that were the old Water Street back in the 1890s.
Oh, man, right?
That's what we would be up against here. And fortunately, we had some folks back then who said, you know what, we can't have that and still have a city.
And you know, back then also they had no idea what was coming. They had no idea there was a hurricane out there.
Yeah.
Another thing about that shot, when we go back to it, you have the water breaching the barrier going onto the roadway. Remember, in the marina, they also have the jetties or rocks blocking, so that there's two barriers now that the water has breached and making it onto the roadway there at the T-head.
We're going to take a look at some storm surge numbers according to, I believe this comes from Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Yeah, Pat Fitzpatrick had this last night.
And basically what they're saying, they're predicting for around the Bob Hall Pier area, Whitecap Beach, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, which I would say we are seeing up there right about now.
If not, it's getting there.
Yeah. And they're it doesn't seem like it, but you'd think they would be at sea level, but they're actually 1.5 feet above sea level.
That's a good thing too.
Right? Yeah. Padre Island in front of Baffin Bay, 3 to 5 feet. The Baffin Bay itself, 3 to 5 feet. Mustang Island, 4 to 5. 4 feet at A&M Corpus Christi. And Port of Corpus Christi, they're talking 4 feet, maybe 5 feet. Not sure about that unless you're talking about the entire ship channel.
Yeah, that's what happens. The water comes in and keeps on pushing back into the ship channel.
Okay.
And just builds and builds.
Yeah.
In the worst storms, you know where the worst storm surge is? At the freshwater dam out at Labonte Park, because everything just pushes back into that channel. And that's where the highest storm surges always are. That's why Oso Creek has a lot of flooding, because of the storm surge just channels into it.
Speaking of flooding, let's go back to John Thomas Kobos, who's got some good video for us to show what's going on there.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. You and Bill were just talking about the storm surge, and I'm going to show you right now what I'm looking at right now. I'm just north of Ennis Jocelyn off of Ocean, And you're going to see the waves here have been cresting. There's several other news agencies that are not from our area that are over here right now following this, and a lot of this water is working its way right into this gutter as it comes over. It's emptying in there, so it's doing its job. You'll see that, but if you look further down the south here, you're going to see these waves are just picking up, and there are a lot of people coming out taking pictures of this right now. There's somebody right there. There's actually a beach cleanup crew. If you can believe that, I see somebody with the city cleaning up trash that's coming in out of the bay. It's insane. As I mentioned, there's several other crews around here. I'm not going to show them, but I think they're from the valley. But sure enough, these waves are really, you can see, I can just leave it here. It's like a screensaver almost. But that's exactly what you and Bill have been talking about, those conditions right there. And this is something that, okay, look. This is what you don't do as a reporter, right? You don't want to be standing on the edge, right where, I don't know if he knows what's behind him, but if a wave comes up and hits him and he falls over, I'm gonna have to jump out of this car and go try to help him. But it's one of those, this is where like people get hurt, and this is why you don't want to come out here and do this kind of thing. This water, you don't know how much is coming up at you, and it can swipe you right off your it doesn't take much. It can move a car, 1 to 3 feet can move a car like it's nothing. And I'm just telling you, waves are picking up, and like this guy, okay, finally he's moving. You know what? Not such a smart idea. That's right. I think this guy's out of the valley, where they're not used to this kind of weather. Anyways, I'm going to send it back. If you don't need to be out on the road, don't. It's windy, and waves, especially here along shoreline, picking up in the low-lying areas. This guy's just trying to get a better shot. I'm watching him behind. I just
you know what, John Thomas? I'm told he's actually. You don't want to
be walking around in this.
I'm told he's actually with the Weather Channel, so he's out there getting paid to look like he's being blown
Storm
around.
Tracker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're doing what they have to do out there. We get made fun of for that, and perhaps rightly so. In some cases, anyway, where we're standing out in conditions where we don't have to be, and so forth. But they're trying to demonstrate what is happening out there on the Corpus Christi Bayfront. But if you're just tuning in, keep in mind the storm has moved considerably south now of Corpus Christi, so much so that we're going to have some rain, we're going to have some wind, maybe some tropical storm strength wind, but really nothing approaching hurricane strength and the really bad stuff that we all know is possible with a storm like this. Let's go over to Ryan Choptaw now with an update on Hanna for us. Ryan?
Yeah, hey there, Joe. Yeah, as you mentioned, the biggest takeaway from this forecast is Hurricane Hanna is moving south. It's moving west at about 7 miles per hour in terms of the forwardly movement, but the track of it, the forecast cone, and that's set out by the National Hurricane Center, it's moving closer to Kennedy County between Baffin Bay and the Rio Grande Valley. So primary threats for Corpus Christi in our viewing area, storm surge, and as you saw with John Thomas's live shot, 3 to 5 foot in terms of storm surge, flash flooding as these tropical bands continue to spiral in off the Gulf of Mexico. And of course, tropical storm force winds here in the city north of the center of circulation, and that's between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, if you're closer to the center of the storm, the eye, which will make landfall later on today after about 3 and 4 o'clock or so, that's what we're thinking timing-wise, because it's moving west at about 7 miles per hour. If you're near the circulation, you'll encounter and interact with more of hurricane force winds, of which is up to 80 miles per hour sustained right now inside the eye wall. Wind gusts up to about 100, and the pressure is continuing to drop at 978 millibar as it continues to interact with the warm waters of the western Gulf of Mexico just off the Texas coast. So here's the most updated forecast cone per the National Hurricane Center. You can notice with these shades, these are all still hurricane warnings in effect from the National Weather Service. And this is going to continue to move west at about 7 miles per hour and make landfall as a Cat 1 later on today. We're expecting evening time frame, afternoon, evening, as it pushes west and with the higher terrain, the mountains of the Sierra Madres in northern Mexico. So again, as it makes landfall, that's going to be the strongest point of the storm. Moreover, if you're close to the center of circulation, and from there it's going to push away from us and weaken substantially as it moves into Mexico. Current wind speeds out of the north and northeast, look at this, 41 in Flower Bluff, 37 in Port Aransas, 25 here in the city. That's not accounting for wind gusts. So, I'm thinking about, like, let's say 50, 60 miles per hour on those wind gusts through about 4 and 5 o'clock. You're going to want to secure any loose items in your front yard if you haven't done so already. Wind sustained through about the afternoon, 40, but again, wind gusts the problem, up to 50 and 60 miles per hour. All right, here's a current look at radar and satellite. You can see the center of the storm still about, let's say, southeast, 60 miles offshore. And we're still getting in on those tropical rain bands, especially along the island between Matagorda Bay, Rockport, Sinton, Refugio, scattered light to moderate rain. And these are only the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna. In and around the city and Corpus Christi Bay, some moderate rainfall, but remember, these tropical downpours come down in buckets, and they can add up in a short amount of time. So this weekend is the main concern for flash flooding. Updated rainfall totals between 2 and 5 inches of rain. Less than that as you get into Livo County, B County, into San Antonio. The Rio Grande Valley is going to be the bullseye spot for some flood-provoking rainfall between 5 and 10. And again, center of circulation, landfall, eye wall of Hurricane Hanna expected near, let's say, Baffin Bay into Kennedy County, a little bit farther south of that. So some quick tips, have a way to get alerts, download our 3 News weather app. Alan and I and Bill are going to continue to update the forecast, Facebook, Twitter, and with that, with you getting alerts, you'll have more of an opportunity to see the most updated information. Charge your phone, avoid traveling this weekend, and make sure you're staying safe and inside for this morning and pretty much for the rest of the weekend. Outside right now, Lex Cam showing cloudy conditions, ominous skies out there, rain chances continue for the weekend, and we'll continue to update the forecast as we get closer and closer to landfall, which is later on today, around after 2 o'clock. Joe, I'll send back over to you.
Okay, Ryan, thanks. Yeah, the storm has slowed down a bit once again, and we'll just keep tracking it no matter what, and we'll be here no matter what for as long as need be, to make sure that everything is okay, that you are informed and have all the information you need. We are getting pictures from viewers constantly, and we certainly appreciate that. Take a look here, a downed tree. This is on Shepherd Drive, we're told, in Corpus Christi. That's near the Oso Golf Course. You can see that's going to stop people from traveling there on Shepherd Drive till somebody picks up that thing and takes it out of the roadway. Just one example of what can happen when you've got these strong winds and rain and so forth. And so there are things that do take place that, even though we're not getting the hurricane strength winds
Yet,
and we're not for this storm.
right.
Yeah, things can happen that are problematic, and so just be careful, I guess, is the operative phrase here. You can, by the way, if you want to send us your pictures, that'd be great. 855-6397. 6397 works out to news.
Okay.
NEWS. 855 news, and you can let us see what you are seeing, and that's a great help.
Listen, pro tip also, and we appreciate all pictures. We appreciate you all sending your pictures.
Yeah.
But when you send pictures, send them with the landscape if you can.
Yeah.
All right.
And hold it steady. If you're
Yeah,
going to send video.
Yeah, we appreciate everything, but if you can take your pictures like that, that would be great. When I was talking about the wind a little, I didn't mean that we're going to have hurricane strength winds here. I'm thinking that the strongest winds are still to come late this afternoon into the early evening.
Okay.
So, if you think
because the thing is
windy,
still offshore.
Yeah, if you think it's windy now, wait till later this afternoon, early into the evening, when the winds will really be ramping up. So just be careful. Stay home today. Best thing to do.
We also want to mention once again that the FEMA dome in Clayburgh County is open. Clayburgh County, being a little bit closer to the brunt of the storm, is feeling a little bit stronger winds and a little bit more severe weather. And if you don't feel comfortable staying wherever you are and you want to go into a public shelter, they have one set up at H.M. King High School, the FEMA dome there. The FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, came in and brought these domes and set them up in various parts of the area just for situations like this where people need a way to get out of impending danger, and these domes are equipped. They can handle winds, I believe, of up to 200 miles an hour pretty easily. So
I think there's one over near Del Mar West here in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, and one in Cal Allen, I believe. And so
we've seen them.
Yeah, throughout the area. So at H.M. King High School, you do need a mask if you're going to go there, and just keep in mind we are still in a pandemic. We are still dealing with the COVID outbreak and not doing all that well here, so you just don't want to leave your home unless you absolutely have to. Not much is open anyway.
No. Let me mention real fast about the winds, the forward speed of the storm, where we say it's moving west at 7 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's not a constant 7 miles per hour for the next 3 hours. Could be 8, could be 5, could be 11, but the average movement
it's an average.
would be 7 miles per hour.
And it can change. It can slow down, as we've seen that happen. We don't want that to happen, but it could happen. Because if it does slow down, that just means it's going to sit on top and cause problems, much in the way, as you might remember, that Hurricane Harvey did back in 2017.
Slow down, it can cause more rain in isolated areas, and also it gives the storm a chance to strengthen a little bit more. So speed up. Come on, Hanna.
We haven't heard from Alan Holt in a while.
He's
He's over there chafing at the at the rains.
Have at it, buddy.
Over here. I'm over here.
Yeah.
We're talking about this storm a lot, and the forward movement of it, 7 miles per hour. I put that track on it because we can do some quick mental math there if it were to, keep its current pace. So 7 miles per hour, 56 miles away. 8 hours if it kept on that path, which would coincide with the forecast cone at 7 p.m. So we'll take the graphics. You can see the cone there. That's just a drawn cone. That's not an official thing. I put that on there to show the area that we're going to be looking at for the landfall of this thing. The latest update was at 10 o'clock an hour ago, and the winds had increased 80 miles per hour near the center of the storm. And there's that movement that we've been talking about. It's to the west at 7 miles per hour, and this is saying 75 miles east-northeast of Port Mansfield, which is a little farther to the south. I wanted to show one more thing here before we send it back over to Joe and Bill. We've been talking about and trying to answer the questions of wind speed and where the strongest wind speeds are going to be. I'm going to show a couple of graphics on this. The first one is tropical storm force wind speed probability, and this is showing you the likelihood of the chance for tropical storm force 39 to 73 miles per hour will head as Hanna moves in. And keep in mind, this track is going to be to the south of Baffin Bay as it does move in. So the purples and the reds, that's an 80 to 100% chance of feeling tropical storm force winds. So what that tells me right there is that we'll zoom in to Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. We are in line for sure. We're already seeing this tropical storm force conditions in Corpus Christi. So you see the 80, 90, 100% right there. Kingsville, you're going to feel tropical storm force winds. Falfurrias, Hebronville, Benavides, these Rialitos, these cities that aren't showing up on the map right now, you're going to feel tropical storm force winds. As you get farther north into places like George West, Mathis, Refugio, Beeville, that chance drops off dramatically down to like 40 to 50% chance for tropical storm force winds. So you may get the low end stuff, 39, 45 miles per hour up in these locations, but it's not going to be the higher end of this threshold, which is 73 miles per hour down in places like Kingsville, Falfurrias, closer to where the eye of this thing is going to be tracking. This is another really good and useful tool here. This shows the forecast cone, and on top of the forecast cone, what I did was I overlaid the wind field, and the colors show you the yellow, the low end tropical storm, the orange, the moderate to strong tropical storm, and then the red representing hurricane force winds. So we'll just put this to landfall just to show you where those delineation points in terms of wind speeds would be. And we'll zoom in here for you, and you see the track just south of Baffin Bay. Here's Baffin Bay. Here's the forecast cone center line. Of course, this could stray either way of the forecast cone as it works into land, but this orange shade, that's where the 58 to 74 mile per hour winds would be. And then really close to center, the red shade just south of Baffin Bay and almost exclusively into Kennedy County. That's where the hurricane force winds are projected to be as this continues to move in. But you can see, Bill and Joe, that little red dot stays hurricane force all the way very far inland into the valley. So those winds look like they're going to miss the coastal bend, but they're going to be there as they move in, as this Hanna moves in. And you can see this is overnight time frame now. Kingsville, Alice, Hebronville, Falfurrias, still with those tropical storm force winds expected. So that's kind of a timeline on those wind speeds. We're just starting this storm. It hasn't moved in yet, and it's going to be with us all day and into tonight.
You know, that's not unlike Gulf storms holding their potency way inland. This has happened more than several times.
Yeah, so we'll be watching it, but that's the latest in terms of the wind only. I mean, we've got all sorts of stuff to talk about. We've got storm surge graphics over here.
Yeah.
You know, we got
You give that guy a computer, he's kind of scary. What do you come up with?
Hey, don't take it away from me. I love this. I love this computer.
It wasn't working earlier tonight.
Listen, I was just in back, our crack production team. Can we put up a picture of the tower cam, please? Because it looked like it was raining pretty good out there right now.
And yet there's some vehicles on the road.
Yeah.
So, you know, be very careful. Don't get out unless you absolutely have to. Just hunker down at home and it'll be fine here. But as we heard from Alan, it is the storm center appears to be zeroing in on Kennedy County,
right?
A place that has a population, as we have pointed out earlier this morning, of 416 people total.
That's still 416 people.
Well, yes, it is. But I mean, we have
considering we have
higher concentrations of people.
Right.
So that's it, and the third least populous county in the state of Texas. So if you had picked a place where you want a storm to go in, that would be my pick.
And also, I really think, and I have to go back in the history books, but there has been several storms that have gone into Kennedy County, down into Willacy County.
Absolutely. In fact, Hurricane Allen back in 1980, as I recall, went down into the Kennedy County area. And it was fortunate that it did, because if you remember, that was a storm.
That was the worst. That was a 5, wasn't it?
It was a 5. It had sustained winds of 180 miles an hour, and the really significant thing about Allen was that it filled the entire Gulf of Mexico.
We're talking about this one filling half of the northern Gulf.
Yeah.
Allen filled everything, the whole Gulf, Florida to Texas, Louisiana down to Yucatan. It was incredible.
It was, and I'm being told something in my ear here. We're going to have. Okay, let's take a look. This is live from right near Texas A&M Corpus Christi, where they have, it's not really a seawall at all. It's just, it's you know, kind of right on the bay there, and you can see how the water is going up over that curb. And John Thomas, can you hear us?
Joe. So yeah, you're right. We're over at the seawall. I'll show you what we're talking about really quickly. I came down to NAS to the North Gate. I wanted to see what things look like, and as you can tell, that's some rough water right there. That's the surge coming up and over. If you've driven out to the campus, you know that usually there's a nice little drop off right in there, and you can see the water out in the way, and there's a small little beach. But this water, as you can tell, it's shooting up, and some of it's coming over the street already. So it's going into the bay, which is over here. If you're familiar with campus. Campus living, that's where a lot of the students live. I know campus activities have been shut down for today. But man, talk about a screensaver. I mean, that's just, you see how fast the water is pushing up over here. That storm surge that they'll keep talking about. It's one of those you don't want to mess with. You don't know what's going on. And a few more news crews from out of the area that are down here taking in the storm, seeing what's going on. But as you can see, that water just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. It's cresting over the street right now. Let me send it back to you.
Thanks, John Thomas. Yeah, it's just amazing when you've got nothing blocking the water from coming in that way, and the storm surge plus all of the rain, the wind, and so forth. It's just a combination that pushes all of that seawater, or bay water in this case, up over the roadway. So I'm getting word that on the other side of town, in Flower Bluff area and toward the island, the roadway, SPID and maybe including Park Road 22, but SPID by the Oso Bridge is flooding now, is underwater, and so they are urging people not to travel there. They're actually shutting down that particular stretch of road because of the danger. The water is coming up over the road from the Oso, I believe.
Well, I imagine at the turnaround down there.
At the
where a lot of
turnaround, yeah,
people
which
go
is
fishing.
right at the water level, so I'm sure it's covered up.
And probably on Laguna Shores Road also is.
Yeah, oh my
probably
goodness, yeah. That's
gonna
one
be
of the low-lying,
floodiest places
yeah, one of the
around, right?
low-lying areas in Corpus Christi. So, the bottom line here is if you don't have to be out and about, don't be. The city of Corpus Christi is planning in about a half hour from now in holding a news conference from City Hall in which they will be updating us on any conditions that we need to be aware of. I assume that would be one of them, some of the roads that might be impassable right now in the city of Corpus Christi, and any other information that they can pass along to update us on how they're responding to this. And again, it could have been so much worse for them, but there are still things that are happening that they need to respond to. And so in roughly 30 minutes, you're looking at a shot here of the Emergency Operations Center in Corpus Christi, in which first responders and department heads and so forth gather. And this is file footage. That's why there's no one in the picture. But they gather to basically monitor what's going on, and they have cameras throughout the city that are routed there that they can see at a glance where they have to direct city resources, and that's the whole purpose of it. Typically, they keep the media out, and so that's why we were only able to get a file shot, because they don't want amazingly, they don't want cameras and cords and things getting in the way.
That's a tough job right now.
What they're doing.
Got to be focused. Everybody needs to be focused right now. What's going to be going on?
Live shot here of Ocean Drive, I think.
Yep. This looks like it's leaving the university, heading down.
Yeah, and you can just see there that it's raining pretty good. Fortunately, not much traffic at all. There should not be. And it's what happens when we get a tropical storm, a hurricane in this case, but tropical storm force winds coming into Corpus Christi.
And again, only at the beginning. I mean, we're still looking at some windy conditions. Like you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, this has not made landfall yet. And so there's probably still some strengthening to occur. What's the winds? Is it still 75? And
it's up to 80 right now.
Okay.
It is showing signs, though, of intensifying on it. So
80 right now, signs of intensifying. Wow. Okay, and we do have another live picture, I believe, from Padre Island. It's not live. This is video that was just shot that kind of shows a little bit, if we can make it out here. I'm not sure what we're looking at, except that it's the Padre Isles neighborhood on the island, where we're seeing obviously higher tides than normal.
Tides, and I can see the trees. You can see the wind in the trees, and looks like it's raining.
It's courtesy from Rick Geider, one of our sales folks here at KIII.
Yeah, he might be
from
shooting
his palatial
over a
home out on
dune.
the island.
He might be shooting over a dune out toward the Gulf.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you get an idea that we are just seeing what you would expect to see.
Eyes incredible, isn't it? Look at that, Joe.
Yeah, and you would think maybe that it would be smaller than this right now, that this is very unusual. Right?
Yeah, very unusual.
Yeah, you just normally see, like one of the biggest eyes that I've ever seen in a hurricane.
Considering the width of the entire, this is just the radar, this isn't including the cloud cover and everything.
I mean, when that moves over, conceivably you would have sunny skies, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And it could be that way for
an hour.
Several, well,
at least an hour.
At least, maybe several hours.
If the forward motion is 7 miles per hour, say, and the eye, I think we measured at what, Alan?
40 miles.
40 miles?
It's 40 miles wide, about 55 miles off the coast. But I was just trying to overlay satellite imagery so we could see if we can see through the center of the eye. And you can see a little bit of a clearing in the middle of it. So I don't think it's, a completely well-formed where it's like the stadium effect that you see sometimes from the hurricane hunters, but you can see through some of that cloud coverage. You can see I'm going to put the arrow on it right in here, how you can see through down to the ocean right in there. So we're probably going to see that develop a little bit more. This is a really wide eye. It's about 43 miles wide. That's just me drawing an arrow from one side to another, the diameter. But if that starts to get smaller, it's going to be a sign that this thing is getting a little more tightly wound, if you will. I use the figure skater analogy.
Yep.
I'm not going to ask Bill to demonstrate that.
Why not? I think
You don't want to? I already did it once.
I
Bill.
left my skates at home.
Yeah.
Alan, can you draw a line from the shoreline to the eye wall and see
Okay,
what the distance is?
I'll go from eye wall to the shoreline,
Okay.
the other direction, just be.
Fair enough.
So we'll go eye wall to, I'm going to draw this to the path where it's going to be heading. And that's going to be right into the Kennedy County area, so 25 miles-ish. If that moves in the same direction, keep in mind, this is what Bill and I were just kind of talking about off screen here, that the winds up in this part of the storm right here, this part of the eye wall drawn right there, those winds are fairly strong. Those are going to have high-end, I think, tropical storm force winds. And when I look at the radar velocity, this is how we look at the wind speeds. That same area has been steadily increasing over the last several hours. So the wind speeds are gaining right in here. That's the eye wall. Here's the southern part of the eye wall, and these are all what the radar is showing in terms of the velocity. So some of the numbers that I'm seeing in there, it's a little bit misleading. If I were to go and sample this, I'm just going to do it right here, real time on air, and this is showing 100-mile-an-hour winds right in this part of the blue. So you see that velocity number, 100 miles an hour. The thing to know about that is that when you're sampling wind speeds from that far away, the radar site is at Corpus Christi. I'm just using my phone to get a distance on how far away that is. You're sampling the atmosphere at about 60 miles away, and it's roughly 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So you're looking really high up, and the winds at 4,000 feet there are probably on the order of 100 miles an hour, but that doesn't extend all the way down to the surface. So that's where we're looking at and sampling those very fast winds. But again, that's not to say that that is at the surface. We're still expecting the wind speeds here to be tropical storm force, which is 39 to 73 miles per hour as this does start to move into closer to land. And the winds that are strongest, I'm going to pause this now, are going to be around the eye. That's the eye wall, and that's generally where the strongest winds are found. Just from a forecasting standpoint, I'm just going to draw out the probable track of this. We've got to see this start to turn south at some point, because if it does not turn south, these winds right here would come right through southern Nueces County, whereas if it turns south, those winds would miss to the south. So that's going to be something to watch as this storm does get closer to land. It's got to take that southerly turn, and we're going to, I think, find out a lot about that turn at the next update, which is still another 2 hours away. This is the current stats on it. This was the 10 a.m. update, and the number to look at, the direction at least, is that right there, the west movement at 7 miles per hour. At the next update, we're going to want to see that turn southwest or west to southwest to mark the initial turn to the left, so we can avoid some of those stronger winds. But that's definitely something that we need to be paying close attention to as this continues to move west.
Right, but we still, it is, the belief is still that it will make that turn.
Yes, the forecast, I don't want to put, we'll show the National Hurricane Center's forecast. Again, this information is just an hour old. It was updated at 10 o'clock this morning, and that is the forecast cone. To be an 80-mile-an-hour storm, gusts of 100 into Kennedy County, and we're outside of that cone. But that is contingent on that turn to the south. And they're still saying it, and this is why they're saying it. The forecast models are all in agreement that it does. You see the southwesterly motion on the
And you and I were talking, Alan, that there's a low pressure system below it and a high pressure system to the north.
There is. We can even actually, I'm going to see if we can just investigate that real time. I haven't
Sure.
looked at it today, but I'm going to switch over now to water vapor imagery. And this is neat to see sometimes because you can pick out features that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see. But I'm not seeing what it was a day ago. There was an upper level disturbance that was right in here. That looks to have fizzled out or moved off to the west. And there's also some dry air lurking right in here.
Right.
And there's some wind shear up there as well. And that may be another reason why the storm, you see how extensive that southern flank is, extending well south of that Texas-Mexico border, and it's not going up to, through all of Louisiana. That wind shear and dry air is impeding some of the development on the north side of it, the extreme north side.
But these storms tend to gravitate toward low pressure and
Yes.
away from high pressure, and so that's why the forecasters are saying, yeah, it's gonna make that southerly turn.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have some video right now of Bob Hall Pier that if you want to know what conditions are out there right now, take a look here.
Up to the dunes, big waves.
And there you go. Yeah, it's that's why we kind of want
Yeah.
it. If you're going to take video, do it horizontal landscape. I'm sorry. Say that again, Miranda. All right, and we have seen the surging conditions, the storm surge, just right down the beach there at Whitecap Beach.
That's the parking lot, by the way.
Of Bob Hall Pier,
Right.
and so you see the water there. That's why you don't want vehicles there. That's why you don't want people there. It's just not the place to be right now. And however, I thought they would take away some of those picnic tables because they're they're within the water now,
Right,
and
they might end up.
we've seen in years past that some of those structures don't make it if they're
Well,
in the
we've
water.
seen in years past those big cement walkways going up to Bob Hall
Indeed.
Pier being
Yeah.
lifted up and moved.
Indeed, that is true. You can see the storm surge numbers here that are predicted. This is a prediction from the folks at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Basically 3 to 5 feet is what they're saying of, and when we're talking storm surge, I'm not sure people fully understand what that is, especially those who haven't really gone through a hurricane before. But when you've got a big hurricane, which is a low pressure system, basically depressing the water in the Gulf, and it's just pushing that
Yeah.
water forward.
Take this desk right here, and we're in the Gulf of Mexico right here. You have all this deep water going all the way down, and it's being pushed.
Yeah.
And as it moves toward the coast, this all lifts up.
Yep.
And the surge is over here. The surge might be this deep here, but when it gets into land,
Let's take the
It's up
graphic
here.
that Alan Holt just put up. You can see what Bill's talking about.
Yeah, it's just
There we
an
go.
explainer here. It's how storm surge works. So basically you get a big surge of water that's being wind driven and pressure driven with these big storms. And when these start to get toward the coastline, the water is shallower there, so it's got to go somewhere. It can't just go up in the sky, so it's going to go with the direction of the movement of the storm. And as the storm approaches, that swell, if you will, interacts with the land, the sea level rises, and that's what the storm surge is, in a nutshell. That's a very elementary description of it. We're not going to see, I don't think, houses like this graphic is showing become fully inundated, because our surge forecast, Joe just talked about it, is no more than about 5 feet at this point
Right.
in any point in the area. So we've seen evidence that all of the beaches the water's up to the dunes.
Right.
That's a fact. That is happening right now. North Beach is starting to become flooded too. But with this scenario here that we've got, that we're going to see play out, is that this storm is going to move again towards Kennedy County. And as that happens, the center of the storm being south of us is going to promote this wind coming in like so around the northern flank of this storm. and that's why the storm surge is highest forecast, at least right into the coastal bend, with that storm moving just south of the area. And then one more map, Joe, and I think you can really talk about this pretty clearly, is it's a zoomed in look at Corpus Christi with the red shaded areas representing what it would be if a 4 to 6 foot surge moved in. So that's a little bit higher than what's forecast, but this is a map that's produced and shared. We often have this in our hurricane guide, and it just shows you where those red areas are. That's where we're looking at.
And if you look toward the south side of Corpus Christi, especially Flower Bluff and the island, you'll see what's currently the condition out right now on the Oso Bridge on the way to the JFK Causeway. That is all shut down right now because of high water. So let's take a look at that. We do have, I believe, what they're saying, use caution if you're in the area of the JFK Causeway, and also bridge turnarounds, reports that they are flooding. We've got some video, some live video, I believe. All right, here we have John Thomas live in that area who can show us exactly what we're talking about, those turnarounds and the roadway there, which is basically at the water level being flooded.
That's right. If you've driven along Laguna Shores out of Flower Bluff, you know exactly what they're dealing with. And so just to give you a quick look, the cones are up telling people they can't take that turnaround going over to the island. So this is the JFK Causeway. I did pass the Oso Bay Bridge, and I did not notice the cones up there just yet, but it might be because when we got the notice, I headed over here right away just to see what I could see. We're next to that fisherman's bait seafood market, and as you can tell, a lot of water's been coming over, and it's flooding up some of the parking lot over here, and it's trying to run back out into the bay. I can't get over there without upsetting the police, so I'm going to stay back here and mind my business. But if you are headed out in this area, you do not want to be trying to sneak around into places. Oh, I'll be fine, I have a big truck, I can get around the way I want to. No, be mindful, because if you are out there, if you're trying to sightsee, if you're trying to take your family out and show them what a hurricane looks like, and you put them in jeopardy and something happens, you're risking the life of a first responder that has to go out there and try to save your life. So if you don't have to be out there, don't. There's no reason to do it. But again, Joe, I'm going to go back to you and just leave you with this image right here. You see lots of traffic coming over or headed out to the bridge. So Alan, we're going to send it over to you, buddy. I know you're talking about the surge. I'm very tempted to go down there to that turnaround and see what I can see, but I think what I'm going to do, buddy, is hit up one of our favorite spots, and that is Laguna Shores. I think I'm going to drive along there and see what I can see. You know, we've been out there, we've covered it. A lot of residents back here and people that drive their kids to Flower Bluff High have to take that road. It's notoriously horrible, and driving it last night because I was headed out to my wife's work, it's one of those they were planning on fixing it this summer. Things got off to a late start, and then COVID happened, and it's one of those, you know, they haven't been able to get the crews over there to fix that road, but it's so low to the ground in any kind of surge. I would say just a foot is enough to eclipse the roadway that's there, but I'm going to go check it out. Do you think it's a good idea?
I didn't hear a lot of what you just said. I just heard, do you think it's a good idea? And without hearing everything that you just said, we lost the studio audio in here. I don't know how to respond to that exactly. But what I would say as a general rule of thumb, the phrase and the motto is turn around, don't drown. If you're going to be getting into an area where you're not familiar and the water's over the road and you don't know what's under there. A lot of times, you know, when we're in a situation like this, and let's say you do know a roadway, right, that you're really familiar with, there's water over it and you're so confident that the road is under there, sometimes that can get washed away and it's actually not there, and the water's a lot deeper than you may have thought. So, you know, I don't know what exactly, John Thomas, you were asking me, but turn around, don't drown is my expert opinion on.
Already had damage. Part of the asphalt might already be gone.
Things crumble under the water. Bill and I are going to take over the coverage here right now for a little bit, so you're going to get the two weather guys, maybe Ryan as well. Joe's coming back over now.
All right. I was going to say, Alan, real quick, that we were showing the pictures of the surges, and the pictures from Bob Hall Pier. They have a low tide at Bob Hall Pier at 2:30.
Yes.
And the next high tide at Bob Hall Pier is 7:15.
7:15 would coincide with the Hurricane Center's forecast for landfall. It's been pushed back a little bit. This is their forecast, and you know, we always talk about, me and Bill, that these are the smartest guys out there, the National Hurricane Center. These guys, they're very intelligent people, and there's a whole staff of them, and they're saying that at 7 p.m. or so, maybe a little bit before that, that this is going to move into Kennedy County, which coincides, Bill, with that.
Yeah, the high tides.
7. Yeah, so that would not be a good scenario for storm surge. We may need to adjust that outlook to maybe a little bit higher than 3 to 5 feet if it's going to coincide with high tide.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's the one thing in past storms we ever talked about. Is it going to be hitting at high tide or low tide? If something hits, you want to hit it at low tide. High tide would not be optimal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And when is the next high tide?
At Bob Hall Pier, what do we say, 2:30 and 7.
2:30 is the
low tide at 2:30 and high tide at 7:15.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's probably close up and down the coast also.
So later this evening is when.
Well, if landfall is forecast at 7 and high tides at 7:15.
Okay. It seems to me it's going to be before 7, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
But these are hurricanes.
Yeah. But and it's going to take a while.
2020.
It is 2020, and it's only halfway over. Okay, let's go back to John Thomas, who's been driving around the Bayfront for us. John Thomas.
Okay, yeah. Joe, this is Laguna Shores, and just as I suspected, I've seen several cars come. I can see the roadway clearly. I know you're not supposed to do this, but I'm going to be a bad reporter here. You can see just how easily the water is coming over. I'm in four-wheel drive mode right now, and I see other cars coming up behind me. This gives you an idea just how bad things are over here on the Bayfront, or actually the bay, the Intracoastal Waterway Bay. Here comes another vehicle just trying to make their way through. It's not a good situation. You see how thin these roads are and how they're crumbling, and then there's water. It's a family in that van right there. And it doesn't take much. There's been some improvements to this road straight ahead, but water on either side is not a place where you want to be when you're expecting a storm surge, because there's no safe way to go. Now, the person behind me, the person that just passed me is actually following me in reverse. So these are kind of the conditions that you're getting when you head out. You don't know what it is, but this guy was going really fast. I'm going to send it back to y'all because I want to make sure I'm not putting myself in any more danger. But I just see more vehicles here coming along Laguna Shores.
Yeah, Laguna Shores.
It's not a safe situation.
Yeah, Laguna Shores, as a lot of folks know. Thank you, John Thomas. Just one of the lowest roadways. Someone sweats, I think they're going to be in danger of being in a flood.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that eventually I heard needed to be addressed and was going to be addressed by the city. But we'll see what happens there.
Somewhere.
Right on the Intercoastal Waterway, on the Flower Bluff side. And not far from the Flower Bluff schools and so forth. So a lot of that's the thing. And I remember when I had to take my son to school every day. I oftentimes use Laguna Shores, and you see so much traffic there. And on days when we either had heavy rain or something, it was kind of treacherous.
Yep,
sure was.
You bet. Yep.
Okay, we've got the city news conference coming up in about 7 minutes from right now.
It'll be interesting to see what they have to say. And
they're going to talk about, no doubt, the road closures that we have mentioned here along the Oso Bridge,
right.
SPID there. I'm not sure if we're talking about the roadway itself or just the turnarounds.
It looks like, the roadway at that point is elevated.
Is elevated, yeah.
So I think that would be okay, but the turnarounds, you definitely don't want to be. And even the frontage road leading up into the turnarounds, going past Laguna Shores, toward the Oso. You can see it's raining.
Here's a shot from our tower cam from SPID in Everhard, where you can just see looking down toward the Gulf on SPID. Not much traffic, a lot of rain, a lot of just wet, bad conditions. You don't want to be out in this stuff.
Yeah.
This is
we were talking earlier,
good.
and Alan brought it up last night that, and I said it last night and earlier this morning, that 8:30 this morning was the time to get your stuff done.
Yeah.
And by this time, we got 11:30 now coming up on, you can see how the conditions are deteriorating. So you don't want to be out in this. Go home. But if you're driving, I hope there's not much else on your agenda for the day other than going home. And if you are home, don't venture out.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind that you've still got a COVID pandemic raging here in South Texas and all over the country, for that matter, much of the country. Let's now go live to our Marissa Cummings, who is standing by on the Lexington, I believe, on the deck there. And Marissa, what can you see from your vantage point?
Hey Joe, so it's kind of misleading because if you look at the water here, it doesn't look super choppy, but if you just look at the wind that is going through my jacket here, I mean, it's incredibly windy. I almost feel like I can lean back and the wind would catch me. So if anybody is staying at the hotels along North Beach, they may be looking out and saying it's not too bad, but as soon as they step out, they will feel that it is tremendously windy. Definitely not a day to go to the beach. And as you can see, the beach is very slow. Nobody out here, of course, because of the extreme wind conditions. You can kind of look at all the palm trees and they're all blowing the same direction because the wind is just that bad. I mean, imagine trying to open up your car door and it just slamming back on you. That is how bad the wind is here. You can kind of see the waves brushing up against the concrete there in the water, but it is definitely not somewhere that somebody wants to be today. And you know, traffic is really slow all around. We're over on the Lexington and it's slow. All of the attractions down here seem to be closed, and again, reasonably so because of the conditions. So do not be dissuaded just by looking at the water in the bay, because I know you guys were talking about how the water was looking over by Bob Hall Pier and the big waves. You're not getting huge waves over here, but I don't know if you can hear it. You're getting terrible, terrible, terrible wind. Again, I mean, standing in this direction, I have to hold my hood forward to make sure it does not fly back and make sure my jacket here is completely zipped up for that exact same reason. So we'll keep our lookout over here and let people know how the weather is going, but it doesn't seem like the wind is going to slow down any soon. Reporting live from the Lex, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Yeah, on the walkway I can see there to the Lexington. Thanks very much, Marissa. We appreciate that update from the bayfront, and certainly an interesting perspective. Keep in mind, it's always windy around the Lexington, right? But this is
Well, there's
something special.
Nothing blocking the wind coming off the water. No
Absolutely.
buildings, anything in between. Can we show that graphic?
Yeah, let's take a look real quick here before we go to this news conference from the city. But you can see the strength of the winds here.
And these are the gusts.
Gusts, okay.
Yeah, sustained values, tropical storm force at Naval Air Station Flower Bluff, that's 41. Just wanted to pass some quick information here. This is from the National Weather Service that they're getting reports there to their facility that water will soon be passing over Highway 361, which is the road, I'm assuming, between Port Aransas and the island. So the storm surge may be starting to increase up to that level where that roadway, according to the National Weather Service locally here, we have a bureau here, they are saying that the water is soon going to be over Highway 361. We'll give you an idea of where that is here. I'm going to use the radar map to show you what we're looking at here. That's the storm, but the road we're referencing with respect to water and storm surge is this one that runs from Port Aransas, there you see the marker, 361, down to the island. So this road, according to the National Weather Service, is about to become very treacherous to be trying to travel on, given that, I don't know if it's the storm surge or it's inland flooding in terms of how much rain they've had that's going to be the cause, but...
Or what's coming. Just take a look at that yellow there. That's all coming to that particular area, and that reasonably could cause flood conditions.
Well, there's a lot of dune coverage on both sides of the road, but there's also several passes going through. And what I understand, what I think is going on is probably big waves going through those passes and
again, you know, the surge forecast was 3 to 5 feet. I'm thinking with that coinciding with the high tide, it may be a little bit higher than that. And you know, that's just a piece of evidence to say that, you know, when we talk about storm surge, 3 to 5 feet, that's enough to where it's impacting people's daily routine or whatever you want to do.
Sure, and you look at that radar and satellite, and you see that the eye wall at the end of that loop there is very close to the shoreline.
It's over parts of North Padre Island, the very initial, leading part, if you will, of the most intense winds are actually very close to the island area. I don't know exactly how strong the radar is estimating those winds to be right now. What I'm seeing is about 40 to 50 miles per hour in that region. But the region that we're referencing here when we're bantering, Joe and I, is right in the island.
Yep,
you can see right in there that this is the core of the storm. It's not to the point where we've got this massive amount of red showing up around the eye wall. It's a kind of broad eye wall. It's not a major hurricane, so it's not going to look as impressive as the textbooks, examples that you may or may not have seen. But what we're saying and getting at is these winds are going to have some stronger values associated with them as they start to move in. And we're hoping, and the forecast is alluding to, that this is going to move west to southwest as it continues to work in. But if it continues straight west, it's worth mentioning that our wind forecast is going to be a little bit higher, probably on the higher side of tropical storm force and maybe Category 1 gusts. Joe?
Alan, let me interrupt you here because it looks like the mayor has started the news conference and news briefing from City Hall. Let's go to that now live.
Preparation and some input from the city manager and from the county judge. But just wanted to reassure the public that the city and the county have done everything that is in our plan, and our plan is one of success. We've seen that in the past, and we're going to be successful this time in trying to protect the property and life of our community. And we appreciate the citizens' participation and support of that activity. On the way down to this briefing, I did drive by a couple of HEB stores. They're still open. People out buying last-minute goods, so I don't know how much longer they'll be open, and I would not encourage you to rush over there if you haven't gotten it. Just ride it out. I think this thing will be over within 24 hours, and that's my prediction. That's not anybody else's, so don't hold anybody else accountable for that. But they need to let their people get home, and then also drove out by Lavola Creek to see that the work that we've done over the past several years to try to improve the drainage, expand the area where the water can flow as opposed to backing up in the neighborhoods, and everything looks good out there for those residents that are concerned. If we end up like Houston did with heavy rains for hours on end, then I think not only Lavola Creek, but there'll be other areas in town that are inundated with water. But right now everything looks good. And as I understand it, the storm is, and Peter will give us the specifics, but the storm is somewhere headed south of Kingsville, down around Baffin Bay. So that's positive for us. But then on the other hand, that we're on the heavy rain side of the storm. So we need to be aware of that. So don't take anything for granted. But our first responders, fire and police, they're prepared. As I passed by several intersections that are known to flood, the street department already has the barricades out on the curbside so that when they go out and do the surveys and see that there's water in those underpasses, they'll put those barricades up, and I hope you will pay attention to them. They're there for your safety. I hope you don't get out too soon, but again, don't ever underestimate the power of water and what it can do. It's not forgiving, and so watch what you're doing. If you get out, don't get out too early. But prior to the storm coming on land, if you still have a few minutes at home, need to pick up some items out of your backyard that you haven't, or your front yard or your side yard or wherever it is, lawn chairs, picnic tables, whatever you may have out there that could be picked up and get airborne, either flying to your house windows or your neighbor's house windows. Please bring those into the garage or secure them so that won't happen. But stay at home. I know we've been staying home for 5 months because of the corona, but the coronavirus, not just the corona, but the coronavirus. And so staying home doesn't sound real popular, but right now this is a real important matter. And we'd also recommend that, of course, those that are out at the beach and trying to see all the wave action, they can't hear this, but please don't go out and try to watch the waves and all that. I know that it's interesting, but it also puts you in peril, and it puts our first responders in peril in case you have an issue come up. And first and foremost, remember they're family people too. They have families to be prepared for and work for, and we don't need to be putting them at any additional risk than what they already normally do under their daily work. So think of your fellow citizens, think of the fellows responders that are out working to keep us safe. This briefing will be brief, we hope, because we need to let people get back to finishing their preparations. So at this time, I'd like to call Peter Zanoni, City Manager, to come up and give you a briefing, and then I believe Judge Canales will join us on video or WebEx. I'm not sure what technical connection we'll have, but she'll be here momentarily. But just take confidence in the fact that the emergency management people under Billy Delgado and the first responders, this is not the first time they've gone through this exercise. They're highly prepared. They perform at an extraordinary high level, and take confidence and feel like that we're going to get through this. I'm saying within 24 hours, at least the heavy part will be over, and we can begin to see where we are. But stay careful, be careful. Remember, if you've joined a family member at some other residence than yours, if you're in low-lying areas, that you take your masks and other things. We still have the corona pandemic, so we don't want to forget that and expose someone or be exposed if someone has it where you're going. So be very mindful of that everywhere you go. Keep your mask on, and if you're in a home that's overly crowded because of the conditions of everybody gathering to protect themselves from storm, wear the mask in the house. I know that probably sounds kind of crazy, but keeping safe sounds pretty good. And so that would be my recommendation to you. So Mr. Zanoni, if you'll come and give us an update on the storm and what you have. Thank you very much. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
Great, thank you, Mayor. It sure is good to have a mayor who knows Corpus Christi and who has a lot of experience going through hurricanes. It's comforting. I've had several people comment that they appreciated, Mayor, your calm demeanor and a reassuring poise to know that we're going to get through this hurricane, and we'll be back next week without the storm to deal with, just our normal business. So thank you, Mayor, for being here today and for the comments. I'm going to talk a little bit about the weather event itself. I know we all have access to weather on our social media outlets, on news and so on, but just to kind of recap in case somebody has missed it. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the customer call center numbers we have and what the city's doing to help those out there to get through the storm. So we've had several weather updates with the National Weather Service this morning, and then at 9 o'clock, and then again at 10:30. And the key takeaways are that what was a tropical storm was named a hurricane at about 7 o'clock this morning. And that means that the winds are above 74 miles an hour. That's when a hurricane is identified. And Hanna, as the mayor said, is the first named hurricane for the season for the country. So around 7 o'clock, the winds were at about 75 miles an hour. It is kind of moving on shore, some of the bands at least, and we can expect the worst of the effects, the rain and the winds, at about 1 o'clock, around 1 or after 1, and into actually the evening. There's several warnings and watches that are in effect. We do have a hurricane warning remains in effect, a tropical storm warning remains in effect, a flash flood watch is in effect, and storm surge warnings remain in effect. The storm tides on the beaches are expected to be 3 to 5 feet above normal levels. The rain accumulations are anywhere from 5 to 10 feet is the estimate, with some levels as high as 3 to 5 inches, with some levels as high as 15 inches of rain. So it's still something to contend with. It's going to happen later. We'll have more of the effects later this afternoon and into the evening hours. So we have to be vigilant and mindful and follow all our precautions. So that's kind of a summary of the weather. Let me tell you about what we have to help keep people informed. We do have a website we set up, cctexas.com/Hanna. We have a hurricane tracker that's on there. And there's a lot of information, so as you go through the day, reference our website, cctexas.com/Hanna, and you can get plenty of information there on the hurricane and updates from us and other persons as well. The city has extended our call center numbers, or call center operations, I should say, through the weekend. So we have been open since yesterday at 6, and will remain open through Sunday. So if there's any issue that you have, like down limbs, need for city service, call that 826-CITY or 826-2489. And that call center is open. We had a lot of callers last night, and will continue to be open through the day today and tomorrow and through the night. Now, if you have issues with power, if your electricity is down, you do want to call AEP directly. Don't bother, you can call the city, but AEP is the one that's going to help you. And their number is 877-373-4858. And so call AEP directly for any type of power outage. And then finally, the Corpus Christi International Airport is making notification of airport cancellations. So most commercial airlines have canceled most of the scheduled flights for the remainder of the day. So be mindful of that. Okay, so that concludes our briefing. We're going to, I think, WebEx in with Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales at this point.
Barbara Canales, Nueces County Judge. I am visiting with all of you through a great technology that we have employed in both our EOCs, both the city and the county. So I'm here at the Nueces County Courthouse on the 5th floor, where Nueces County hosts their Emergency Operations Command Center. We've been here since yesterday evening and in close contact with the City of Corpus Christi's EOC. It's a good feeling to be able to work together, and it gives me a lot of also a sense of calm that we've been in contact with the Port of Corpus Christi, the RTA, the United States Coast Guard. In fact, we have a Coast Guard liaison with us here in our EOC. We are also working very closely with all of the mayors from the county, from the cities that make up Nueces County, from Port Aransas to Robstown this morning, and we will touch every single city that's affected. We are highly concerned, as has already been mentioned, about this surge of water that we are seeing. This is coming from moving water that moves inland from the shoreline. You have probably seen on the Weather Channel already at least 4 feet in certain areas on the coast. I've had visual images of both Bob Hall Pier and in Port Aransas by Horace Caldwell Pier, and I can tell you that the water is definitely, if it wasn't at the dunes early this morning, it was approaching it. And so now, several hours later, it's already past the dunes. You can see the rushing movement of water, and it really shows how important it is to really be prepared, which is why we made the good decision, I think, yesterday, to make certain that we would have ample time to get people safely off the beach. All those folks in RVs have been moved off the beach, and it's a very good thing because, as I said, the picture is worth 1,000 words. So you'll recall yesterday our messages were quite focused on 3 points. Be ready, right? Be prepared. Stay informed. And please don't take any unnecessary risks. Those points stand true today. Mayor McComb probably said it best when he said, we all know how to stay at home now. Well, this is Mother Nature's stay-at-home order for all of us. And I think that the rising waters in particular make it difficult for anybody to safely move around. And so I also want to recommend to all citizens, particularly in the western part of our county and in the northern part, northwest part, Calallen, Annaville, Robstown, moving towards Banquete and now we'll say, please stay in. We know these are areas that have always historically had issues with flooding and drainage issues. And so if you can help all of us, the best thing you can do to be prepared for this storm as it approaches is stay put. I also have set up a Nueces County hotline. I'd like to give you that number right now. It's 414-6000. It's going to be a good line for the next 48, and if we need to, we'll extend to 72 hours. You'll be able to call this line, and we have folks standing by in our Emergency Operations Center to help answer your questions, or perhaps you're going to call to report some damage. We will do our very best to get you to the right emergency first responder. Most of all, I just want you to stay safe. We will be giving you updates throughout the next 48 hours, and I want you to stay close to your media outlets. Again, remember your reversealert.org and the opportunity to get amazing information at both the City of Corpus Christi, Texas website, and of course our own Nueces County website as well. I think the last thing that I'd like to really share with you is what a good feeling it is to work with such an experienced team, not only here at the county, but across Nueces County. And it also extends to our partners. I've had the opportunity this morning to visit with Clayburgh County Judge Rudy Madrid, and it's a good feeling when he says, "I've got your back, Judge," and I get to reciprocate and say, "And I've got yours." I also want to thank the Texas Department of Emergency Management and the National Weather Service. They are giving us incredible, detailed information. Finally, we got an opportunity shortly before this press briefing to work with and consult with our legislative delegation. So thank you to Senators Hinojosa and Colhorst, Chairman, Representatives Hunter and Herrero. We have an amazing delegation that is ready to assist at a moment's notice. Because of this type of cooperation and collaboration, we're able to be the type of first responders you need us to be. As I said yesterday, we are approaching imminent threat. There are life-threatening situations with this storm. Please take it very seriously. And if we all do our part in our preparedness, we will come out on the other side of the storm. So I look forward to answering your questions, and please stay safe.
Okay, that concludes the briefing. If you have any questions, if not, anyone have any questions? I know the press has got a job to do, but they've also got to take care of themselves, so we want you to finish up here and get home and get safe with you and your family. So do that. Be careful, stay safe, and stay healthy. And we'll continue to be in touch with you as the need exists. I don't know that we've got another briefing scheduled at this time, but any emergency information that we do need to get out, we will. But right now, our focus is getting everyone home, get them off the street, and riding this thing out. The good news about this is that it appears it's all going to happen during the daylight hours, so we don't have to go into the nighttime to face this issue. So stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
All right, and continuing our wall-to-wall coverage here of Hurricane Hanna approaching the coast, the eye wall approaching the Texas coast right now, the eye appearing to be heading for Kennedy County, south of Baffin Bay, and sparing Corpus Christi, the majority of Corpus Christi and the surrounding area, the hurricane force winds that this storm has actually been providing. It's gotten up. We've heard a late report, and we'll get more from our meteorologist team here in just a moment, but we've heard that the Hurricane Hunter plane has gone in and sampled conditions along the eye wall of that storm Hurricane Hanna, and has found sustained winds now of 90 miles an hour.
Well, let me interject.
Okay, hang on.
This is data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft.
Yeah.
Disregard the wind speed that it says of 84.
Okay.
On the surface pressure of 977 millibars, we have a Dvorak wind chart that corresponds pressure with wind.
Hold on, Billy.
Okay.
Here, I got
Go
you.
ahead.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I got you on mine. Okay. Here you go. There you go.
All right. So disregard the 84, the surface pressure 977, there's a chart, Dvorak wind speeds, and you can correspond surface pressure with actual wind speeds. And surface pressure at 977 corresponds to a 90 mile an hour speed at the surface.
Okay. So that's where we're getting the 90 from.
That's where I'm getting the 90, and this is my observation only. This is not Joe Allen, this is until we hear from the Hurricane Center.
Okay. So that's what we're looking at. And but again, there's no change in the prediction that the Corpus Christi area per se will not be facing hurricane force winds. It's down to the south.
Interesting update that he'll bring you that he just found out during the. Go ahead.
Let me just quickly just to sum up what the mayor of Corpus Christi, Joe McComb, was saying early on in that briefing, and we carried that live for you here on TV3. The mayor basically saying that all is good, all is well. That he even talked about a few of the HEB stores. I'm assuming the HEB Plus in Flower Bluff and on Saratoga are open. Urging people, though, not to just kind of rush over there. Now's not the time to be traveling en masse, but in case you do need any items, they are open. Fire and police resources prepared to respond if they need to be. Of course, the beaches are closed. They have been and they will stay closed at least till Monday. And that the mayor's saying that this will be over in 24 hours, and he was very careful to attribute that to himself, and it was his belief that it would be, and I think everyone here concurs with that 24 hours we will have this thing behind us for the most part. Also, he talked about the city manager, Peter Zanoni, talking about the call center being open and available for anyone who wants to report a situation where they've got a downed tree or something where they need city crews to attend. That number 826-CITY, 826-2489. If you want to report like a downed tree, a downed power line, that sort of thing, you can call AEP directly for the power lines and if you have outages and so forth. Also, that at the Corpus Christi International Airport, most of the flights have been canceled at this point. Most of the flights at CCIA have been canceled because of the storm, because of the situation, as a precaution, of course. Now then, over to Alan Holt.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm noticing on how this is evolving, the storm and the storm center in particular. So we'll bring up the radar full here because you're going to be able to see, I think, right along with me, the trend at the end of the loop. See how it's jogging to the south a little bit. If you look closely and pay attention to that movement, you can start to pick up and detect that southerly turn is starting to happen. Bill was just talking about the pressure that's dropping in the center of the storm that would support 90 mile per hour winds. That's important too, because look at the shape of the eye. You see how it's getting more compact, and that is another sign that we're looking to see that this is still strengthening. So what we were talking about while that press conference was going on is what marks the difference between a Category 1 and a Category 2 storm. And we're going to be close to that threshold, we think, in the next hour when that 1 p.m. update comes out. Right now it's 80 miles per hour, but we're seeing and estimating ourselves here a 90 mile per hour wind. The Hurricane Hunter is showing an 84 mile per hour wind, and that's going to put it at the higher threshold of that Category 1 hurricane force status. Joe, Bill?
I was wondering, because you were talking about the next update coming at 1 p.m. I thought they were going to do it every hour. Isn't that the way it works?
Getting close to that point.
Getting close to that point. Okay, so we're not, we're doing it every couple hours now?
Well, it's usually every 6 hours. And then as it gets closer, it's every 3 hours. As it gets way close,
Every
then
hour.
it's every hour.
Okay, so we're getting to that point, but the next planned update is at 1?
1 p.m.
Okay.
Let me interject if you don't mind.
Sure.
From the Weather Service, sustained tropical storm force winds over the islands now.
Yep.
Bob Hall Pier gusting to 68 miles per hour, gust at Bob Hall Pier.
All right. And you saw there on that satellite loop, you saw the eye wall of the storm, which has been extensive. This is a wide area. Just getting to the coast now, it's right there. So that's
It's right there,
that's what
and
they're
hasn't
talking
it
about.
dramatically compacted?
Yeah. So the storm itself, that indicates the storm itself is strengthening, and we've been talking about now that it's forecast to strengthen to an 80-mile-an-hour storm, sustained winds.
Current is 80. Bill and I, just in looking at all this data, the pressure dropping, the hurricane recon stuff, and that shrinking eye on radar imagery, we're thinking that it's going to be around 90 miles per hour. As of right now, at 1 o'clock, it could even be a little more organized, so it might even be higher than that at that 1 p.m. update. But the big takeaway, I think, is both that eye shrinking, and we're thinking that it's a little stronger, and that southerly movement into the more rural part of Kennedy County.
Right.
So
that's the good news.
We need to see that go south to avoid the stronger winds of this storm, and it looks like it's doing that now.
It looks like it is.
Yeah.
And the thing also to keep in mind is that you're talking about sustained winds
Those are
here
sustained.
of 80 and 90 miles an hour. There are gusts that are going to be much higher than that.
Yes, and just to go back and piggyback off of what you were talking about with the Weather Service, Bill, those gusts in those locations on the island and in coastal areas are into that moderate tropical storm force strength. Those are the gusts as high as about 60 miles per hour. Then the actual wind speeds coinciding with what you were just talking about, Bill, from the National Weather Service, 47 sustained in Flower Bluff. That's at the Naval Air Station. That's on the Oso Bay. That's even a little bit farther inland than the actual island locations themselves. So those tropical storm force wind speeds are definitely starting to move in. And the thing that I always talk about with these storms as they do move in is as you get closer to the center of the storm, those winds start to ramp up. So we're starting to get into the more beefy rain bands, if you will, the ones that are going to offer up the higher winds with this storm, which at the middle of the storm, again, we're talking about this part right here, the middle of this storm, that's where those 80 and 90 mile per hour winds are going to be. If they're there, it's going to be the eye wall. And look at the southern flank, Bill. Look
Yeah,
at the
no
southern
kidding. It's
flank
strong.
of this eye wall.
Which is kind of unusual.
Yeah. And I know on camera here, it looks like I'm just looking off into La La Land, but Bill's like 6
not?
to 10 feet away from me. Because we have to social distance. See, I'm over here, Bill's right there, Joe's over there,
yeah.
Ryan's
We're-
right there.
We're at least, believe me, we're at
And
least
so,
6
yeah,
feet apart.
it's weird to communicate through the lens of a camera, but I guess we do that every day, but not to each other.
And we're going to go at the top of the hour here. We're going to have a complete update with Ryan Shoptaw of Hurricane Hanna, where everything stands and so forth. But we're talking about the southern flank of that eye wall, and that's the part, it seems to me, that's going to come around and hit Corpus Christi, the rainfall.
Well, the southern flank of the eye, that's going to move in like toward Raymondville.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's down here.
Yeah, we're looking at
But when it comes-
the top stuff.
I mean,
Oh, I
it's,
see what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay,
So
all
the
right.
top, the top, that would be the northern part of the storm. And
Yeah.
the way we talk about these things, like when they're moving in, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with the right front quadrant, that being
Yeah.
the worst part or the dirty part of the storm, and that's based on the storm movement.
Right.
So if it's moving like this, right, and I'm just going to draw another, just to disregard the arrow, but the right front quadrant's going to be, well, I guess this is a bad example on my drawing. Stay with me here. The right front quadrant, okay, I get off that arrow there. If we're going to make a quadrant out of this based on the movement, is going to be this. That's the dirty or right front quadrant based on the movement of the storm. So, those high winds are going to be more so in here, but we're on the weak side of that right front quadrant as this is moving in. Sorry about the shape of the lines. There's a more crisp one, but the shape of this and the movement of it, the right front quadrant's actually moving into parts of the island, but most dangerous part would be right near Baffin Bay. If I had to say where the strongest winds are right now, it would be right in here with respect to people and land locations, which is that close? That's probably in the National Seashore. I would say right in that area,
Right in that
but
area,
well
yeah.
south of the island that people live on.
Right. Maybe a little bit farther, a little bit north of the seawall, or north of the seashore. But yeah, and we're seeing the 68, 70 mile an hour sustained winds at the Bob Hall Pier, and that's what we're looking at there as that eye wall comes ashore. And what we want to do now, it's 12 noon at the top of the hour. We want to get an update from Ryan Choctaw on where things stand and what we're looking at here and where Hurricane Hanna is precisely. So Ryan, take it away.
Yeah, you know, Hurricane Hanna made Category 1 status earlier today at 7 a.m. and now it's finally inching closer and closer to the Texas coast. Now, what's changed over the last couple hours? Landfall expected later on tonight around 7 p.m., give or take an hour or so. We'll keep an eye on it for you. And Hurricane Hanna currently, as of 10 a.m., moving west at about 7 miles per hour. Now, to zero in on where exactly it's going to make landfall, that's between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield. Moreover, into Kennedy County. Primary threats for us, though, storm surge, 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, tropical storm force winds in West County, San Pat, up to Live Oak County, B County, between 39 and 73 miles per hour. So those are the current updates as of lunchtime. And I do want to talk about why this hurricane, why Hanna, is inching farther south. Now, me and Alan talked about this earlier in the week. There's a ridge out to our north, and there was an upper low, just kind of a weak upper level disturbance out to our south over the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, sometimes these upper level lows, what we call them in meteorology, they can help enhance the outflow of tropical systems and continue to strengthen them. And now this one did that. However, it helped it tuck it farther south. So I do think that's why Hurricane Hanna did make Category 1 status. However, it helped it push it farther south of Corpus Christi. Again, landfall is expected later on tonight around 7 p.m. Here's the current look on it and stats. 80 miles per hour on the current wind speeds. No, those are sustained wind speeds around the eye wall. And you can see it kind of wobbling around the Texas coast right now, moving west at about 7, wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. Again, this is off the Texas coast, moving closer and closer to Kennedy County in the next several hours. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Here's the updated forecast cone for Hanna. Just offshore right now, but as it inches closer to Kennedy County, which is right here, no man's land, there are a few people there. However, it's a lessly populated county in contrast between other counties that across deep South Texas. So as it moves inland, it's going to make landfall around 7 p.m. tonight as a Cat 1. National Hurricane Center is still on that. Wind sustained at about 80 as it moves inland into the, let's say, Rio Grande Valley, Stark County, Zapata County, at least south of that area. It's going to weaken quickly. I mean, without the warmth of the Gulf of Mexico, without the moisture, the water, it can't feed on anything. So as it moves west, expect it to weaken a lot. In fact, by Sunday morning, 50 mile per hour wind sustained. That's a big cut down on wind speeds. By Sunday night, 30 miles per hour as it starts to interact with the central and northern mountains of Mexico. And typically when that happens, it becomes a remnant low and just gets sheared apart by some different terrain over in central Mexico. Now, in terms of rainfall amounts, 2 to 5 inches on average in our viewing area. That's between about Hebronville to Rockport, as far north as, let's say, Beeville, and also in the George West. So again, that's average. Isolated pockets, depending on where these storms wrap around the area of low pressure and start to train and just drop and deposit good amounts of rainfall. Isolated pockets could see upwards of about, let's say, 8 to 12. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, the center of circulation, the eye of the storm between Corpus Christi and Brownsville, focusing in on Kennedy County. And you'll also notice, 5 to 10 inches on average in the valley. Other pockets could see upwards of a foot of rain, so that is going to be the bulk of the rainfall. And you can see, we're just getting soaked right now between Corpus Christi, also into Kennedy County. In fact, you can see a closer look. They're seeing a good amount of rainfall on the western flank of this storm, or at least this hurricane. So, and notice, look at this, the eye wall of Hanna. And last time I checked it, I do think the diameter was about 40 miles. So it's slowly tightening up, slowly but surely. But again, it's starting to move west and expected to make landfall later on tonight. Closer look at Nueces County, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, and also in the Rockport. Moderate rain across the region. And as we take a zoom out and back out the reach of things, Seadrift, Refugio, Sinton, Highway 77, up into Rockport and B County, seeing some pretty good rainfall. Now the problem is, this is not heavy, but as these bands of rain continue to constantly wrap around, it's the continuous rates of rainfall that will be a problem. Now here our rainfall totals so far for this morning since about midnight, 0.4 of an inch here in the city, more than that in Port Aransas, closing in on an inch of rainfall in Flower Bluff, the Naval Air Station, less and less as you work your way west in Highway 77 and the 281 corridor. So again, the main takeaway, the coastline is going to see a bulk of the rainfall, less rainfall as you work your way north and west, and again about on average 2 to 5 inches of rainfall when it's all said and done Sunday night into early Monday. Live look with our Lex Cam showing the big picture, a summary of what's going on outside downtown Corpus Christi on your left, the Harbor Bridge on your right, lots of cloud cover out there, all some good tropical rain out across the area. We'll continue to forecast and update you guys as we get closer and closer to tonight as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall around 7 p.m. Of course, we'll give you any updates here at TV3. Guys.
Ryan, thanks very much. And let's go live now to Padre Island. Leslie Adamy is standing by there with a live look from the balcony of a condominium right next to Packery Channel, so you can see Leslie, exactly where this storm is from your vantage point. What are you able to tell from where you are?
Absolutely. Hi there, Joe. Hi, everyone. So I'm here actually at the El Constante condominium apartment complex. The good folks here were so kind enough to let us on their balcony. This wind, really big issue out here. But take a look. This is our view from the balcony. You can see those waves coming in. They are pretty intense. And if I can get you guys to see, hold on, try to cover my mic as much as possible. Or if you can zoom in on that downed lifeguard stand over there, you can see just how powerful these waves are, knocking over things as sturdy as lifeguard stands just over there. And then now what I want to try and point out to you, so here we are, right? Just over yonder. Now that it's a little foggy and misty, you probably won't be able to see. So we are just a tiny bit south of Packery Channel. That is it over there. And just to give you an idea, that's how close we are to the area. This right here is a road leading out to the beach, and that's exactly why we discussed storm surge yesterday, right? Just to give you guys an idea of the water moving onto the road. Here, I'll go ahead and wipe that. We'll come back over here, Roy. So as I mentioned, sorry guys, hope I'm making this better and not worse. Wind, the big issue out here as well. But despite this, we've been seeing a lot of folks coming out to try, maybe not so much now, but as we were driving up, Joe, we were seeing a lot of folks, surfers specifically, wanting to take advantage of the waves, seeing a lot of folks driving in and around the area, wanting to just capture, I guess, Hurricane Hanna, the before effects as she starts to come into our area. Folks wanting to document it themselves. I see someone out here with their phone. But yes, the wind is extremely powerful. In fact, as we were driving over here, it was pretty intense. On the JFK Causeway, the water was doing that thing where it shoots up onto the bridge and kind of like sprays the road. So as you can imagine, roads were extremely wet. So if you do not have to be out in this weather and do not have to be driving out in it, absolutely do not. The wind is intense and water is all over the road. So if you have to be out, please drive safely, but I would highly recommend not doing so. But again, I'll go ahead before I toss it back to you. Here's one last look at where we are. Again, just a tiny bit south of Packery Channel, and here's our view of the Gulf from where we are right now on the balcony, second story of this condominium complex. So continue to check back in with us, Joe, as much as you need. We're gonna hunker down right here. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks very much, Leslie. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wipe the camera lens live on the air that way, but why not?
That's where we are. That's what you. that's what you do.
It was covered with water. You wipe it.
That's what you do.
Yeah, and we could see the strong wind. We could see the door behind you there, Leslie. Kind of rattling with that strong wind, and we could also see the fact that the beach right below you normally just isn't there right now. The water
it's incredible,
is,
right?
Yeah, the water is completely covering it.
Incredible.
So it is indeed.
And listen, again, we're still looking at strong winds now for another couple of hours.
That's right.
This thing is strengthening. So conditions, they're not good right now. They're going to be a little bit worse as we go on through the day. Stay home. Stay home.
Can't emphasize that enough. Let's quickly go to an area that may be even seeing stronger winds down in Clayburgh County. We've got Ashley Gonzalez of our staff. They're live at the sheriff's office, and what are you seeing? It looks kind of calm there, Ashley.
You're right, Joe. It is pretty calm, but as Leslie said earlier, just the drive when she was driving, you can kind of feel the wind. Same thing when we drove from Corpus over here to Kingsville. The wind was definitely picking up, and we got here about 30 minutes ago, but the wind has definitely picked up. You can probably see the trees behind me. They're not moving too much, but there are a couple wind gusts. I'm actually here with the Clayburgh County Sheriff, Kirkpatrick. So what do you guys have in store in the event or later on when things start to get a little bit worse?
Well, again, we are anticipating those conditions to change. As you well know, it's a rapidly changing situation. Again, for us, the Sheriff's Department has additional patrols on staff to remain on duty while the storm passes, and then we'll be able to get out and answer some of those calls as they come in. Our low-lying areas in Ricardo are probably our deepest concern at this point. Our county judge, Rudy Madrid, has opened the FEMA domes located at the Henrietta Memorial High School, HMK High. At that point, we are encouraging those individuals who are living in those low-lying areas or areas near Baffin Bay, Loyola Beach, that sort of thing, and those individuals that might be staying in a trailer house or those homes that are subject to these types of inclement conditions that happen with hurricanes. If those individuals are feeling that they need to seek shelter, they're welcome to seek refuge at the domes, and they're encouraged to do so at this time.
And at this time, I like how you said that, because just moments ago you saw that gust of wind, and it's going to pick up as the night goes on, as Mr. Vesey said. So just if you don't have to drive, please do not drive. Just stay indoors, and if you need to seek shelter, go ahead and seek shelter. Reporting live from Kingsville, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News. Back to you.
Ashley, thanks very much. Kingsville, that's why it's kind of calm there. Kingsville is quite a bit inland from the action that we would see, for example, in Ricardo and.
I'll just say Baffin Bay has gusts to 69 mile per hour right now.
There you go. And you talked about seeking shelter. We do want to reemphasize that the FEMA dome in Clayburgh County, in fact, at the H.M. King High School in Kingsville, they have got a FEMA dome that they're using as a shelter. So if you are in Clayburgh County and you feel like you need to not take a chance and just kind of get into a safe location, that is available for you. You have to bring a mask. You have to wear a mask because we are still in the pandemic. But that is open now in Clayburgh County for folks who are seeking shelter there. And the county judge, Rudy Madrid, did declare a disaster there in Clayburgh County in advance of this to help free up some funding in the event of any damage in some of those low-lying areas. And as Bill was saying, 69-mile-an-hour gusts in the Baffin Bay area, that is likely to get a bit worse as we progress through the day here.
And remember, 68 gusts at Bob Hall Pier, 69 at Baffin Bay.
There you go.
And the sustained tropical storm force winds already at NAS Corpus Christi.
Okay, so all of that happening, keep that in mind. And really we are talking about voluntary, if you wish to evacuate, and there's been no mandatory call for evacuation, nothing like that, but if you feel like you want to, you can do so. And Ricardo, Rivera, Baffin Bay, Loyola Beach, those are all low-lying areas where flooding is considered likely as a result of this probably already happening there.
Oh yeah, for sure at Baffin Bay and Loyola Beach for sure.
Yeah, okay, so just keep that in mind. And Alan Holt standing by here with more. Alan?
Yeah, we're keeping watch on exactly how this is going to start to move into and approach the coastline. We're waiting for it, and we are seeing now that it's going to start to take its southerly track that we've been saying it's going to take, and you can see the evidence on it on that turn on the last few loops of the radar imagery. But the places that are getting the strongest winds right now are portions of the island, extending down into Baffin Bay. Bill, you're saying that the wind sustained there near Baffin Bay? Gusting up to near 70 miles per hour. So those strongest winds that we're going to feel here, at least in parts of places that people are living in, Corpus Christi, the island area, I would suspect that 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are happening right on the island at this point right now. I want to focus now on how these winds are forecast to move in, and I'm going to show you a new graphic. We haven't shown it to you yet. This one you have seen. It's the tropical storm force probabilities, and this is saying that if you're south of Highway 44, 100% chance you're going to get tropical storm force winds. That's 39 to 73 miles per hour. 44 is the road that runs from Corpus Christi through Alice and then out to Freer. So if you're south of those locations, you're going to see and feel tropical storm force winds, which could be anywhere between 39 and 73 miles per hour. North of that, the chance drops off very quickly in a short amount of time. You see, like up in places like Beeville, B County, Live Oak County, you're looking at a 30 to 40% chance of more likely low-end tropical storm force winds. This is the new map now that I want to show, and it's the same chart, but it's going to have hurricane force winds only on it, and the percent chance to see or observe hurricane force winds. And this is for Hanna as it moves in on its current track, and you'll see that parts of Corpus Christi and Nueces County, and a lot of the viewing area for that matter, is going to at least see a chance for tropical storm force winds, and those areas include hurricane force winds. Falfurrias, Kingsville, about looks like 10 to 20% chance. Parts of Corpus Christi, 10% chance to see hurricane force winds, which are 74 miles per hour or greater, with the biggest chances being in the most isolated area in terms of population, Kennedy County. That's where it looks like anywhere between 40 and 50% chance to see hurricane force winds.
Okay. Our Border Patrol, who does a great job, looks like those winds are going to hit both Border Patrol checkpoints, both at Sarita and at Encino. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see exactly where those highest winds are going to be expected, and it coincides with the center track of this storm, which is going to be right into here, and that's where those winds are focused, the strongest wind.
Get the dogs inside.
Oh, man.
But interesting to see, no?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, so it's not, I mean, we don't think that hurricane force winds are going to be seen throughout Corpus Christi.
This has 10%.
But there's that 10%.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Things. The thing that we keep emphasizing about these hurricanes is the unpredictability factor. And, the science has gotten so much better over the years, but there is still Mother Nature can do things that you can't predict.
This is Saturday. What were we talking about on Monday? Tropical depression moving inland.
Yeah.
Even as late as yesterday.
Yeah.
A minimal category 1 2 days ago, a tropical storm. These are, again, as we've been talking about, the smartest people on the planet.
That's right.
And we're all, I think, Joe, you're the only one who thought that maybe this could get to be a category 2. We should hire you.
I wasn't going to mention that. But no, you get to the point, and you know this, but you get to the point you have a kind of a gut feeling about some of these storms. That's
part of forecasting, and there's 3 elements, and one of it is your gut feeling.
Yeah, because you've seen them, you kind of see what these storms have done in the past at the times of the year that they're coming in. That's kind of important. Yep. And just what they look like. Yeah. And so, you draw from that, and obviously you have to use the science too. All right, we have Marissa Cummings, who's on North Beach now, kind of watching what's happening there. North Beach in Corpus Christi, of course, being one of those low-lying areas where flooding is not unusual, even during a good rainstorm. So you can imagine with the surge, with the rain and the wind and so forth, it's going to be flooding out there. But Marissa, what are you looking at right now?
Exactly what you said, Joe. We are looking at some severe flooding here. So if we look down here, here is what is supposed to be the beachfront. I am at the Radisson Hotel, and this is supposed to be beachfront property, but all the way over past the sidewalk, it is completely covered. Earlier today, we were on the Lexington, and it didn't look as intense, but as soon as you to a property, as soon as you get close to this beachfront, you understand that all of it is flooded. If you look over here, there were beach chairs and lawn chairs reasonably all stacked up, and you can see that it's about 3 to 4 inches up on that property. And even further down, you can look at the intersection here on North Beach between the Radisson and a souvenir shop. There's actually a car waiting at that intersection there. We drove through that intersection to get here from Lexington. I would say that that is about 4 to 5 inches. If you don't have to drive through it, I definitely wouldn't. And just to show how close we are to the property, I don't know if the camera can see this, I can look down and almost up the gate that takes you right inside. That's how far the water is up. And again, it's a little misleading as far as looking out at the water because it doesn't look incredibly choppy like Leslie was describing Bob Hall Pier. You're not going to see that here, but you will see a lot of flooding. Actually, there's somebody standing out over here. Everyone is kind of gawking at the flooding. They kind of went away, but this is definitely a sight to see and something that I do not recommend that people come out into if they do not have to. And again, the wind actually has picked up. I know that you guys were talking about an update at 1 o'clock if it could possibly be a Category 2. And I mean, I'm from here, even where it is not the worst hit as far as wind goes, coming from the Lexington to the Radisson Hotel, you definitely felt that wind. So stay off the roads. The entire North Beach front, I mean, there's nobody out here and there is no reason to be out here. They had closed down the beaches, and even in the hotel, they have closed off the access doors to go outside to the beach front. And the one reason that they're doing that, of course, is to stay away from the flooding. But secondly, it is also incredibly humid out here, guys. And so the humidity is keeping it hard to keep the inside of the hotel, that lobby floor, from it not getting wet. So they have wet floor signs everywhere down there to make sure that people know, hey, it is incredibly humid. We're trying to keep it as dry as possible. And of course, people walking through isn't making it any better, but we're going to keep you updated as much as we can as things may worsen here. Reporting live from the Radisson Hotel, Marissa Cummings, 3 News. Back to you, Joe.
Marissa, thank you. And yes, we also keep track of power outages during events like this. It's inevitable, really, with power lines going down, and we've got conditions that when those lines get dislodged and so forth. Right now, we've got at least 10,000 people out of power, and I can't really tell because it's very small. I can't tell what those signs indicate, but you can see, it's just from the AEP website there, you can see where the outages are for the most part, but about 10,000 customers being reported out of power.
It seems to be very isolated.
It's isolated right now. Okay, well, good. We hope it stays that way. And this is just one of those inevitable things. AEP told us from the get-go that they were going to have their crews positioned and ready to go as this storm moved in, so that they could jump on it whenever they were told of an outage and a problem.
It looks like the biggest outage, which isn't that big, is around Ennis Jocelyn and McArdle.
Okay. So you've got that, and just keep in mind, they're working as fast as they can to get you back online.
We've got a power outage map out. This is not based on what's actually happening, but the likelihood of power outages happening in those orange shaded areas.
Right.
That's a moderate chance, which is coinciding with what we're seeing with respect to the outages that are happening right now. And this is going to happen. You have gusty winds, rain, things blow around, maybe hit a power line, and you can lose power.
Sure. We saw just on Park Road 22 on the island, some of the poles leaning, dangerously over, and that's just not a good sign at all.
So yeah,
okay,
that's just a cue to say that power outages are going to be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Quickly want to go to, we're going to go to John Thomas here in just a second, who's at Oso Bay, but look at this.
That doesn't look good.
No, that is a truck that, yes, is underwater there.
That's why you turn around.
Yeah, don't chance that. That is just a ruined engine right there. Okay, let's go to John Thomas Kobos, who's standing by at Oso Bay with an update on what's happening there. John Thomas?
Oh, Joe, I hope you can hear me all right. You were talking about McArdle and Ennis Jocelyn having some power outages. I just went by over on SPID, and you can see the sign for Ennis Jocelyn. It got pulled down by the wind, so it's another victim of just how serious this wind is. And driving back from Flower Bluff a little while ago, just being on the South Padre Island Drive, you get pulled. As you're driving, you feel that push from the wind. It's just not safe. I'm going to show you where I am. I'm up at the La Jolla Apartments here, courtesy of our Assistant News Director, Matt Biotto, and I really appreciate him squat, if you will. But here's Oso Bay. Island University is right over here to the left. You can barely see it now. Earlier I could see it better, but the wind and the rain just coming in. Over here, Flower Bluff to my right. I would step out further. My problem is I don't think you're going to hear me, but you can definitely see that it's picking up. Down here, there's usually a beach, a beach area where you can see some of the sand and other things, but the water, that surge is coming up so high right now that, hey, who knows? Maybe it could crest a little bit later. There's cars down there, trucks. Matt warned me not to park so close. He said to park up a little bit higher. We are right off of Ennis Jocelyn here, tucked in a little cove. I'm going to try to step out. If it's loud, I apologize. Let's see what I can do here. Give you a glimpse of the other apartments that are along this cove. You can see these cars that are parked up. They're feeling safe where they are. I'll tell you another thing that's really interesting, Joe, is the fact that the wind that's blowing through here right now is it's creating. If you're to take one of those kids' tubes that you whip around and it makes like a hollow whipping noise, it's scary. I don't know if you can hear that. It's real ominous. I mean, beyond ominous. Again, just the Oso Bridge. The Oso Bay right here. Oh man, busy, choppy. You can imagine the pull that if you were out there swimming or just, if you were kayaking, you would feel that pull. That wind is just intense. You see the palm trees down here blowing over. Palm fronds everywhere. If you drive around town, you cannot miss some palm fronds. And another thing, my wife is headed out to her store right now. A customer called and said that her door had blown open. She's headed out to Bill Allen. I told her, I was like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, gusts. I don't know what they're getting up to, but it's just not safe for anybody to be on the road. She has an SUV, but I'm still worried about her. It's one of those, she has some people that are going to meet her out there right now at her store, but that's a concern. I mean, somebody's trying to leave and go somewhere. This is not the time that you want them to do it. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Reporting over from La Jolla Apartments, John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
We're seeing reports of the high water, the winds, the surge everywhere. I want to take another look at that truck that was underwater, and we didn't quite give you a vantage point, but that is the JFK Causeway there, right off the JFK Causeway near the Billings bait stand, to give you a reference point, and you can see that truck just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yep.
Right there. Let's
Got a new update coming in.
Okay,
it's an hour early, so these are going to be happening more frequent as this starts to get closer to land. The wind speed sustained on this has not changed on this update. It's still at 80 miles per hour, but the wind gusts have. They're gusting to now 100 miles per hour. The Hurricane Center is still not saying that it has turned south of west at all. They're still giving it a due west track right now, the current movement at 7 miles per hour. But as we've been looking at this feature and the center of it, you can see that over the last few loops and scans of this, that there is definitely a jog to the south. Even though that movement from the Hurricane Center is not updating that southerly turn yet. I suspect in that 1 p.m. update, it's going to have a southerly component to it. So that's the latest as of right now, as of noontime, a little bit stronger as this is getting very close now to land. For sure, that inner eye wall is moving over partially.
I think landfall, Joe and I are speaking, landfall is going to be before 7 p.m.
I think we could say that pretty certainly, that it's going to happen before 7. But so we're in the midst of it right now for sure, in Corpus Christi and other parts of the viewing area.
Just to let folks know when officially landfall takes place, it's when the eye moves ashore.
It is this part of the storm. The center part of the eye moves over land. You know, if it's right here, that's not landfall. If the land is right here, it's not. It's got to be right over the center of the storm, and that's deemed landfall.
And that is such a huge eye. It's very wide. It's unusually so. That's what we're looking at. At that point, we can say that it has made landfall. And right now, we are seeing this eye wall, which typically has the strongest winds surrounding a hurricane. We're seeing that rake over Padre Island and the south of that, I guess the National Seashore, you would say now.
Up and down to the National, you bet, all the way down to Mansfield.
Yep.
And we're talking about storm surge with John Thomas. You see how the bands are swirling in toward the center of the storm. So water's going to get pushed into these locations right to the north of the center. Meanwhile, to the south, it's going to be an offshore flow. So that's why the storm surge is focused right over the Corpus Christi Bay, parts of Copano Bay, all of these barrier islands, Mustang Island, North Padre Island. Those are going to be the places with that 3 to 5 foot storm surge and perhaps more. But that's another caveat to this forecast. With the tide being low at 2:30, that would help mitigate the worst effects of the highest storm surge possible. The low tide is about 2:30, and it looks like that's going to be coinciding with what we think now is going to be an early landfall compared to what the forecast cone is suggesting.
Which makes it even more dramatic, because we've seen just how high that water is.
Yes.
And if it's that high, considering that we're almost at low tide, that just really gives you an idea of what it would be if it were high tide.
Yeah, but
much worse.
At least, that's a good thing. It's going to move in at low tide, and that's the official storm surge forecast, 3 to 5 feet. That also could change at the next update, but that's what we've got right now. We're going to watch it to keep track of it and guide everyone through as it makes landfall. Ryan's going to be here with an update here on the current conditions of the storm and the forecast cone.
Okay, well, let's go to Ryan right now.
Hey there, guys. You're watching Hanna as we speak, and it's floating just off the Texas coast, as Alan just previously mentioned, between Corpus and Brownsville. Now, you'll notice it's wobbling around a little bit. Wind sustained at the moment, 80 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 100, moving west at about 7 miles per hour. Expanding the reach a little bit, you can see the outer bands, just pushing into Corpus Christi. Heavy amounts of tropical rain dropping buckets through the next several hours. We're going to be dealing with Hanna over the next day or two as we wrap up the weekend. But again, it is just offshore, and as Alan and Bill previously mentioned, it's expected to make landfall around 7, but that's per the National Hurricane Center. It could easily make landfall a little bit before that. And here's a forecast cone, a defined and refined one. It's going to make landfall somewhere in Kennedy County as a Cat 1, winds up to 80 miles per hour. So again, if you're inside this cone of uncertainty, about 30, 40 miles per hour from the center, I do think you see hurricane force winds. If you're in Nueces County here in Corpus Christi, San Pat, Live Oak County, B County, Jim Wells, you're more going to see tropical storm force winds, 39 between that and 73. Now, as Hanna begins to track its way southwest, it's going to start to push into Mexico, and from there it's just going to fall apart really. And you can see about Sunday morning as a tropical storm, Sunday evening 7 p.m. expected to be a tropical depression, if not already a remnant low. In terms of rainfall, 5 to 10 out to our south across the Rio Grande Valley, 2 to 5 on average here in the city. Isolated pockets, a little bit more than that. So of course we'll have to keep an eye on things, but the big takeaway, what has changed, landfall expected 7 o'clock tonight, if not before. We have to keep an eye on it. Hurricane Hanna moving west at 7. We're closing in on Kennedy County for a landfall. Primary threats, storm surge 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds 39 to 73 miles per hour for here in Corpus Christi. Guys?
Yeah, and I think we need to really pay attention to that next update at 1 o'clock to see what has changed. I'll bet you the landfall time will change, and the wind speeds and so forth. We'll keep track of that. We have talked about potential damage here. You want to see some? Take a look at this shot just into us from the La Casa del Sol complex on North Beach, I believe, and you can look there, and that dock is pretty well messed up.
Yep. That's from North Beach?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what I was told. And you can just see there that's what happened. Those docks do not stand up to that kind of surge and power.
We were talking about when we saw the pictures from Marissa on North Beach, and she was explaining how the waters don't look on the surface. Underneath, they're churning, and they can still cause some damage when the wave action hits the beach, and that looks like what happened here.
Absolutely.
It looks calm way out, but when it gets, that's the surge. The surge causes all that.
Let's go live out to North Beach. Marissa Cummings is there right now to give us an update on what's happening. Marissa?
Yes, hey there, Joe and Bill. It was very interesting, like you just said, Bill. On top, the water may look, I mean, of course, not relative, but not huge. Underneath, definitely churning. I don't know if you can see down at the beach, there is a even down sign that had fallen from one of the signs that was on the Radisson Hotel front here, beach front. I was very surprised on North Beach of that looked like to be some kind of outdoor ripped apart, because it's not violent here. One thing of is flooding. So again, I'm going to point to over here right at this intersection. You can see barricades that they're stopping people from even thinking about pulling into this parking lot here over between the Radisson Hotel and the tourist shop here. It's about 5 inches, I would say. Definitely over the curb, and definitely something that you do not want to drive through. And just to get a better idea, if you're not familiar with it, you may look at the water and say, oh, there's some sand space there, but it's coming up. Underneath the water, almost up to the Radisson Hotel, there is a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk that is completely submerged. And if you're not familiar with the area, you may look at it and think, oh, from afar, it's not bad. No, the water is all the way up to the hotel, and hopefully it doesn't get any higher. I can kind of see from my vantage point that it's not in the hotel. It's not at the hotel doors. It's right at that cusp. But definitely the rain is also picking up. I know Ryan spoke earlier about those bands of rain. It may not seem heavy all at once, but it definitely is ongoing. And just so you guys can see, it is completely empty out here, as it should be, all the way down North Beach. There are volleyball courts that are empty. There are, all of these beach fronts. They did close the beaches. People are at the hotels, coming out, taking a look, and of course turning back around, staying inside. And that is what we recommend. Stay inside. You do not want to be in this if you don't have to be. We'll keep you up to date on the conditions here. Reporting live from the Radisson Hotel on North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks very much. Yeah, it's just interesting to see what happens when Mother Nature presents herself in that way. It's just it's incredible to see, and we're getting to the point now. We were talking about this before, where as the eye does come ashore, that you're actually going to see a clearing. It's almost eerie that way when it happens, because it moves over and you can look up and often you can see blue skies.
You bet.
So that's expect that, but then there's the other side of the storm.
The other side's coming your way.
Yeah,
you bet.
Alan, what are you watching over there?
I was just now investigating, because when you started talking about it, I said, I wonder if I can overlay the satellite imagery on top of the radar and see the ocean.
Can you?
A little bit. There it is.
Look at that.
That was at 11:45 though this morning. So you can see the part that we're looking at, the one that Joe was just talking about, where you could maybe see clear blue sky right up the middle of this thing. That's where we're talking about. It's the center of the eye. And what I did was this. That's the satellite imagery gone. We're keeping the radar imagery, and then I just overlaid the satellite so we could see if there are any vacancies in the cloud coverage out there. We just got word, Ryan, you want to come in on this? Yeah, we just got word that there is actually a tornado warning in parts of the viewing area. This just popped up right now. We'll go switch back over to, go take it, Ryan.
It's including in Woodsboro and just south of Refugio, and I do think Alan's going to pull up radar velocity.
Okay, I see it right here. Okay, I'm going to this is just kind of real time happening right now. And these tornadoes, Bill, do you want to talk about the tropical spin-ups that happen while we get our bearings on this?
Sure. So we have a 80-mile-an-hour storm out there. As the wind starts reaching close to the coast and it starts slowing down at the surface, the friction starts slowing it down. The wind speeds aloft are still spinning rapidly. So you have the surface speeds are slowing down because of friction, but aloft you still have that strong rotation. That's why you get tornadoes north of the landfall area, and that's what we're seeing right now in Refugio.
Okay, so yeah, Bill was just talking about how we have that little difference in the wind speeds between the surface and then higher up. These tend to be very short-lived, very brief, and very, very weak spin-ups, if any at all. And this is, I believe, just a radar indicated tornado warning.
Right.
I don't think that we have a confirmation of it on the ground, but the reason this is getting tripped by the Weather Service is it's a very hard to detect spin or couplet, what we call them, but the spin in this is going to be what looks to my eye right in here south of Refugio, and this is actually going to be moving toward Highway 77, maybe just south of Woodsboro, if you're familiar with that location. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer to pop Woodsboro up on the map there, and we'll put the warning back on. So you see Woodsboro is just to the north of where I believe the rotation on this is. So the rotation would be right in here. You have these bright green shades. Those are working in the direction of the radar. Meanwhile, these green shades over here are also working in the direction of the radar. So that's why I'm saying and thinking that this may not be, the rotational aspect of this doesn't look terribly impressive. This arrow right here is just pointing to the fact that it's a polygon and it's showing you the polygon. The arrow location has no meaning, but this is the area that would be concerning for a very, very weak and brief spin up if there is one in that part of the viewing area. So if you're watching between Woodsboro and Bonneview, you should be sheltered already, but stay inside as this little spin up, if it's on the ground. I don't know for sure if it is or is not, but if that's on the ground, you'll want to be inside in a safe place.
And really, when we're talking about tornadoes, they frequently happen, you're talking inland, and that is the situation there if they turn out to be actual tornadoes. So many people think that, for example, that when they evacuate a major storm heading from Corpus Christi to San Antonio, that they're getting into a safe area, when in fact then they get besieged with tornadoes, and that happens frequently. Just part of these, what we experience with these storms.
Yep. Listen, I have an update on the storm surge potential from the Weather Bureau. They are raising the rate to 4 to 6 feet from Port Aransas and points south. So they're raising the storm surge potential up to 4 to 6 feet. And that does not include any tide level changes.
And that is from sea level, 4 to 6 feet.
4 to 6 feet from sea level.
From sea level. So you've got to, if you're, you just do the math. If you're a little bit over sea level, that's how much water could be heading your way. And we'll take a look at that. Go ahead, Alan.
No, you go ahead. Yeah, the red areas, you explained this very well to our viewers, what we're looking at here. This is the storm surge map, but it's not a forecast map. This map just shows you elevation with respect to location around the city. So the 4 to 6 foot forecast now would be in line with all locations in red on this map. That's 4 to 6 foot elevation being shown on this map, and the storm surge height is also 4 to 6 feet.
So there you go. It's just a map that indicates the low-lying areas, the areas most prone to flooding if we were to get this major storm surge. That's where officials have estimated the problem areas would be. And this is going to really come as no surprise to anyone. The island, we're talking about some parts of Flower Bluff there, right along Laguna Shores. We're talking about North Beach certainly, and toward parts of Cal Allen. So all of those areas, and then pockets, isolated areas there on the south side of Corpus Christi. You can just see where the flood areas are, and I'm sure if you are living there and have lived in an area for any length of time, you know if you are in a flood zone.
Let me make a clarification on the storm surge. It's above ground level.
Okay.
All right. So if you're living at sea level, we're looking at 4 to 6 feet above that. But if you're and we're basically talking about coastal areas. So whatever the ground level is, no matter what sea level is, that is what we're looking at, the 4 to 6 feet above.
On top of that, okay.
I just want to stay on this tornado warning because that's probably the most threatening thing in terms of right now, specifically this moment in time of obviously you have a big, Cat 1 hurricane on our hands, but just to focus on the people that are watching us and getting this alert. I'm talking to you in Woodsboro. I'm talking to you in places along Highway 77 just south of Woodsboro, Bonneview. If there is a tornado, again, this is radar indicated, meaning that it's not a confirmed thing. If there is one, the location of that is going to be right in here. That's where there's going to be a little bit of rotation showing up on the radar, where you see those very vibrant greens butting up against the darker shades of green. That's where the rotation is being shown on the radar. So if you are getting that tornado warning, which I'm sure people are right now, like how all of Corpus Christi got that hurricane warning yesterday, people in this part of the viewing area receiving this, Woodsboro, Bonneview, and then 77 south of those two locations, you're going to be getting this warning, and it's for a radar indicated tornado, and I believe it's only in effect till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's something to keep watch on. I'm going to keep eyes on it, Joe, just to make sure it doesn't look like it spins up a little bit faster on the radar imagery.
Right.
But we'll get back to the hurricane coverage, as Hannah's starting to get its act together in terms of those outer bands working into the coastal band and
right.
the
what we want is to get its act together and just move on by.
Yeah,
move on through. Get out.
It'll
of
be
here.
what would that be in a theatrical analogy?
Exit stage left.
Yes, that's what exit stage. Go west. Yeah.
And moving to, we have asked our viewers to send us pictures of anything that you think might be interesting as we all experience this together, and we've gotten some in here, and this is from Robert Allen Pullen at NAS and Shoreline. You can see there, and we've got something else here, parts of a fence falling down in a resident's backyard near Colda Elementary School on the south side of Corpus Christi. We've just learned that ferry service in Port A has been temporarily suspended, and it's because they're just having difficulty docking those boats. You can imagine with the rough water and so forth. So the ferry service between Aransas Pass and Port Aransas temporarily suspended here until the water calms down. We've also heard that water is over the road at the 1852 Pass to Packery Channel off Highway 361. Crews are directing drivers around that. Keep that in mind. Back to the videos, and pictures, just text us anything you've got at 855-6397, 855. You'll see that works out to news, NEWS. And that's how, just to keep the photos if you can at landscape mode, that would be good. And if you're sending us video, be sure to hold that landscape mode steady to give viewers the best look at what you're showing us.
Joe, let me get back to that tornado, just to talk about it, because that warning is going to be up here for at least another 10 minutes. And, these happen in tropical systems. They happen because of the wind shear, the difference in wind speed with height. So you have slower winds at the surface spinning around the storm. You have higher winds the higher up you go. Higher, I mean faster, the higher up you go in altitude. And it's that difference in wind that you start to see these rotating tubes of air. And sometimes those tubes can extend to the south and get to the ground. And that's when you get a tornado out of these things. So the tornado warning is going to be in effect till 1 o'clock. It is for portions, just to give your bearings here to everybody. It's going to be for portions portions of Refugio County, and then the extreme northern part of central San Patricio County. That's where this is going to be in effect for until 1 o'clock. And the rotational aspect of this thing is just to the north of Bonneview, the Bonneview area, and just to the north. That's where the rotation is on the radar. And again, I just want to make sure everyone knows that it's in that area, that it's a radar indicated tornado. It is not a confirmed tornado with respect to visual on this thing. And the other last little nugget I want to share is that these tropical spin-ups, we are not, in a place where we're not familiar with these. We see these happen all the time. These can happen on just a regular old day under a shower, but we often get these pictures coming into us with these things, and a lot of times, more times than not, they stay up in the cloud. They're just a tropical funnel. They'll show up on radar like this and then go away in like 5 or 10 minutes time, and we're over and done with it. And I think that's probably what's going to end up happening with this one. But that being said, if you are in Bonneview or places to the west, Highway 77, west of this in that direction, you need to be taking shelter, and you should be already in shelter given we are going through Hurricane Hanna.
Okay, and we understand now that we can go live back to Clayburgh County. Ashley Gonzalez of our staff is at the Sheriff's Office there with an update on what is happening. Ashley?
Actually, Joe, we jumped ships from earlier. We're at Brahma High now, and well, the weather's a little bit more calm, but calmer than other areas that you've been showing. But just behind me, you can see the wind's kind of picking up. And I'm actually here at one of the shelters for the people in this area. I'm here with Janine Reyes from the city of Corpus. And Janine, let's talk specifics about this shelter in case people need it.
So this is a safe room. It was activated this morning by Clayburgh County Judge Rudy Madrid. He actually received a call this morning from the National Weather Service warning him that these gusts could get really high in the height of this storm, particularly here in the Kingsville area and the Clayburgh County area. Our main concern right now is any of those low-lying areas, anyone along Baffin Bay, anyone in a vulnerable structure. We are urging them right now to make alternative plans to ride out this storm. And so this safe room is that perfect opportunity. Of course, we cannot lose sight of the fact that we are experiencing this weather during a pandemic. So masks are required when you come here. There will be social distancing mechanisms in place. There's temperature checks when you walk in. We can't let one emergency cause yet another. We've seen our numbers drop recently with COVID, and we don't want to see them rise again. So there's extra steps in place at this shelter than what you would normally see during a storm.
All right, and again, this is a temporary shelter, not a long-term shelter, so it's kind of just a place to ride out the storm. And another thing, people cannot really bring their pets in case they have any if they want to come this way.
Correct. It is a safe room is what it's being called. So this is your place to ride out the storm, not necessarily a location to hunker down for the long term. Now, I will say that we do have some area hotels that are offering some evacuation specials if people need to just seek higher ground, or if they have pets that they cannot leave behind. That's another great option. But the county judge who's arriving right now wanted to make sure that the community, particularly those out in the low-lying areas, you talked about Baffin Bay and Loyola Beach, are protected and safe throughout the height of this storm, which really in the next hour or so, you need to make plans to be where you will be riding out the storm, and this is a great option here.
Again, and it's a little bit more calm here, but that is not going to be the case in just a few hours. So if you need to make a move right now. Again, we're at Brahma High School over in Kingsville. Reporting live from Kingsville, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News.
Ashley, thanks very much. And we do have another update into us just a little bit ahead of 1 o'clock now on Hurricane Hanna, and Bill Vesey is standing by with that, and not that much of a change that we can report.
Well, officially there's no changes. All we see is that the forward speed still west at 8 miles per hour, but the sustained wind still 80, the gust still 100. The location is 70 miles southeast of Corpus Christi, moving west at 8 miles per hour. I don't see a lot of changes on this. I think the big changes will come with the 4 p.m. update, unless they start going to hourly updates soon. But that's officially, but visually we've been able to see.
We've been able to see the southern
right
jog here that we've been talking about, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing for Corpus Christi, and as we have been saying, it appears to be centered on central Kennedy County, which is a county that has very sparse. It's a sparsely populated county, as we've been talking about. 416 people. That's the population of Kennedy County.
Let me just interject. The headline of the update is "Eye of Hanna Getting Closer to the Coast."
But they still have that 7 p.m. landfall, so that's got to be adjusted.
I think that's going to be adjusted.
Yeah. Okay.
If or not before 4 p.m. when the next big advisory comes out.
We want to show some other pictures that we have, but I've just been, my phone's been blowing up here with pictures from folks I know who are living and out on the island particularly, and we have heard reports of the water going up so high on the island that it's kind of overflowing the canal, the bulkhead, so it's going over the top of the bulkheads out there in some cases. And so just keep in mind that what we're talking about here is a hurricane that will cause that to happen. It will cause tides to rise, and depending on how high the bulkhead is at various properties, it could easily go over the top of that. So protect what you need to protect to make sure that you don't lose anything in the canals out there on Padre Island. Where are we going to go to now? Let's go to Ryan Shoptaw with an update on Hanna. Ryan?
Hey there, Joe. Hey there, Bill. You know, we've been talking about the National Hurricane Center's forecast, and they're expecting landfall at about 7 p.m. tonight in Kennedy County. However, the center of the circulation of Hanna, is just offshore. In fact, 60 miles southeast of Corpus Christi. It's getting close, but right now it's meandering offshore. The latest update, as of just a few minutes ago, it's moving west at 8 miles per hour. So still on that westerly movement, that westerly track. Sustained winds at 80. Wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour, and central pressure down to 977 millibars. So again, we'll keep you posted. And this landfall may just happen a little earlier than previously anticipated, because right now it's just offshore. We'll take a look at radar in just a moment. But here's the cone from the National Hurricane Center. Again, 7 p.m. They're expecting landfall in and around Kennedy County as a Cat 1. As it moves west, it's going to weaken a lot, if not going to be torn apart by just the difference in between warm water, the Gulf of Mexico, and landmass over northern Mexico. So you can see at about 7 p.m. tomorrow night as a tropical depression, and then as a remnant low as it moves into the mountains of Mexico. So here's a look at radar, and you can see it's picking up on that eye wall pretty definitively. And you can see the eye wall is about, let's say, 30 miles in diameter, but it's getting close. Now, for it to be a technical landfall, the center of the eye, the center has to be over land. Not just this part right here, the center of the circulation has to be over land. So again, that's from what we're seeing just a few hours away, and the National Hurricane Center is still going for a 7 p.m. landfall. And we'll adjust that, but right now what we're seeing from current radar and satellite imagery, it could make landfall in the next few hours, if not in the early to late afternoon. So again, we're watching it very closely. We'll keep you updated here on TV3. A closer look at the rain bands. Kennedy County on Highway 77 getting soaked on these tropical bands of rain. A closer look at Corpus Christi and Nueces County. I'll stop the loop right here over the Corpus Christi Bay, Rockport, Port Aransas, up into Sinton. All good moderate to heavy rainfall out there. And a wider reach of things you can see up into Copano Bay, Refugio, up into B County as well. Scattered tropical downpours. Mostly everyone is at least getting in on some rain as of this afternoon. Now, a closer look at a tornado warning. Alan and Bill talked about this earlier. You can see it's encompassing Wardsboro, Texas, off of Highway 77, just south of Refugio and north of Sinton, northwest of Bayside. This is in effect until 1 o'clock later on today, so not too much longer in our forecast. They're going to cancel it?
Yeah, that's going to get dropped. That's not an issue anymore with that tornado warning. So that's an update right there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so no issue with this tornado warning as of right now in Wardsboro, Texas. All right, so what has changed? NHC landfall, the National Hurricane, they're expecting 7 p.m. However, this may be before that. In the next few hours, Hurricane Hanna moving west at 8 and landfall between Baffin Bay, Port Mansfield, closer to Kennedy County. Primary threats for Corpus Christi, storm surge, 3 to 5 foot waves, or at least 3 to 5 foot storm surge, flash flooding, tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Joe, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. We want to take a look now at some pictures that we are borrowing from the Island Moon newspaper. Our friend out there on the island, Dale Rankin, who's the publisher, and he does our island report every Wednesday here on TV3. But you can see some of the damage on Padre Island right now. This from the Island Moon newspaper. And you can see, it's hard for me to read on the screen the location of this, but okay, there is none. All right, but you can see some of.
Well, I can see Horace Caldwell Pier in the distance.
Is that Horace
there.
Caldwell? Okay. Look at that. That's those picnic tables that we were
there
talking about.
There you go. There's a better picture of that.
Look at they don't do well with a storm surge typically, and they just turn into piles of lumber.
So that must be the parking lot at Horace Caldwell then, these pictures. The three pictures we're looking at.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, thank you, Island Moon newspaper and Dale, for providing that to us. And you can just see that the damage will be there. There hopefully won't be too much of it, but there will be some, because this is a storm that we had to reckon with, and does contain some strong winds. That storm surge is going to be something that those wooden structures are going to have a hard time standing up to. We want to go back out to Padre Island now live. Leslie Adamy is standing by there at the condominium right next to Packery Channel, El Constantine. And Leslie, what does it look like now?
Hey there, Joe. Hi, everyone. Leslie Adamy here. Yes, so we are still at the El Constante condominium apartment complex. I've been told that this complex has been around since the 80s, so it has withstood several storms. So I just want to make that clear that we are in a safe location. Starting my live shot out here, or inside for a second, because I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I'm going to describe the location really quick. As you mentioned, we're just a little south of Packery Channel off of Windward Drive. And going to open the door so we can all go outside together. This is to give you guys an idea of the power of the gusts that we're seeing. It's been kind of going in it like powerful and then toning down a little bit, so let's see. Okay, so Roy, if you can head out. Okay, so this right now, not too bad, as we have been seeing. Whew, that rain. Okay, let me close the door. Alrighty. So I hope you guys can still hear me. That's why I wanted to start the live shot inside. Let me get this cord out of the way. Okay. So wind is still the big thing out here, right? And Joe, the rain that's coming, it's like just hitting us like tiny little knives. I don't see as many folks out walking as I saw earlier. We had a lot of folks coming outside to kind of like document the storm for themselves, but just guys, I would just kind of avoid that for several reasons. And Roy, just let me know if you need me to help wipe as well. But yeah, things kind of looking the same in terms of what we showed you earlier. The waves keep coming up on the shore. That's why, again, we talked about the importance of storm surge yesterday, right? I have to say, Joe, I'm pretty impressed. That lifeguard stand has been just staying firm. It's planted in the sand over there, whereas our buddy over there on that one, yeah, he took a tumble a little earlier. Again, just to give you guys an idea of, take a look at the waves bringing all that water. And I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is access road number 3. So this is a road that you would be taking if you were going to be driving out onto the beach. As if it weren't clear enough already, this is exactly why, the beach closures were so important. This is where you would be walking on the sand before getting out to the beach that is completely overrun by water. I don't know how much we can zoom in for anyone who wasn't watching earlier when we had our live shot. That over there is Packery Channel, so I just wanted to point that out so you guys get an idea of kind of like where we are in proximity to it. Show you the Gulf again, show you those waves that are coming in. So yeah, that's kind of the big thing out here. The rain coming at us a little strong. It like pica us a little bit, kind of stings. And the wind. So if folks are watching this and you have a condo and you're staying inside, awesome. I would not recommend going out to this part to get shots or anything or pictures on your phone, because it's just that wind will knock you over. Oh my goodness, we're on the balcony and we're being shielded as much as possible from the wind from that corner building. So even so, I'm still kind of like waving a little bit. So that's how it is looking right now from where we are, Joe.
I was going to ask you, I don't know if you can hear me, Leslie, but I was going to ask you if the wind appears to be any better, any lower than the first time you talked with us, and I guess I'm getting the answer to that question just by watching you.
I would say just a little bit more powerful, but you know something, and I wish we could show you this, but there's just no way to do it without not being safe. So as I told you earlier, we are on the second floor balcony. Oh, can y'all hear me? We're on the second floor balcony of this condominium complex, and I'm just going to keep talking. I don't know if you guys can't hear me, but we were walking up the stairs to come up here. Okay. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I was hearing stuff in my ear. So walking up the stairs to come up to this level was just ridiculous. You could feel the wind just shooting you back. Many times I had to hold myself steady just to make sure I didn't fly off. But I just want to reiterate that we are in a safe location, but I definitely would not recommend folks walking out in this area because it is just really slippery and very windy. So something to just certainly keep in mind.
Okay, Leslie, thanks very much. Yeah, go back inside, please. That's a little bit worrisome, and we appreciate the live reports, though, and to really get an idea of what is happening out there on the island. We also want to go quickly over to Marissa Cummings, who's been on North Beach for us, where flooding is the main issue. And Marissa, what can you show us at this point?
Joe, the last time we checked in, I was up at the balcony of the Radisson, and you can just see that right past me up there. We are on the 6th floor, and now we are at a very different location. We are at the ground level by North Beach, and the flooding is as worse than I predicted. You know, I said maybe it's 4 inches. I'm going to very, very easily step off of this grass island that we found here. My boots go up to almost the bottom of my knee, and as I'm stepping down, the water is dramatically getting higher and higher up into my boots. So definitely there is no way that you should be able to drive in between this. You can even look out at these traffic cones. Look at the traffic cones and see where the water is going up to on a traffic cone. You can kind of see one where it's at higher elevation, and then as the traffic cone comes closer, the water is rising on it. Also, if we look over by the fire hydrant, it looks like there was a traffic cone that fell over, and it is almost completely submerged. So definitely somewhere you do not want to be right now. We can look at the waves as we look. Again, we said the waves didn't look that aggressive. That was at an aerial view. As we are at the ground level with the waves, it is definitely much more aggressive. And again, a place no one wants to be. You can even see over here, this parking garage for this gift shop here is starting to take water. It's definitely, the water is kind of rolling through. It's not flooded yet, but definitely water puddles and water getting into the parking garage there is unavoidable. My boots are completely filled with water, so definitely it's submerged here. It's definitely nowhere you want to be, and we're going to keep you updated on the conditions. It seems like the water is just continuously rising. The wind's getting stronger, the waves are getting stronger, so it just keeps on rolling in and rolling in. So we'll keep you posted on the conditions in this area. Reporting live from North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Okay, Marissa, and we urge all of our crew to stay safe, do whatever you need to do to protect yourselves. We don't want any risk taking out there, but tell you what, it's interesting to see what Mother Nature can do, and this isn't the worst of it.
I was fixing to say that, I mean, we're looking at a Category 1, and going back to Harvey at the Category 3, and you can just see, you know, and some people say, oh, it's only going to be a Category 1. Category 1
ones
Yeah, you can see what Category 1 can do.
pretty significant.
Alan, you've got something to show us here.
Just trying to get the attention of our guys in the back to bring up the graphic to show the Cat 1, Cat 2 Saffir-Simpson wind scale so we could show everyone what those are. But Bill's right, talking about all that stuff. High-end Cat 1 right now, or mid-range, I guess, 80 sustained, but gusting up to 100 miles per hour. That's,
Well, I think we're all in agreement that it's going to go up.
It's going to, yeah. So, you know, what I thought was interesting, though, Bill, we were looking at some of the reports coming in from the National Weather Service, from some of the reporting stations that are in the area, and what was the one you just said came in?
Baffin Bay, 71 gusts.
Okay, so Baffin Bay, if you're not familiar with where that is, Baffin Bay is right here. You probably heard a lot about it because yesterday, that's where the cone was centered on, was right over Baffin Bay. But as of today, the forecast is to be south of that body of water. So that's the Baffin Bay. But the reason I think that report is very valuable is because this is, in essence, the eye wall moving over Baffin Bay right now. And if that's reporting 71 miles per hour on the wind speeds, that is a plausible guesstimate for some of the highest winds that this thing has to offer, at least at this point right now.
Can you move that map a little bit to the east, or a little bit west, so we can see where the eye could be?
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, so the eye is south of Baffin Bay for sure now. And it's interesting because it's kind of trying to replace itself. Sometimes you'll hear people say eye wall replacement cycle, and you see the old eye. Okay, watch this. So I'm going to scrub back on where it looked nice and neat here, right? That's 11 o'clock in the morning. Right. Watch how you'll see it break down and then reform into a slightly smaller eye as we head into the next few hours in time. So this is all past, it's already happened. But watch how the northern part of it breaks down and you start to see a new development form, especially right on the west side of it. Okay, I'm going to put an arrow on it. Watch this part right here when I scrub the radar back and forth. Watch how that starts to develop a new eye or new eye wall.
Yep, look at that.
See that happening? So that's, I don't know what that necessarily means, but it probably means that it's strengthening a little bit, getting more confined.
Can you zoom in a little bit closer and see how far the western edge of the eye is from land?
Okay, so you want to be right in here, the western edge of the eye wall or the center of the eye?
The western edge of the eye wall. It doesn't look like it's that far from land.
7 miles?
So if this thing is moving at 7-8 miles per hour, we're going to have part of the eye over land pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still 30 from landfall, from the middle of the eye. That's when, you'll see all the tweets, Hanna has made landfall. That's still 30 miles out.
30, and we're looking at 7-8 miles per hour, so we're looking at 3-4 hours from 1 o'clock, which is a lot earlier than the 7 we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and on that forecast cone, if you look at the line, I'm just going to go back, because I was looking at this a little bit more closely when I was like, wow, it's 7 o'clock, that seems kind of late. But this is something that I had noticed on the timing of that with respect to where that line, so this is the 7 o'clock line that we're looking at, and that's a little farther inland. See that? See how that's a 7 o'clock update, and that line, that line that represents the 7 o'clock update is farther inland, where the landfall will happen right along that barrier island. I think we were just kind of assuming that line was right on the coast.
The 7 o'clock line looks like it's along Highway 77.
Lots of 7s, partner. You're confusing me now. No, but you're right over that 77 corridor. So it would be inland at 7 p.m., making landfall basically in the time that you just laid out there, a few more hours, with it being as far as it is off the coastline. So,
but the eye has really drifted south now, especially with as you said, the eye reforming. The reformed eye is really well south of Baffin Bay.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really interesting to see that new development. This is all the newly developing eye wall, if you want to call it that. This doesn't look terribly impressive on radar, but there are going to be very strong winds right in here. Lots of strong wind coming in to go into the center of that storm. So I'd say, you know, if I had to pick a spot in the viewing area or in Corpus Christi with the strongest winds right now, is Leslie on the island?
She is. She's
Okay,
right at
yeah.
that condo.
She is going to be experiencing probably the strongest winds in the Corpus Christi area, but overall, I would say they're in the eastern parts of Clayburgh County and a lot of Kennedy County. Again, if you're not familiar with those locations, we got you covered. I got my fancy arrow here. I love having this thing. But eastern Clayburgh County, which is north of Baffin Bay, there's Baffin Bay, and then here is Kennedy County. That's where the strongest winds are, and they're looking like, according to that report from Baffin Bay, they're around 70 sustained at this time.
Can you spread out? Can you take a wider angle on this? Because I want to get the point across that even though we're talking about the strongest winds now, the entire viewing area, especially from Rockport south, still are going to experience significant winds this afternoon. So even though we're talking about the strongest winds being south of here, there's still some mighty strong winds on the upper bands that are being rolling in. There you go.
And that's a good point, and this is the graphic to hammer that point home. Bill was just talking about Rockport, which was the focal point of the last time we were all in studio like this, but Rockport, you know, given this outlook, this is for tropical storm force winds, the probability of getting that, and Rockport and Fulton, you know, 40 to 50% chance, so those winds are not going to be as likely. And as we look at the current data, the real-time information right now, Rockport is at 28 miles per hour, where the gusts are at tropical storm force. So that map that we were just looking at really does a great job in painting the picture as far as where these winds are most likely to occur. And I think that the marker for that is Highway 44 for the most likely on these tropical storm force winds. I'm just going to go back to this other map, the hurricane force probability on the wind speeds, and it hasn't changed. It's going to be Kennedy County, parts of Brooks County, and then extending to the south toward the valley that have the most likely chance of getting hurricane force wind, but that's a lower chance, 40 to 50%.
You know, you guys bring up something that I think is kind of interesting, and that is that the area around Rockport that was so hard hit by Hurricane Harvey back in 2017, almost 3 years ago here.
Mm-hmm. That's the wind field from Harvey right here. I just pulled that up. That's what Harvey did.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that they got to break this time.
Yes.
They really got to break this time, and good for them.
Deservedly so.
Yeah, yeah.
But look at that. Just, I mean, I don't want to focus on this, but that's what we were dealing with last time.
Yeah, wow. Fortunately, that is not the case, but some of that construction, some of that reconstruction and recovery, obviously still not complete. There's some folks who are still suffering as a result, and it's good that they didn't have to face the brunt of this storm.
And you know, halfway during the week when it was aiming toward Rockport, you know they were sweating over there.
You bet.
And seeing that forecast track drift to the south made them feel a whole lot better.
You bet. All right, so we're watching. This is continuing coverage here on TV3 that you're watching of Hurricane Hanna as it makes its way ashore, and you know, we're talking about the landfall being within a few hours, but if you're looking at it now, the eye wall, the worst winds that Hanna is presenting to us, that is already being felt here by some folks to the south of Corpus Christi. We're talking about southern Clayburgh, Baffin Bay area, and Kennedy. And we've got, speaking of which, we've got Ashley Gonzalez who's standing by in Clayburgh County. I'm not sure where she is, but Ashley, why don't you tell us what's going on and what you're able to see there?
Right now, as you said earlier, this is the calm before the storm compared to where Marissa and Leslie are right now. But I'm here with Clayburgh County Judge Madrid. And Madrid, you know, what is your main concern?
You know, right now, my biggest concern is Baffin Bay, Laola Beach, Ricardo Rivera, a lot of that low-lying area. I currently have my law enforcement, my voluntary Ricardo Fire Department out there. They're knocking on doors. Anyone who lives in a trailer, an RV, anyone who lives in low-lying land, we can't encourage you enough to please come to Kingsville, seek immediate shelter. We've opened up our FEMA domes for you. We're going to feed you. We're going to house you. We have electricity. We have backup generators. I just got a call from the Senator, U.S. Senator Cornyn's office, Senator Ted Cruz's office, Governor Abbott called me himself, our Congressman Vela, and J.M. Lozano. They have assured me that we have all both federal and state resources at our fingertips. They're standing by, ready to assist us the minute this hurricane sweeps through. I can't encourage the community enough. Right now is the time to act. If you feel like you're in a low-lying area, leave your home immediately. Come to our FEMA Dome located here at H.M. King High School in Kingsville. If you need a ride, contact us. I will send a bus to pick you up. There's no excuse to come to shelter right now if you're in danger. Please, listen to all the warnings. We're looking at radars. And I got a phone call a little while ago from the National Weather Service, from the director, who assured me that these winds are now in excess of 100 miles an hour. There's going to be big winds. There's going to be devastating rain. We are in harm's way, and I want to make sure that our citizens are taken care of. Their priority is my concern. We have a motto here. We plan for the absolute worst, and then we pray for the absolute best. So we're here standing by, ready to help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for talking to us. And as we mentioned before, this is the calm before the storm, but it is going to be coming indeed. And this is the safe places why we have the walls. You can hear me very clearly as opposed to when we were talking to Marissa and Leslie. But again, we are here in a safe place in Kingsville at H.M. King on Brahma Boulevard. Reporting live, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News.
Okay, Ashley, thanks very much. And Judge Madrid, we appreciate your involvement, although I think we, with all due respect, we need to make sure people understand that the winds are not blowing. We've had a couple of gusts.
For gusts that high.
Yeah.
That's in the middle of the storm.
Right.
That is the highest wind, and that is in the very center, and that is a gust. As this moves inland, it's not going to maintain that.
The absolute worst gust
Yes.
potential is that.
Yes. So that's what he was referring to, I think, when he said, they told me there's 100-mile-per-hour winds. That is true. The gusts are there of 100 miles per hour on the 1 p.m. update. So, that's what he was referring to. Yes. Those gusts are going to be, though, confined, if we can pull the graphics up with me, going to be confined to the center part of this storm. And that is going to be passing well to the south, it looks like, of Baffin Bay. So the center, the eye of this thing is redeveloping. The old eye is up here. The newly developed eye is down south, a little bit farther south. So here's central Kennedy County. That is the eye. The center part of the eye is right to the east of Kennedy County, right in the central part of it, and this is going to continue to dive to the south. So for our viewers in the coastal bend and KIII country, this is going to be tropical storm force winds. I'm thinking for many of us with an outside chance at a higher hurricane level gust, but those would be much lower, likely 75 miles per hour on the gusts at this point.
What about the folks in Fowl?
Yeah, the Falfurrias people, Hebronville people, Brooks County, and Jim Hogg County. I'm going to pull back this the wind speed probability, and I'm going to focus on the hurricane force probability of those winds. If you're watching us in Falfurrias or Hebronville, or even south of Falfurrias, we're going to zoom into these locations. Encino, those locations where you see the yellow hues, that's where the most likely areas are to receive a hurricane force wind, which is a 40 to 50% chance at this point on this chart. So there's Encino. Falfurrias, you're at the 30% level. And then you get farther to the west and north, Hebronville, right on the fringe of even having a chance at getting those hurricane force winds. For Corpus Christi, and I just got to bounce back up there, also on the very fringe of getting an outside chance at one of those hurricane force wind gusts as this thing moves in.
All right, and so, just keep in mind that the storm is moving toward Kennedy County right now. It is, the sustained winds are 80 miles an hour, and there are higher gusts up to, I believe, 100 miles an hour.
Correct.
But beyond that, no.
Not reported possibility of higher, of up to 100 gusts.
Possibility, so no reports of it.
Correct.
No.
71's the highest.
Highest gust we've received is 71.
And that's really what we have seen, and the eye has already presented itself along the island as we have seen there, and so that is happening. And we're going to be hooking up here with Mayor Joe McCall of Corpus Christi, and I believe he's on the telephone right now with us. So, Mayor, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing? I hope you're dry.
We are dry here in the KIII studios, you bet. I can't say the same for some of our reporters out there in the field. But I think we have to say, Mayor, that the storm as it concerns the city of Corpus Christi is really not anywhere near what it could have been. We kind of dodged a bullet here.
Well, we're grateful for that. Yeah. It took a turn south early last night, or in the middle of late evening. I noticed on my hurricane tracker, and then obviously it's stayed that course, and looks like it's even taken a more southern turn, which we're grateful for us. I don't wish it on anyone, but you know, a lot of that where it's going through is going to be going through ranch land and not necessarily where it's inhabited by people. So that's the good news for everybody.
And we're looking at some video right now, actually on the air, that shows, I believe, the canals on Padre Island, where we've seen water, though, go up over the bulkheads in some cases. And so there has been some damage, some flooding damage, some wind damage and so forth, and we've seen some downed trees and so forth. What, based on your information, what has been the worst that you've been told about?
Well, I have not been notified of anything right at the moment. I don't know whether our assessment teams are even out yet, but you know, as I'm sitting here looking out my windows at my house, at least the good feeling I have in terms of flooding, other than I've seen all these little tree branches that have been knocked out around my house, but in terms of flooding, it looks like what we're experiencing here at our house is that we'll get 2 or 3 minutes of just real heavy rain, and then it stops. I mean, it's these bands going around. So the good news is that allows the drainage time to get out, so we may not experience as much residential and low-level flooding that we might have expected. But if it came like it did in Houston during Harvey, where, you know, it just sat there for hours of rain, then we've got a problem. But I think maybe we're, like you said, I think we're not going to get hit as hard, but of course it's not over yet. And it's, you know, if it keeps going through the night, that water and ground, you know, gets soaked and it eventually starts backing up. But the Oso Creek is going to be critical, because if that's the surge, Oso Creek to drain, which, you know, backs up into Lavola Creek and out there along Kings Crossing and then on out. So there may be some neighborhood flooding, but I hope not to a great deal of extent.
Exactly, Mayor. And I know a lot of folks deserve credit for, you know, the planning that went into making sure that, you know, we were able to handle this in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. And I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but, you know, are you prepared at this point to congratulate folks and say, doggone it, they really came through?
Well, you know, I think I will. I mean, I don't know that we can say that yet, but I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to, because I have got a tremendous amount of confidence in the leadership of Billy Delgado and the fire chief and the police chief and everybody involved with our emergency services and all the other city departments. I mean, we went out and the last couple of days have been out cleaning stormwater drains.
Yes.
We've been putting in the barricades to make sure we know where the low water accumulations are in residential areas and underpasses. We've already got the street barricades out there, and as police go around and see them become impassable, they'll block them so people aren't tempted to drive through them, that I'm very sensitive to that. As you know, I understand what floodwaters can do, and you can't depend on your eye to tell you the truth about how deep something is, and you don't want somebody having a bad situation. So we've done everything we can to try to protect life and property. And so but the people in charge of just they perform at a high level when it comes to hurricanes and hurricane preparation and hurricane service delivery while it's happening.
Yeah, just a very difficult situation with everything going on at the same time. And Mayor, I appreciate your taking time to join us and talking about it. There's obviously not over yet, but it appears like we are on the good side of this event, and hopefully things will settle down here, as you said earlier in that news briefing, within that 24-hour period.
I hope so. And you guys in the media have done a great job in getting the word out to people. I think, a lot of times people, they poke fun at us. They say nasty things sometimes about us. But I think when it comes down to it, they do listen, and the media helps us get our message out. And our message is one that is based on good, professional information and data from our, like I said, our Emergency Operations Center, our police, our fire, the National Weather Service, the governor. I made the comment yesterday. I was driving down to that briefing at 5 o'clock, and my phone rings, and I noticed this 512 area code, and I think, well, who's calling me from 512? And I pick it up, and they said, Joe, and I said, yes. I said, who is this? And they said, Greg Abbott. And it was obviously quite a shock to have the governor call. He said, but I just wanted to let you know that the state has got you on our radar. We've got your back, and you've got my number. We've got people positioned up and down the coast down there, so that if you need some help, you don't hesitate to call us. And I said, well, I appreciate that. And so I think everybody was, they were on their game on this one, and I think we're going to come through this with flying colors, with a few broken branches and maybe some water in the streets. But I think we're good.
I think you're right. And the governor was talking to a lot of people last night. He was on with us too, so he was.
Yeah, well, and I think that's just part of his nature. I think he really cares. He's not just politically interested.
No
I think he really does care about trying to keep people safe.
And this isn't about politics, and I think that there comes a point when you just have to accept that, he's a nice guy. He's trying to do his best, and it's a tough job, and these are tough calls that have to be made. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we'll check back if we can.
All right. Well, y'all stay safe. Thank you.
All right, and you as well. Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Once again. Let's go over to Ryan Shoptaw, who is standing by with the latest information on Hurricane Hanna.
Hey there, Joe. As of the last update per the National Hurricane Center, what has changed in the last couple hours, if not in the last 30 minutes? Landfall is expected in the next few hours south and around Kennedy County, closer to Baffin Bay, between there and Port Mansfield. Hurricane Hanna currently moving west at about 8 miles per hour, so it's closing in slowly but surely. However, when you take a look at radar, which we will do in just a moment, you'll notice how close it is just offshore. Now, of course, primary threats for here in Corpus Christi: storm surge 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds as we're on the northern side of Hanna as we speak. Speaking of, you can see Hanna right here. Hurricane Hanna just offshore, about 60 miles southeast of Corpus Christi. And you'll notice just the amount of thunderstorms flaring up and blowing up on satellite imagery, just an impressive satellite signature. Now, at the moment, 80-mile-per-hour winds sustained, wind gusts up to about 100. Again, this is moving west at about 8 miles per hour, and you'll notice the center of the storm, the center of the hurricane, is just offshore at about 30 miles away from Kennedy County at this hour. So again, as we take a wider reach of things, you can see the overall reach of things. You can see the bands of tropical rain extending far as north as George West, Beeville, as far south as the Gulf of Mexico, and this is going to continue to track its way west in the next coming hours. So you'll notice this is the timing set by the National Hurricane Center, 7 p.m., just off of Highway 77, and making landfall in the next few hours. As it treks its way westward and southwest into Mexico, it's going to weaken substantially. It'll turn into a remnant low by about Sunday night, tomorrow night, if not earlier than that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and watch it very closely. But again, right now and also through tomorrow morning will be the bulk of the rainfall for Hanna. Speaking of, you can see an inch of rainfall has fallen already in Flower Bluff up into Port Aransas. About a half an inch here in the city. That's technically at the airport, so west of us right now, and not too much in Robstown, Alice, Falfurrias. Not a trace in George West and over in Beeville. But of course that'll change because rainfall totals are expected between about 2 and 4 inches. Less than that as you work your way north into San Antonio. The bulk of the rainfall expected in the Rio Grande Valley between 5 and 10. Isolated pockets up to a foot of rain. Here's the eye as it stands right now, and you'll notice just about 30 miles offshore, expected to make landfall in the next few hours, and just really not too far at all. And we've been talking about this, just really an expansive eye. As it moves west, it should make landfall in the next few hours. A closer look at Nueces County, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Rockport, all seeing a good chance at rain right now. In fact, everybody's seeing rain from here to Rockport to Sinton, Mathis, Orange Grove, all tropical downpours on the north and northwestern side of Hanna. As we zoom out, you can see Seadrift, Rockport, and Refugio seeing some scattered rain and the expected wind gusts. Again, tropical storm force, 40 sustained, 50 to 55 gusts throughout the evening tonight into early tomorrow morning. Live look with the Lakes Cam showing ominous skies with the rain chance staying with us for the remainder of the day. Joe.
Ryan, thanks very much. We'll check back with you in just a minute. We do want to go to Clayburgh County once again. Ashley Gonzalez standing by there live where the rain has started to come down now. Ashley?
Hey Joe, and you're right. And right before you cut to us, the rain kind of slowed down, but the wind definitely did not. Just moments ago, you couldn't really even see as far as where it says Kingsville Brahmas right behind me. Now it's kind of slowed down, but the wind nonetheless is still here. And well, like I said, I'm in a safe place. There's a wall barrier right here, but now I'm so I can kind of show you what's going on. And the wind is picking up right now. You can probably still hear me. But again, we just want to reiterate the rain has started a little while ago. And look, you can see off to the side. You can just look at those clouds up in the sky. They're moving really fast, and Hanna's definitely getting closer by the minute. And from the first interview, from the first time that you tossed to me, Joe, to now, it's definitely increased, and the rain is definitely starting to pick up right now. You can probably see it right now as it's coming off of the building right now. But again, here where I am right now, we are in a safe place. I'm here at H.M. King off of Brahma Boulevard. Here's a safe place. If you want to move and you're in Kingsville and you're in the area, you want to move right now. The next time you come to me, Joe, it's going to be even worse. So every minute counts. Back to you.
Ashley, thanks very much. We appreciate the rain coming down now. And Bill Vesey tells me that there's now getting very close to a
serious consideration for tornado watch. Not a warning, watch, which means the potential.
Yeah.
Very easily could be issued for mainly points north and east of I-37. So if you're on the eastern side of 37, between 37 and the Gulf, very likely chance very soon there's going to be a tornado watch issued. So I'm going to go back into the control room and set our computers for tornado watches.
Okay.
And
you.
All right.
Because a lot of people don't understand what a watch is versus a warning, and I've got the best graphic ever to talk about it.
Okay. Take care of that. I'm going to run in back and set the computer.
Okay. But I want you to see it too. But okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Okay, you'll see it later.
I see it. I want to see it. All
It's
what is it? Cupcakes?
Okay, just listen. Hold on. So when a watch is in place, it means that conditions are favorable. The conditions are in place for something to happen. When a warning is in place, it is imminent and happening. So a cupcake watch, the ingredients are in place. A cupcake warning, it's time to eat.
Oh my goodness.
But that makes sense, doesn't it? I know I
guess.
Okay, so
it's kind of like the difference between involvement and commitment. Ham and eggs. You know,
it's just
the eggs are involved, the ham is committed.
It's an easier way to remember watch versus warning. When you hear a tornado watch is issued, it's a trigger to say, okay, this is possible. When a warning is happening, it means a call to action. What do I need to do right now because this is happening? So that's the point of this graphic. And maybe that was a shameless type of thing to do because I just like showing that graphic when I can. But the area that Bill is talking about with respect to that watch maybe being issued is going to be north and east. Correct, Bill? North and east of the I-37 corridor. So this is where that wind shear that we were talking about is going to likely at least give a chance. I put the warnings back up. That's what all those lines mean in that little polygon in B County. That's a little flood warning from a stream there. But the area that Bill is watching for and is talking about is going to be this part of the coastal band and points to the north. So that's where you're getting that wind shear, where you have higher winds higher in the atmosphere, so faster speed winds higher up and then lower speed winds closer to the ground. And it's the difference between those two wind speeds that tends to give at least a chance for brief and weak tornado spin-ups. These tend to more often than not, I feel like they tend to just produce a funnel cloud, and then that funnel will not get all the way to the ground, and then that rotation is gone and that little cell moves on. I think that's what we saw earlier in Refugio County, but that's what that watch is going to be for. And a watch means that conditions are favorable for that, Joe.
If you feel like answering some questions, I'll bet you do. Because
you know what?
we have some viewer questions that have come in for Bill and for you.
Okay, if Bill's with me, then I can do it.
Why don't we just put them on the screen here, and
Okay.
hopefully we can answer some folks' queries out there. Can we do
They're
that?
not. I don't see it in the prompter on my camera at least.
No. Well, hang on. I think they're coming.
Okay. All right. So while we vamp on this, I'm going to talk about the winds. We'll see them in the screen behind me. The winds right now are sustained. Highest near the coast and now starting to get toward the Kingsville area. That's where Ashley is. 33 mile per hour sustained right now in Kingsville. The highest sustained values are in, at least on our data field here, in Flower Bluff at 37. And then they're gusting to tropical storm strength. Basically, almost everybody south of Highway 44. So Robstown, you're gusting to 41 miles per hour, 43 gust in Corpus Christi, 56 in the Naval Air Station, 51 in Kingsville. So you can see that the gusts are there, and I'm still not seeing.
No, well,
there we go.
Okay. Do I need to board up windows for a Category 1 hurricane? How many times have we seen this?
There's the resident homeowner.
Go ahead.
I don't board up.
Yeah.
You know, it could be tropical storm, Cat 1, Cat 2. As we were all talking about earlier, you get this sense. I usually don't board up for a Category 1.
There you go.
But your neighbor did.
But my neighbor did.
So the takeaway is it's a personal choice.
It's a personal choice,
Yes.
exactly right. It's
Yes.
what you think. If there's a question, then you do it.
One thing I would say, 80 miles per hour is a good guide, a good threshold to say. If it's above 80, you know, you might want to think more strongly about it. If it's below 80, you could probably get away with it. But that's a good number.
I always think of that, what strength wind can pick up something heavy enough that's going to off the ground and throw it through a window.
Right, and that's how windows break typically, is with debris.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a shingle falling off of a roof next door, I don't think that will break a window. But if the storm is strong enough to be able to pick a rock up or a branch or something with the force of throwing it against the window, that's when I board.
Yeah. Okay, we need to move on.
All right, yes, sir.
Next
More
question.
questions.
Should anyone with a camper leave?
At this point, it's too late to be doing
That's
anything
right.
if you're in a camper. That's my answer to that.
Yeah, because but now normally high-profile vehicles like that, you'd want to get
First
them,
things, yep.
get them away. And you know, if we had a major hurricane, I can tell you from experience, and you can too, Bill, that the major hurricanes do not like mobile homes. They do not like them.
No.
They're not anchored, and they have a lot of surface area, and they blow away.
Yeah. What are the wind speeds right now in Portland?
When was the question sent?
When was it sent?
Well, when is right now?
Well,
right now, it looks like they're between 43 and 28 miles per hour. I have to say that because of interpolation. We don't have a data source there. So between Ingleside and the airport in Corpus Christi, you know, I would say that they're near tropical storm force if I had to put a number on it, but we just don't have a data
I'd say in the
point.
mid-30s maybe, right? 35 or so?
Near tropical storm force, yeah, in Portland.
Okay. Any other questions, or should we just leave it there for now?
I'll take more if you want. I like doing it.
Okay. Well, we'll do it. We'll intersperse them.
We got time.
We're going to be here. We're going to be here for a while. We want to show you some video of the situation on Padre Island at Park Road 22 and Commodores, one of the main.
Oh,
wow!
Whoa.
One of the main
Is that
intersections
live?
there. Yeah, well, that was a signal light that just fell off. Can we see
it
that
wasn't
again?
live.
Look at that.
Oh, I thought it was live. Okay.
No, but look at that.
Yep, there it goes.
Oh my goodness!
Close call.
We're going to show
Don't
you
go out. Stay home.
one more time here. Take a look. Oh my! Look at that truck. Almost.
Yeah, let's say close calls. Stay home.
That's why you stay home. You don't take a chance. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and on that, it could be traffic lights, it can be live wires.
Yeah, anything.
I mean,
out
we've
there.
seen that. We saw earlier in the day the tree on the vehicle. You don't know where you're going to be when something like that's going to happen with the strong winds like this.
So that was at Commodores and Park Road 22 out on the island just a short time ago. And thank you to whoever sent that to us. Pretty amazing. And Hurricane Hanna keeping us busy here. We are continuing our coverage for as long as we need to. Let's go to North Beach once again live with our Marissa Cummings, who's standing by. The flooding has been the main concern out there because we've had significant amounts of rain. Marissa?
I mean, I cannot stress how bad the flooding is here. You guys remember me standing right down there on what is kind of like a little island of grass between the Radisson Hotel and the little tourist shop. The flooding has gotten way worse. I definitely will not try to get down to that point again because it almost seems impossible. Let's turn out to the ocean and just look at, I mean, now it's looking scarier. I kept on saying, you know, the waves don't look that bad on the surface, but as they're crashing up to the front of this hotel, you cannot tell that this is a beachfront hotel. It looks just like an ocean front. Like you step out of the hotel and you are straight in the water. Remember, we were able to see before the sidewalk a little bit. Cannot see that at all. I do not even know where the sidewalk starts and ends. The rain is getting heavier and the wind is blowing harder. Remember, we talked about those lawn chairs earlier that were, all stacked up reasonably so on the beach. Look how high the water is now on that sign, and you can even see the sign out what would be the sand over there. Look how high the water is on that. I'm not even going to try to predict how high it is, but it is significantly high. Out over here in the intersection where we were close to when I was down at the ground level, we could see the traffic cones. Barricades and traffic cones have completely been washed away. They are completely gone. They are down the street. Remember, there were barricades covering that parking lot right there. They're not there anymore. When I was standing out here earlier, there was a big, 4x4 truck trying to come down in this intersection, and the water gets deeper at that intersection, and he had to back up. Remember, be safe. Do not turn around and do not drown. You definitely do not want to risk it. It is a lot deeper than it looks, and I experienced that personally just standing out there with the rain boots and realizing one step was just too deep. So do not risk it, guys. Stay incredibly safe. I mean, I'm looking over here at the fences that is of another beachfront property. It's ridiculous. I mean, look how high that water is on that fence line there. It is just, this is nothing to play with. And again, I think we're talking about, definitely it's going to hit even worse down where Ashley is in Clayburgh County, but that does not mean that we can just be out and about here too. We are seeing the repercussions of this storm here as well. So definitely do not go out. Stay safe. We'll be reporting from up here from this vantage point where we're safe on the 6th floor of the Radisson Hotel. Reporting live, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thank you. Stay safe up there, please. And let's go now to a picture that we have of a problem in Port Aransas, a boat underwater there. You can see that's one of those almost inevitable things that happen during a storm like this, right? From Port Aransas, somebody sent that to us. We appreciate that. And then we have some, at least I think a picture from Flower Bluff at Knickerbocker and Stewart in Flower Bluff, where you can see some of the flooding that's going on there. So that boat underwater in Port Aransas, and it's coming up here in just a moment in Flower Bluff, where they've had, it's another area of Corpus Christi where there are certainly a lot of low-lying areas, and this is video to us.
That's why you have houses on stilts out there.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
And that's just...
Well, that must be along Laguna Shore. It has
4
to be.
to 6 foot
there,
storm surge. That's 4 to 6 feet. That's what it does.
Okay. Wow.
So you see why we stress storm surge when we're talking about things like the hazards that hurricanes produce and tropical systems can produce when they move in. It's just a steady rise of water. You can see how the visuals are starting to come in where areas are flooded, and storm surge, I'm just going to talk a little bit of statistics now in terms of how people handle hurricanes, and it's actually the number one thing that the cause of loss of life in a hurricane. I'm
Oh,
not saying that this is that level, but just to illustrate why we always talk about storm surge in preparations and knowing your elevation, knowing how high you are with respect to sea level. That's where this is all being derived from. With the 4 to 6 foot surge, this isn't that massive surge of water that inundates a massive amount of land, but you can see very easily that those coastal locations are observing significant rises in water. I mean, 4 to 6 feet. I'm just going to stand up. I'm 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. I was going to stand up because in my head.
But you're not on camera.
I know.
That was wasted. It was
Well, now it doesn't matter anyway because there's no sense of perspective. But I'm like 6 feet tall, and we're talking about a 4 to 6 foot surge above sea level, and that's significant. That is significant.
As many folks are finding out, as we're watching some of that flooding and so forth on North Beach and elsewhere. You can see that it is something to be reckoned with. It has to be taken seriously, and unfortunately, many people are. And the amazing thing throughout all of this to me is that this is happening as we are undergoing and dealing with a pandemic.
Yes.
Which,
right?
I mean, who would have thought? Who would have predicted that this would happen all at once this way? And I'll tell you what, we're not done with hurricane season. We have a couple of other disturbances that we're keeping an eye on. That it's just we're dealing with.
2020 is setting up as one of the. We're going to run out of names. This is going to be a year, one of the years we run out of names. But that one coming off Africa right now.
I got to find out how to pronounce that.
Partner, we called this.
Isaias is how you say it. That's
Isaias.
I want to. That sounds weird.
All right. Well, we're all going to have to work on it because I'm sure that's going to be the next one up.
Well,
Okay,
Gonzalo too is out there.
Yeah, but Gonzalo was just downgraded to a depression.
Yeah. Let's get through this one first.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's what I've been
with
telling
you.
people, because if you start looking
getting
down the
to it.
road, it
I'm
just
with you.
becomes mind-boggling to try to keep them all straight in your head.
I'm with you.
Getting back to Hanna, a 2 p.m. update just got released. It's 1:50 right now, but the 2 p.m. update is out, and there is a little difference in it. 85 mile per hour sustained winds now in the middle of Hanna. A medium strength Category 1 hurricane. The gusts are up at 100 miles per hour. This is kind of interesting to me, Bill. The National Hurricane Center is not getting off of that westerly movement at 8 miles per hour, but we have seen constantly that the storm center is shifting south. So what I think is happening, the reason they're not saying that the westerly movement is happening is because of that eye wall redevelopment. The development is happening farther south, but the entire motion just keeps moving to the west.
One thing I haven't been able to figure out is, does the Hurricane Center update every aspect of the storm every hour, or will it come up with a southerly movement during the 4 o'clock
I
update?
see what you're saying, yeah.
So
we just don't know how they operate.
I think we've been the victim of a hoax here, unfortunately. That boat we showed that was underwater, I'm just told now that it has been underwater for 6 weeks.
All right.
So not a result of this storm. So forget. It could have happened, but it didn't.
At least we
not
clarified
in
it.
this, Not in this case. So we can't let that stand. That boat that was underwater has been there for.
That's what we do here at TV3.
wow.
We verify.
Real time, we verify. That's right. Hey, I tell you what, folks are finding out, unfortunately, the hard way sometimes, is that you don't drive or try to drive through high water. And that has been happening on North Beach, as you're about to see. Marissa Cummings standing by with the update on that. Marissa?
Hold it down at my chest so it's not as loud.
Hey guys, I am
I'm
reporting
catching-
live from the Radisson Hotel, and I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what it looks like up here.
Audio that I would be talking, the
Conditions
level
have
that
gotten incredibly worse here on North Beach, and the flooding is just getting immensely worse. I was just down there. You see, there is a little patch of grass between the intersection and the hotel. I was on that patch of grass, and I flooded my boots. They are still soaking wet right now. Let me see. You guys can see in there. It's not looking good. Yeah, that water just came out of there. Let me do this boot as well so you can see. Yeah, Yeah, not nice. That was just me walking down there, and we do not recommend that anybody goes out here. The waves are picking up. You can't even see what is supposed to be a sidewalk next to the building. I mean, there's a truck that's actually trying to go through the water, and now they're backing up. Like we said, turn around, do not drown. It just isn't worth it. That big truck can't take it. No one needs to be down here. There may be this thought that, well, we're not in the thick of it yet, so it's not going to be bad here, or more southern in the part of Texas may be getting it worse, so we may not be getting it that bad. I'm telling you right now, I mean, up until almost into the hotel, it looks like the ocean comes straight to your front door. We are on the 6th floor right now, so we can see, as you know, very far in North Beach, and it's looking bad everywhere. Please do not go out if you do not need to. Please definitely do not come out here. Like I said, there was a truck that tried to make it through here. We have down barricades now. It's just not a safe place to be. So we'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated on our Facebook, on Channel 3, as we are completely keeping you guys updated and going live throughout this entire thing. We're going to keep you posted. Stick with Channel 3.
Okay.
To say that the bay looks a lot angrier right now than it did just an hour or two ago.
That is certainly true. But yeah, the car is finding out. You saw that little part of that video there where the car was trying to get through that high water. Yeah, don't chance it. You shouldn't even be out driving unless you absolutely have no other choice. Just sit back, watch on television. We're showing you all around the coastal bend, kind of giving you a look at what is happening out there. It is. I think we are, at the point where we're seeing this thing go through. We're appear to be on the downside, and it's not over yet because there's still plenty of rain and high wind and so forth. But I think we're seeing the worst of what this has brought us, and that's we have to kind of take a longer look. I think when this is all over with at the damage and what's left behind, and that will be. A process.
There will be damage.
And there will be, yeah, sure. But
nothing near what it could have been.
Could have been far worse, absolutely. So that was my point here. Let's
switch over to Max 2 in the back on the weather graphics. It hasn't made landfall yet. It's going to in a few hours in Kennedy County, but it's still going to rain tomorrow. I mean, it's one of these things where it's like all the pomp and circumstances with that initial landfall.
I think we need to get you a different mic. I think your mic may have expired. That may be it may be a victim of the storm.
Now, even though the storm is moving inland, the outer bands are still feeding off the Gulf water.
Yeah.
And so at the beginning of the storm yesterday, we started seeing the bands miles and miles away from the storm bring rain. Even when the storm is inland, those bands extending back into the Gulf are still going to be bringing rain inland. So that's why we're saying that we have bad rain today, tomorrow, could be into Monday before the rain intensity starts leveling off.
Can I give a mic check the way you do before a newscast? This is the way Bill mic checks everybody.
You're going to give away.
Should I? Is that a station secret?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I do it like you also?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you like the show. Was that close?
Pretty close.
That's
there are
every
three
day.
after that. Hello, hello.
That was actually nerve-wracking. I'm checking my underarm, see how sweaty I got doing that. But getting back to the storm, what Bill was just talking about, he was saying how the rain bands are going to continue to feed in to coastal areas, even though this makes landfall and then shifts farther inland. So this is just simulated radar to illustrate how that's going to happen. This is tonight, 7:30. The storm continues down to the valley overnight. This is now Sunday morning, and you see that some of those bands of rain Sunday morning, tomorrow, these could still be heavy tropical downpours, will still be with us, and that'll stay with us through Sunday. It's not going to be as intense tomorrow. The wind is going to drop off, but we're still going to maintain that scattered shower chance, and that's why the totals are between 2 and 5 inches. We're already seeing an inch in Flower Bluff, so that's why.
So would that total include anything that falls say tomorrow?
Yeah, that's like right now.
Okay.
It was actually the forecast was between Friday and Monday for that 2 to 5 inch range in Corpus Christi.
And one of the questions we had last night, is it going to fall within an hour or over days? And the answer was it's going to fall over days.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Today was the wind day. Today's rain and wind. Tomorrow will be rain.
We're going to we're going to go back live to Padre Island here in just a moment, but first we're going to go to our Ryan Shoptaw with an update at just about 2 o'clock on Hurricane Hanna. Ryan?
Yeah, Hurricane Hanna, the first hurricane of the 2020 season, and it's moving onshore in the next few hours. Now, since the last update from the National Hurricane Center, its sustained wind speeds did bump up slightly, and we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Hurricane Hanna moving west at about 8 miles per hour. Between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield, within Kennedy County limits, is where we're expecting landfall again in the next few hours. I think about 4 and 5 o'clock. Primary threats for Corpus Christi, though, storm surge, 3 to 5 foot storm surge rather. And we saw Marissa Cummings and a lot of our reporters see the water moving onshore thanks to this northern side of Hanna. Flash flooding and tropical storm force winds for here in Nueces County between 39 and 73, which definitely could still cause some damage out across the coastal bend. All right, so here it is, the satellite image. You can see the last few hours. It's just kind of meandering offshore, just off the Texas coast, just off of Kennedy County. So again, it's moving west at about 8 miles per hour, but you'll notice it's just producing a tremendous amount of rainfall at this hour. And you can see that with these cooler cloud tops on satellite, more specifically infrared satellite imagery off the Texas coast. And these are all some tropical downpours, good heavy rain that's going to be swinging onshore for the next several days here in Corpus Christi. Now here's the most updated forecast cone. This moves west into Kennedy County, central Kennedy County as a Cat 1. And you'll notice this line right here. It's kind of paralleling the Highway 77 corridor. That's about 7 p.m. However, we're expecting landfall in the next several hours, central Kennedy County, through about 4 and 5 o'clock. As it moves west, it'll gradually weaken as a tropical storm, and then more so into a tropical depression, and as it moves into Mexico as a tropical wave. Now you'll notice on radar at the moment, Clayburgh County getting soaked with some good tropical rain on the outer bands of Hanna. Corpus Christi involved in that as well. Nueces County, Alice, 281, all seeing some good heavy rain at this hour. And here is the ominous eye of Hanna. And you'll notice, you'll see that the diameter of this thing is just about 30 to 40 miles in diameter. And it's just offshore. It's not too far at all. And it's closing in on the Kennedy County line as it moves west at about 8 miles per hour. So again, we're going to continue to watch this hurricane as it moves onshore in the next several hours. And a closer look at Nueces County and the Port Aransas, Rockport. We're on the outer fringe and outer periphery of Hurricane Hanna's influence. So again, everyone's seeing rainfall right now from Rockport to here in the city, downtown Corpus Christi, Driscoll, Kingsville, all seeing tropical downpours that could add up very quickly up to 4 and 5 inches of rainfall by tomorrow night and early Monday. Seadrift seeing some rain as well, and again, these are the outer bands of Hanna as they move onshore. Currently in the rain gauge at the airport, just over 3/4 of an inch of rainfall. You'll notice more than that, the Big Wind or Flower Bluff so far at 1.25 inches, a little less than that in Port Aransas, and you work your way west and those rain chances, or at least those rain totals, diminish and slowly trend off as you work your way north on I-37. Now over the next several days, we're going to keep rain chances high because of Hanna, 2 to 5 inches of rain on average between here and Falfurrias, Rockport, George West, Beeville, 5 to 10 south in the valley, closer to Brownsville. Wind speeds, though, also the big story. Wind speeds up to about 40 sustained, 50 to 60 in terms of the wind gusts all coming in from the east-northeast on the outer periphery of Hurricane Hanna. Here's your timeline temperatures in the 80s, tropical storm force winds. Notice east winds at about 35. Tropical downpours all day. So again, it's going to be a soaking day in terms of rainfall, and just a lot of rain is expected through tomorrow night, and we'll continue to update the forecast through tomorrow and early Monday. Joe.
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much. And I'll tell you what, we're seeing some incredible pictures of damage that has taken place. And like I said, it's one of those things you don't notice until the weather kind of clears a little bit, and the eye has now moved over the island. And so take a look
Wow,
here.
look at that.
This was just sent to me by my lovely wife, Amy, and she just went out to Bob Hall Pier and take a look.
It lifted up those cement
It lifted up the
walkways.
cement, and if you can just kind of, I don't know if we can zoom in on it, you can see it well, but look at that walkway up there.
Man.
That's
I mean,
going to be,
that's heavy stuff.
it is heavy, and it just shows you what that storm surge can do. And this was obviously powerful. This just farther down the beach, looking at the pier.
Again, this is the parking lot with the pier in the background.
The parking lot there. Okay. Yeah. So it seems kind of far away, but
I don't know if that's is that Bob Hall or Horace?
no, that's Bob Hall.
Okay. Well, if looks like our picnic tables might be gone.
The picnic tables are gone. Why didn't we pick up the picnic tables before all of that happened?
You know, you show me these pictures. I was just looking at some of the online pictures. I've seen heavy rain pictures from Kima, the boardwalk.
Yeah.
And then heavy rain in Monterey, Mexico. That's how wide
the storm was.
The
Yeah.
storm
Wow.
still is.
Tell you what, we want to go back live to Padre Island right now, where Leslie Adamy is standing by. Live. And Leslie, what can you tell us about what's happening there right now?
Hey there, Joe. Hi, everyone. So we are actually here at our same location, but switching things up a little bit. I'm actually now on a balcony with a lot more space just to walk around. Now, in terms of reporting live, things are a little bit more comfortable, and here's why. The rain, not a big issue. It's sprinkling a tiny bit. I don't know if you guys can see, but the wind is still very much so here. So let's give you guys a look at what we're looking at, okay?
Leslie.
As you can see, some folks have made their way. I think because the rain has made its way or has paused, maybe Alan can explain that here in a little bit. But maybe because the rain has been put on pause for right now, more folks seem a little bit more comfortable with coming out here, although the wind is still pretty gusty. Take a look over here. So that is Access Road 3. Let's take a look over here. Obviously the road completely closed and that debris just piling up over there, kind of a yucky situation. The wind and the waves causing that sign, for example, to come down. Let's see what we have over here. And then kind of the same situation, Joe, when we take a look at the Gulf and take a look at the waves, Roy, if you just want to zoom in on the waves. Let's see if I can get the mic to face away. Yeah, the waves still very, very powerful. As you can see, folks are making their way out here to document what's happening for themselves. Obviously not something I would probably recommend. I'm going to assume that these folks live here at this complex and are from the area, so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable. But you can see that water's still rushing pretty fast in that area where Access Road 3 is supposed to be. So yeah, the update really on our end, because waves still pretty strong. The rain, though, has subsided, at least for now, over here. It's not like I told you earlier. It was those little raindrops that were like hitting us really hard, and they kind of felt like sharp knives. Right now, that's not the case. It's really just this wind. Joe?
That is impressive to see what that water can do and the surge. We were thinking there for a moment you might be in the eye of the storm, but that really isn't the case because you're seeing some wind. If you were in the eye, the wind wouldn't be there at all, though the clearing.
Be a little calmer.
Yeah,
right.
but the clearing would be. So we're not quite sure. Alan may have an explanation for the lack of rainfall right now. It may just be part of the dry part of the.
In between bands.
In between bands. Okay. So anyway, we appreciate the update there from the island, Leslie. Thank you so much. You can kind of see.
Oh man. You know, real quick about the eye. The eye is so impressive. I mean, it's calm.
Yeah.
Blue skies, no rain.
Yeah.
No wind, just eerie calm. And then all of a sudden, or for a little while later, the back end of the other side of the eye wall comes your way.
You bet.
So yeah, if there's still wind out there, it's not the eye. It's just in between bands, which is also relatively good. You can see the storm is moving a little bit farther south because now we're not inundated, completely surrounded by rain. We're within bands right now, we're probably down near Baffin Bay, down into Kennedy County. They're just surrounded by rain. But here we were dealing with some bands, so that's relatively good news. But that water going up the road, I guess, and knocked down those beach signs. I'm still, those cement walkways leading up to Bob Hall, didn't it used to be wood and they put the cement in there because the wood got washed away every time there was a storm?
I believe you're right. Yes, and you know, we've seen damage left behind by these storms as they've come through in that precise area.
Yes.
Every single time.
Right.
That seems to be the one area that is hit hard.
Man, oh man, it just shows you the power.
Yeah.
The power of that water.
And this is no exception. I wonder, you know, that's not far from the seawall, the Michael J. Ellis seawall out there right next to the pier.
There's going to be some erosion damage.
Either erosion or actual structural damage to that seawall, because I've seen it happen. It happened during Hurricane Allen, which, as you'll remember, went way south. It was a huge storm, of course, and you know, not really comparable to what we're seeing with Hanna, but it went way south. So by the time we saw anything, it was much reduced from its initial.
I'm trying to think it may have been Hurricane Ike that went up to Houston.
Yeah.
But still, we had the wave action here in the Gulf.
Yeah.
Really crashing up against the seawall and caused some damage there. It's the whole storm is over again, half the Gulf, and just pounding away for hours and hours and hours. So yeah.
Okay, so we've seen some of the damage already out there on the island. That's going to be a costly repair, no question about that, to Bob Hall Pier and some of the parking lot that was clearly ripped up, the pavement there. So they will need to go in and fix that. And that's just some of what we've seen. We've seen down trees. We've said that there were about 10,000 people without power. I haven't gotten an update on that. Perhaps somebody could get that for us and just see if we're still at that level or doing better.
It comes from AEP?
Yeah, just they have a web page that will tell us what that's all about. And Miranda, what do you want to do now? Let's, okay, well, here we go. Number of outages up to 18,000, 18. So that gives you an idea of where we are. It could be so much worse, though. You know, power outages are kind of inevitable when you're talking about the vulnerability of these power lines along the major roads. We saw on Park Road 22, the power poles just kind of listing one way or the other because of those strong winds. We knew that might be a problem. And let's check. Let's go now to John Thomas Kobos, who's standing by. Live. John Thomas, can you hear us? Or is it no? Okay. Well, we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying to get him. We have live cameras throughout the area, and where we think it's important to kind of make people aware of what's going on.
You know, I'm just thinking that actually that is a little bit of a lull of the action here. If we were the worst of the worst part, we'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of a lull right now, and that's good news for us. But
this is Oso Bay, I'm told.
Right. This is where John Thomas was out of the apartment complex, I think that's there on the bay with the university in the background.
There you go.
But we would be way inundated with a lot of information coming in. Let's not forget that this thing still has not made a landfall, and that there's still a lot of wind that we have to deal with, and there's still a lot of rain that we'll be dealing with. So even though there might be a lull out there, and you think, all right, I'm going to go out for a little bit, don't go out.
I also wanted to kind of touch on something. We've been getting, or at least I have, on Facebook. Why aren't you guys, where this thing is going to be heading? Why aren't you where the center of the storm is as far as our coverage and sending people out into that? And the answer to that is pretty easy. It's safety, right? We don't want to send a reporter into harm's way at the Baffin Bay when we're thinking, there's going to be, hurricane force winds and 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So that's why our reporters are where they are, because we want to get them to the most reasonably safe locations without putting them in danger, because that's the whole point, is keeping people safe.
Plus, where the storm is impacting is inaccessible.
And
There's
we're just
no
not
roads out there.
We're not as familiar with the roads out there, with where the storm surge is going to be going. Like on this map here, we've got the eye up, right? And Baffin Bay right in here, right in there, that's Baffin Bay. The winds are circulating around this like so, and they're going to move water right into these locations. So to send a reporter, into the Baffin Bay area where winds are at least, at minimum, we already know this, 71 miles per hour, and they're probably going to get a little bit higher as this moves in. You're going to send someone to hurricane force winds and potential storm surge with a 4 to 6 foot inundation, and it's just not, from a safety standpoint of view, the safest thing to do. That, and I don't know if this is too much info behind the scenes type stuff, but the reporter and the photographer are in two separate cars to keep them distanced from each other right now. So to have two people going in two different cars to these highly impacted areas, anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm
glad you mentioned that, actually, because I'm sure we'd get somebody saying, well, why are you sending reporters and photographers in this time of the COVID outbreak? And that's the answer. We are actually social distancing.
And that's why we're like, I'm way over here, and you're
right.
front and center right there. I mean, so we're far apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
can we go back to the power outages? 14,671 customer outages, 318 cases.
Okay.
So 318
So
cases, 50 plus here in Corpus Christi, 16 in Kingsville, but a total of 14,671.
And that's from AEP?
From AEP, yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully that is not you, but you can see there, we've got it up on the screen, the AEP website that anyone can go to and just check out if you've had a power outage. It allows you to report an outage and then see approximately how long it's going to take to get it back up
If
again.
you want to do it at home, I put in outage map AEP Texas. So because the first time I just said outage map AEP, I was up in Ohio. So if you put AEP Texas outage map, you Google that, you'll be able to get to where you're going.
Gotcha. Okay. Are we still?
I had a question for Bill.
Okay.
Or if we're still going here.
Yeah.
On that tornado watch, do you know if that was issued?
No,
Bill?
it wasn't issued. They're strongly considering it.
Okay, so they're still kind of debating on whether or not to do that. I did just want to do a little explainer on the with graphic supplementation on why these things are possible within a tropical system. Yes, we have the big meat and potatoes of the center of the storm, the eye wall and the eye of Hanna, but extending away from the center, a lot of times in the outer bands of these things, these weak tornadoes can develop. So the way this happens is, we've been talking about this, the faster winds up higher in the atmosphere, like at cloud level, and then the slower winds, relatively speaking, at the ground level. What starts to happen is you get this rotating tube of air because of wind shear. So you can see that pretty easily. This is called helicity. And when these tubes of air start rotating, sometimes they can get tilted in the vertical direction, and it's that tilting motion in the vertical that can sometimes drop or spawn tropical funnel clouds or brief and isolated weak tornadoes. And that's the graphical representation of why these things happen. So that's something we're also watching, in addition to anticipating the landfall down south of Baffin Bay in Kennedy County.
I just got an update from the Weather Service saying that they're just updating that a flash flood watch continues for almost everybody until 7 p.m. tomorrow. Just reiterating the fact that we're going to deal with a lot more rain between now and tomorrow.
Okay.
I think we saw a quick picture from Clayburgh County of Ashley, where it looks like it's raining pretty hard there right now.
And I've got the flash flood watch, just if anyone's curious about where that is, where it extends. The flash flood watch basically goes from the valley to Houston, and then as far inland as B and Live Oak counties, and then extending west, kind of near the 59 corridor. I want to say that's the road that works right through there.
Right.
Yeah, see Freer 59, and then up into Beeville, and then it's 59 all the way to Houston. So that's the road that kind of delineates the end of the highest flash flooding potential with this.
So
with
not
the
a
rain
good day
outlook.
to be traveling to Houston or anywhere.
Yeah, no.
Right now.
The problem I had with that map is it doesn't show any flash flooding up in the hill country or the watershed. But hopefully they still get some rain up there.
That's right.
So that's a personal problem.
That's a
No, it's all of our problem.
Okay, yeah.
Tell you what, we're going to go live to Ashley Gonzalez, who is in Clayburgh County for us for an update on what is happening there. And remember, Clayburgh County and Kennedy County really getting more of this than Nueces County right now.
Oh, commercial. They said stand by. Earlier, we were talking about Baffin Bay, and we're actually getting questions on our social media about why aren't we in Baffin Bay, why aren't we in Rivera? Well, I just spoke with Chief Deputy Jaime Garza, who let us know, because we wanted to head out there ourselves, but he said, guys, you can't go out there, there is zero visibility. And so we just wanted to let you guys know that, because like I said, we are getting some questions, and I'm here in Kingsville right now, and this is what it looks like right behind me. And Joe, I said last time, the next time you come out to me, it's gonna be even worse. And I know the storm is here in Kingsville, but it's going to continue getting worse. And I'm going to continue reiterating till the end of this newscast. This is a safe room in Kingsville. We're here at HM King off of Brahma Boulevard. And I'm going to keep saying it, Walmart is right behind this water tower, right behind me. This is the safe room. Again, we're kind of dealing with two storms. We're in a COVID-19 era still. So inside, I'm going to show you some pictures in just a little bit later on of what it looks like inside. Some of the cots are 6 feet apart. They have face masks. There's tons of water. There's lots of hand sanitizers, and you cannot go in unless you get your temperature checked. But nonetheless, if you're around this area and you are, seeing some rising water, because the rain is here and the wind is picking up, you want to come to the safe room here at HM King High School. So that's pretty much what it looks like right now, Joe. It's picking up, and I'm going to keep saying the next time you come to me, it's going to be even a little bit worse. So people who are watching, if you're getting a little bit hesitant, act now, because it's going to continue getting worse.
Ashley, thank you for the update from Clayburgh County, and we will keep checking back with you to see what is happening there. And I want to go once again to Alan for that explanation of what is happening on Baffin Bay and why it is a potentially dangerous situation.
It's dangerous in the sense that we don't want to be sending someone there voluntarily. If you're there and you're hunkered down already in the storm, you're probably getting 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, very close to hurricane force. We have seen that in reports from the Weather Service at very small weather stations out there that the wind has gotten up to those levels. So 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, that's not something that you want to be, driving into voluntarily if you don't have to, because obviously your safety becomes a bigger issue than getting a good camera shot on some storm surge footage. So we'll take it over to the radar here to show you why we are, we're not sending someone over there, just to kind of pivot off of what Ashley was talking about. She's out in Kingsville, I believe, which is out in here. So she's still getting some of the weaker bands of rain and wind that is associated with Hanna. The area that, that would, is going to get some stronger winds than that, 70 to 75 likely, is in Baffin Bay and then into Kennedy County. And you do not want to be driving on 77 between Kingsville, Raymondville, into the valley while this storm is moving in. It's going to produce strong tropical storm force winds at minimum and likely produce Category 1 hurricane force winds. And that's just not something that you want to be driving in. So Kingsville to Raymondville on 77, not a good idea to drive. Then you compound that with all this rain that's falling, so there's going to be ponded water potentially on the road. And then the other variable that is not seen on this map is the way the winds wrap around this thing, around the center. It's going to throw in large amounts of water into the coastal areas, and that's where that storm surge inundation starts to become a problem. And you see how one of the things that I think is interesting is how our reporters are reacting to what they're seeing. You know, it's not like they're just saying, oh, it's a little bit of water on the road, no big deal. They're reacting to it. And they're saying, wow, there's a lot of water on the ground. I was not expecting to see that. And we think 4 to 6 in terms of feet on the storm surge inundation. That's a lot. That's the size of a person, give or take, on the storm surge inundation. So it's not something to tread lightly on when you're trying to go and navigate through these areas when you have the storm surge, the inland flooding, and the hurricane force winds. So kind of practicing what we preach by saying we're not going to go in there to see what that is like and experience it.
Right. And we're going to have an update shortly, I think, on the conditions. No. Okay. We're going to go to some video on Padre Island here right now first, and that is coming to us from Carlos V Court on the island, one of the streets out there in the Padre Isle subdivision, where you can see, and we've had reports from Padre Island of water being high enough to go over the bulkheading system out there, and that is not good. I mean, everyone out there expects the water to be higher whenever there's a tropical storm or certainly a hurricane anywhere nearby. That always happens. But this does seem to be more than what they have seen recently. So that's interesting. Video just into us from Padre Island.
I'm surprised by some of these pictures. The amount. I mean,
yeah,
that was a dramatic picture to me. You usually don't see anything like that.
Not that much. You
right?
bet. Yep. Let's go back to Clayburgh County, though. That sheltered HM. What now? We're going to Padre Island. Okay, let's go back to Padre Island. We've got Leslie Adamy standing by with a look at what's happening out on the Gulf, which has been, right there. That's kind of ground zero, not in terms of where the eye is, but where it doesn't get any more east than that as the storm heads toward us. So, Adamy, what can you see right now?
Adamy, I feel like I'm back in high school. Hey there, Joe. By the way, guys in the back, I can hear myself mix minus. If we can get that fixed really quick, where I can take this out just for a few minutes. Yeah, guys, so kind of the same thing actually from when I talked to you guys last. Whenever we were up on that second story balcony, the big thing was that rain hitting us in addition to the wind. And Alan, Bill, Ryan, maybe you guys can give me an update on what this area will look like a little bit later. But as of right now, it's kind of the same thing. Still a little windy, but now at the last live shot there was some sprinkles. Right now I'm feeling nothing. So we have continued to see folks. Take a look at this though. This is really interesting. I was definitely not expecting to see this while we were doing storm coverage. I expected to see surfers maybe here and there, but folks actually out in the water, like as if it is a beach day, I suppose, enjoying the rush of those strong waves. I'm not really sure, but I'll be honest, I'm trying to keep an eye on them while we're out here, just another set of eyes while we are here as well. But other than that, it's kind of just been the same thing, super gusty, but rain has died down. You can see where the water level has increased to where that sign is, where it says not allowed. So water just continues to come in, as we mentioned earlier today, as we talked about yesterday. This is why talking about storm surge is just so important when we see storms like this. And like I had said yesterday, when we spoke to that professor from TAM-UCC who kind of explained storm surge being this thing that kind of sneaks up on you. So that's why if we can talk about it, the more we talk about it, the more aware we can be, always the better. Joe?
All right, Leslie, thank you. We don't know what's allowed. Not allowed, that is, because the sign is covered up.
You're taking your life in your hands when you're out in the water like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's we understand, as we have said here before, we understand the curiosity, but it doesn't pay, because we've seen and heard about tragedies that do happen. The rip current, for one, must be horrendous out there right now.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Just think of the rip current's bad enough on sunny days sometimes when there's just a thunderstorm out in the Gulf.
Yeah.
But this, oh my.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, watching and tracking.
Oh, can I interrupt
Yeah.
real quick? We mentioned this off air. Buoy 20, which is offshore.
It's right under the eye, it looks like, right
Yeah.
where the eye is right now.
Well, it must be in the eye wall because the last report I had was 83 mile an hour gust there.
Okay.
So if it's one under the eye, this is a little bit older information, but that's the strongest gust
that's
we've seen and heard.
I'm just looking for Leslie because she was asking what the forecast was calling for at her location. It's going to be pretty steady there in terms of the effects. It's going to be gusty winds similar to what you're seeing right now out there. And there's going to be periods of heavy rain. There's going to be periods of lulls in activity. And that's just the way it goes around these systems. You see how there's some gaps on the radar there and then it fills in other areas. I'm just looking at additional data where Leslie is. Right there on the island, I'm finding a little weather station out there, and it looks like there's 49 knot winds, which translates to about 56 mile per hour gusts on the island right now. So that looks like the rule of thumb. We've been saying the winds would be tropical storm force. That's right in the heart of tropical storm force. Then you couple that with the driving rain, and it just makes for a day that you don't want to be outside in. So Leslie, if you can hear me, Atomy, more of the same, gusty winds, rain off and on at times, and that's what you should expect on the island if you're hunkering down out there. Joe and Ryan, I think, is up here with a bottom of the hour update on what's happening right now with Hanna.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. We've been talking about Hurricane Hanna, and it's still strengthening as it makes its way to the Texas coast. And as of this hour, landfall still expected over the next few hours through the early afternoon. While the National Hurricane Center is calling for a 7 p.m. landfall, we're not expecting that. We're expecting landfall in the next few hours in Kennedy County. Now, it is moving west at 8 miles per hour. And in terms of location in Kennedy County between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield. Now, in terms of primary threats, storm surge 3 to 5 foot and flash flooding. Tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, what you really want to focus in on is the cooler cloud tops out across the deep South Texas area. I mean, where you notice these black and white color shades right around the southern and eastern side of Hanna, that's where the more widespread tropical downpours that are just providing tons of rain. And you'll notice some of that is extending into Corpus Christi, just along the island. And of course, as Alan mentioned, we're going to see lulls in activity. We're going to see waves as tropical bands continue to swing in on the northern side of Hanna as it makes landfall in the next few hours, as previously stated. Now here's the timeline. 7 p.m. tonight, inland off of Highway 77, but again making landfall in the next few hours. By tomorrow morning, around the Rio Grande, between Laredo, Rio Grande City, along Starr County, and then as it moves west and southwest into the mountains of Mexico, it's going to weaken a lot. Hurricanes and storms, they need water to survive. And as they move inland into mountains of Mexico, in fact, which is expected by Sunday night into Monday, it's just going to be torn apart. And this is typically what happens with tropical systems as they move inland. Right now, sustained winds at 30 here in the city, 35 in Flower Bluff. However, we've been getting reports up to, for gusting, wind gusts up to 80, 85. So again, these are reflecting sustained winds. However, they are fluctuating back and forth. And here's a forecast for the next several hours. Winds sustained between about 35 and 40. That's sustained. Higher wind gusts up to 40 to 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, that is within the tropical storm criteria of a tropical storm force wind. And that can definitely cause some damage in and around the coastal bend. So please stay inside, ride out the storm. Don't spend any time outside, especially do not drive out on the roadways nor on the highways. Current look at radar getting soaked in Nueces County, into Clayburgh County, Rivera, Falfurrias off of 281. And you'll notice where the eye wall is, and it's slowly inching towards Kennedy County. You can see this clearing right on the western fringe of the eye wall. Now remember, for it to make landfall, the center of circulation, the center of the eye has to move over land. So again, we're getting closer and closer to that. And again, we're expecting the next couple to few hours as it moves west at about 7 miles per hour. A closer look at the island, Port Aransas, Rockport, into Sinton. All moderate heavy rain, especially in downtown Corpus Christi. As you move your way north and east on the bridge, the Harbor Bridge that is, and also into Texas, or at least Highway 181. So again, a good amount of widespread coverage on that rain as these tropical downpours are swinging on the northern side of Hanna, moving in from the northeast to the southwest. A closer look at Refugio, Bayside, Sinton, more on the dry side, but again, we're going to experience that for the most part, just these waves of rain, tropical rain, and again, just some good rainfall out there this afternoon. Here's a timeline. Temperatures remain in the 80s and 70s. If that's the saving grace with this forecast. I mean, we have clouds and cooler temperatures, but again, rainfall is around. Tropical downpours all day today, extending all day tomorrow. Also, east winds from the Gulf of Mexico, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour sustained with some higher wind gusts. We'll continue to update the forecast and give you the latest on Hurricane Hanna. Guys.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Keeping track of this storm as we continue to do here. Go ahead. Miranda, what were you saying? Okay, good. Let's go right now to Clayburgh County once again, where we've been there at H.M. King High School, where they've got a FEMA dome that has turned into a shelter for some of the folks there. And we're actually inside now, where we can give you a look at some of the folks who've chosen to seek shelter there. Ashley Gonzalez is standing by. Ashley?
Hey Joe, yes everybody, hey everybody, Ashley Gonzalez here, and like you said, Joe, I'm here at H.M. King.
I can't find
how to put I want to show you the process that people have to go through if they want to indeed come to and seek shelter. So the general public would go this way. There's hand sanitizer, and you can't just get in unless you have above 100 temperature. So I'm just going to show you exactly what that process is. All right, so it's
normal temperature.
Normal temperature, so now we're good, and now the next step would be to come through here, and here's where you would sign in. And already there's not a lot of people, but as the storm progresses, city and county leaders, like officials, want to remind you that this is a safe room. And as you can see over here, the beds are 6 feet apart, and there's more if need be. However, since there's not a lot of people here, not all of them need to be out. And over here there's water, and let's get a little bit closer, Joe. Over here, there's a bunch of sanitizing napkins, and we're going to zoom in a little bit closer so you can see for yourself, and some face masks. Alrighty, Joe, right over here. All the things that you would need if you do indeed want to come and look at all this water. And again, we want to show you the beds, how they are apart. We're going to walk this way. There we go. And of course, not all the beds are out, like we said before, because there's not a lot of people seeking shelter. But if you do, they are here. And the safe room is here for you if you're whether in Kingsville or in the area. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks very much, Ashley. So not many people taking advantage of the shelter yet. As we've said, there's probably good reason for that. It's not something that conditions really warrant yet, unless you are convinced that your home is not a safe place to be. Then by all means, take advantage of that. Joining us on the telephone live now is Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales. And Judge, we appreciate you doing this, taking the time. It's been an interesting 12 to 24 hours, and it's going to be another interesting 24 hours to come. But it appears Nueces County has kind of dodged a situation that could have been far worse. Would you agree?
I would, but I also want to just caution that it's not over yet, and I just literally got off the call with basically our entire sector of emergency managers from all the different counties, and we all agree that we would rather be, safe than sorry, so we still want people to heed the warnings to please stay inside. The storm surge really is very dramatically different than what was predicted 48 hours ago. I will tell you, Bob Hall Pier took a beating this morning, and we're still seeing, quite a bit of inundation in Pack Reed Channel, and we expect that these bands that come in later this afternoon will cause some flooding.
Yeah, we saw some pictures from Bob Hall, and the walkway up to it, those concrete slabs that are there have been torn up pretty dramatically.
Yeah, they look terrible. In fact, I have Scott Cross here in our EOC, Director of Coastal Parks, and I asked him when that was built. He said early 80s. And I said, well, it's going to have a new circa. It's going to have a circa 2020 because we're going to have to rebuild that. It really took a hard
slashing this morning. And of course, we're so glad we moved all the campers out yesterday. This is why it's so important when we make these decisions in the interest of public safety that people go, yeah, they know, they've got good intel, we better do what's right, because had those campers been there this morning, it would have been a very difficult, it would have been a rescue this morning. So I'm so glad that we made that call.
Right. We're seeing some video now of that area, just showing that high water, the storm surge, and everything. We had a photo earlier of Bob Hall Pier itself. I'm wondering why the picnic tables were not moved ahead of time. Do you have any knowledge about that?
You know, I don't. I'll be sure and ask Scott, so the next time we give you an update, we'll make that determination. I'll tell you, we started at noon on Friday, and we did so much work. We learned the lessons from Harvey. At least I did, from all the notes that were left for me. Right. You want to move your heavy equipment. We did that first, really protect that. We moved all the trash cans so we wouldn't have any debris. Got the people off so we could protect life. He did a lot of removal of items over at IB McGee, which we also manage. And I'm not sure if it was a matter of he ran out of time or just didn't think that the surge would really take it up. I will tell you, this surge is very different than Harvey. It's completely coming from a different angle. We're getting a very different portfolio. Even inside Corpus Christi off Ocean Drive all the way to Naval Air Station, it looks different than it did for Harvey. So it just goes to show, Joe, every storm is unique.
Indeed. Yeah, and we've been saying that right along, and you're absolutely right. And we've just seen this storm surge is significant, even though the winds and the amount of rain at this point appears to be something that we can handle, and that is certainly good news. So in terms of damage, we know about Bob Hall Pier. Have you heard of anything else in Nueces County that was particularly hard hit?
No, not yet. Port Aransas did not join the call just a second ago, so I'm going to get an update from them. Obviously, those are the big. The storm surge there is really what I would want to know about and what's going on there. I did speak with the mayor, I guess, around maybe 1 o'clock, and he said all was well. So we would love to be able to report back to you tomorrow at the same time that we dodged a bullet. And I do understand the governor's going to have a press conference, so I think all of us are very still mindful that it's a long night ahead, and any one of these bands can spin off a tornado. And that's why I want people to not get too excited that the rain has not affected us yet. I really want us to be watchful of tornadoes that can do, some damage. So let's stay vigilant and get excited tomorrow or the day after when we really know all our worry is over.
Okay, and of course, even then, we're in the midst of hurricane season. We're coming up to the peak, as you know, of when we have to really pay attention to what's going on in the tropics. So, hopefully this one we have gotten past, but we will certainly remain vigilant for the next 24 hours or so to make sure of that. Barbara, thank you so much. Nueces County Judge, we appreciate that, and maybe we can check back with you to get an update if we need to.
Please do. Let's do that this evening. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales, and she mentioned that the governor will be having a news conference coming up in about 20 minutes at 3 o'clock. We intend to take that live right here on TV3, so you won't miss anything at all. Just got some bad news, sad news, in that it has nothing to do with the hurricane, but we've learned that Regis Philbin, my goodness, he goes back, I don't know what you'd call him.
Television icon.
Icon, but entertainer, talk show host, game show host, that sort of thing.
I believe he holds the record for being on TV the most hours in history.
There you go, has died at the age of 88. Interesting story, I used to work in Los Angeles. I got my start in radio there, and I was on KABC, which is one of the big stations right out of college. It was that's a long story in itself. But one of the people I worked with there at the ABC station was Regis Philbin, and when I went in, just to kind of show you the kind of guy he was, when I went in the first day and shook his hand for the first time, he said, "Oh, I'm such a big fan. I can't believe you're working." And I had never been. I was a kid, and he was this established star, and he was obviously just being funny. But that's Regis Philbin for you, and he's just a great guy. And
that is sad news.
Sorry to hear about him passing. Okay, let's go to Marissa. Marissa Cummings, who is on North Beach, watching what has been a significant amount of flooding there for this storm. Marissa?
Hey there, Joe. I am standing outside at the base of the Radisson Hotel on North Beach. This is far from a glamour shot for me. It is definitely raining really hard, and now we are down at the ground level to where we can see again how bad this flooding is. As you guys have been coming out to me throughout our live the past couple of hours, you can kind of see where the water just keeps on getting higher and higher. Even looking at the trash can over here, at a point we could see, where the trash can started. Now the bottom of it is completely covered. Now I'm standing on the steps of the Radisson here, and I'm going to step down. Each step, I asked the maintenance man here, each step is 8 inches, okay? I'm standing on the last step of this hotel here that goes out to the beach. It is covered. It is at my ankles. That means that this is above 8 inches of water, and the rain is not going to let up. It does not look like the ocean is letting up at all. You can kind of see the swells over here that are crashing. It's almost, there is a significant incline from where the ocean starts and where the beach starts, and you can see where it kind of crashes and then it just floods over. There's nothing stopping this water coming this way. It is incredibly flooded. Nobody needs to be out here at all, and luckily we haven't seen anyone out here in a bit. Now, if we look down, we can barely see the intersection where the palm trees are this way. There was a man walking out there. Do not recommend, but from what I could see, the water went above his knees, between his thigh, almost going up to his waist. That is just giving you an idea. And we don't know the different levels here, so I'm not even going to risk stepping out, because I remember that there's some semblance of a sidewalk here. Not going to risk it. If I'm not risking just taking a step down to a sidewalk, no one needs to be taking their cars out into the streets. We'll be back up in the hotel a little bit later, and I want to show you guys that you can actually see, it looks like currents in the intersections. Again, if the intersections look like an ocean, it's not something that you want to go out and play with. This is not the case at all. I'm just standing out here to show you guys that and reiterate this point. I'm not out here for fun. Trust me, I haven't looked at a mirror, so I don't know what's happening with my eyeliner right now, but it's definitely nothing to joke about. And turn around, don't drown, do not come out here. Again, I want to reiterate, we keep on talking about how it's only going to get worse, and how it's also going to get way worse down in Clayburgh County and past that. But again, this is North Beach. This is the northern part of Corpus Christi. And if it's this bad here, imagine how bad it is everywhere else. I mean, we have all these little markers on the beach to show us, hey, that's where a trash can is. That's where a fence line is, all the way over there, and that, this is nothing you want to play with. That shows you that will probably go up to your waist. I'm not going to walk out there, and I want to show you one last thing to give you an idea of how high this water is. There's a lawn chair right there. There's a red lawn chair. They're all stacked up. Imagine sitting in that chair and the water being up to your waist. Again, it is nothing to joke with. So we're going to keep you updated on these conditions. These waves don't look fun anymore. And, Bill, like you were saying, it's churning underneath. Well, it's definitely churning on top of the water now, too. So, guys, stay safe, stay at home, stick with Channel 3. We're going to do our best to give you the best information about what is happening around the coastal bend. I'm going to try to go as far as I can and as safely as I can. Definitely not going to get in harm's way, but I do want to make it very clear that this is a serious situation, even if it is a Category 1 going into a Category 2 hurricane. This may not be a Harvey, but this does not mean that we should not be taking it seriously and taking extreme precaution. It just isn't worth it. Reporting at the base of the Radisson Hotel in North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks very much. Yeah, flooding a main concern there on North Beach, as it usually is when we get a good storm of pretty much any kind coming through, and this is not just any storm. Fortunately, it is moving, as we saw, into the Kennedy County
Yeah,
area.
and even farther than that. I mean, we saw part of the eye starting to move inland just north of Mansfield Pass.
So there you go.
At the very end of the National Seashore.
The thing about this storm, as we kept pointing out, though, is that it is so large.
Yes.
It covers such a wide area, and that's why we need to, pay close attention to it, because the storm surge is affecting us. It's affecting, everybody along the coast.
Everybody. In fact, I've been looking at data from the Conrad Blucher Institute at the Island University.
Yeah.
And they do a great job of keeping an eye on water levels, sea level temperatures up and down the coast. At the Texas State Aquarium, kind of where Marissa was right now, the water level is 2¼ inches above normal and headed toward 3 feet above normal. At Port Isabel, expected to get up to 4½ feet surge. Port Aransas right now is a 3-foot surge, expected to get maybe 3¼ Packery Channel right now is a 3-foot surge, forecast 6¼
Wow.
So a big surge expected at Packery Channel by later tonight.
So the water rising out there, people
Yes.
should be aware of that.
Right.
Okay. And that's not too far from Bob Hall Pier, by the way. So,
Nope.
so I mean, that
Yeah,
could be,
right.
that'll be interesting to see what happens. The damage already there, we saw a picture earlier. I'd like to actually put that up again.
That's
so
incredible
that,
pictures.
So that people could see what has already happened out there with regard to those
The slabs, the concrete walk
concrete-
slabs.
Yeah.
Bill,
Heavy
did you
concrete
see the latest buoy info coming in out at our old friend Buoy 20 in the Gulf of Mexico?
What do you got?
87 mile per hour wind gust in that buoy, and I've actually been able to pull the info on that buoy up. It's going to be way down to the south. I've actually got to move the map off of our coastal bend viewing, and that's the buoy in question that we've been looking at data on. That's the sustained number. I think the most recent number, this hasn't updated yet. We're still at that 81 mark, but it's getting reported from the Weather Service that the next update should show 87 miles per hour there. And that buoy is very close to the eye wall. You see where it was, right? That buoy is sitting right in here. And so that's going to take on the brunt of what the winds are giving and producing from this storm. So the buoy, if we can get the radar back up, is right over the eye wall, the most concentrated area of rain and wind with this storm. The buoy's right in here, and that's where those 80 mile per hour wind gusts are being reported from. And I do want to, do we have any live shots coming up here?
Go ahead. That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, I want to just talk about the duration of storm surge and why the storm surge will actually go down and not be a problem tomorrow. And it's because of the way the storms move in and their spin around the center. So we're just taking a broad look at this thing right now. I'll pause the radar imagery, and the winds are going to circulate around this thing. That's why when Bill just said, what was the location where 6+ feet of storm surge? Packery Channel. That's a popular, beach spot for locals. The Packery Channel is going to get and exceed that 3 to 5 inch or 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So it's these winds that continue to wrap around and into land that create that storm surge. And as these storms move, if you were out and about yesterday evening, it was a nice north wind. It felt kind of nice out. It was like cool.
It did.
Wow,
Yeah.
how did that feel that way? Well, it's because the winds circulating around it were giving us that north wind because it was far enough in the Gulf of Mexico to supply us with those. As this moves in, we're going to see the winds become more southeasterly around the top side of this storm, and that's when the storm surge potential is going to be the greatest. So as this gets farther to landfall and then a little bit farther to the west of that, the storm surge is going to get a little bit worse in locations that are already getting the storm surge. But as we move farther in to Mexico tomorrow, like it's forecast to do, those winds are going to start to come out of the southwest, and that'll be it'll be over and done with respect to surge by the time this gets far enough to the west to where we get those southerly winds in place.
A distant memory by this time tomorrow.
We've heard about V curves with the recession and everything going on.
Yeah.
That's what the storm surge model looks like, just a straight up and straight down.
Yep, and it's
goes
going to
away.
peak with landfall.
Unfortunately, it does damage while it's here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that we still have Leslie standing by on Padre Island. We do not. Okay. Okay. Well, we were going to do that, but keep in mind also we are going to join the governor live for his news conference coming up in about 7 minutes from right now at 3 o'clock. But we were talking about the damage at Bob Hall Pier. Just look at that.
It's incredible.
Boy. From that surge, that's the only reason for it. That's what causes a lot of damage. And in many circumstances, when you have major hurricanes coming in, the surge is the most dangerous part. It's the biggest cause of fatalities. This surge just comes in quickly, surprisingly in many cases. They're not ready for it, and it kills and it damages.
It's in the weather business, we try to emphasize that all the time. It's storms. It's not the wind.
Yeah.
It's not the rain. It's the storm surge that will get you. If the water can lift up those concrete slabs.
Imagine.
Yeah, just to hammer that point home, I've got the little chart up. 75% of people that die in these storms, it's not the wind. It is inland flooding and storm surge. That makes up 75% of the big problems that people end up having with these storms. The wind, 8%. People going out trying to surf, it's just not smart. There's really bad rip currents out there too, and the beach. Some surfers are really in tune with where the dunes are, where the little currents are under the water. Those are all shifting at this point, and it's dangerous to be out there.
That's going to be another thing. I'm sorry, Joe. That's going to be another thing for surfers. You're right. And this is all shifting underneath. When they go out there next week, it's going to be totally different from how they surfed last week.
Take a look at this video just into us here from a place called the Lost Colony. This is a subdivision just off Highway 361 on the outskirts of Port Aransas, and you can see here the kind of beach erosion that we have been talking about. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
There's no beach anymore. It's all water. And when that water goes back and recedes, it just takes so much of the sand with it.
This is a really good learning experience, I think, just from a visual perspective as to just how much just 4 to 6 feet can do. Imagine if it were 10 feet or 12 feet or, in the teens with the feet. I mean, so it's an eye opener for sure when we see this water coming in like that.
It's almost
some
to
of
the
the erosion
point,
right there.
Right, but it's almost to the point. The building is pretty close to the edge of that grass line there, and
the stilts on it.
If there were much more erosion, even those structures might be in danger.
Yeah, even that picture that was aimed a little bit to the south, you can actually see the sand falling in this picture there, a little farther back.
Look at that.
Huh.
Well, that's again off 361 by the Lost Colony development out there.
Yeah, the colorful houses, I believe, they have out there.
And we've seen some flooding along 361. They had to put barricades up on part of that. Not that anyone is advised to be doing any traveling on that road.
Do you know if there's a way to make
right now,
storm
but
surge
the flooding,
like tide type graphics?
I just got information here that the tornado warning we had earlier, apparently there was a touchdown between Sinton and Refugio.
Like just put a blue screen
at
up
10 till 1.
and get info on
Don't
the
see any
tide
damage
going up.
reports, but apparently it was a confirmed tornado on the ground at 10 till 1 between Sinton and Refugio.
All right.
Earlier today.
That's
what
what
we were talking about. Right, that's what that. There was one.
Okay.
One confirmation of a touchdown.
that's where that warning came from.
Right.
Yes.
Hopefully it didn't do any damage.
Don't see any damage.
And as Alan was pointing out, those tornadoes, even though they are potentially dangerous, usually are on the very low end of the F scale.
Right.
so that it's not going to be a hugely damaging thing, but
Tornado's a tornado.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right.
I've got the storm report on this, actually. I can go and zoom in and see exactly where that was reported on the map. So if we can pull graphics up full, this is going to show us where this report is coming from, and it's exactly where we were pointing at on the map when that warning came out. If you were with us at that point, we were saying it was going to be to the south of Woodsboro and near the Bonnie View area. And that's where the report that we're referencing is stemming from. And that's it right there. This is the data that Bill was just reading. And it was a report that came in to the Weather Service, and that was that. So thankfully we were on that. Ryan, good catch with seeing that alert come up. We were able to talk about that tornado, but hopefully, yeah, it didn't do much damage. You can see Bonnie View on the map, actually, the little community there and some structures. Yeah. So hopefully it missed that and stayed in more of a rural spot without structures. But I'm going to kind of investigate this chart here to see some of the other reports. I was just looking at it, and there's more reports of stuff happening down to the south of us. I don't know what they are. I haven't been, but they're wind reports to do with this hurricane. So, do you want to just look at them right now, real time? You got something else?
We're down to our last minute before the governor is supposed to talk here.
We'll do it
I just thought it was interesting when you look at that storm, that satellite view again of the rotation and so forth. You can see that we're still looking at the backside of that storm that's going to come across land, and that's part of the eye wall.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big rain still headed for Corpus Christi. Look at that, all that yellow and orange out there.
Yeah.
Due east of Corpus Christi, that's headed that way, and that's a lot of water coming our way. And look at the eye. Alan, a couple of hours ago, you were wondering, if this thing continues straight west, we're going to catch some bad winds. Look how far south it has drifted.
Which is good news for Corpus Christi, Kingsville, all these places that were right on the fringe of the chance for hurricane force winds. With this moving south like this, that is definitely good in terms of avoiding the strongest winds with this thing.
Look at Baffin Bay. They're really getting hit hard, it looks like right now, both wind and rain.
Yeah. So Kingsville, I would say too, with this track, we're just waiting on Joe, just interrupt me if that starts, that press conference.
Yeah.
If this continues on this southwesterly motion, I'm going to pause this right now. Kingsville, you're going to be close to that hurricane force wind with this moving into the southwest like so. So we have been showing this chart where it predicts the percentage of the chance to get a hurricane force wind in your area, and you can see that the yellow shades do include and encompass all of Kennedy County and then extend into Brooks County out toward Falfurrias. Kingsville, you are in the mix, but the chance for a hurricane force wind speed to be observed in your location is relatively low. Kingsville up in here 20%. So, it is what it is. I don't think the winds are quite as bad as if the storm would have been coming right at, the Baffin Bay or even a little bit to the north like we were looking at last night. When we got that initial hurricane warning here, when all the phones went off,
right?
That track was a lot more threatening, given that it was going to be a hurricane and that track was near the Baffin Bay.
Right.
So there's a significant shift between then, about 24 hours ago, and right now in that track shifting south, which is, it's sparing us with those highest winds.
So the next update from the Hurricane Center, the big update, an hour from now, officially at 4 o'clock. We'll probably get it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very interesting.
Okay, we got one at 3 also, just on the stats.
Okay.
It's the same, 85 miles per hour, 100 mile per hour gusts, still moving west at 8 miles per hour. That's 3 p.m. update there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and we will continue to watch. The governor is about ready to begin his news conference talking about this hurricane and the state's response. We talked to the governor live last night during 3 News at 6, and he was telling us that state resources are in place in the event that anyone had to be rescued, anything like that, that we were in a position to do that, and that in this unique time where we've got the COVID outbreak and so forth going, as well as the concern about the storm, that rescue operations and any kind of evacuations, should they be necessary, would be carried out in accordance with, the social distancing rules and just the rules of safety that we've all come to accept now as a way of life in this pandemic.
I'm
So
about to say that hats off to our first responders,
Yeah,
Coast Guard
yeah.
people who would have to go out in the air to be able to rescue somebody or get on a boat and rescue somebody. That's a tough job.
Indeed, they put their own lives at risk anyway. But when you add the COVID threat on top of that, just imagine. So that is, and I don't know exactly what the governor is going to be saying during this news briefing, but I would imagine something along the lines of being ready and able to move in if it should become necessary. But also, I'm sure updating folks on what has happened thus far and what he anticipates happening in terms of damage and so forth.
Still a lot of bad weather
Yeah.
coming. I mean, that eye is still out there. It still has a possibility of intensifying a little bit more.
I'm seeing a little change in the update, and I don't know whether it's because in the track, the forecast cone, whether it's because the center of the storm is now a little bit farther to the south than it originally was forecast to be.
Yeah.
But if we look at the forecast cone right now on Hanna, watch the trend that we're going to see on the forecast cone.
Whoa.
A little bit of a jog to the north on the cone. So that would bring in at least a chance for, a little bit more of a northerly shift and that chance to get stronger winds in places like Kingsville, Corpus Christi, southern Nueces County. But that's a change I just saw. It's a really small change.
Subtle,
it's a
yeah.
really nuanced change. But it's a change, and I don't know whether that's because the center is farther south than they originally thought it was going to be, so they're adjusting to that by giving it that little northerly jog, or they think from where it is right now it'll go to the north and then back down to the southwest. But that's a change. And I was looking at the weather, the spaghetti plot, the weather models on the center of this thing to just see, and they don't have that. It's just a straight southwesterly line on most of them. There's the nav gem is showing a little bit of a jog, but no one's going north.
Yeah, that's interesting. Seeing that kind of throws me a little bit.
Yeah,
because
so
the
that was
trend all
interesting.
afternoon has been southwest.
Yeah, and what I've seen is that the eye is kind of redeveloping and restructuring itself, just stepping down in latitude, if you will. That's a good way to describe it. It's just as it's going to the west, the eye has been trying to redevelop farther to the south than it previously was. And I think you're going to be able to see that when we, maybe not.
So you're thinking that the eye is positioned a little bit farther south, and they're still basing their predictions on the original point where the eye was before it.
That's what I think would be a good explanation, because I don't see any reason to think or believe it's going to just have one jog to the north enough
in real time.
Yeah, enough to bend the cone and then go continue to the southwest.
I don't see it in real time.
That was just interesting. That was something that caught my eye. Does it really do much to the effects at this point? I don't think it's going to do much to change or alter what we feel and experience here in Corpus Christi. But
how much, these storms have been known to wobble, especially as they get close to land. How much of that has been going on here? It seems like quite a bit.
It's this one's wobble, if you will. It's the kids know that phrase as a dance name. But this is a storm that isn't oscillating, I guess is a better way to put it. It's not going back and forth on its wobbles. Yeah. Every time it does, it looks like, to me at least, that the change is to be farther to the south when it does redevelop on that eye. That's just me purely looking at this right now and seeing how it's moving. But a lot of times, like with Harvey, the Harvey wobbles were more west to east on its track to the north. So what we were seeing is, okay, there's a little jog to the west, okay, now it's back to the east, and then it's to the west on its journey north. This one, on its journey to the west, keeps going a little farther south each time.
And Harvey, of course, just kind of sat there almost stationary for a long period of time, and that was one of the worst things that could happen. We're not seeing it develop that way with this storm.
Well, I'm just looking at this loop, and this is a 3-hour loop, and if you take the whole 3 hours, I just, I see it going south. I see it going southwest.
It's pausing right now because I just told the computer to say, let's go back 6 hours. So it's trying to get the data right now. In other words, we're stuck on this image until I get off of this screen. So yeah, thank you for taking us off camera. But I'll see if I can get a longer loop so we can see a bigger trend of what's been happening with the eye of this thing.
Here comes the governor.
Okay. Yeah, the governor is getting ready to start his news conference here, and let's go ahead, and that's why I've been looking off to a monitor I've got set up, and I see him just arrive here. Let's go ahead and go to that live right now.
Thank you for joining us today. I want to start out by thanking those who are behind the cameras here, who are working in this operations center, first to help respond to COVID-19, now additionally to help respond to Hurricane Hanna. Any hurricane is an enormous seeing that it is sweeping through an area that is the most challenged area in the state for COVID-19. Our hearts go out to everybody in the entire region affected by the hurricane. Our efforts will go toward addressing those impacted by the hurricane with a concentrated focus on making sure that we as a state do all that we can to continue protecting everybody in the swath of the storm from the spread of COVID-19. The most important thing I could say today is to issue a reminder to everybody in the state of Texas that just because a hurricane comes to the state does not mean that COVID-19 disappears. This is a time in response to a hurricane where sometimes people will come together to shelter, come together just as close family, come together as friends, come together to respond. That coming together will continue to provide the ability for COVID-19 to transmit from one person to another. Hurricanes can be deadly events. Unfortunately, I have not yet heard of a death resulting from Hurricane Hanna. But we cannot allow this hurricane to lead to a more catastrophically deadly event by stoking additional spread of COVID-19 that could lead to fatalities. We're very, very concerned about the status of the storm and what it will be bringing in the coming days and hours. We are seeing hurricane level winds lash the shoreline. We are already seeing and will continue to see dramatic waves of flooding, including flash flooding that will come upon people suddenly. One moment they will be in an area, it could be all the way over to Laredo, where it seems like there is a little rain, and then moments later, they could be awashed in water up to their doors if they're in their cars, up to their knees if they're walking around. So as we speak, the hurricane is in the process of making landfall. The highest risk, as I pointed out, is heavy flooding in many regions, most of all in the Rio Grande Valley area, where people should expect to experience flash flooding and severe high-level flooding. This flooding is so severe that it can be very life-threatening. Everybody that's in the zone of where either this hurricane or the flooding may occur, you need to take precautions to make sure that you protect your own life, knowing that you can keep yourself out of danger's way by making sure you do not go out into the storm. There will be probably, substantial property damage, in large part because of flooding, but also in part because of the winds whipping around the entire region affected by Hurricane Hanna. In some areas, especially along the coastline, especially in the Corpus Christi, Nueces County area, you can expect storm surges of up to 4 to 6 feet comprehend that size, you will see a storm surge as tall or taller than most individuals in Texas. So that shows you the size of the waves that could be coming in and how threatening it can be to the lives of the people in the area. Do not go into that storm area knowing that it could take your life from you if you do so. We also do want to point out the possibility of tornadoes. There has already been one tornado warning northeast of Corpus Christi. There could be others arise, and it's always to be anticipated and expected in the course of a hurricane coming onshore. So in this regard, and also with flooding, it's so important that everyone in the region affected by the hurricane stay tuned to local news agencies and local alerts, so you can be aware of a potential tornado in your region. You can be aware of potential rising waters in your region, so you can take the action that's recommended to make sure that you can be as safe as possible. Already, in response to this hurricane, I have issued a governor's disaster declaration for 32 counties in Texas. This provides the governor the ability to waive statutes or administrative rules that may hinder the response or the recovery. This declaration provides Texas the ability also to ask the federal government for assistance in response to Hurricane Hanna. I'm also issuing a federal emergency disaster declaration request. This request is for public assistance, direct financial assistance, and hazard mitigation assistance. For public assistance, it would provide funds to assist communities responding to and recovering from major disasters or emergencies declared by the President. The direct financial assistance would allow us to access direct federal assets to meet critical emergency protection requirements, for example, for federal search and rescue teams. Hazard mitigation would also be a component of this, and it would provide assistance for actions taken to prevent or reduce long-term risk to life and property from natural disasters. I'm proud to say that we are partnered today by both FEMA and the U.S. Coast Guard as the state and local governments respond to this challenge. Speaking of local governments, I've had the opportunity to speak to many of the local governmental leaders in the pathway of the storm over the course of the past 24 hours. And in typical Texas fashion, they were prepared for this storm, working with the residents of their communities, making sure that all was being done to both prepare for and to gird for the forthcoming storm. We have with us a team of state agencies that are stepping up to assist local communities in responding to Hurricane Hanna. With regard to the Texas National Guard, they are providing 2 ground transportation companies, which equals a total of 100 personnel. One of those companies is going to be in Weslaco, the other in Corpus Christi. They will provide 20 high-profile vehicles. 2 more of these ground transportation companies are on standby if needed. They will also have helicopters on standby as needed for rescue missions. The Texas Military Division also is providing 17 mobile testing teams focused on shelters. When I'm referring to testing teams, I'm talking about COVID-19 testing teams. We will be responding in the way that we typically respond to a hurricane, but on top of that, we will be responding in ways that respond to the COVID challenges, and that includes these military division operated testing teams to make sure that we will be able to continue to provide the COVID-19 tests that are needed to help secure the region from the spread of COVID-19. In addition to that, the Texas Military Division will also be working to sanitize shelters where people may be sheltering in place in a way similar to the way that the Texas Military Division sanitized nursing homes, to do everything they can to eliminate any type of COVID-19 germs in the shelters that people may be seeking safety in. They being the Texas National Guard, are providing 100 medical personnel available to help with those who may be sheltered. The Texas Department of Public Safety has 390 personnel staged to respond. They are providing 4 helicopters, 2 search planes, 6 rescue boat teams, and can also assist in security operations in the regions affected by this, as well as assisting local law enforcement agencies make sure that all their duties are adequately addressed. TEEX is providing 8 boats and 30 personnel in the Rio Grande Valley region, as well as 6 boats and 20 personnel in the Corpus Christi region, and 80 personnel staged in Pleasanton, Texas right now to be ready to surge for search and rescue as needed. With those efforts, they have 6 boats and 4 search squads. The Texas Parks and Wildlife, they have announced that parks are closed along the coastline from Galveston all the way to Brownsville, and 3 state parks in the Rio Grande Valley region are also closed. Additionally, Texas Parks and Wildlife Division, they are providing search and rescue teams for water-based search and rescue. They are providing 60 game wardens, 4 swift water boats, 15 shallow water boats, as well as a helicopter with a hoist for rescue if needed. The Department of State Health Services remains actively involved in the COVID-19 response during the course of this hurricane. Related to that, they are setting up medical shelters. They will primarily use these medical shelters to provide for those who have medical needs but don't need to be hospitalized. One of these shelters will be set up at the Freeman Coliseum in San Antonio with a capacity of being able to treat and hold up to 100 people. There will be an additional facility prepared to be open in Pharr, Texas, where they will be able to set up and treat up to 40 to 60 people. The Texas Department of Transportation they actually worked in advance to clear culverts and ditches in the area to be prepared for the oncoming rains and flood waters. They are working on road closures, and they are providing 30 high-profile vehicles on standby. They have a website address you can go to check out for closed roads, and it's called drivetexas.org. That's drivetexas.org to find out about road closures in the area impacted by Hurricane Hanna. The Texas Division of Emergency Management, Chief Nimkid will tell you more about that, but I will tell you that they continue to surge personal protection equipment to the region. We know that there will be even an escalated need for access to that personal protection equipment. They have food and water available for anybody who will need access to that food and water, and part of that will be through the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Also, part of that is being provided by FEMA. And they are preparing for debris cleanup. We all know in the aftermath of a hurricane, debris cleanup is something very important. I would like to once again both recognize and thank the Texas Legislature for all they did this past session to create a very robust system to respond to hurricanes like this, including the additions they added to Texas statutes concerning debris removal and cleanup. And it means that Texas is even more prepared to deal with Hurricane Hanna than we were in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey. So I will pass it to Nimkid, but before I do, I want to emphasize one thing once more, and that is as people are doing everything possible to protect their lives and loved ones from the storm and the damage the storm can cause, I strongly urge you to remember to do everything you can to protect your lives and loved ones from the transmission of COVID-19. Do not, in haste, take action that could cause you, a family member, or a loved one to lose their life in the coming weeks to COVID-19 by disregarding all of these practices that we've become accustomed to using, such as wearing a face mask as you respond to COVID-19, maintaining distance where possible, and most importantly, avoid gatherings of more than just a few family members. With that, I'll pass it off to Chief Nimkid.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, this is a very dangerous storm. The wind will be part of our concern, but mostly we'll be concerned with the rainfall and the flooding. And need to remember, turn around, don't drown. If you do not have to be out in this weather, do not get out in this weather. Please stay stay high as you can, and there's no reason to get out and travel just to go and look and see what's going on. Second, our local, state, and federal partners are working very close to each other with the priorities of life safety, property conservation, and environmental protection. We're doing that through providing rescue assets to our local partners in consultation and cooperation with our federal partners. And then at the local level, we've talked to several officials this morning that will be opening emergency shelters in their jurisdictions. If you had the chance to evacuate and are on your way now, the City of San Antonio and Bexar County has opened up the Freeman Coliseum as a reception center, and the American Red Cross will be providing hotel rooms for people that make their way into San Antonio. As the Governor said, we'll continue to provide personal protective equipment, testing and cleaning in all of our shelters, working very close with our private contractor partners to get debris cleaned up as soon as possible. We'll continue to push for the disaster declaration to support our local governments and our citizens. And finally, I would like to thank all of the local officials that are out there, Governor. In the midst of this pandemic, they have been planning, training, and exercising for hurricane response. It was last week and a half ago that we've had virtual exercises with all of our coastal partners to respond, and so I know they're engaged and they're ready.
And that's worth emphasizing because back in May, you and teams were working on this very scenario. We did not come to this today or yesterday by any sense of surprise. At a time when we knew COVID already existed in the state of Texas, the Texas Division of Emergency Management was working with those behind us right now, as well as with local officials, to be sure that we were prepared in the event that a hurricane did arise, and that preparation months in advance is paying off today and in the coming days. We'll take a few questions. Sure. Sure. Chief.
So, Jenna, I think I heard the question right. How many tests will each team be capable of delivering? And the answer is hundreds per day. We'll be using the curative test, which is the oral swab test. We've been seeing lab turnaround times after transportation to really be about 20 to 24 hours. And so to get in and test within those facilities, the other thing the military department teams are capable of doing is surveying people to see who's sick and who's not sick right there so we can segregate as much as possible. And so we'll see those people come in to do the cleaning, do the testing, and get those results back. If we need to open up additional space for people to quarantine, we will be using hotel rooms. We don't want to set up any more congregate settings than we have to. Yes, ma'am. So shelters, normally when you come in, you check into a shelter so that at the local level, the folks running those shelters should have the names and addresses of the people that are in the shelter. If there is a positive, that will be the basis to do any contact tracing at the local level. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So right now we are surging PPE into the area to make sure that all of the PPE needs will be met. This storm could slow the robust testing that was in place for a day or two while the communities get stabilized. And so there could be a possible decrease in the number of people being tested. But we will be prepared to go in and surge testing in the coming days and coming weeks to help the communities respond to the COVID response aspect of this hurricane.
When it comes to social distancing in shelters, how is that going to work?
So as Chief Kidd was talking about, we planned in advance for strategies to make sure that in people who are going to shelters in response to a hurricane, that it would be different than what has been done in the past. In the past, they've been going to gymnasiums or convention centers, things like that, where you would be bringing a lot of people together. Here it's important to keep people separated, and hence we have hotel rooms set up to make sure that family units will be able to stay in one hotel room themselves without exposing themselves to others. Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry, Governor. Two aspects of the Freeman Coliseum. One would be the medical sheltering aspect of it, of where you would have people very much separated. The second, the Freeman Coliseum, how we used to use that as a shelter reception hub, will now be a hotel reception hub. So we spoke with the Vice President of the American Red Cross last night. They're providing hotel vouchers. If they run out of vouchers, we will contract for hotel rooms. But the idea is you come and check in at the Freeman Coliseum and then go to your hotel, not go to a shelter unless you have a medical need. You'll be determined if you need to go to a hospital at that point, and if not a hospital, then you'll have the medical shelter if you have medical conditions that require such.
Just out of curiosity, do you know about how many hotel rooms the state has prepared for people who are looking for shelter?
Well, it's not a busy travel season in San Antonio right now. We talked to the city manager this morning, and he says they have plenty of rooms.
Facilities that house vulnerable populations like nursing homes, what guidance and assistance are they being given this hurricane season?
So we've worked very close with all of the nursing homes through the testing and the cleaning. We know exactly where they are, how many residents they have, and all those addresses will be shared with our search and rescue partners if there's any need to do that. If we need to evacuate a nursing home at this point, we still have all of the resources that we've had in every hurricane season to do that. The difference will be we'll be wearing more PPE than we would have in the past.
Governor, with the $600 extension on unemployment expiring, 3 million Texans unemployed, do you support the extension of that $600 supplemental income for people who are unemployed?
I think it's important that we continue to help Texans who are working through this process of navigating a pathway forward from COVID-19, and I'm confident that the U.S. House and Senate will reach an agreement that will be helpful to our fellow Texans.
So is that a yes or a no?
I want to see the House and Senate work collaboratively toward helping both individuals as well as communities in the state of Texas. Yeah. I support the United States Congress working with the President to help fellow Texans in the way that they find is going to be most important and effective.
Resources from the Austin area. So very few from the Austin area, unless they're part of Texas Task Force 1 that's been pulled up, or one of the emergency medical task forces. The team behind us has done a great job of not pulling any of the COVID responders off of the COVID mission to go and do this. These are additional resources above and beyond what the state has been focused on COVID with.
How do you divide the PPE surge between the first responders and the people that may need to go to a hotel room, or go to shelter, or who are
We make sure everybody who needs PPE will get PPE. So you'll know. And they've done such a fabulous job of making sure that we have ongoing supply chains of PPE, that we have plenty of PPE available to make sure that the PPE needs of everybody both affected by the storm and affected by COVID-19 will be able to receive that PPE.
All right, continuing our coverage here now on TV3 of Hurricane Hanna, and it's in the process of making landfall. We think the official landfall will be about 5 o'clock. Alan will have more on that in just a moment. We were listening to Governor Greg Abbott's news conference, in which basically he was just saying that what we are all very well aware of, that this storm is affecting a part of Texas that is actually the worst area in the state, that is also going through the COVID pandemic.
That's
and,
right.
and with the number of new cases and so forth and hospitalizations and whatnot, the Coastal Bend and the Rio Grande Valley are right there as number 1 and 2, I believe, in the state of Texas. So not good. And he also talked about how the Rio Grande Valley is going to be subject probably to a great deal of flooding as a result of this now, and to expect that. And also he was talking about his, as we suspected, his plans for making sure that there are enough state resources in place to handle any necessary evacuations, necessary rescue operations, that sort of thing. He has said that there is a disaster declaration that he declared covering 32 counties, which basically clears the way for not only additional state resources, but also federal resources to help people recover and get back on their feet as a result of any hardship they suffered from Hurricane Hanna. The National Guard going to be set up in Corpus Christi and Weslaco. There are bases here in those 2 areas that are going to be deployed as part of this state effort to make sure that everyone is okay. Also, in terms of getting around the state, driving around, you don't want to be doing it unless you have to. A lot of roads are closed, barricaded and so forth because of standing water. And if you must do that and you want to find out if a road is closed or not, there is a website, drivetexas.org, which will give you the latest update on whether a road that you have in mind is closed. It basically tells you where all the blockages are, and so keep that in mind. We are going to continue here now with Ryan Shoptaw, who is standing by to give us an update on where we stand with Hanna.
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, it's still meandering off the Texas Gulf Coast closer to Kennedy County, and we'll take a look at radar and satellite in just a bit. But first, what has changed over the last hour or two? I mean, landfall expected in the next couple hours, closing in on about 5 o'clock. Hurricane Hanna currently moving west at about 8 miles per hour, and that is the latest data from the Hurricane Center. And, primary threats remain storm surge, 3 to 5 foot storm surge. I mean, primary threats include also flash flooding, tropical storm force winds. That's between about 39 and 73 miles per hour, and that's included in Corpus Christi. Now, the farther south you go, down into the valley and where the exact center of circulation is, that's where you're going to encounter more of the hurricane force winds, 74 plus with higher gusts up to 100. In fact, you can see the current stats on this. Wind speeds at 85, wind gusts at 100. Truly impressive as it slowly starts to make its way into Kennedy County. Now you'll notice the reach of things. I mean, the Hurricane Hanna is just stretching as far north as areas near Beeville, at least the tropical band, and as far south as Brownsville and in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now here is the most up-to-date forecast cone. It makes a slight bump to the north. However, we just have to watch it very closely, remaining a Cat 1 through landfall, and slowly downgrading itself to a tropical storm through tomorrow night into early Monday, where at that point should become a remnant low as it starts to interact with the mountains of Mexico just west of the valley. Now again, rainfall, the biggest threat, storm surge, and not to mention the winds. Now again, just because it's south of us doesn't mean winds will not be a problem. Look at these sustained through about 9 o'clock, sustained at about 40 to 45, wind gusts up to 59 and 60. So again, this can, launch a lot of things in the front yard. If you haven't already secured it down, they can act as projectiles and cause some damage in the neighborhood. So please, if you can, don't go outside, but if you can, bring things inside if possible. Now, in terms of rainfall, you can see everybody getting soaked out across the Texas coast. I mean, from Kennedy County, you can see the eye located right off the coast. I mean, it looks truly impressive, and this is where it's mostly clear and mostly calm, the calm inside the storm. Now, this is just offshore of Kennedy County, and as you saw in the forecast cone, this will make a bump to the north. However, it's moving west at about 8, so it's going to continue to drive into Kennedy County as it makes landfall again in the next couple hours, we're thinking here at TV3. A closer look and zooming in into Nueces County, San Pat, along the Harbor Bridge, still, just some good tropical rainfall wrapping around Hurricane Hanna as we speak. And up to our north, everybody's seeing rainfall. I mean, from Refugio to Beeville. George West is dry at the moment. However, these bands of rain are moving in your direction as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall later on this afternoon. Now, I did mention this earlier on Facebook Live. It just shows what Hanna is capable of. This is estimated rainfall over the last 12 hours. You can see on the southern side of Hanna, it's dropped upwards of about 8-9 inches of rain. Again, that's the open waters of the Gulf. Not everyone, and not even anyone, seeing that. But it just shows you what Hanna can produce in terms of rainfall as these bands wrap around into Corpus Christi and into our viewing area. Rainfall totals estimated over the last 12 hours since this morning, 0.6 of an inch. Close to the Cal Island, Robstown here in the city, 1.8, and 2 inches of rain in Flower Bluff and some spots out to our east. Again, as wrapping up, Hurricane Hanna is currently a Cat 1, sustained winds at 85, higher wind gusts up to 100, and we'll continue to monitor the strength of Hanna as it makes landfall in the next couple hours. Joe, I'll send it back over to you.
Ryan, thanks very much. Yeah, we're watching the progress of Hanna in the process of making landfall and officially doing so probably about 5 o'clock. That's what we're thinking when the actual center of the eye crosses over land. Well, we've heard so much about the impact on Bob Hall Pier on Padre Island, either from the storm surge or the wind or both, a combination, probably mostly from the storm surge. But we actually have a bit of a time-lapse video here which will show you, watch what happens to that pier as this surge comes in, and you might be able to see what happens to the end of it. So that was yesterday, going through it now. And we're just watching it all together here. I have not seen this, but it's a 24-hour
now we're at dawn.
Time lapse.
Okay, yeah.
Look at that.
8:30.
And you can see,
whoa,
what happens to that pier. Wow. And that's most of the end of it now
is gone.
Most of it had a little T, a T head on that pier. That is gone. And then I believe is that still the time lapse?
This is from yesterday.
Yeah,
now we're
okay.
into last night.
Because we can give you a live look.
So right before midnight there.
Okay.
So the end of the pier is gone now.
End of the pier is heavily damaged. And
still there.
Yeah, and look at it, and it just kind of goes.
Middle is gone.
Ah.
Huh.
Wow.
Right there.
Looks like the middle sustained some damage too. Wow.
Do we have a live picture now or not? Okay, we have a still picture first and then a live shot.
I've got the storm surge map up here because that's what's really, the culprit here. I don't think it's to the point where the winds were so strong that it took off that portion of the pier. That was probably
all surge then.
I would think so. I think that was probably some vulnerability at the very end of it, maybe, beneath the surface, or we talked about how the dunes and the sand underneath may shift a little bit.
Right.
So that spot that Bob Hall Pier is at, it's in the prime spot for where the worst storm surge is going to be. And Bill and I were looking at where the highest numbers would be with respect to the feet above sea level, and that looked to be the Packery Channel area, which is a little bit north of Bob Hall Pier. But 4 to 6 feet of surge. I was looking also at the Weather Service. They send in reports from time to time about what people are saying around the area, and there was a report that came in from the Rockport area, actually in Fulton, 1 mile south of Fulton. Police officer there saying a report of a storm surge, and there wasn't a number on this, but if you're familiar with Fulton, the Fulton Beach Road runs right along the water out there by the Fulton Mansion. That Fulton Beach Road is the road that you just ride right by, and it's on the water, and you look to the side and you're like, wow, the water's right there. Well, that road is covered according to law enforcement out over in Fulton. So that's a report that just came in. And then we've got another one. This came in 3 minutes ago, southeast of Flower Bluff. And this is from just a public report that a sand berm blocking the Gulf on Access Road 4 was getting washed away, and it's allowing actually water to get on to the road. So there was a sand berm that got washed away on a road that's 7 miles to the southeast of Flower Bluff. There's not a report on the road, but it says, okay, Gulf on Access Road 4 near Flower Bluff. And so that's what storm surge is capable of doing. You know, we're seeing these reports and we're seeing the visual cues.
I'll tell you what, and we just got, I hate to interrupt, Alan, but we just got this into us from Dale Scott, the fire chief of ESD number 2, used to be the Flower Bluff Volunteer Department, talking about what happened to Bob Hall Pier and saying basically the end of that pier is simply gone now. It has collapsed, it has fallen off, and just take a look at that. It's not there anymore. And this is a live shot right now. Okay. With us now is Matt Valadeo, our assistant news director here at TV3, who's showing us a live picture. Why don't you explain what we're looking at, Matt?
Hey, Joe. I'm here at the entrance to Bob Hall Pier, and what you're seeing here is the storm surge coming up from the entrance. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and it's going to get a little shaky, but that is the entrance right there to the parking lot at Bob Hall Pier. And there's about 2 to 3 feet of water that's come up. This is about as far as I venture or dare to venture. I'm going to pan the camera a little bit over here, roll down my window. This is the RV park, and as you can see, the water has made it, and sand has made it all the way up to the RV park. There are a few vehicles that, like I said, have a little bit, bigger trucks, lifted tires, that have made it out there, but I do not recommend going out there. Do not recommend coming out here.
No, not at all. But that damage is stunning. Just stunning. The amount of damage caused by the surge there, affecting the entire pier. Looks like has really been damaged. And we're looking at the parking lot now, and you can see.
Yeah, I'm going to pan over this way out to my other window.
Okay.
I have to stay in my car because the wind is just relentless. Was holding me up, and it was. So I'm trying to stay as safe as I can sitting in my car.
Good plan there, and we appreciate your doing this anyway. And it's terrific video that just stunning for those of us who have been used to seeing Bob Hall Pier as kind of a steady landmark there along the beach, right near, not too far from Packery Channel and Whitecap Beach. Just a very popular spot for fishermen and so forth, but it really gives you a sense of the vulnerability of those kinds of structures when you've got a hurricane in the Gulf with a surge. Okay, and talk a little bit more, Matt, if you will, about the wind. What would you say, any way to estimate how fast it's blowing right now?
I am not an expert at that, but I can say that it was enough to keep me from walking forward at even a normal pace. I really had to lean into it to even stand up. Maybe give you an example here. I'll show you this stop sign right here and how much it's shaking in the wind, and that is just wood and steel, and it's shaking pretty seriously.
We can tell, and that's a sustained wind. We're not talking about gusts. We're just talking about sustained wind there. All right, so clearly this storm's still going on as it affects the folks on Padre Island and right there on the beach at the Bob Hall Pier area. And Bob Hall Pier is obviously going to require a lot of repair work. Thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
You bet. Matt Valadeo, who's our assistant news director. And yeah, that is shocking, and it all happened there. We kind of saw the time lapse of how that took place, and it shows you the sheer power of a storm surge like that. Okay, let's go live to Marissa Cummings, who has been watching the flooding on North Beach. And Marissa, what can you say about the conditions there now?
Joe, it is only getting worse, unfortunately. We're not surprised, you know, being from the coastal bend area, you know that this is an area that's prone to flooding. This is beyond that. So, you know, I kept on using markers on the beach that kind of let us know how bad it's getting. Well, you know, I was using those lawn chairs that were stacked up as a reference. Well, now those are knocked down completely. Not surprisingly, because like we said earlier, out in the intersection where there were barricades, where there were traffic cones, that is gone completely now. The median in the street is almost completely covered, and so it's no surprise that things are getting knocked down, that's getting swept away. You know, we've been saying earlier yesterday and even the day before that, make sure you put your things inside, and this is exactly why, because whether it is the rain, whether it is the flooding, whether it is the wind, not everything is secure. You know, I just heard Matt talking about how windy it is down there at Bob Hall Pier. This is nothing that we want to play with. And you know, another marker that we used a lot was, okay, let's talk about what do these waves look like. They're aggressive now. We were talking about how, you know, they were churning below the surface. Now they are swelling above the surface. And you can look down that the waves are crashing, I mean, all the way down the coastline here. It's really bad. You know, I'm standing on the balcony, but I'm still getting pelleted by rain. It's not letting up, but definitely I just want to constantly remind people we have to wipe the screen there because we're getting water on the screen, so sorry for that if that startled anyone. But yeah, this is no joke. I'm standing out on the balcony and it is aggressive and scary to me, so that just want to remind you guys, stay at home. We don't know the different levels here, you know, the different elevations in the ground, and you don't want to risk it. I don't even want to walk out there, so you definitely don't want to drive in these conditions. Turn around, don't drown, stay at home, stay safe. We'll keep you updated on everything that's happening out here at North Beach. Reporting live, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks for the update. We appreciate that from North Beach. By the way, the city does have a call center, and I'm kind of springing this on the crew in the booth, so you won't have a full screen probably for me, but they have a call center that they answer if there are any kinds of problems like down trees, down power lines, you know, things that need to be cleared up by city crews. And that number is 826-2489 or 826-CITY, C-I-T-Y. And they will respond. There we go. You guys are sharp. Doggone it. Found that full screen for me. And that's what we're talking about here. That if you need to call that, feel free. The mayor was saying that's exactly what they are there for. There are folks manning the city's emergency operations center. And these things are happening now. We're seeing some of the damage that has happened as a direct result of this storm surge. Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales was on with us earlier talking about how the surge is not like Harvey. Harvey's storm surge it didn't seem to be nearly as damaging. It wasn't the surge that caused the problem, it was the wind.
Huge storm.
Yeah, it was a huge, yeah. So this surge, far different, and in its own way, more powerful, more damaging.
Which brings up a good point, and one of the reasons, and Alan would probably jump in on this, that storm surge is no longer...
Is your mic turned on, Bill?
I have no idea. She's probably in the back in the booth, I would guess. She likes to watch.
Okay,
back there.
we'll get you another mic here. I want to hear.
There you go. Pass this over.
Talking about the uniqueness of these storms as
one of the reasons why the Saffir-Simpson scale doesn't include any storm surge anymore, because like with Ike, it's a Category 2, and see what that did.
Tremendous damage.
Harvey was Category 4, seemed to be less damage than Ike, and here we are with a Category 1, which seems to be right up there damage-wise. So It's, mainly the area of the storm. Going back to the superstorm Sandy on the East Coast years ago.
Right.
That was so huge, it caused significant damage. Wasn't a strong storm, huge area-wise. That's where we're looking on this one, just a huge area of storm. It's been churning out there for days. It's pushing this way, and here are the results. And the issue is there's still a lot of water to be pushed up. That storm still is taking up a significant area in the Gulf of Mexico. It's still churning out there, and it's going to be pushed up against the coast.
All right, we're getting your microphone switched out here.
I can put that in. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
These batteries, we've been on for, I guess, a little over 6, almost 7 hours, just with this crew, and before that we were on from early in the morning. So these microphones, which depend on batteries, being put to the test here for sure.
Before we cut away to get to that that briefing from our governor, we were talking about these reports that had been coming in. We had one in from the Rockport area where the water was coming over Fulton Beach Road.
Yeah.
I'm going to go south now. This is now outside of our viewing area, so I don't really, go too far, stray away from talking to people that can't even watch us when we're on the air. But these are the storm reports, and what I want to do is focus on one of these because it's going to give a clue to how the wind speeds are within this storm, and it's the one that's just to the north of Port Mansfield. I'm going to just click on it and we can read it together, what this is saying. And the wind speed, the wind gusts were well up around 65 miles per hour at this reporting station. That was at 2:06. Look at the knots, 103, or a wind gust of 189 knots with a 103. Updates in. Bill's whispering. I think we could hear that. But the 103 mile per hour gusts, look at that. Just north of Port Mansfield, 103 miles per hour right there, 103 on the gust there. That was at 2:06. So what I'm getting at is there are some strong winds on the south side of that storm. Bill, you could have been louder when telling me that.
The update's coming in right now.
Okay, I'm going to get the graphic up.
That's
to
too
just
loud.
show 4 p.m. update. And we just looked at the gust down there of 103 miles per hour, and the update now has this as a strong Category 1, 90 mile per hour wind, 115 mile per hour gust.
Yeah, that's the 90 we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you said that 4 hours ago,
Yeah.
though. Yeah.
So what about, do we have an update on the cone?
I'm going to pull that up right now for the cone. This is the one we were waiting for to see.
Right.
This is the big update. They put out all the new products. It's not an intermediate update. And this is the cone. We're all looking at it right now for the first time. And that jog is gone. That jog to the north is gone. That we were looking at previously.
Yep.
So it's going to make landfall as a strong Category 1 is what this is saying.
Strong Category 1, but Category 2 was 96, right? So
Yes.
the difference between 90 and 96?
Yes, and it's
noticeable.
It's gusting to Category 3 strength.
Yep.
So gusts of 115 miles per hour, that puts the gusts at Category 3 strength, and that is something that can create some really bad damage. And the thing about this storm is that it's going into an extremely unpopulated part of the state. It's very rural.
Definitely.
And, there's not a whole lot of structural damage that this is going to be doing. And thankfully, there's not a whole lot of people that do live in Kennedy County. If you are living in Kennedy County and you're watching us and you still have power or you've got, shelter, you're gonna have to hunker down because those 100+ mile per hour gusts that will be able to do some damage, maybe remove parts of a roof. It could blow windows out, and the area that we're focusing on for those winds, we're talking another level of wind now, would be in the Kennedy County area and maybe even parts of Baffin Bay. In that part of our viewing area, the Baffin Bay is right here. This is Kennedy County, and then you start getting into the Rio Grande Valley. That wind report was right down here of 100 mile per hour, 103. It was right in there on the eye wall of this now, again, powerful Category 1 hurricane. But the strongest winds, I'm just going to pause it, are going to be within that band around the center where there's nothing there.
And that eye, as we've been watching it right along, getting a little bit smaller, tightening up, and that would account for the higher wind speeds.
Let me just, a little, 5 miles or so, tighter, but visually smaller, that we can for sure see.
Looks like the forward motion of the storm is slowed down a little bit. Alan, do you have that information?
Okay. Forward motion it was 8 miles per hour. It's still 8. But look at the direction. West to southwest now.
Oh, there's
so
the
they're
south
finally
end.
saying that it's making that turn, and we've been kind of following that progression. So we were talking about maybe having a landfall around 5 o'clock somewhere in Kennedy County. Is that still North Padre Island?
Kennedy County? No.
What island is the barrier island?
Kennedy County is Padre Island.
Okay, it's just Padre Island.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's going to be a Padre Island landfall. I don't know where that separates North Padre to Padre.
At Mansfield Pass.
Okay.
Which is a little bit north of the valley. There should be able to see, right near Port Mansfield.
Oh, so it's right there. I see it. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Is it on Padre Island or North Padre Island?
It's not north.
That's not North Padre. Where's the separation?
North Padre is right here.
It's right here.
I don't know how far south North Padre extends. Is what I'm asking.
I think it goes to. I think North Padre is basically, I don't know, to the national seashore and beyond. I don't know.
I don't think it includes the national seashore.
I think
it's going to be on one of the Padre Islands.
It does not. Yeah, I don't think it does.
So what I'm trying to look at right here is.
But that's south of that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay.
If it's moving 8 miles per hour and the center is right in there, I mean, we're talking about one more hour, which is going to put it at 5 p.m. landfall on Padre Island. It's going to be that barrier island right across from Kennedy County.
All right.
But it's,
hey, listen,
yeah.
Okay. I've got on the phone right now Lieutenant Pena. I believe is it Michael Pena?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How you doing, Joe?
Oh, I'm doing fine, Michael. And Lieutenant,
Awesome.
Thank you so much. With the CCPD, and I understand you just have a message for folks who might be thinking about driving around out there. And we've been advising folks that's not a good idea, but if you have to, what do folks need to keep in mind?
So, yeah, obviously, we want to ensure our community is safe, and by doing that, by staying at home, you're keeping safe. Obviously, we've got this storm that's coming in. So, we've already had practice in social distancing and sheltering in place with the COVID. So let's continue that and stay at home during this storm. Most definitely, what I want to recommend is don't go out, to the water to get a picture for your social media. It's dangerous out there. We don't want anybody putting their life in danger for a picture. By all means.
It's actually, when you talk about putting your life in danger, you can do it in two ways. One, just because it's a dangerous situation with the wind and so forth, and the water and the rip currents and all of that, and of course with the threat of COVID-19 being very much still with us. So
most definitely.
And beyond that, I'm sure that you don't need folks, kind of hindering what you have to do if you're called into action.
Yes, and officers are still responding to calls for service. On top of that, we're all dealing with the tropical storm that's coming in. They're out there. The officers are out there looking for standing water so we can get barricades put out there by the street department. We're looking for down power lines as such.
Right. Very good.
So
Well,
we're definitely hearing the calls.
We've heard of a few isolated cases where high water has forced barricades and so forth in the city of Corpus Christi. Anything recent that you want to mention, or are we?
Nothing. We're pretty much up to date, I believe.
Okay.
But I would definitely recommend that if anybody sees a hazardous seen, maybe lights are out or down power lines, to give us a call at the 886-2600. That way we can get an officer out there and get the proper person out there to handle that, whether it be the street department to put up barricades or, the power company to check on those lines.
Okay.
By all means, give us a call.
That sounds good. What was that number again?
886
Yes.
886-2600. That's the non-emergency line for the Corpus Christi Police Department.
That's right. Okay, very good. Because the city also has a call center line of
Yes.
826-2489 or 826-CITY, C-I-T-Y, and they can also call that. Lieutenant Michael Pena, thank you for joining us live. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir. You all be safe.
Okay, and you as well. And let's go out live now to Leslie Adamy, who is standing by live on Padre Island with an update on what is happening out there. And it's just been, she's not far from Bob Hall Pier. Leslie? Okay, the live shot just went down.
I'm just looking at information here. The highest wind gust at the airport has been 48.
Wow, okay.
The highest wind gust at the airport has been 48, compared to the 80-mile-an-hour gust we saw down at the buoy in the middle of the eye wall down there.
And there's been one that's been over 100 just to the north of Port Mansfield also. That's the highest that I've seen reported by a weather station so far. This is an interesting map now. This is updated. This is the probability of hurricane force winds, and we're now focusing basically exclusively on Kennedy County and the Baffin Bay area. They're not going to extend, I don't think, farther out than that specific location, and that's the probability of, again, experiencing hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. It's got winds sustained at 90 miles per hour, but those are likely going to be confined toward the center of that storm. And then the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities. This one is obviously a lot more expansive, and this extends well away from the middle of that cone, well outside of the cone. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm outside of the cone, don't have to worry. Well, you're going to still see tropical storm force winds basically from Nueces County and Rockport, Portland, San Patricio County, all the way down to the valley.
All right, Alan, thank you. And let's go over now to Ryan Shoptaw, standing by near the top of the hour with the latest updates, so you can kind of put it all together for us. Ryan?
Yeah, hey there, Joe. Per the National Hurricane Center, they gave an update just about, let's say, 5 minutes ago or so, and Bill Vesey talked about it previously, and also Alan. Now, as of right now, it's expected to make landfall just after 5 o'clock, give or take a few minutes or so, in Kennedy County. Now, sustained wind speeds have upped. They've upgraded to 90 miles per hour. That's in the inner core, the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna. Now, primary threats continue: storm surge, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds, just as Alan mentioned, between 39 and 73 miles per hour. In Nueces County, San Pat, as far west as Jim Wells, southern tips of Duval County, all going to see tropical storm force winds through tonight as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall around the 5 o'clock hour. You can see just how close it is offshore. And you'll notice just right here the amount of thunderstorms that are still flaring up on the south and eastern side of Hurricane Hanna's circulation. And that's where they've seen, in the open waters of the Gulf, and we'll show that in just a minute, upwards of about 8 to 9 inches of rain over the open water. Not here in the city. We'll take a look at that in just a moment again, but right now winds sustained again at 90 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts up to 115, so it's gusting up into Category 3 strength, but still a Cat 1 at this hour. You can see how it's meandering just off the Texas Gulf Coast, more so into deep South Texas. Now here is the most up-to-date forecast cone set out by the Hurricane Center. It downgrades to a tropical storm by, let's say, tomorrow afternoon or so, and then starts to weaken substantially as it moves southwest into the mountains of Mexico, where in fact it'll be sheared apart. Remember, tropical systems do not like the lack of water. It needs the Gulf of Mexico to survive, at least in terms of providing more rainfall in those tropical bands wrapping around that area of low pressure. Now here are expected wind speeds and wind gusts for Corpus Christi. You'll notice sustained winds upwards of 40 miles per hour through 6 o'clock. And that fluctuates just a tad. We're still looking at tropical storm force winds above 39 at least, not to mention the wind gusts upwards of 55 to 60. around the area, and that's here in Nueces County. The farther south you go towards the eye wall, and that is where you're going to run and encounter more into hurricane force winds upwards of 74 plus down closer to Kennedy County. And here's a look at current look at radar. You can see, most of the county area in Claiborne County and Nueces all under the influence of the tropical bands of Hurricane Hanna. And you'll notice Nueces County just getting covered in soaking rain at this hour. And that does extend as far west as Rivera, Falfurrias, into Benavides, Jim Wells County, also into Duval County as well. And we look closer to the center of circulation. Now, I do want to mention this and emphasize, now just because the eye reaches land, that does not mean it's going to make landfall at that particular location. It's the center of the storm, center of the hurricane right here. That particular area has to make it over land. It has to make it over land to be considered a full landfall. So right now it's just about there, just along the barrier islands, and that'll be pretty much the first landfall. The second, depending on what the National Hurricane Center wants to go with, will be the official landfall. So again, it's just right off the shore, expected to be a Kennedy County landfall by 5 o'clock or so, give or take 30 minutes or so. Now, the National Hurricane Center in the last few hours was indicating a 7 p.m. landfall, but right now we're expecting a 5:30 landfall, again in central Kennedy County. All right, a closer look and zooming into more rainfall. I mean, the rain just does not stop. You can see over in Encinal and also into, let's say, Robstown, Cal Allen, Orange Grove, Mathis, all seeing some good beneficial rain out there, all cashing in on some good rain at this hour. And the thing is, the problem with these tropical bands, they don't stop. So yeah, this doesn't look like impressive rainfall, and it's not. It's the fact that it's going to continue to train. It's going to continue to just swing in onshore. I mean, you still look how much rainfall is ahead if you're in Corpus Christi, if you're in Orange Grove, Mathis, Sinton. Yeah, it's moderate rain right now, but look at how much rain is heading in your direction into the, let's say, Aransas County area, Refugio, also in the Rockport. So again, this is still tremendous rainfall moving in, and the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna still extending as far north as George West Beeville. It's also extending upwards of, let's say, Houston, also into San Antonio. But right here in our neck of the woods, we're just going to stay under the influence of flood-provoking rainfall and also storm surge. In fact, Bob Hall Pier, pretty much a lot of the areas have seen water move inland, and that's a hot spot for storm surge in the last couple hours. And not to mention other areas along the Texas coast. If you have more pictures, videos, send them my way or to the KIII Facebook. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, storm surge is the big problem. Now, I did mention this earlier. You can see the amount of rainfall associated with the tropical bands of Hurricane Hanna. Now, this is not everywhere, and more importantly, this is offshore, so nowhere near land and nowhere near any neighborhoods. But you'll notice how much rainfall is dropping. I mean, 7.2 in some spots, 8.7, 8.2, 9.3 inches of rain, and that's just been since this morning. Imagine if that was inland, if that was over Corpus Christi. That'd be copious amounts of rainfall and flood provoking. That'd be causing several areas of damage here in the city if this amount of rainfall was north into Corpus Christi. But I show this because I'm showing you what's capable from Hanna. It's not a widespread 8 to 9 inches, but as these tropical bands spin around the center of circulation, it's always possible that these tropical downpours could drop, deposit that kind of rain across the Corpus Christi area, Nueces County, San Pat, and out across the viewing area. So again, flood-provoking rainfall, storm surge is the main threat. You'll notice some tips. Have a way to get alerts. Have the 3 News app with you on your phone. Download it if you haven't already. Toggle on notifications. You'll be able to get any alerts from us, Alan, me, or Bill Vesey. We continue to update Facebook. So just download the 3 News app, and of course peak storm intensity will be between about let's say 75 to 85, and that's south towards the center of circulation. Another look at Hurricane Hanna on infrared satellite. You can see the cooler cloud tops slowly moving onshore, and you'll notice the more heavier downpours of rain is offshore on the southern and eastern flank of Hurricane Hanna. Another update on the winds right now as of 4 p.m. per the National Hurricane Center, up to 90 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 115. This is currently moving west-southwest at about 8 miles per hour. So to wrap things up, just to summarize what's expected over the next several hours, we're expecting landfall around 5 p.m. Sustained winds have upgraded to 90 miles per hour, so this is a strong end Category 1 hurricane, and those wind gusts are upwards of 115, and that is closer to the center of circulation. So it's not here in Corpus Christi, but it is down south and into the more into Kennedy County, and again around that center of circulation. Flash flooding, storm surge, and tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. And again, here is a last look at the forecast track of it. Still maintaining Category 1 status as it makes landfall around 5 o'clock today. Moving inland to the south and west into the mountains of Mexico. From there, degrading and moving into an unfavorable environment and becoming a remnant low by Monday and Tuesday of next week. All right, Marissa Cummings, our reporter here at TV3, has an update on where she's at and what she's seeing from Hurricane Hanna. Marissa, what's going on?
All right, Ryan, flooding is the name of the game here. I am on the 6th floor of the Radisson Hotel, and they've been taking great care of us here as I've been getting soaked, definitely by going out there. Let me just show you here. We can see the Lexington. I don't know if you guys can see me over here on the 6th floor, but the front of the Lexington, the gate that you would go through to get up there, is completely flooded. There is no way that safely your car could go through there. Luckily, the attractions down here are closed today, and reasonably so. So remember, we have our markers out here that I keep on referring to talk about how intense it is getting out here. Let's look at the sign out in the water there. It is a holiday beach rental sign with prices. Half of the sign is coming off. The waves keep on hitting it, and maybe the next time you guys come back to me, that sign may be completely down. Now, remember, those beach lawn chairs that were stacked up on the beach, we used to be able to see the sand. Well, that's not happening anymore, and those beach chairs used to be stacked up. Now they are completely down, and they have been fluctuating, and they could start potentially floating away. So again, if you come back and ask me, maybe that next update will be that they have started drifting away. Again, that's no surprise when we look down at the intersection. Remember, I told you about that median. Well, the median wasn't completely covered in water in the street, and now it is. That is a significant amount of water. And just between the hotel and the little tourist spot there, we were on this island of grass that we were standing on, and we're completely safe. But now that island of grass is essentially not there either. I mean, the water is continually rising, and of course we can't ignore the fact that the waves are just becoming bigger and bigger swells and getting, closer to the hotel as well. So again, you definitely don't want to be down here. Stay at home, stay safe. Conditions are worsening, and of course we expect that as the hurricane makes landfall as well. But this is far from over. When I was in the hotel, a family from Austin said, hey, we just came down here. We weren't paying attention to the news. We were planning to hang out on the beach. I think that vacation, we can say, is a no-go for them. This is their first hurricane too. Being in Austin, they're not as familiar, but they definitely do get a close-up view here. Luckily, the hotel and everything on North Beach, because of the flooding, everything's risen up. So luckily, there is no damage to the hotel or anything. There's nothing coming in the lobby. They're staying extremely safe and taking extreme precautions by making sure the doors are locked, that nobody walks out here, because it's just dangerous. I'm just gawking at everything that's happening. Even though it's not raining hard, the wind is blowing that the rain feels hard. It feels like someone is just throwing little BB gun like pellets at me. It's not fun conditions out here, guys. Remember, no one should be out at this point, but if you're driving, in the case of an emergency, turn around, don't drown, because that is an emergency on top of emergency. And I just want to ensure and make sure everyone's safe, especially in this area from what I can see. So we'll come back, we'll look at these different markers to see how the storm progresses. Who knows if the sign will be there, the lawn chairs, but yeah, we'll keep you updated on the conditions here. The only thing that's out here are the seagulls on the water. I don't know if you can see them, but they're having a field day out here. So the only thing that's out here is things that are used to conditions like this happening further away from the coastline. But it is definitely up in our faces now, and this is something that we can't ignore. So don't take it lightly, guys. I'm going to keep you updated as much as I can and let you know how everything is going down here on North Beach. All right, back to you guys.
Okay, Marissa, thank you. That's a pelican out there, and it looks like good fishing for.
Get out of the water, Mr. Pelican. It's dangerous in there.
I know, but the fish are out there, I think. And thank you, Marissa, for that update. My goodness, it is shocking to see, stunning to see that water moving up as far as it has.
Even in the bay.
Yeah, in Corpus Christi Bay especially. We're now about, if we are to understand all the latest information from the National Weather Service, about less than 45 minutes from any kind of official landfall. You can see the eye as it moves ashore, and what we're waiting for is the center of that eye to cross the first land, and that makes it official. And then from that point, we can basically say without fear of contradiction that we're on the downside of this, because it will diminish. It has to. These storms cannot survive for very long on land. It can still cause some problems, but it's not going to increase.
Not at the strength it was.
Exactly. All right. Now, one place where we are seeing still significant high winds and rain and so forth is Clayburgh County. We've got our Ashley Gonzalez standing by to let us know what is happening there. Ashley?
Right, Joe. Ashley Gonzalez here in Kingsville, Texas, as I've been since the beginning of the forecast, and since the beginning of all the coverage. And right now you can kind of see for yourself that the wind is picking up and the rain is coming down. But something that I've learned since my photog and I have been here is that this is very unpredictable weather. Maybe like 30 minutes ago, it was drizzling very softly. The wind was still up, but it was drizzling very softly. But then in the matter of seconds, the rain started pouring down. The wind started blowing through once again. So, if you're thinking of heading out and driving because the weather has calmed down, I think we need to reiterate that the worst is yet to come. And again, we need to reiterate that in about an hour is when landfall is going to take place. So even if it looks like it's okay outside, you might want to think twice about it, because, like I said, in a matter of seconds, it can switch up. And I don't know if we showed you what the flags are looking like, but the wind is blowing very hard right now. And also to my left, we can see the emergency services on standby, ready in case, if need be, that you need them. And also, I got Janine Reyes from the city of Kingsville said roughly, maybe over 1,300 people, AEP customers, do not have power right now. And they want to remind you, if you lose power, do not call 911, call the city or call the county. They should be able to help you from there. Again, roughly around 1,300 customers, AEP customers, do not have power right now. And let me just step out of the frame again so you can see for yourself what's going on and how unpredictable this weather is. And Joe, we'll keep you updated on the weather, what's going on over here. Back to you.
Thanks so much. You were talking about 1,800 people without power. I'm sure that is in Clayburgh County. Just referring to that county because we have several thousand without power throughout the AEP coverage area here in South Texas.
In the Corpus Christi area, 25,144 outages, 460 cases. So 25,144 within this. It looks like the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay, so they're actively working. As we said, the AEP crews were setting up long before Hanna arrived to try to address problems, to put themselves in the best position to address problems when they occur. And when a storm like this comes in, that there are going to be some outages. So it's a question of being in the right place to address the problems as they develop. And so we're waiting on them to restore things. You can go to their website. And how do you get there again?
Outage map, AEP Texas.
Okay.
So if you search for outage map AEP Texas, you'll be able to get Texas, and then you can zoom in on Corpus Christi, Kingsville, Rockport, the bigger cities in South Texas.
Okay. Alan, can we put up that loop again, that satellite loop that kind of shows where the storm is right now?
Yeah, we got that up. It's very close. This is just radar imagery. I have the satellite imagery stripped off of it because we obviously know there's clouds out there. But the radar is very, very close to landfall, which is going to be the center of the eye of this storm, which is right in here. I'm going to go and zoom in now and get really close so we can identify locations and just how far away it is. There's Port Mansfield on the south or center part of the screen. This, I believe, is Padre Island that it's going to make landfall on. I don't think it's South Padre Island. It's Padre Island. And if, I'm just going to take a guesstimate on where the center is just to my eye.
It's close.
Yeah, it's 5 miles or so.
Yeah, it's very close. And, it looks like it's going to be Port Mansfield where it makes landfall then, right?
I think
that'll be the closest city. It'll say north of Port Mansfield on Padre Island.
We were talking about landmarks when we were talking about Baffin Bay a couple of days ago. So the closest landmark to where this thing looks like it's going to make landfall will be Mansfield past Port Mansfield.
Yes, it looks like that. And I believe that's going to be the barrier island, Padre Island.
Correct.
Yes, that's what it'll be.
Yep. And
designated as.
Yeah, and so you're watching it there. That's an up-to-date image, satellite loop, the latest information coming into us, and you can see just how close we are, and where the strongest winds have been concentrating themselves over the past few hours. We've been watching it and seeing that this area, the Corpus Christi area, not spared the some of the damage of this storm surge, which has been really far and wide and very pronounced compared to what you think it should be for a hurricane of this category. You would think that it would have to be a much bigger storm to have the kind of storm surge damage that we've seen here.
This circle I drew is representing where the strongest winds are going to be. I guess I could draw a smaller one to exclude the eye, like the middle. Bear with me here, I'm doing my best on the drawing and the scope of things. But between those two circles, that's where the strongest winds are going to be as this starts to move in and then gradually shift to the south. That circle that I have there, if you were to fill in the gap between the two, that's where we're likely going to have those hurricane force winds, if there are going to be any to be had as this moves in, which are sustained right now at 90 miles per hour. So it's going to be that eye wall, that central part of the storm surrounding the vacant part, that's the eye. But the eye wall is going to be where the strongest winds, the heaviest rains are found within this storm as it moves in shortly here, probably within, by around 5 o'clock, the guesstimation on the time.
And that is still Kennedy County there, right?
That's Kennedy County. I don't know the county south of Kennedy County.
It's Willacy, south of Kennedy.
Okay, Willacy. It's going to, but it's going to be a Kennedy County landfall.
Okay. Kennedy County, once again, one of the least populated counties in the state of Texas.
I do want to mention, though, I don't know if people are watching us or capable of watching us from outside of where our airwaves go, our viewing area, but Raymondville is going to be in line for some very strong winds. Raymondville, way down in the valley.
They can't see us off the air, but they can see us on,
Okay, for
online.
Streaming, yeah. So if you're watching from Raymondville and those locations down south in the valley, there are going to be some strong, probably hurricane force winds. If that eye wall goes right over that location, I would suspect that hurricane force wind should be.
Yeah, and that's what the governor was talking about earlier during his news conference, that is the area that's going to see not only the force of the force of all of that wind, but also the torrential rains, the flooding, and couple that with the COVID outbreak and the pandemic that they are going through. It is just a bad time. The Rio Grande Valley of Texas is going to face the worst part of this, it looks like.
And you can see the rain, that yellow shade in the valley isn't even on my chart at the top there to tell you how much inches are going to be falling. That's a 10-inch range right into this area right here. There's 10 inches of rain forecast to fall in the valley there, and then you step down. This is the 7-inch mark. Here's 5 inches. And then we get into the 4-inch range in Corpus Christi. So that's why I kind of included us in that 2 to 5 inch range. And once you get north of the coastal bend, the totals the forecast totals at least go way down because we're just getting removed from the center of where this thing's going to just kind of drift over South Texas.
Still a lot more rain out there.
Yeah, there you have it.
And one more thing, flash flood watches are still in effect. They're going to be in effect until Sunday night, till Sunday evening, because this is still going to be able to draw in moisture as it just slowly but at least steadily continues inland as we progress into the rest of the weekend. So this is how it all moves in. You see, even though the center of the storm is right over the Rio Grande tomorrow morning, by this point it's going to be weakening, downgraded to a tropical storm, maybe even lower than that. Mm-hmm. So the wind threat is going to go down substantially overnight and into tomorrow. But the pull that this will still have on moisture from the Gulf, you see, this even still looks like a band of rain over Corpus Christi, just the way the simulated radar is showing it.
Will the National Weather Service issue something in real time saying that there has been a landfall? Or
yes,
not? Will they?
The National Hurricane Center will send that information out. And we'll grab that as quick as we can and share it with everybody. But there will be a statement that goes out.
Will there be a lapse, because it just seems almost subjective when you look at that eye and the space that there is there. The absolute center of it is kind of subjective, and so whenever somebody says that's it, that's it.
Yep. I mean, we've trusted them this far, so we'll trust them with where they say that landfall is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And really the distinction is in name only, because
it's for historic purposes.
Yeah,
this storm made landfall here.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that all of a sudden things are going to change. It actually means the opposite. That landfall, in this case at least, with this storm moving in, as it starts to get farther inland, it's going to gradually weaken, and the wind threat will go down. The storm surge threat will also start to go down because the winds are going to weaken, so you're not getting that pull of water into the coast. So we're just going to see a gradual reduction rather than an increase, even though we're focusing on the landfall.
And the other thing you're going to see when the water starts receding, you're talking about damage increasing, that's when you're going to notice more of the damage that took place, because right now water may be covering.
Yep.
Probably
exactly
is.
right. That's exactly
right. It may
right.
be covering a lot of what we can't see at this point.
Yes.
Let's go now to Padre Island Live, where I believe Leslie is up and ready to go, and she is live facing the Gulf of Mexico. And Leslie, what is the situation there now?
Hey there, Joe. So the last couple of times that we checked in with you, remember I was talking about how it was mostly wind that was the issue, but the rain had subsided because otherwise it was kind of comfortable. You saw a lot of folks that were out there trying to, get photos and videos. Now, that is not the case. Rain coming down significantly harder. The wind is still there, and that's why I'm inside. We're going to take you outside here in just a second, but our camera was down, suffered water.
And it's down. That's the problem. Obviously, when you're dealing in a with live TV and cameras that are susceptible very much so to the elements, that anything can happen, and clearly it has there. We'll try to correct it and get back to her as soon as we can.
I think here's a hat tip to all our reporters out there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think everybody, y'all out there, understand the technical issues that we have during a hurricane,
during
for
a
Pete's
hurricane
sake, right?
And a pandemic.
So hats off,
time.
and good job, everybody out there. We appreciate all you're doing.
Yeah, and a lot of folks also, I just want to say thank you to the folks who've been sending in pictures and video and just kind of helping us tell the story here without making us actually go to the scene and put folks in danger, at risk, and so forth, just by sending pictures of what's going on.
Yeah.
That certainly helps everybody.
You bet.
And this this will continue for a while, but as soon as the landfall officially happens, then, as we said, this will diminish slowly, and you'll see the rain. Well, I think we have Leslie back. No, we don't.
It's like the climax of a movie.
You got it. He got it.
Yeah.
He doesn't got it. Yeah. Well.
Landfall is like the climax of the movie, and it's building and it's building and it's building, and you have the climax of the movie, and then everything starts calming down after that.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen here. And I hear something. I hear ocean in the background.
There she is.
There she is.
Can you guys see me?
I can. Let's go. Let's.
Okay, sorry. You guys were chatting, and so I wanted to make sure. So yes, we were inside. Let's take you outside. This is why our camera suffered some water damage. We're only going to be outside for a second. So yeah, the rain coming down a lot harder than the last two times that we were live. You can see the waves.
You knew it was going to happen, right? You knew that was going to happen. It's a question of when.
It's as she said, the rain's picking up, and that has an effect on everything going on out there. So
it does. We'll try to get that fixed. Maybe get another camera over there.
Yeah.
Something like that. Thank you for trying, though. That was good. We're going to be talking with the Nueces County Sheriff here in just a moment, Sheriff J.C. Hooper, to find out how his crews are doing. And speaking of having to deal with two
major events.
Major events. I'm trying to. Calamity wouldn't be the right word.
Well, it's getting close.
Yeah, but two major events: the COVID threat and hurricane response. This is a department that's certainly faced with that challenge right now. The Nueces County Sheriff's Department. But tell you what, we're going to talk to the sheriff here in just a moment if we can. But we're tracking Hannah. We're going to be doing this for as long as necessary. We're going to go right through the newscast we normally have at 6 o'clock. This is Saturday, right? So we're going to be on at 6 o'clock. But watching as this storm gets very, very close to making landfall well to the south of Corpus Christi, as we said, around Port Mansfield, the Mansfield Pass, right to where, frankly, it's one of the least populated areas of Texas. It's where you'd want a storm to go. If you could pick your choice of where you wanted the storm to go, you should probably go right there, and that's where you'd want it to.
I've seen some pictures from Port Mansfield. We can't show them, but it's pretty
bad,
pretty significant down there right now. The winds and the rain.
Yeah, I'll bet. I believe our Ryan Choptaw is standing by with an update on Hanna for us.
Yeah, as of 4:30, these wind speeds are upwards of about 90 miles per hour, sustained around the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna, just to our south and east in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, again, landfall is expected around 5 p.m. in the next half hour or so, just north of Port Mansfield. And again, sustained wind speeds at 90, wind gusts up to about 115, and Kennedy County is going to be the focal point for hurricane force winds through tonight. Now, primary threats for us: storm surge, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Again, that's Corpus Christi in and around our viewing area. The farther south you go into the center of the storm, or the center of the hurricane, is where you run into those 90 mile per hour winds, 115 mile per hour wind gusts. At the moment, the direction and motion of Hanna, it's moving west-southwest currently at 8 miles per hour. But you'll notice this satellite signature, just really impressive, stretching as far north as Houston, northeast into Houston. And you'll notice the breeding ground of these strong thunderstorms on the southern and eastern side of Hurricane Hanna. On the northern side, we're still seeing tropical bands of rain move in, and we'll take a look at radar in just a moment. But first, the forecast cone for Hanna, making landfall again in the next half hour, downgrading into a tropical storm by sometime tomorrow morning or so, give or take a few hours, around 1 o'clock in the morning. And then by Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, this time tomorrow, it's going to be moving into Mexico between about a tropical depression and a remnant low. So we'll continue to watch it and monitor Hanna as it gradually weakens as it makes landfall in the next half hour. And you'll notice the current radar loop. This is currently at this hour, Kingsville seeing some good rain off of Texas 141, Alice off the 281 corridor, all seeing some good tropical downpours at this hour. And, the main events right here, the eye of Hurricane Hanna. And remember, the center of the hurricane has to make landfall, not the western side of the eye. The center of the eye has to move inland to be considered a official landfall. And the National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service will give us update on whatever that happens in the next half hour or so. A closer look at Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Rockport, all under the influence of the outer bands of Hanna and all seeing These tropical downpours moving from east to west into Rockport, Sinton, Mathis, George West, Beeville. It's almost a certainty at this point that everyone in our coastal bend areas, in our coastal bend communities, is seeing rainfall at this point. Now, the farther west you go, not as much, but again, that may add up in the coming hours. Now, I want to take a look at this very quickly. Last 12 hours, you'll notice on the southern side of the eye wall of Hanna, and look at this, the focal point of torrential rainfall. Now, of course, this is offshore. No one has to worry about it, but look at these rainfall totals. Radar estimated 8.7, 9.3, 8.2. This is that swath of rain on that south and southeastern quadrant of Hanna. Now, in and around Nueces County, 1.8 over in SPID, outside our KIII studios, give or take. 0.3 over in Sinton, half an inch in Rockport, and 1 to 2 inches in Flower Bluff. And I'm going to wrap this up with the LexCam shot. Look at this. Palace beachwear and gear on North Beach. Take a look at this, guys. Look at that storm surge moving onshore, and I'll send it back over to you guys.
Yeah, just it floods a lot on North Beach whenever we have a lot of rain, but that is flooding like you don't see very often. Absolutely. I want to talk a little bit about, because we know that there are some other disturbances and waves that we're watching moving off the coast of Africa and heading, as they do this time of year, in this general direction. It used to be that it would be unlikely to have another storm follow in exactly the same path of a hurricane ahead of it.
Correct.
And there are reasons for that. One of them is that it kind of robs the water in that pathway of the heat that it needs to grow. And the other thing is steering currents that control the path of hurricanes are constantly changing. And so it would be unreasonable to think that the same factors would be in play for one and the one that follows it.
Correct.
But what about what's coming off Africa now? I mean, is there any way to look at the chances of whether it would follow in this same general path and hit Texas?
Well, if that comes up, this is going to be a big storm, that one coming off Africa. I don't know where it's going, a long way away.
Yeah.
It's going to get across the Atlantic. The models I've seen bring it into the Caribbean. But that would be 2 weeks, almost 10 days or 2 weeks after Gonzalo.
Right.
And everything would, in that 10-day, 2-week period, would be back to normal. And so the potential would be there for another
general direction.
Same general direction. Very rarely, as you mentioned, do they follow the exact same path.
Yep.
But 10 days to 2 weeks in tropical time is a long time. Things get back to normal.
Okay.
And so,
and I guess one reason you say that is because you don't want people thinking, okay, we've had our storm this year, and let down their guard.
It's not even August yet.
Yeah.
It's not even August, and we're seeing waves come off Africa.
Yeah.
Alan, right? Yeah. We don't see waves come off Africa. in July.
I'm trying to get the satellite imagery changed because we're obviously focused on this one right now. So I'm having to go over here and get this up here. But I do have the tropical satellite imagery, and we're going to show you that's what's left of Gonzalo. Over in the Caribbean, and then
so
that wave
that's
you're
gone.
talking
It's
about.
not coming back.
Gonzalo is gone.
Well, for now, I mean.
Well, what did we say? Was it Harvey that we thought puffed out and then regenerated?
Our Harvey?
Hey,
yeah.
It's 2020. We got to remember these things.
You got to keep reminding us of that. Thanks.
And I did want to just say one more thing to touch on what Bill was just talking about, how it's only July. Look at the hurricane season, the hurricane frequency. We are sitting right in here in terms of when the historically most active portion of the season is. So we've still got the lion's share of activity to come.
Man, that just drives it home, doesn't it? Look at that.
Yep, that's where we are right now. Peak season is September the 10th. I'm going to get back, though, to the radar because we're really close to landfall potentially of this storm.
Yes.
It's going to be close, and it's going to be designated by the National Hurricane Center, so it's awfully close.
The word is imminent.
Yeah.
So even though we might think it's there, it doesn't actually get there until the Hurricane Center says it is.
I'm not going to say and be the nation's sayer of all says on whether or not it's making landfall officially, but
you would never do that.
I would try maybe, but no one would believe me.
Yeah, my point is there's an official source, and
Yes.
it's got to come from there. And even if it is looking like that is the case, we've got to wait before we can actually say that.
And another thing too, the same source that we're waiting to call it on landfall is the same source that is producing the forecast cones. So the National Hurricane Center, whenever you see a cone, that's where they're coming from. And these guys are the best in the world with respect to tropical forecasting and tropical evolution. And, they do a great job every single year. And we try to explain how the impacts are going to affect us locally, and we use their help, and they're really good at what they do. So we're going to wait on their word to say when that storm officially makes landfall. I've got the Twitter up though right now. I've got it, and I'm just refreshing.
But we don't have to wait until their next official update.
No, they'll come out and say right away, Hanna made landfall on Padre Island at X time, producing X amount of winds. And that'll be just what goes down in the books, and then we'll take it from there as far as what's to come after that.
All right, but we're looking at about 20 minutes according to what they said it was going to be.
Well, I mean, we can look at we can just kind of
come on landfall.
We can see that it's right there. It's just going to, we're just basically waiting on them to say that it has officially made landfall, and then we'll go.
And it looks like
it's close.
Port Mansfield there.
Yeah, we'll zoom in closer so
Mansfield
that city pops up on the graphic system. There's Port Mansfield, and it's close. It's close.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're hyping the landfall right now in terms of that's what we're focused on, but also without question, the winds around that are going to be strong. Those inner bands, the inner core, the eye wall winds that are about to get to Highway 77. Like if someone is thinking about driving 77 right now to get to the valley, that is a no-no. You do that. That's not good. Don't be driving, especially on 77 south of Kingsville, trying to get anywhere there, or north for that matter. If people are watching, those winds in here are going to be on the order of hurricane force. So we're talking 75 plus miles per hour right there within that eye wall. So if you're traveling up and down 77, you don't want to be doing that at all. If you got a family member that's on the road, text them, tell them to turn around, because it's just it's just not worth it to be driving through stuff like that.
They're about to get walloped. Look at that.
Yeah, and then you've got the rain, whatever inland flooding is happening with these big rains. These rain bands aren't really moving a whole lot. So, areas are getting rain over and over and over. 77's been getting rain now for a few hours.
Yeah.
It's constant. So,
Alan, can you go up north and see what's it look like up here?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Got to go back to Corpus Christi. We do have, moderate rain bands pushing in. Leslie, you could hear her talking about how the rain was getting a lot worse, and then it was not, and then it's bad again. And that's the way it goes. They come in waves.
You can see where Padre Island is. Can you put an arrow like our part of Padre Island?
Yeah, let me get an arrow on that right in here.
Yeah, so you can see that they're still getting some of those strong bands of rain.
I'll just put it into motion. You'll see a little pocket of clear air right there. Yep. That's where Leslie was saying, man, what's going on? Am I in the eye when it wasn't raining? And now the rain is back in. But we knew that she wasn't in the eye because we could see that the wind was still blowing around there. If she was in the center of the eye, she probably would have also said, I don't know why my ears just popped. Sometimes that happens because the pressure lowers and your ears pop in the middle of the eye. I don't know if that's going to happen with this one, but
But beyond that, a lot of times you can look up and see blue skies, the wind is calm, and it's like nothing is happening.
That rain band at the north of the storm is the one we saw about an hour ago. It's pretty far offshore. We were saying that big rain is coming our way. And there it is. Again, it just reinforces the fact that we still have a lot of rain to deal with. Hopefully the wind, once we have a landfall, the wind will start calming down a little bit, but we still have a lot of rain. Look how far out into the Gulf the rain extends. And that's only as far as the radars go.
Exactly. I was just going to say that we can only see like 150 miles really on the radar for accurate data. So there very well may be rain out there. I'm going to actually switch radar products because this one is a little more expansive, but you can see those rains over in Louisiana, those are a byproduct of the grandiose flow around what is Hanna. So you're getting actually influence of this storm all the way up here as the winds drive in to the middle of this storm, like so. So that storm is actually creating those rains that are in
Well, look at the rain
Louisiana.
at the top bank of your arrows up near Waco is part of a
Dallas,
rain
that's
band.
an outer band. That's probably the extreme outer band of Hanna, way up near Waco.
And they're also getting rain in Houston, aren't they?
Houston's getting rain, and we can do the Texas tour here really quick. Galveston and Houston, heavy rains passing through. Thankfully, though, these are quick moving, but they are training, which means they're tracking over the same spot over and over and over. So they're probably dealing with some flooding concerns there. Those are the flash flood warnings there. Coastal flood warning in effect for those locations. And then that flash flood watch, I believe, over there by Sabine Pass. And then up near Waco, Dallas. That's that outer band Bill was just talking about.
All right. What we want to do now is go to Leslie on the phone. We think that's going to hold up just fine. She has some data to go over regarding power outages. Leslie?
Hey guys, yeah. Hopefully you guys can hear me, as I'm sure you have been able to tell by now. Several issues with cameras. We are, obviously technical difficulties is the situation out here. What I was trying to say earlier was that my 2 live shots that we had when we had checked in earlier, the rain had stopped, but that is not the case now. Rain is coming down in addition with that wind. It's coming down a lot harder. Power outages, nearly 33,000 people said to be without power right now. So if this is you, I hope you guys have a plan in place, but a reminder to, just stay calm. And we're all weathering this storm together. But just want to make sure, even though you guys cannot see me, I do want to reiterate, I am fine. We are safe. We are hunkered down still in the same location, not too far from Packery Channel here at this condominium. But yes, the rain certainly coming down a lot harder. I think, I don't know, it might even be a little harder than, the earlier live shots. But yeah, that rain that's coming at you and like kind of pricks you in the cheeks and then your face and everything. It's just with the rain, and oh my goodness, it is quite a situation. So you guys can imagine why we were having so many technical difficulties.
All right, Leslie, thanks very much for the update on power outages and the conditions out there on Padre Island. And it's been an interesting ride for those folks, for sure. And the folks at AEP assure us that they are out and about trying to resolve those problems. And it's just, they knew they were going to develop, and it's just a question now of getting everywhere they need to be, and restoring power as quickly as they can.
Thanks to the out-of-town AEP workers who
Coming in
left their hometowns to come down here
yeah.
and help us out.
Right, that always does happen. And you can go to their website and find out an approximation of when your power will be restored. They have that service up and running now. We are very close, as we said, to landfall of this storm. We are still awaiting word from the National Hurricane Center.
Both Alan and I keep on looking at our computers and everything, just waiting for the official, because it is that close.
And again, when that happens, then we're going to see, then we are going to be able to tell that this storm will diminish. It's not going to get any stronger. The remaining bands are still going to cause some rain problems and wind problems and so forth. But the other issues, the storm surge and whatnot, that's going to start diminishing because the storm will be over land and can't push any more water forward.
Right. Still
We've
looking
already
at
seen
a lot of rain, and also we can't discount the possibility of tornadoes. The tornadoes will be occurring. This is the point where we start looking at them, because once the lower levels of the storm reach land, the lower levels start slowing down, but at the upper levels, the movement is still quick. Alan was talking earlier about wind shear. Wind shear is different wind speeds at different levels.
Yeah.
Say 10 miles an hour here and 20 miles an hour up here. Get this moving faster, you start getting spinning action, and you have yourself a tornado. So we can't discount those over the next 24 to 36 hours.
There you go. But we're watching it all for you right here. TV3's continuing coverage of Hurricane Hanna, and the idea was to just keep you informed about what is happening so that you don't have to go out and look for yourself, you know, as some people have done. But really, the first responders have told us universally that they really want people to stay at home. First and foremost, to allow them the chance to get out if they need to and take care of what needs to be done, but also because of the pandemic and the fact that you don't want to put yourself or others in danger as a result of this. Okay.
So we're getting a lot of rain too. A lot of us over 1 inch now today only. You know, I say only because we're not done with the day yet. We're still going to accumulate on top of this. But Port Aransas, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi out at the airport, we've all gotten over 1 inch of rain. And this is going to slowly increase throughout the night and add on to this tomorrow, which is why we've been calling for those 2 to 5 inch range on rain totals here in the coastal bend. I just wanted to do a check-in on the wind because I know that's what a lot of people have been worried about and asking about. And the winds, at this point, I wouldn't say that we're going to see really much higher than what we've already had today. We're not going to have a whole lot of wind to look forward to beyond landfall in terms of it getting stronger. The gusts are still at tropical storm strength. That 72 you see in the bottom right of the screen, that's from a buoy down in the Gulf of Mexico. And we're just basically now waiting for the landfall, the designation of landfall on Hurricane Hanna, which looks like it's going to be any minute now, right over that Padre Island area just to the east of Kennedy County.
Well, we do have Nueces County Sheriff J.C. Hooper on the phone line with us right now. Sheriff, thank you for taking time away from what I know must be a busy period for you. We understand that part of your jail facility, I understand the McKenzie Jail Annex, is without power after having been struck by lightning. Is that right?
Well, hey, Joe, we've first of all, thanks for having me. We have had power out there. It got hit by lightning. The transformer behind the main building got hit by lightning at about 6:30 yesterday evening. And it's a massive transformer, and AEP was just incredible with their response to that. But we do have emergency power. The second it went out, the emergency generators kicked on. And the facility is well powered, just not totally powered. And
what about the main jail?
The main jail, we're in good shape at the main jail.
Okay.
No interruption to power, and the women and the men, the correctional officers that work there, we staged an additional crew at both facilities, and so they actually slept there overnight, and so we could have a seamless shift rotation at 7 a.m. and at 7 p.m. this evening. So they've been incredible.
Sheriff, how does that look when you're dealing with this pandemic at the same time, because you've had a real challenge there at both of your facilities?
Well, you know what, and nothing changes as far as the safety and security. I mean, it's seamless in the way that they execute and all of the steps that have been in place to minimize the effect of the virus inside that jail. And so we haven't really had complications from the virus when it comes to dealing with this storm threat, and so we're in good shape.
What is the status now in terms of your population that is positive for COVID?
Well, it's the inmates that tested positive out there at the annex, they have all recovered, and so it comes in waves, in like 14-day waves, and so at this moment in time, we don't have anybody that is symptomatic. And we only have one person in the hospital, and he wasn't taken there for COVID-related. But once he got there, we found out he was COVID-related, but he's been treated at a hospital, and he's recovering. But
that's great news. And you haven't lost anyone, right?
No, we have not.
That's
correctional.
terrific.
We do have some correctional officers, and it kind of comes in waves because we have significant number of employees returning to work after they have recovered from the virus. And then occasionally we have others that are testing positive, and so they'll be rotating out. So it's kind of a cycle. It's a cycle of sickness, recovery, and then we move on. But this storm really has not impacted the way we're handling that. You know, it's it's a double play, man. We got
Yeah.
two things going on right now, but
It's for sure.
We're dealing with it, man. We're dealing with it.
And it sounds like you are, and doing it well. What about any kind of physical problems in the county? Any kind of water flooding or?
You know what? And we saw it coming. I think we all saw it coming. And what everybody was predicting was high water problems. So early this morning, we staged up. We have 3 boats. 2 of them are quick response Zodiac type boats, and they're trailered. They're staged right now behind pickup trucks. And because we were expecting a worst case scenario flooding in the rural areas of the county. Early this morning, I checked in with Mayor of Agua Dulce, and I checked in with City Marshal out there, and we were looking at 27 different sites around the rural area of the county where traditionally when they get inundated with rain, that there's flooding issues and road closures. And so we have the 2 quick response boats still staged up, because if in fact we do get additional rain through the night or tomorrow, we might have to respond with them. And then we have the large boat that we keep out on a sling at Marker 37.
Right.
We've got that trailered up now too, where we can take that wherever we need it.
But you haven't had to, right?
No, we have not, and
Good.
we're blessed. You know, we have not. And
well, that's
we
all.
might even be headed to Kingsville. My sheriff friend down in Clayburgh County, Sheriff Kirkpatrick, is calling me as we speak. I got another call coming in, so
okay.
You know, we're going to do whatever we can do for the sheriff of Clayburgh and on south, where they're getting a little worse than we are.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll let you go and deal with that. And Sheriff Hooper, thank you once again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, John. Thanks for what y'all are doing.
You bet. Our pleasure. Thank
Okay.
you. Sheriff J.C. Hooper, Nueces County, and he's reporting some good news there, that his people are getting healthier, and that they haven't had to really mobilize to deal with any kind of problems caused by the weather. That is good. I understand we have some video just in from the Copano Bay area around Rockport, if we can take a look. And you can see here, just hard to tell, obviously wet, rainy, and those bands of rain coming in there, and they're dealing with a bit of a surge, but nothing like they're really on the fringe of the problem area, I would think. And you'll remember back in August of 2017, that was not the case when Hurricane Harvey came through. Rockport was pretty much ground zero, so I'm sure they were happy to have escaped this one.
You can even see, we'll go to Ryan here in a second. You can even see the intent of the wave action up there in Rockport compared to Corpus Christi Bay, compared to what's going on down south. Still a lot of wave action and surging happening up there, but not as significant as down here and farther down south.
All right, it is the top of the hour now. We do want to get you caught up on Hurricane Hanna, where the storm is and where it's going to be. And let's go now to Ryan Chopto with the update.
Yeah, bottom line, Hanna going to be making landfall soon. I mean, this is the 5 o'clock hour, and it's just about a couple miles east and offshore of Kennedy County and those barrier islands just east of the area. Now, again, primary threats for Corpus Christi in Nueces County, storm surge. In fact, we've seen several feet of that inside Corpus Christi, Flower Bluff, the island, up north in the North Beach. So that is the primary concern, being on the northern side of Hurricane Hanna. Flash flooding as well. Keep in mind, rain is going to stay high all day, or at least all night tonight, all day tomorrow, and those winds are going to stay gusty between 39 and 73. Now, at the moment, Hurricane Hanna has upped its wind intensity. Compared to the last couple hours, sustained winds are at about 90 miles per hour at the moment. Wind gusts are about 115. And again, landfall expected anytime now, just north of Port Mansfield. You can see it right there, just along the coast, moving west-southwest at about 8. Pressure has fallen at 973 millibars. And those gusts are really impressive. They're gusting upwards of a Category 3 strength, but right now it's still a Cat 1. As it slowly makes landfall anytime now. Now here's the timeline. Forecast cone for Hanna put to that tropical storm status by tomorrow morning. And by that time, around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it'll be out west over Falfurrias, let's say southern portions or not foul fierce, but south of that in the Rio Grande Valley, closer to, let's say, Stark County, that northwestern side of it, and it's going to start to drive its way southwest as a tropical depression by Sunday afternoon, and then a remnant low by Sunday night. So again, this is something to watch, but right now still a good amount of rainfall, especially on the northern side of the eye, the center of circulation. You can see that right here. And here it is. And remember, we're watching for the center of circulation, and it's right here, maybe a mile or two just offshore the barrier islands off of Padre Island. And it's moving quickly. I mean, at about 8 miles per hour. So again, any moment now is when we're expecting landfall. In the meantime, we're on the northern side of the storm, so storm surge is a big factor. As you combine the wind speeds of 50, 60 miles per hour at the surface, and you combine that with the forward motion of Hurricane Hanna, that leads to tremendous storm surge. In fact, near Bob Hall Pier, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi Bay, North Beach, they've seen tremendous amounts of storm surge in the last several hours. A loop over the last few hours, you can see Rockport and Refugio, the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna, and at the moment just providing good soaking rain this afternoon, early this evening. So again, rain chance to stay high in our forecast, and you'll notice on this particular graphic, this is estimated rainfall over the last 12 hours. And I want to mention this because it shows what Hurricane Hanna is capable of. And on the southern and southeastern flank of Hurricane Hanna, this is producing, this particular band of tropical rain producing upwards of 8, 9, 10 inches of rainfall. And I mention that because as long as Hanna stays around and it makes landfall anytime now, these bands could work our way and they could drop heavy amounts of rain in a short amount of time. I'm going to wrap up this with LexCam shot over at North Beach, Palace Beachwear and Gear. Lots of storm surge and a lot of water, moisture streaming onshore, not to mention the threats of heavy rainfall through tonight and early tomorrow morning. Joe?
Okay, Ryan, well, that's the update on Hurricane Hanna, but let's, if we can, just go back to that shot one more time. Hang on just a second. Do we have an update here?
We got the landfall from a National Hurricane Center employee.
Okay.
Bill, do you want to read the tweet? Phil Klotzbach?
Okay.
Phil Klotzbach is who handles the seasonal, how many hurricanes we have during the season.
Yeah.
Hanna has made landfall on Padre Island, Texas, with maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. It is the first hurricane to make landfall in July in Texas since Dolly in 2008, and the first hurricane to make landfall in any month in Texas since Harvey in 2017.
All right, so the breaking news here, Hanna has now made landfall on the coast of Texas at around Port Mansfield, and you saw it as we were kind of tracking it along there. And so now, at this point, you're going to see conditions get better. It's going to take a bit of time, but they will get better. The storm will not intensify.
Officially at 5:02.
5:02, okay, so 2 minutes ago. And there you have it. All right, is Leslie camera up? Do we have her?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go to Leslie Adamy, who's out on Padre Island and has been watching developments there. Leslie?
Hey there, Joe, that's right. Certainly kind of a little unnerving to hear that update, but kind of also not surprising. As I had told you earlier on that phone interview, things have really ramped up here, and probably the last hour and a half, 2 hours. Let's just really quick show you. I don't want us really to go outside, but here I'm just pushing the door window out of the way. We're not outside. Again, the waves continue to come in. As you look further into the Gulf, it just looks, you really can't. It's just a super, super heavy mist. As those waves continue to strengthen, the rain is coming in our face right now. So another reason that we are not stepping outside at this point in time with the technical difficulties that we had. As I had mentioned earlier, folks have been coming outside to watch this storm roll in, but now that she's here, and with the waves, here, Roy, I'm going to go ahead and close this door because the rain is getting inside and hitting us in the face. Folks have cleared the beach area. You want me to clean that? No one is outside. We had folks driving in and around the area in their trucks wanting to get closer, and really quickly turned around. It was not worth it, and could you blame them? So that's kind of the situation with them. With us right now, the waves continue to intensify, and that rain it's that one that kind of comes at you sideways, Joe.
Okay, thanks very much, Leslie. An update there. The rain's still coming down on Padre Island, but the storm has made landfall and is going to diminish in time here. But the rain's still falling, the wind's still blowing. Many people still without power.
So he's right now.
Ryan's talking to someone over. Ryan's talking to someone over. His microphone's on, but
okay.
So the official landfall for this thing, Hurricane Hanna, is going to go down in the books as a Category 1. Had to replace the battery on the microphone. Category 1 hurricane at 5:02, July 25th. 2020. The wind sustained at 90 miles per hour, and the location's going to go down as Padre Island, Texas. It's not a city, but rather a very, very long island, barrier island in Texas. So what's to come now that we've seen this storm move ashore? Hanna moving forward now. It's going to begin to weaken as it moves farther inland into South Texas and deep South Texas. That's where the heavier rains are going to be moving, and it's going to get downgraded likely to tropical storm status by midnight, if not before that, as it continues to move in. The wind threat is going to be gone on Sunday. I got overzealous there with the wind on the double eye there, but the wind threat is going to be gone by Sunday, downgraded to a tropical depression, and then tropical downpours will continue scattered around as these little feeder bands continue to drift into the depression of where Hanna is going to be over in Mexico. So because of that, and we have a saturated ground now, flash flooding is still going to be a concern as Hanna continues to move inland. But now moving forward, it's not going to be instantly that the winds are just gone and over and done with. They're going to be there. It's just going to be a gradual progression to go downgrade from a Category 1 to tropical storm to tropical depression. That is going to take some time to do that. But landfall has happened now, and the flooding rains are now, I think, going to be the focus. It's still very windy.
Right.
The winds are still strong where the center of this thing is, but the rain in South Texas, I think the attention is going to have to go shifting that direction now.
Just to reiterate something we mentioned a couple of hours ago, Gulf storms tend to move inland and keep some of their strength as they move toward Mexico and the Rio Grande. I believe that's what's going to happen on this one. Joe, you had a good point earlier. There will be no more intensification.
Yeah.
We have reached the peak. We have reached the climax. Now we'll start calming down. Alan had a good point. It doesn't automatically, that's it, everything's over. It's going to be a gradual fall off. We'll start seeing the winds die down, the storm surge will be dying down, but the rain is going to keep on coming.
Yep.
We still have a lot of rain out there.
Yeah.
And again, we're getting into tornado areas now. Over the next 24 to 36 hours. So still a lot of weather remaining from Hurricane Hanna.
And we still are going to discover some areas probably that have been damaged when the water recedes. Because, when it's covered, you don't really see what's going on. And so that could happen.
I mean, even with the walkway up to the Lexington, I wonder if the damage there has been significant. Look at that.
We will find out. That shot is just stunning to me on North Beach.
There's water everywhere.
Can we zoom down on that shot there? I saw where
water
we could
everywhere.
See the Lexington, the walkway up.
There's the aquarium.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that was a recorded shot.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. There's the walkway. That's got to be live because maybe not.
Okay, that's our live LexCam, I think.
Well, that's from Marissa's camera at the Radisson.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
There's the walkway. So the walkway to the Lex is still there. I'm seeing that.
But
that's the art museum.
That's the LexCam right now.
Yeah. That's LexCam looking at the art museum, and look at the waves crashing up against the wall.
Crashing up against the side of the building.
Is that the building, or is that a seawall?
No, that's the building.
That's the building.
There's a seawall right there in front too, but yeah, they're flooded right there where those entry ports are to the garage. It looks like.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's get another vantage point from North Beach.
There's the bottom of the
walkway's good.
Yeah. Here's Marissa Cummings with an update for us.
Yeah, guys, everything that you're talking about, you're exactly right. It's hard not to gawk at it.
But like you guys said, it is slowly going to get better. And it's weird because it has slowly gotten better here. The first thing you can feel, and I don't know, you guys are the experts, Bill, Alan, and Ryan, is the temperature. It's a lot cooler and it's a lot less humid. But let's look at the waves here. There's still big swells, of course, but if you look down at the beach, remember, we couldn't even tell where the sand is. And now you can kind of see the sand. As the waves separate, you can see the sand underneath the water. So that is actually an impressive improvement. But like I told you guys, the next time you come back, what were we going to look at? One of our markers, which was going to be that holiday rental sign. Guess what? That sign's not there anymore. So when we talk about property damage, it's going to be interesting to see what is going to be left behind on the roads. And again, another one of those markers. When we go look at the intersection here between the Radisson Hotel and the tourist shop, you can see the median again. You can actually see the tiny traffic cones that when I was down there, you could still see half the traffic cone. Well, you can start seeing the tip of it now. So it's really impressive how drastic the changes have been. Of course, definitely no conditions that people should come down here because the waves are still big swells, and definitely that's not slowing down yet. Now, the last thing I want to show you guys is all the way down by like the Selena Memorial and just shoreline. You can see those steps that people usually walk down, with the pandemic going on. A lot of people have been walking shoreline to get out and get some fresh air. Well, I definitely do not recommend being down there, and definitely not on those steps. Like I said, the waves are big and they are crashing up those steps as well. But it'll be interesting to see how it all progresses, and looking at our markers again, seeing maybe we may be able to see that sidewalk again. I don't know if that'll be achievable today, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how fast it dies down and what effect that has on the property around us right now. You can't see that sidewalk, of course, and like Alan was talking about, looking at the Lexington, the entrance to Lexington, that's still, waves are constantly crashing at it. I don't think that you could make it up there safely, not with a vehicle. So guys, still stay inside. As it is diminishing, that does not mean run and go play and go visit. Definitely stay at home, stay safe, and we'll keep you updated as much as possible as we can. But it is looking a tad bit more promising. Reporting down at North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Incredible shots there of water going onto that beach, pretty much obliterating it. It'll be interesting to see what's left when that water recedes, as it will in the coming days.
Looks like most of North Beach is underwater.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the attractions there are obviously going to be inaccessible for a while until the water goes down. But that shot that we had from the LexCam of the art museum, just seeing those waves just crashing against the side of the building, that's just amazing.
I hope my wife's watching. She works there.
Yeah, I'd like to get her on the phone, see what she says about that.
I think
she's not there.
She'd be too bashful, but that's a parking lot that you would use to go to that facility. That, if you're familiar with Shoreline, as it goes up to the art museum, there's a little place you can go. We're looking at it right now on the LexCam, and the water is moving into that parking lot. I've parked there before. Been to many events over at that art museum. That's right next to the American Bank Center where the Ice Rays play. That's where we're looking. We're right there next to the American Bank Center on the Corpus Christi Bay side of it. And you can see that the water is definitely up into those parking areas and then butting up against the seawall. There's the art museum now, and there is a seawall.
Waves crashing against that. Look at that.
There is a seawall in front of that, I believe, if we could pan down just a pinch there, but there's for sure, you're right, Joe, there's for sure, it looks like water crashing up against the side of the building. My wife just sent me a text, and she's saying that this is just, our conversation. She's watching right now, and she's saying that she's thinking, or they're thinking, that the first floor may be flooded in the art museum there.
And you wonder if that's going to affect any of the artwork, or if they have taken steps to protect it, because last time I was there, they had some things that were on the floor, statues and whatnot.
Well, even additional moisture in any building like that could cause issues.
That can't be good.
Yeah, so there's for sure water right up against that building. I don't think they know. I don't think they're there right now. The staff's not there, so there's no way to know. But you can see that the water's for sure up against that building, which is a very prone location. It's right there on the bay.
Yeah, but I can't remember in all the time I've been here seeing that much water and the waves lapping up against it that way. I've just never seen that before. So this was an interesting storm. This is just, the unique nature of these hurricanes that we have been talking about, that just, you never know what properties each one is going to have as it comes through. And, just because it's lower in terms of wind strength doesn't mean that it will produce less damage necessarily.
It has a lot to do with the area involved in that storm.
Right.
This was a huge storm.
Yeah.
And you can see what it left behind so far.
And I don't know if we readily have available pictures from Bob Hall Pier, but earlier we were talking, that's going to be one of the big stories coming out of this storm, was the absolute destruction of the end of Bob Hall Pier. The T-head on the end of it gone because of that storm surge and the wave action back and forth. It just took it apart. Well, there we go.
Actually, during Harvey, the pier off of the Oso Bay, that one was damaged during Harvey. So just different piers taking the hits there. But yeah, the Bob Hall Pier, we saw the video. This is out at that area. You see, a lot of people will picnic under those little canopies there, and the water is well above that. It's almost flowing perpendicular to the dunes there. This is the video we were talking about, where you can see on the right side of the screen the end of the pier. It's going to get dark because, oh wait, no, this is today.
It's already the end of it.
That's the end of it, and then the end of the pier is gone at the end of the video.
Look at that. And you can just see it take it away over the 24-hour time lapse of that video. Just amazing stuff that we have seen. And we're not completely done. We're going to have more rain and wind, and in fact quite a bit more rain. Question is, and we've been talking about this, Bill, off and on, how much of that rain, we were in need of rain before this storm came. How much of it are we going to be able to retain in our watershed?
Not a lot today.
Yeah.
I really think as this storm moves inland, those rain bands still feeding off the Gulf will feed the hill country, our watershed. Not today, but hopefully tomorrow into Monday. I know the rain chances start tapering off Tuesday and Wednesday, but hopefully tomorrow and Monday we'll see some of those outer rain bands being pulled in that will probably be tropical depression, Hanna, still being pulled in across Houston, down I-10, San Antonio, up into the hill country, including our watershed. And so today's not the day for watershed rain.
No.
Hopefully tomorrow and Tuesday will be.
It is getting some, but
Tomorrow
the thing about the rain that's falling in the watershed right now is it's two things: lighter and more sparse than where we're looking down to the south, where the hurricane is moving in. So you see the watershed. The radar is on the layer on this graphic underneath the watershed, so we can see exactly where we need that rain to fall to filter in to the Nueces River and the Frio River, these rivers that flow into Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. So the watershed's big. I don't know if many people realize that it goes way up to the Frio floating country up in Uvalde area part of Texas, so it's a big expansiveness of land that we can hopefully get rain into, but I just don't think it's going to be as numerous in that part of the state as it will be in South Texas.
The good news is I think that the ground will be saturated enough so that it won't soak up all that water. It will be, anything that falls there hopefully will be retained and come on down the rivers.
I think so.
All right. Let's, all right. We're setting up a live shot here in Clayburgh County to go back and let you know what's going on there.
This is an interesting picture. Earlier we were talking about the breakers keeping Corpus Christi Bay calm, separating it, or the marina area separated from Corpus Christi Bay. And look at the water just breaching the rock barrier out there. And so the marina, Corpus Christi Bay, everything, seeing lots of turbulent water today. Look at that. And that's usually a calm area.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that happening in Corpus Christi Bay, certainly to the extent that we've seen it, because in the past, even when we've had fairly large storms out there, the bay didn't respond like it's responding now. It may have come up a bit, but not to this extent.
Well, this is also I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I think this is really the first storm that we dealt with south of here. A lot of the storms we had before, that were moving in northward, and like even Oso Creek, everybody's wondering what's going to, and I think Harvey sucked the water out of Oso Creek.
How about Brett? Is that similar to this
well,
one?
Brett was like 20 years ago, and I can't really remember. Well, we saw the pictures earlier from Brett in Corpus Christi Bay, where the bay was really churning. But Harvey was north of here, and what was it? Was it Celia, where the water got sucked out of Corpus Christi Bay?
It was Celia in 1970, that's right.
And so a lot of the storms we've been dealing with, even the ones that go up into Houston, up Victoria, Port Lavaca, Ike, we don't get that. This is one of maybe the first storm, in fact it probably is, the first storm since Brett that has moved in south of here. And so we're getting all that surge coming this way instead of moving back up north. It's probably one of the big reasons why we're seeing so much going on here in Corpus Christi Bay.
We do have a picture. We were talking about Bob Hall Pier and the damage and so forth. You want a before and after look?
Oh, whoa.
Take a look here. This is July of 2020. And this is after Hanna, I think. I'm a little confused by that. Okay. Before, showing as we come up on flying over the pier. Look at try to look at the end of it. That's where the damage is.
Yeah, the T on the end is gone, basically, is what we've been seeing.
On the top, you can see it there. And on this shot, I'm not sure if that looks like the parking lot to me.
I think that's where Matt was, our assistant news director. He was out there getting the footage. He actually had to back away because he didn't like how it felt in terms of safety right there. So gives you an idea of what it was like. But tropical storm force winds, they can make you antsy.
That's right.
And then you add storm surge and,
And according to, what are the winds like right now on the island? Are they still blowing strong?
They're tropical storm force gusts out there for sure. Still gusting up 45 or so miles per hour. These are gusts, so there's going to be higher gusts likely in the areas just north of Baffin Bay. Think about the King Ranch area and the Chapman Ranch area. Those areas are getting likely 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and then north of that, 40 to 50 miles per hour. The sustained winds aren't terribly impressive. This just, to me, looks like a bad day of golf on a normal day, hitting into a 35 mile an hour wind. But we're under tropical storm conditions for sure in the area. But I say that comment about golf to say that this amount of wind, 35 miles per hour, isn't something that we don't see around here fairly often when the winds crank up from the southeast.
And there are those who actually golf in conditions like that with winds at.
Hope the wind's behind you.
Yeah, every hole I play is downwind, so it works out.
All right, now we are ready, I think, to go to Ashley Gonzalez in Clayburgh County with an update on what is happening there. Ashley?
Hey Joe, Right, Ashley Gonzalez here in Kingsville. I'm here actually at HM King High School where the safe room is. And it's crazy because right when Hanna hit landfall, we definitely felt it. And Alan, as you were saying earlier, some of those wind gusts are pretty strong, as a matter of fact. I mean, I'm not that big of a person, but some of these wind gusts kind of got me off balance for a moment there. And Kingsville is already a quiet town, but check out the roads. They're nearly empty, so it's an even quieter town. And obviously all the stores are closed, so all the parking lot is completely filled. But yeah, the rain is coming down, and like I said earlier, it's kind of sporadic, so it'll come down pretty hard at times, and then it'll kind of relax for a moment, but then it'll come back just as hard with those wind gusts. As a matter of fact, we're getting a small one right now, and something that Marissa said earlier that I definitely connected with was with how cool it is. It definitely went from like very humid to very chilly, and I'm pretty cold right now. It's probably because I'm soaked as well. But right, so the safe room is right in the sports complex, which is on the other side of this building. And again, it's a temporary shelter for people who are in low areas, who just need some dry land and somewhere to just ride out the storm with as Alan was saying, the peak is kind of right now, and well, the storm is going to be riding out from here on out, from what y'all said. But, you know, like I said, the roads are pretty quiet. The wind is still coming through, and the rain is still coming through. And earlier, as a matter of fact, about an hour to an hour and a half ago, we saw emergency crews with some boats, some rescue boats, you know, in case that they are needed. We saw 2 of them on a trailer. So again, and also the power is not as well. But if your power is out, do not call 911, call the city or the county. I'm gonna go ahead and toss it back to you because I'm starting to lose connection here. Back to you, Joe.
All right, it is tough, and it does present challenges to be out there in the wind and the rain and so forth, and we appreciate that. But you get a sense of what is going on down in Clayburgh County, even after landfall here of Hurricane Hanna, moving ashore now. And Bill, we've seen a lot today. We've seen it all kind of develop and
well, we've been here since 10. It's a little after almost 5:30 now, so over 7.5 hours. It's been an interesting story. And I was even telling Joe off camera an hour or so ago that even the mood here in the newsroom has changed following the track of the hurricane. When we didn't know where it was going, would it come directly west? Would it really affect us? We're all, but now when it started moving, you know when things change is when we saw that little jog to the south.
When we saw it real time on radar.
When we saw that little jog to the south, and we said, here we go.
That was about 3 hours prior to landfall.
Right,
so,
and up in that case, especially for us here in Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
And you know, the poor people down in the valley going through awful things right now. It'll be interesting. People in Baffin Bay, I mean, got really hit hard. But it's for the past 7.5 hours, it's just been interesting how the story has played out. So many look at all the variables, the different pictures we've seen, the ups and downs we've seen. It's truly an incredible story.
Storm surge is still a big story, though, right now for us.
That's
the Lexington.
That's the
front of the Lex, the walkway up into the Lexington. I mean, storm surge is still going to be a problem for another few hours because the storm's position in respect to where we are in Corpus Christi. So we're seeing real time right there, real pictures, live pictures. That's our exclusive LexCam. And the storm surge, the wind is not really going to change direction. I'm going to couple 2 images for you here on the weather graphics to illustrate the point. If we can switch over to the weather graphics, you see the winds out of the east in Port Aransas. The winds are still driving in water and at tropical storm force. These are the wind gusts, so these are a little bit higher than the wind speeds, but the wind is going to drive water in. As long as they're out of the east and they're strong like this, the water's going to not recede in the area. So when we look at the storm where it currently is, it's going to take a while for those winds to eventually back out of the south and west. So what I mean by that is this storm is going to continue to drive in winds just like this. And we're going to gradually see the winds at the surface that are out of the east and northeast right now. See how they're out of the east and northeast going down toward the center of the hurricane? These winds are gradually going to end up turning east and then east-southeast and then southeast and then south and then southwest as the storm continues to move farther inland. And that's what we were talking about and showing with this wind motion graphic around the storm. So yesterday they were out of the north. Right now at landfall, you see how the winds will be out of the east here. And then they're going to gradually turn. You see right over Corpus Christi, they'll turn east, and then they'll turn south, and then they'll turn southwest on Sunday. And that's going to be the progression of how we lose the storm surge. So that's going to take a little while time for those winds
that water goes down.
The winds are going to have to shift to out of the south for the storm surge levels to really start receding. Yeah.
Interesting. So we're looking at a couple of days.
I think tonight and into early tomorrow. And then by tomorrow afternoon, the storm surge will be receding. But I don't think it's going to be relaxing anytime soon. For the next few hours, we're still going to have these driving east winds coming in here.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Ryan Choctaw now with an update on Hanna for us.
Yeah, Joe, Hurricane Hanna made landfall earlier today at about 5 o'clock, just 30 minutes ago or so. And the exact location, Padre Island, Texas, north of Port Mansfield. Max winds were up to 90 miles per hour, higher wind gusts up to 115. And it was, the focal point was along Kennedy County, just south of Corpus Christi. And you'll notice on this loop where exactly it made landfall, south of Corpus Christi, south of Baffin Bay as a Cat 1, a strong Cat 1 hurricane. Right now, still wind sustained at 90 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 115. Pressure is down to a 973 millibars, and it's currently moving west-southwest at about 8 miles per hour. Now again, as it moves west, it'll continually and gradually weaken through tonight, through tomorrow. However, the storm surge, just as Alan said, the storm surge threat continues based on the wind field of Hanna, and that's because we have that northeast-east wind just driving in water from the Gulf of Mexico. Not to mention the forward motion of Hanna is going to aid in more strength, more wind speed through tonight and early tomorrow morning. Now you'll notice the current look on radar, the eye right over central Kennedy County. The outer bands extending as far north, or at least the heavier downpours, and the southern tip of Nueces County. But you'll notice this is a pretty impressive eye, clearing out. If you're under this eye, you'll see mostly clear skies, if not some sunshine and quiet conditions, the calm within the storm. Now, as this starts to rotate and counterclockwise, in the counterclockwise direction, it's going to continue just, throw a ton of moisture our way through tonight and tomorrow morning. That's why the storm surge threat is there, not to mention the flash flood threat is there, because rain is not done with. And, through tomorrow, as we wrap up the weekend, rainfall could add up to amounts upwards of, 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rainfall here in the city. Heavier amounts of rain south of that into, let's say, Clayburgh County, and also ultimately into the Rio Grande Valley. A closer look at what's happening currently. Just some scattered downpours at Refugio, Sinton off of Highway 77. And these are just those tropical downpours associated with Hurricane Hanna. Now, from where it goes from here, it's going west and it's going to dive into Mexico. And by tomorrow afternoon, tropical storm, remnant low, if not a tropical depression. And this will continue to weaken gradually as it moves into the mountains of Mexico. It's pouring cats and dogs outside our KIII studios. Today's forecast, or at least tonight, cool. East winds at about 30 to 40 miles per hour sustained. Higher wind gusts up to that. And of course, the main threat is storm surge. Guys.
Thanks, Ryan. We were talking about things not to do, and one of them is, to go out and get in the way of first responders and just be out and away from your home just out of curiosity. And yet some people will do that nonetheless. And we have some video out by Bob Hall Pier of some guys who are, well, let's watch and see. I haven't seen this, but they are guy going out in the water like any other day.
Nice flotation device.
He says he's going to go float in that inner tube. Hurricane? What hurricane? Doesn't matter. Anyway, that's something you don't do.
Every image that I'm seeing in video, it's surprising me how much the storm surge has come in. In my head, I'm thinking 4 to 6 feet isn't that much of a deal, but a picture is telling me a lot different with respect to how much inundation we're seeing in those extreme coastal environments. It's not to where I don't think we're seeing neighborhoods flood. I haven't seen reports of that. I haven't seen anything like that, but it's these coastal locations that we tend to not really build on here in South Texas. We don't have a line of houses right on the beach where there's no dune protecting the beach, to my knowledge. And I haven't seen any pictures or reports of water coming into places like Port Aransas or parts of the island. I know there's some hotels and condos right on, is it Whitecap?
Right.
There's some right there, right on Whitecap.
Yeah, but there's a big barrier between the water and the...
I'd be curious, though, to see if water is getting into those locations, given what we're seeing at the immediate beach.
We know, for example, water is over parts of 361.
Yes.
And right now on the phone we have Ricky Daly with TxDOT, who is prepared to talk a little bit about that. And Ricky, I appreciate you joining us in what must be a busy time for you. But what have you done to try to protect folks and keep folks away from the problem areas, say along 361 there on the island?
Well, Joe, thanks for having me on. I appreciate you helping us get the word out to your viewers. we had crews out there earlier and helping drivers get through that area. But the update is that the latest word I have received is that the water has receded from 361 north of Packery Channel. So we've got clear roads there. But again, we're urging people to avoid any unnecessary travel, just due to conditions. As y'all have been reporting, there's still some more weather to come. We want everybody to stay safe. I've got another update for you. According to U.S. Coast Guard protocols, which TxDOT is following, we have had to temporarily suspend our ferry operations again in Port Aransas.
Right.
And this is due to the heavy weather. The Coast Guard will conduct a post-storm assessment of conditions, and then when we receive word from them, we will resume service. But for right now, again, ferry service is suspended temporarily in Port Aransas, and State Highway 361, though, is open, so people who might want to leave Port Aransas can use the island road.
Okay, so the only way to get from, say, Port Aransas to Aransas Pass now is to drive all the way around using Highway 361, which is
That's correct.
a couple-hour drive, as some of us have experienced.
Yeah,
but
that's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping you can help us get the word out, so no one makes that unnecessary trip.
We are happy to do that, and you don't want to be out anyway. But if you have to be out, keep in mind that the ferry service is suspended because of the weather conditions right now. We don't know when that's going to change. Any idea when that might happen? Are we looking at a day or two, or do we know?
No, that's a Coast Guard question, and they will, like I say, after they do their storm assessment, they'll let us know when it's all clear. A good resource for your viewers on road conditions, including the ferry service, is drivetexas.org.
Right.
That has the latest information on road conditions throughout the state, closures and everything. So that's a good resource also.
Actually, we're looking at that website page right now. It's what you would get if you dial up drivetexas.org. And basically the idea is to show any roads that are unavailable for travel because of, in this case, weather conditions and flooding and so forth. But it's a pretty good resource all over the state of Texas. drivetexas.org if you have any questions at all.
Right.
All right. Well, Ricky Daly, anything in the city of Corpus Christi that we need to be concerned about, or all the roads pretty well open and free now?
Well, I've not received reports of any closures in or around Corpus Christi. Again, that could change, and Drive Texas is the place to go. Those are all the state system roads will be conditions will be updated on that site.
Okay, man. Ricky Daly, thank you for joining us once again, and we appreciate the update on our roads and how that's progressing. Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Okay. TxDOT, they have been keeping us informed as well, and so now we are. It was 5:02, so we've been 5 officially. Okay, so say 39, 40 minutes now since landfall of Hurricane Hanna, and there's that picture. Again, just stunning, looking at the wall of the Art Museum of South Texas and the waves from Corpus Christi Bay just lapping up against the side of it. That is not good. You don't want that. There is priceless artwork inside. You wonder how they're going to keep the first floor of that building from being flooded. I'm sure it probably already is.
They took precautions. I know that firsthand knowledge. They kind of prepared for it. On Friday they released early. It was closed today in lieu of the storm coming in. But I know this because my wife works there.
Yeah.
And she's texting me right now, and she's saying that we sparked a texting frenzy between the staff working there, because they were just seeing that for the first time along with us when we just panned over and saw those waves lapping up against the building. And then you looked at that receiving dock, the loading dock, where trucks can back in, and the water was in there too. So I'd imagine that they're thinking that some of that water could get into the first floor of the building just through those little locations of the art museum. So 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, and I think moving forward for the next at least several hours is going to be, I think, the biggest thing to note about the impacts of Hanna in the coastal Bend and Corpus Christi area, and these are going to be confined to the immediate coast. You know, so a lot of people won't even know this is happening, but here we are. It is, and you can see it right there on the side of the art museum.
And does that look? I mean, it's hard to say at this point, but does that look like 4 to 6 feet of surge?
I mean, 6 feet is a lot. When you think about the size of a person, you know, 4 to 6 feet tall, that's how much above normal the sea surface waters are getting. So above where they normally are, the 4 to 6 feet on top of that is what's doing what we're seeing.
Well, look like the parking lot you were talking about across the street from the American Bank Center. I mean, we go down that road there, and we park there. How far underneath that water is the asphalt for the parking lot? Then you go across to the art museum. I mean, there's a pretty significant surge occurred here today. I was going back, I was trying to think, I've never seen a surge like this in all the years.
No.
But we didn't have as many cameras around everywhere to see pictures like this and everything we've seen.
That's true too.
But I mean, I don't even remember people talking about a surge event like this, like we're going through right now.
I'm just trying to look for info on how big the surge was
look
with
for that,
Brett.
and we'll get back to it. But I do want to find out, I want to get an update on what's happening on Padre Island. We do have Leslie Adamy standing by there to give us a look at what the conditions are like, and they have been, you know, the winds have been as strong as they've gotten here out on Padre Island.
Joe, that's right. Yeah, so it continues to be pretty windy and gusty out here. We're going to go ahead and take you outside. We're just waiting until, you know, the live shot picked up, because the less time we can be outside, the better, right? Because of the rain. So, how things feel right now, it's not as gusty as it was, but the rain is definitely coming down at us. Kind of give you a look at the Gulf situation right now. You can see waves continue to come in. That downed lifeguard stand kind of been the same as well. And take a look at this, Joe. This is really interesting to me. Access Road 3, we had been showing it to you guys for much of the afternoon, and how it was kind of like overtaken by water, but now you can see it's like the water looks like it's receding a little bit, or no, not a little bit, significantly, and it's more now this muddy road. You can kind of tell, looking at the purpose of the road being that you get on that road to go out into the beach, right? You can now get a sense of that's exactly what it's supposed to do, because the water is receding. The water previously was coming up to that railing right there, but that is just not the case anymore now. I suppose that Hanna has made landfall, but the wind persists. And you know, something else that kind of sticks out to me is, despite the rain kind of coming at us at an uncomfortable angle, and the wind still here, like I mentioned, it doesn't feel as powerful as it was in the earlier live shots. In a weird way, it almost feels kind of nice. It's like cool where we are, which is rare to say in July. Wish I could be saying that without a hurricane having come to, South Texas. But I will say that's the condition right now. So waves continue to come in. It's still pretty windy. Ooh, Roy, be careful. Water coming at us still pretty constantly, but cooler, significantly cooler. Joe?
Leslie, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but are there any people down there on the beach? Any people at all down on the beach?
No, surprisingly not. It's truly been kind of come and go. At the most random times, we would see a lot of people. And guys, I feel as though this bears repeating. We are still in the COVID-19 pandemic, and we did not see a lot of social distancing going on. At this point in time, though, no folks out here, even on the patios. Let me see. No, I do not see anyone coming out here, but earlier that was not the case. Folks wanted to come out, take video. I saw one gentleman walking around with a glass of wine and was enjoying everything before the storm came in, but yeah, no folks out here right now.
Okay. Yeah, not a good idea to be out there for sure, but some people, they're gonna do it regardless. But Leslie, thank you for the update from Padre Island. Still, as you can tell, they're quite active. A lot of wind, rain.
The noise is incredible from her microphone.
Yeah.
I mean, she's right up next to it, and you can barely hear her because of the sound of the rain and the wind.
Now, you were doing the research, Alan?
It just looks like a 2.5 foot surge with Brett, with what I could find. But that was 20 years ago plus, so I don't know if they kept real close tabs on exactly how high it went. I'm curious to see what can we pan right back over there? There's some, looks like debris. Oh wow, the aquarium's got water in where people usually walk around, it looks like. To the right, see that fence down?
What is that, just a fence?
It's a fence of some sort that's definitely been destroyed. But then if you go up to where the exhibits are, by those umbrellas, you can see that there's water that's now in the aquarium itself.
Zoom in just a little bit if you can.
Like by those umbrellas. It's funny, the Lex Cam is very sensitive. You touch it once and then it zooms like all the way over. So I can understand the frustration, but there's for sure water where people usually walk around to see exhibits.
Look at that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we hope the animals are doing okay. The dolphins.
The otters.
The otters. They're used to water, but not like this, right? Okay, well, we are just now seeing some of the results of Hurricane Hanna.
If I may, Marissa's report and Leslie's report both said it's not as bad.
That's good.
It's starting to calm down a little bit. It's not as bad as it was a couple of hours ago.
We could both visually see also that the storm surge in both locations that they were at, both on the island and downtown Corpus Christi, the water had been receding, and those were both visually confirmed reports that we could all see on the cameras there.
Let's in fact go to Marissa, who's at North Beach, to confirm that. Would you say, Marissa, that things are a little bit better?
It is so weird, Joe. I'm going to be completely honest. So remember, we have our markers. I can't see the sand again on the beach. It's the waves got more aggressive, and you guys were talking about it as you were talking about the art center and seeing how the waves are crushing up against the building. I don't know if it changes directions, but again, we lost our cones as our measure meter out in the intersection. It kind of just came all back, so that's very strange. So as far as conditions and flooding go, it seems like it's about the same. The waves are not letting up at all, but if I want to talk about what it feels like out here, it is, and hopefully maybe you guys can see it, it's a lot brighter out here too, and Leslie had mentioned it, Ashley had mentioned it. It is cooler, but still gusty where I'm standing. I have been posting videos up to my Facebook about what it looks like here along the coastline, and people have commented saying, hey, I live just a couple of streets back from Ocean Drive or from North Beach or Shoreline, and it's not as bad. So I think right where we are is where we're going to see the most damage, the most flood damage, the most property damage is going to be right here, right at the coast. And now the wind is picking up more and the rain is pelleting my face. So it's really odd what's happening. I'm checking it ever so often to see kind of like a progress report. Even if we look over here at this little sign, right down on the beach, I used to be able to see the legs of that sign. I can't see those legs really anymore. So it's hard to say if it is going to get better, relatively soon, because when we last talked, I thought it was getting better, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It looks like in this area, you guys have been showing from the Lex Cam how there is a giant anchor that is at the front of the Lex Cam and how that is being submerged in water. And even to get a better idea of how aggressive these waves are, if you look at the waves on the side of the Lexington itself, on the USS Lexington, those waves are, that's a huge ship, and of course it can sustain waves like this, but it definitely is hitting up there aggressively as well. So it doesn't look like it's dying down yet. It doesn't look like
it's getting much better, even though for a second we thought it was. But of course, I'll keep you posted. We're going to keep on kind of using our markers of measurement. Maybe we'll be able to see our traffic cones in the intersection again. Maybe we'll be able to better see the legs of that sign. So, I mean, it's just, you never know. We're just going to have to keep on checking in. So, reporting live from the Radisson Hotel in North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thank you for the update.
I think those cones are long gone.
Yeah, I think so too. And so much for the theory about it, getting better all over. Apparently, it's not quite. But it is going to take a while to have this noticeably improve.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about before. We saw the nice look of the sand at Leslie's live shot where the waters had receded there, but now Marissa's coming back saying, wait a second, no, it's worse here now. And we're going to keep these easterly winds coming. That's definitely going to happen for the next several hours. People chimed in. We've got loyal viewers that watch us, and a lot of people said to me, look at Allen, look at the storm surge for Hurricane Allen, not spelled the correct way, by the way, Allen. That's the wrong way to spell Allen. Alan is the right way.
Okay. But that's not how the hurricane is
I know.
spelled.
Yeah.
So you should be happy about that.
Unless I don't know. But 12-foot surge in Allen and the maximum of Allen. Yeah. Don Dunlap, a friend of KIII, had a boat, he said, in the marina, and the T-heads were damaged, and I think he said he lost the boat during Allen in 1980s when that storm came in. So
during that storm, I remember, because we flew over the island right after the storm, the day after the storm in August of 1980, August 9th and 10th. And people know the Holiday Inn out there on the island, that building. It's still being repaired and from Hurricane Harvey. But back then, it had a nice restaurant that kind of looked out onto the Gulf. Well, right after Allen, all of those windows had been shattered by the water, and we walked in there, and there were waves lapping up against the tables and chairs in that restaurant on the bottom floor of the Holiday Inn. And then you walk to the seawall, and you see that large chunks of that huge seawall were just lifted up as they were nothing. Wow. And moved aside, and it all had to be repaired and obviously put back together. But that was what the storm did, and I just remember at the time remarking, how could something be that powerful as to have that impact on such a large structure like a big seawall?
And it's really good for reference too. Now that I just went and looked it up real quick, but 12-foot storm surge did that. Yeah. 6-foot, what we're having right now, doesn't quite do that, at least from what we have seen, but it's significant enough to where people are now we're gonna have to clean up a little bit because of the storm surge getting into places like the art museum.
Well, we're gonna have to do. Yeah.
Allen was a Category 5 at one point.
It was, yeah.
That went in south of here.
Yeah.
And I remember some of the pictures now that you mentioned it, and Don with his boat. I remember some pictures of boats in the marina that are sunk. Mm-hmm. But that's significant that you mentioned 12 feet on Allen. I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah, that was well south of here. I think a little farther south
onto the King Ranch
than this one, I believe, Allen. From what I was looking at, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it went, but I'll tell you what. It for the longest time, it looked like it was heading straight here.
Yeah,
and that was that storm and Hurricane Alicia in 1983 were two storms that were, to me, among the scariest, because you had in Alicia, it finally went into the Houston area.
Houston, yeah.
And caused incredible damage up there, but it was going to go either way. It was kind of sitting in between, almost equidistant between our two cities, and it could have gone here. In fact, it was thought to, or it could have gone to Houston, and it was obviously going to be a very damaging storm. And then Allen in 1980 was, if you remember back then, it was possibly going to go to Brownsville as well, because it was just sitting out there in the Gulf. And this was a storm that took up the entire Gulf of Mexico.
From Florida to Texas.
Yes. And winds, sustained winds at the center were 180 miles an hour, if you can believe that. So the emergency management official, I forget who it was, down in Brownsville, put out this message before they lost touch with that person. The radio communication was gone, and there was just they were totally out of communication. And the last thing he said was, "May God save us all." And that was the last thing we heard from Brownsville. And it turned out, of course, and we were thinking, well, could come to Corpus Christi too.
Yeah.
And it wound up going just south into the King Ranch, into an area that also was just very unpopulated. And if you had to pick a place for a hurricane like that to go, that would be it.
I think still that 180 measurement of Allen is still one of the strongest of all time.
I'm sorry, Miranda, I missed that. Say it one more time. Oh my, look at that. Okay, well here's Sunrise Mall and the sign damage there. Just a lot of these signs are not meant to withstand that kind of strong, sustained wind. They have a tolerance of maybe 50, 60 miles an hour, but anything over that, it's gonna go out. And so we've seen that, whenever we've had storms that have come through that have, even the ones that have not quite done a lot of damage, we've seen the damage to those signs. Say it one more time. Okay, and we have on the phone right now the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Corpus Christi, calling us from the EOC. And would you identify yourself? I didn't get your name, I'm sorry.
Billy Delgado.
Billy, okay, Billy.
Billy Delgado.
Delgado, okay. And thank you for agreeing to call in. What is the situation there at the EOC?
We're going to be continuing to stay activated overnight and over this system. We're still under a flash flood watch and kind of rain bands. What concerns us are the rain bands that could be circling around and coming through tonight. As long as Hanna is a threat and close to the region, we're still going to play this as a threat to us and a high risk for extensive rain. I mean, we're staying the course on the of Hanna, so we are going to continue to monitor it through the system and.
Billy, tell us where the worst areas have been so far.
Damage around the city?
Yes,
well, we've seen excessive rain in the Flower Bluff area, North Beach area, the beaches, so areas such as that.
Yes, we've been looking at scenes from North Beach particularly, and then from our Lexington camera mounted on top of the Lexington, we can see the Art Museum of South Texas. Looks to be just in the water with, a shot of it right now, with waves kind of lapping up against the side of that building. Have you been involved in that at all? Do you know what's happening there?
We get information through our people that are out on site and that they have a visual of the situation.
Well,
so,
what can you tell us about that?
Well, there's water obviously in the North Beach area, and it's over, the streets, and so we're continuously monitoring that, and so we will continue to monitor that.
Do we know if there's been any serious damage in that building?
I don't know, sir. I have not had a report on that.
It certainly looks like that could be the case with all that water around it. Well, we'd sure appreciate an update on that. If you can get it for us, that'd be great.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else we should know about as far as...
No, sir.
Okay.
No, don't let our guard down, please.
Don't let our guard down, okay.
Don't let our guard down.
Okay.
We want to continue to watch this, and we're going to continue to monitor it through the evening and through tomorrow. And we're going to be very conscious of the rain bands over the night. And then, we're going to stay the course as far as monitoring the situation.
Okay, well, that is good to hear. And Billy Delgado, thank you for joining us from the city's EOC tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There we go. Alan?
I was just listening to see if he had any more info on that.
Well, that's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I found out all of that real time when we just panned over on the LexCam to see the water lapping up over those locations. But the rain totals, Billy was talking about not letting our guard down. You know, he was saying things like that. It's not over yet, and he's referring to the rain that is still in the forecast. We've already got an inch or so of rain in multiple locations around the area. We're talking almost an inch and a half in the Flower Bluff area, an inch and a quarter officially now at the airport, and we're calling for between 2 and 5 inches of rain to be falling in parts of the coastal bend. So the other thing that's going to keep one of the threats at least a little bit high with us with respect to the storm surge is the wind. The winds out of the east are going to keep the water flowing into these storm surge areas, these coastal locations that are already being inundated. It's going to stay like this until the winds can start to turn more southeast to south moving forward. So we're going to have to watch that. Ryan, do you have any? Yeah, Ryan's going to come in here with an update. Top of the hour, what's the latest on tropical or now Hurricane Hanna?
Yeah, Alan, you know, we've been watching Hanna for the last, let's say, 8 hours all day today. And it finally made landfall in the last hour. In fact, it made landfall at 5 p.m., just an hour or so ago, at Padre Island, or in Padre Island, Texas, just north of Port Mansfield. Max winds were up to about 90 miles per hour. Wind gusts were, you know, upwards of about Category 3 strength, but it stayed at Cat 1 at landfall, focused in on Kennedy County, and Hanna will gradually weaken as we go about tonight and early tomorrow morning. And we'll show you the track and forecast cone in just a bit, but first radar. And you'll notice how defined this eye is. I mean, it's expansive. The diameter of this eye is just huge and massive, about 30 miles in diameter, and you'll notice on the northern side of Hanna is where a good amount of tropical rain is still falling, and a good deposit of rain has fallen here in Corpus Christi. Alan just mentioned about 1.25 inches officially at the airport. Flower Bluff closing in on about 1.5 inches as of early this morning. And this is going to continue to pump in rain in our direction. I mean, you can see the motion of it, and as I put this into motion, counterclockwise on this rotation of this area of low pressure, and that's why the wind threat is still there, the flash flood threat is still there because of just how much wind and rain is cranking in on this northern sector of Hurricane Hanna. So as we continue to move into tonight, early tomorrow morning, again, it's going to travel its way west into 281, also into the northern portions of the Rio Grande Valley. But as it does so, we still have influence from Hanna. We still have those easterly winds, gusting up to 40, 50 miles per hour, and that's just going to continue to drive in the moisture, the water from the Gulf of Mexico, leading to tremendous storm surge. I mean, everywhere in West County, Clayburgh, pretty much all across the Texas coast and deep South Texas is where storm surge is going to be the primary to mention the tremendous amount of rainfall we're going to see in the next 12 hours or so. Again, the rain threat is not done just because it made landfall. We're going to keep rain chances high, tropical downpours in our forecast for the next 18 hours at least. A closer look at the viewing area, I mean from Falfurrias, Beeville, Refugio, up northeast into Victoria, Texas. And you can see the outer fringe of the northern band of Hanna just making it into Corpus Christi. This is just some moderate rainfall at best, but for the most part scattered to numerous light showers at this hour across the coastal bend. From Falfurrias to George West, Beeville, it's a certainty at this point that everyone's seeing at least a little bit of rain right now. And you'll notice more of to our south near Clayburgh County, Baffin Bay, and into northern Kennedy County, they're seeing more rainfall. Now that is the overall trend as we go into tonight. Again, the hurricane force winds will be mainly focused along the inner core, the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna. Now at the moment, winds are still up to 90 miles per hour, wind gusts up to 115. This is continuing to drive west-southwest at about 8 miles per hour, but the satellite signature pretty strong for a Cat 1 hurricane. Now here's the updated forecast cone. It's going to dive its way southwest into Mexico. And notice the timestamps. Sunday morning, around 2, 3 o'clock, it's a tropical storm. After that, lunchtime comes around tomorrow afternoon. It's a tropical depression, and after that, it just weakens and fizzles out as a remnant low by tomorrow night. So it's a weekend event. We're going to keep rain chances high. Tropical downpours are expected. Wind speeds also the main threat because that's going to drive in the storm surge threat. Right now, they're about 30 to 40, and that's how they stay through about at least 10 o'clock. They hold in the 20s and double digits through about the overnight hours, not to mention wind gusts overnight upwards about 50 miles per hour. So that is dangerous and very gusty on the northern side of Hurricane Hanna. I'm going to leave you with this. Temperatures, and Marissa and Leslie mentioned that it feels nice and cool outside. In fact, I checked the official high temperature here in Corpus Christi. High temperature of 82 degrees here in the city, so that's pretty cool for the heart of summer, mid to late July. Not bad here in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, pun intended there, Brian. It is cool.
I wonder what time, do you know off to hand what time the high was?
That's a good question. I believe it was around 11 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, in the morning.
Yeah.
I do want to shift a little bit on parts of the viewing area still. This storm has moved inland now, not totally inland, but it's, close to the Port Mansfield, just north of there, and working to the west. So there's something I do need to just keep people aware of. If you're watching us from Falfurrias, which is in northern Brooks County, you see where that 30-mile-per-hour wind is in Falfurrias being reported right now. So there's Falfurrias. The storm is well to the south of this view. This is our local KIII viewing area view, but look at the wind in Falfurrias. Gusting to 41 miles per hour. This is now joining what the coastal locations, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Rockport, Flower Bluff, Kingsville, the winds are starting to pick up in Falfurrias because the core of this, what it should be now weakening hurricane, is starting to move in the direction of Falfurrias. So I would suspect that those winds are going to increase a little bit in Falfurrias for Brooks County and southern Jim Wells County. We'll zoom in on the locations that I'm specifically talking about. Fremont and into Falfurrias. Rivera is also within our viewing area, is probably getting, I don't have a weather reporting station there, but with Kingsville just to the north reporting 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, Rivera is probably on the order of 40 to maybe 45. So right there as you get into the 77 corridor where we were telling people not to go south of Baffin Bay, those winds are going to be a bit stronger. And it's, if you're watching us from Falfurrias, Encino, Rivera, those locations still do have moderate to strong tropical storm force winds to get through, if not near hurricane force, near the mid 70s on the wind speeds, just given what we know about this storm and what's moving toward those locations. So I just wanted to address that real quick. I know it's starting to feel better in Corpus Christi, but those people in Falfurrias need to be aware of some stronger winds headed their way.
Strong winds heading their way. And as we watch that satellite loop end where the eye is almost all on land.
Yes.
It's really getting to that point almost.
Yeah.
Okay, with us on the phone live right now is Omar Lopez with AEP, the power folks, and they have had quite a challenge. Omar, thank you for being with us and agreeing to talk about what's going on out there. How many people are without power right now as we speak?
Hi, Joe. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you and your viewers. So right now in the general Corpus Christi area, we're looking at about 23,500 customers that are out of power. Now, within that number in the viewing area, you're going to see 2,300 customers out in Aransas Pass and about 1,700 customers out in the Kingsville area. Our largest concentration right now is on the south side of Corpus Christi. There are about 12,000 people out of power. But altogether, we've seen that number ebb and flow all day, but steadily increase. But we're looking at about 23,500 overall in the Corpus Christi area right now.
Okay, 23.5, and I'm assuming a lot of that is transformers blowing up, power lines down, that sort of thing?
It's all of it. When we say weather related, and all of these outages are weather related, it could mean that the wind has completely blown a power line off the pole. It could mean that maybe it's blown some tree branches into a power line. It could also mean that it could have been, a transformer. It's all of the above. And in a situation like this, we see all different kinds of outages. So they're all umbrellaed under weather.
And of course, the next question has to be the one that everyone is thinking, if my power is out now, when is it going to be back on?
Well, I wish we could tell you, that the storm dictates that. So let me give you an idea of what happens now for the viewers, Joe. So we have approximately between 900 and 1,000 personnel coming in who will arrive tomorrow, who will help with post-storm restoration. We have crews working now. They've been working all day. However, our crews will shelter in place when their work reaches some of our safety parameters. For instance, it's not safe to operate a utility bucket once sustained winds are over 30 miles an hour. So we've seen those winds throughout the day, so some of that work has had to stop. There are other places in the area where the winds are not so bad, and so you may see our crews working there. Now, once we see those sustained winds stay at that level, the crews will shelter in place until the storm has passed, and then as soon as the storm has passed and it's safe to do so, our crews start patrolling and our crews get to work. Now, beyond those people coming in, we've had all the other crews here in Corpus Christi on standby since Thursday. So we have quite a number of crews that are here. People have come in from North Texas, but we also have people coming in from Louisiana and Oklahoma, and they're going to help restore this power as quickly and as safely as possible.
Okay. Omar Lopez, thank you again for being with us. And I know you people are working 24/7 to do the best you can, and we understand that. So let us know if we can help in any way, okay?
Sure thing. Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Okay. Omar Lopez with AEP Texas. Quickly, we do want to get to Marissa Cummings on North Beach, where we understand a vehicle has been stalled there in that high water. What's going on, Marissa?
Yeah, okay, Joe. So we're standing in the parking lot of the Radisson Hotel. Right behind me, this SUV here was a lot closer, but they have been trying to slowly back up. But as you can see, all the intersections are completely flooded, and they can't tell exactly if there is a ditch somewhere. So at first, when you back up, you try to make a U-turn and then get out. They don't know exactly what the elevation is like, so you can tell that they're being incredibly hesitant, which makes sense. Guys, do not come out here if it is not an emergency. North Beach is a area for attractions, and right now all those attractions are closed, so there's really no reason to come out here right now. We just need to wait for these conditions to die down. It looks like the car is still feeling it out. It looks like it goes up to the, where you step in. If you're a little kid, use that little step to get into the vehicle. That's as high as the water goes, kind of right above the beginning of the rim into the wheel. I'm not really exactly sure why they came this way. I'm not sure what this street is that the Radisson is on, but where they are is on Surfside. I can see the sign pretty clearly there. He has his windows rolled down. I'm not sure if he needs help. But we are also very, very far away. I want you guys to look down here. You can see that, the water goes to about up here on my boots. If you turn around, though, the parking lot past this is completely dry. So I know a lot of people have been seeing my live shots and seeing me on Facebook, and they're like, hey, be careful, Marissa. Trust me, we are not putting ourselves in danger. We're just standing in a parking lot right now. But again, the elevation is constantly changing here, especially because things here are higher so that they won't get flooded. So we're at the deeper part. Looks like the SUV was able to get out safely, but everything outside of the freeways around here are flooded. I'm looking past the overpass, and it looks completely flooded. I don't know, Preston, if you can see past the overpass there, but water's high everywhere. There's no place that's an exception right now in North Beach, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. The thing that I can say is, you guys, it's not raining. A little bit, but nothing of crazy. As you can tell, I wasn't wearing my hoodie or anything, so the rain isn't too aggressive. But we definitely see people come out, look at the water, and then go straight back inside the hotel, because you're not going anywhere right now. If you look at all, there's people out there that are about to hop into their car. Hopefully they don't head out, because the exit is incredibly high. I don't even know if you can also see the stop sign right here. The stop sign, it looks like there may be a ditch or something, or where it drops aggressively, because the stop sign, where the water goes up to it, it looks like, it's submerged halfway. Here's a better look. Here, Preston, I don't know if you can see this. There is a bus stop bench right behind the shrubbery here, and the water goes right to the seating area of the bus stop bench. I do not know if that is an elevated point or if that is just at the street level, but regardless, if that is just at the street level, that's saying that that water's at least going to your knee or a little bit below. So again, guys, it may have died down as far as rain right now. It is still very gusty. You can look at all the shrubbery around me that is just blowing in the wind. You definitely don't want to be out here. Don't risk it. It's not worth it. You won't see me walking past this parking lot at all, and we're pretty equipped. So turn around, don't drown. It's not worth it. We'll keep you updated to see if this water recedes a little bit. We're about 3 parking spaces covered, submerged in water. So, maybe we come back and it's 2 parking spaces, a parking space and a half. We'll just have to see. People are, walking out of the hotel right now, kind of looking at everything, saying what's happening. Hopefully they can come out. So anyways, we'll keep you updated, guys, here. Stick with us, and back to you, Joe.
Okay, Marissa, it looks like that car did get out though, right? He looks like he backed out and got away.
The car was able to get out. We have people waving over there. Everyone, we have people up in the balcony too, waving over there. Trust me, everybody has been tuning into Channel 3, so every time we walk into the hotel, they're like, we just saw you out there. Thanks for keeping us updated. So we'll keep you guys in the loop as much as possible.
All right, Marissa, thanks so much. And yeah, it's been an interesting thing to watch, certainly from the perspective of North Beach, from all over town. Padre Island was a different experience entirely, down in Clayburgh County. We've been watching it all.
It's an incredible story across the whole area.
Yeah.
North Beach, we talked about this several hours ago now. Looks like even on the other side of the approach to the Harbor Bridge is all underwater on the other side of it, on the north side.
All from the storm surge.
All from the storm surge.
That's incredible when you consider that we've faced many storms that were bigger than this and did not have anywhere near that kind of problem.
Again, as you mentioned earlier, every storm is going to produce a different story. Yep. You never know. You never know.
Right. Okay, well, right now we are on the downside, clearly, of Hurricane Hanna, and the eye, if it isn't totally on shore now, it's within moments of being that way. And then it's just a matter of letting it run itself out, using all that energy to dump rain and stir up the wind and so forth. And then when it gets into, according to the track, it's going to go into the mountains of Mexico, and that'll just tear it to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, even all the way until then, it's going to be drawing moisture in to it.
Yeah.
And so we'll continue to see the rain chances until that thing dissipates. That's the end of the low pressure, and then we'll start getting back to normal with a more southeasterly flow.
And then we'll start watching the tropics once again.
And then we'll start. It is that time of year.
Yeah, it is indeed. And so, I think folks here have really, for the most part, acquitted themselves quite well. They just kind of stayed inside as we advised. They watched us and made sure that things were okay.
We talked about this all week. We started on Monday.
Let's go to Leslie Adamy, who's standing by at the vantage point on Padre Island that we were talking about, to kind of give you a look at what it's like as we watch over the Gulf of Mexico. Leslie?
Hi there, Joe. I don't know what it was just now, but like the moment you tossed to me, things just started coming. Okay, we're gonna have to go inside really, really quick. Come on, honey. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hi. So let me wipe this down really quick. So I kid you not, Joe, you tossed to my live shot and everything just kept shooting to my back. And the reason why we had even gone out to that balcony shot was because I had told Roy, hey, let's go back out here. There's that corner of the building that's kind of blocking us off, blocking the wind, and it's not coming as intense, and the rain wasn't as intense, but literally within the past few seconds it really just kicked up, as you saw. And it's kind of been that way. It'll calm down a little bit, but for the most part it's just been consistently windy, and that's that sideways rain once again that kind of slaps you in the face. But again, I don't know how, if you would be able to tell Roy or show if there's a glare Again, I don't know if anyone happened to miss my live shot earlier. We had been showing access road 3, right, for a lot of the day in our live shots, and how water had taken over the road. Again, this is the road that you would take if you're going to go out on the beach, but it was completely flooded. Now you can really see the water receding. You know, when we first got out here, what we were seeing a lot were those waves. While they're still intense, right? But what we saw was those waves kind of just like chipping away at the beach, coming onto the shore, but things certainly starting to recede significantly more. Once again, we are back inside the condo because things just really picked up as you saw. Hey, Joe.
All right, Leslie, thanks so much. It's been quite a ride out there. Now, the people, I assume, who have the condo, they're still there, right? They've decided to stay. They didn't leave.
No, so they are actually with management. So I understand that they are still here in the area. Our TV3 team cannot say thank you enough to the good folks over here at the condominium complex. They have provided us shelter and a safe place to continue our coverage of Hurricane Hanna. And honestly, it's kind of just been one of those things. Hunker down here if you need, and just let us know if you need anything. So we are so thankful.
Yeah, it's the El Constantine condo complex, and one of their residents happens to be a friend, and I spoke with her just yesterday about wanting us to be there, and I said, well, you've decided to stay and just hunker down and watch, and she said, yes, we've seen many of these come through. I know when to run, and this isn't that time. So that was her comment.
Exactly like you were just mentioning. So them deciding, and what we saw earlier, just as whenever we were doing our live shots earlier, there were a lot of folks who were from this complex who were going out to, see everything firsthand and record. And they did not really seem like worried or anything. The wind and that rain, still a little jarring, but folks who live here, they know, and this complex, as I think I told you earlier, I learned that it had been here since the 80s, so it has seen its fair share of storms, and so they know what to do. But again, so many thanks to these people.
Excellent. Okay, well, we appreciate you being there for us, Leslie, and I'm not sure if this is the last time, but we can certainly get further updates from you if you can stay there just a little bit longer. I know we're going to be
for sure.
Okay, very good. And so we'll be checking back with Leslie. And she was talking about the rain just coming and raining like crazy and then stopping. And we've talked about that as being just one of the attributes of tropical activity. That
comes in bunches.
Yeah, you see it and it just rains like and stops, and then rains some more and stops. And that's what you see when these bands come through. That's what happens.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting when all the water recedes. The beach is going to look a whole lot different.
A whole lot different. You're going to find that the sand, for the most part, is gone. It's going to have to be replenished.
Yep.
And it's nothing that we haven't done before, but that is certainly one of the things that will be on the list. I personally am amazed at what has happened to Bob Hall Pier.
Bob Hall Pier is the big story coming out of it. Bob Hall Pier and it could be the Art Museum are the two big stories I've seen so far. But I mean, how many stories? And then the flooding on North Beach. I mean, that's significant flooding. But the destruction of Bob Hall Pier is incredible.
And you're talking, I would think, millions to put that back together.
It was a storm. I can't remember what storm, but it was rebuilt not that long ago.
Correct, and they've strengthened it. And,
yes.
And the whole idea was to prevent this sort of thing from happening. And it just shows you, if you've got nature out there, that's
power of water.
That's going to win every single time.
Yep. Leslie was talking about that rain band that got really intense right when we tossed out to her, and you can see the evidence.
Hang on, your mic's not on for some reason. Your battery may have disappeared there.
No, but Leslie talking about that, it was a big rainbow. We've seen this before. It could be the green, kind of a dry spot, and then you have the yellow and orange on top of you before you know it. And those are the rain bands, and that's going to continue tonight through tomorrow, probably into early Monday. You're going to have rain bands like that. They won't be as rapid or as numerous but there still be rain bands coming across, where now they're coming across every couple of, we'll say, minutes. Well, it might be hours later on, and it might be 6 hours later on, and maybe a day later on. But there's still a lot of rain out there.
Yeah, the one that Leslie was talking about, now that the mic's up and operational, because I turned it on.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, the rain band that Leslie was talking about is dropping heavy rain. We haven't seen a lot of red hues show up in the Corpus Christi area on the radar, and that's that band of rain that Leslie's under. You can see it on the radar, right where Leslie, she's at Access Road 3, and I'm guessing that's right in here.
Hard to say.
That would be my venture to the guess if she's reporting really heavy rain. But you can see how that band of rain runs right through the southern parts of Flower Bluff. This is the south side of Corpus Christi. Places we can go really hyper local on our graphic system. I love doing this because we can see all the roads that are in there. We got to go really tight on the view. There we go. So you see Rod Field. Right? We can see that?
Yep.
I'll just mark it out. Rod Field, and then where it turns into Yorktown, the heaviest rains are just south of that. Here's the Oso Parkway, South Staples, Lipes, Yorktown, all the way to Everhart. And just south of these locations, there is some heavy rain. That's a heavy band of tropical rain right there.
It'll be interesting to see what Oso Creek looks like now under that Staples Bridge near the Botanical Garden.
I'm going to turn the warnings on this chart here, and all of those polygons that just popped up are the hurricane and tropical storm warnings that just popped up. There is a little one right here. That one is for some type of creek or stream in B County, and that is for the Aransas River near Skidmore. They're saying that the stage of it was 0.5 feet, where flood stage is 13 feet, and minor flooding is forecast for that area. So that's what that's about when you're looking at that little green polygon in southeastern B County. But I'm going to switch those back off so we can go back down to what we were talking about a second ago, where the core of Hanna, now more than half over land. So the core of Hanna is starting to move inland, but it still has access to rich, tropical, warm Gulf waters. These locations, Encino, Falfurrias, southern Clayburgh County, southern Jim Wells County, and southern Duval County, are all going to be in line for some of these stronger winds, and it looks like they're going to be getting stronger tropical storm force winds at this point, because this is going to be weakening. And when we just look at what's being reported there right now, it isn't overly strong on the wind speeds. So we'll switch over to our coastal bend wind speeds. These are sustained numbers, 25 to 30 up to 33 miles per hour in Flower Bluff. But look at now, we were talking about this. Check out Falfurrias, now the windiest location on the board with respect to gusts, and that's because they're going to be closer to the center of where Hanna's tracking, so they're going to get into some gustier winds.
What does that say there, 47?
47 in Falfurrias, which is the gustiest spot on the map, and that's what we were talking about 30 minutes ago, to where those winds were going to increase because of the proximity to where this storm is. And those outer bands that we're getting are heavy rain, but they don't have quite as much wind associated with them as the core of this storm, which is right in here, and that's what's going to work in the direction, at least clip parts of Falfurrias.
Yeah.
So
a lot of interesting things about this storm. We're going to be talking about it for a while. The different elements, including that eye, which it did compact a little bit, but it is still quite large.
Let's see how big it is. This is just a estimate by my drawing. It's calmed down a little bit, but it was up 40 to 50 miles earlier.
It was.
And now it's 35 miles or so.
Yeah, it was indeed. Now we have reports from out on Padre Island that the new grocery store that's going up out there, the Island Market, has sustained some roof damage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and we actually have a picture of that I may be able to put up here. Let's see. well, if we can't do it right now, we'll get to it. Just confirm that with the owners of there it is. Look at that. This is the new island market. We're going up there on the island. This looks to be, I believe, the back side of it. What's that? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, so it looks like either the back or the side. I think the back of that store, but you can see some roof damage there. I don't know how serious that is, but that was going to be opening up here shortly on Padre Island, and a lot of folks were looking forward to that. Looks like perhaps a bit of a delay thanks to Hurricane Hanna.
It's probably one of the reasons why that some people are hesitant about putting a grocery store out there for years and years and years. You probably know better than I do.
I don't know that was a consideration. I know that there was also the real consideration was whether there was enough of a population out there to support it. And I know that the folks at HEB were, because we've talked to them about it, and they were quite candid with us, and they said, we'd love to, except what it'll do is take away from the business that we have at the Flower Bluff HEB Plus, and that might be the case, but doggone it, there was such a demand on the island, so this is going to be an IGA, an independent grocery store, and it won't be as big, anywhere near as big as the HEBs, but it will have...
It's needed out there.
Yeah, it will have enough things that will keep people from having to go across the bridge.
Right.
Let's go over to Marissa Cummings now on North Beach, where we've got some folks that I think they're actually finding a way to have some fun in all that water. Marissa?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we all know North Beach is an area for attraction, but you didn't think that would be playing out in the water in the street because it's flooding so bad. So definitely don't recommend, but it looks like people who are staying at the Regency Inn here on North Beach are having a little fun sitting out in the water. They were dancing a little bit, but there are actually people who are walking on the street. I'm gonna walk out here. So just so you guys know, so you know where I'm at, I am in the parking lot of the Radisson right now. So again, look at where my boots are all the way up. This whole parking lot's at a slope. That up there, it's completely fine. So I'm going to just stay within the reach. We've already walked this area and made sure that it was safe. But as you can see, I'm gonna stop about right here. This is where the water is. This is the end of the parking lot, really, until it goes into the street. We have another man over here who's walking through it. Everyone is just basically trying to feel out the area because the rain is not bad, but the wind is still very gusty. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Now, the most impressive thing, or just, gawking at, are the waves that are crashing up. We can see the waves that are in front of the Lexington peeking through here, right through the parking lot here. Those waves are incredibly aggressive. I don't know if you guys can see it, but that is where you definitely do not want to be. Earlier when we were standing out there, and really that's where we were standing, it wasn't as aggressive. But this little gift shop here, right across from the Radisson, we talked about, hey, the water's starting to go in there, but it's not flooded just yet. Well, now that parking garage is definitely flooded. Luckily, there are no vehicles in there because there were vehicles in there earlier. I'm going to try to get out the way here so that Preston can get a good shot. But yeah, it is definitely flooded in there. You can see a parking meter on the side of the road that the water just keeps on rising. So no telling here when it will subside. I mean, these waves are crazy that are happening right here. And the waves are crashing far past the beach. The waves are crashing far past where a parking lot is meant to be. So there's another parking lot in the Radisson. There's 3 separate parking lots. This one's completely submerged. It is completely submerged. I wouldn't even try walking through that. There's no telling if there's any potholes or anything. But again, we really just don't know when it's gonna let up. People are being really lighthearted, getting out in the street, but I really don't recommend that. I'm wearing pretty rubbery boots, and when I took the boots off, and looked at the bottom, there were things stuck to it, things that could have been stuck in my foot if it wasn't for these boots. So if you guys are watching at the Radisson Hotel, we have a lot of people who come out on the balcony. Make sure that you don't come out here. Don't play in the water. There is a lot of debris in the water. And as we saw earlier, when I was looking from the balcony, there's signs that were knocked down. There were, trash cans that were completely overflown because they're filled with water. So we really don't know what's in this water until it all subsides. And again, you don't know the different elevations either. So definitely, I'm happy to see that people are still trying to make a good time, especially people who came out here on vacation. But when we look at those choppy waters, those are definitely not waters you want to be out and enjoying at the beach. That's definitely not what people came here to be a part of. So guys, just stay, and luckily no cars. We haven't seen any cars since the last time, about 10-15 minutes ago. Luckily no cars have been out. Hopefully you guys heeded that warning when you saw that big SUV. It's not worth it. It really isn't. But it's still gusty. The rain is stopping a little bit. Don't take that as a sign of it's time to play, because it really isn't. Reporting live in North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
That's right, Marissa, and let us not forget, we are still in the midst of a pandemic, and we need to be as careful as we can in that regard as well. Just stay home, if at all possible.
I don't know if we mentioned this, but Hanna has made a second landfall.
What?
The initial landfall was on Padre Island.
Yeah.
The second landfall is in the mainland, Kennedy County.
Sure.
So Hanna's made a second landfall, 6:15 in eastern Kennedy County, 15 miles north-northwest of Port Mansfield, 90-mile-an-hour winds.
And there it is.
Ticoon, which is a weather station at Baffin Bay, reporting sustained winds of 63 and gusts of 76. And that is in the outer bands that Alan was talking about, the hurricane bands.
Yep.
And down on the Laguna Madre on South Padre, they sustained of 51 and a gust to 60 in the southern eye wall. So and that makes sense because the northern is the stronger and the southern is coming off land.
Yep.
So the southern eye wall will be a little bit weaker than the northern eye wall. But so a second landfall.
It also gives the people in Valfarius and Brooks County and southern Clayburgh County an idea of the winds that are in store for them. They're not going to be really any higher than that. This is going to start to slowly and gradually weaken. But as this continues to work in, I mean, Val, you're in our viewing area. And those winds could get up to 60, 65 miles per hour easily over in Valfarius, given that inner core of rain, the eye wall, that inner core of heavier rains and stronger winds, that's going to clip very close to Valfarius and a lot of Brooks County. But if you're watching from Kingsville or Corpus Christi or anywhere north of those two locations, north of Highway 44 even, the winds aren't going to really get any more intense than where they are right now. They're going to gradually start to relax a little bit. They're still sustained 25 to 35, gusting up to around 45 miles per hour. But the other thing that we talked about was how Valfarius is now the gustiest spot with respect to highest wind speed, 47 miles per hour. And that's because that inner core of rain and wind is working in that direction.
Can you go back to the radar with the radar circulation? And I just want to point out that even though we have a landfall now, look at all the weather offshore. Still a lot of wind and a lot of rain. And look at a couple of rain bands. The main rain band just near Corpus Christi, but you go up near Rockport, there's another band, and I think another one farther north than there from Port Lavaca, but still a lot of weather offshore, and that's all coming this way. That's all going to move inland as the center of the storm on land now continues to move west and southwest. A lot of water out there, a lot of wind still. There you go, right on those arrows.
Yeah, so that's why that rain threat's going to continue. Just because it made landfall, it almost kind of feels like, okay, it made landfall, we're done, let's go home. But
what about the rain that we can expect to, say in Corpus Christi as a result of this in the next day or so? Where's that going to come from?
Okay, that's going to be all drawn in around the central low pressure. So when you have low pressure, wind flows from high pressure to low pressure, right? So you got this inherent low that is this hurricane right now. And with the low pressure tracking farther inland, what we're going to have happen is similar to what we're seeing offshore right now, those bands of rain that are very far away, but they're going to work in our direction because you can think of it like a magnet. That low is going to attract a bunch of tropical moisture into it. And as it continues to work in, this is 1 a.m. Sunday, tomorrow morning early. This is about sunrise Sunday right over the valley. And you see right over parts of like over the I-37 corridor, that stripe of rain right there, that's going to be one of those rain bands coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. And if one of those happens to set up and stay over a certain region, over and over and over and over.
You're talking about training earlier.
That's called the training showers or thunderstorms, and that's where the real flash flood potential starts to happen.
And that easily could happen within these rain bands because you're just following a band, you're just following a track across.
Yeah, and that's why, again, the Weather Service has these warnings up. They're flash flood, well, I guess these aren't warnings, they're watches, flash flood watch. That's going to be in effect until Sunday evening. That orange polygon offshore, it's a special marine warning, basically saying there's some stronger showers and storms right there. And then there's a flash flood warning down in the valley. That's what that red polygon is, just to the north of Brownsville. So that's what those indicate. But as far as rain totals go, we're still in line. We're halfway there already, and we're about halfway through the event to 2 to 5 inches in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, we're going to get there.
When you say we're halfway there, what do you mean? How much
on
have we
the
gotten
accumulation?
so far?
We're over an inch. So we're halfway to at least getting into that 2 to 5 inch window in Corpus Christi. I'll show you the exact numbers right now, where we stand currently with respect to rainfall just today. So 1.25 inches.
So with all that we've gone through, it's only
half done. Rain.
Only a couple of inches.
Yeah. Well, but we're getting ready to the wind. The wind's going to be
nice.
down. We still have rain issues to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not going to be like tropical storm, crazy wind, rain, like Bill just said. That wind threat's going to go down into Sunday. And we can handle what's to come. I mean,
Well, sure, and the rain, like we've been saying, we need that.
Yeah.
We'd like to be able to retain it up in the watershed, and I guess that remains to be seen whether, we get very much of that as a result of this event. But everything else certainly got plenty of rain.
There will be some up there. I like to think of it when we get like scattered showers up in the watershed. It just cancels out whatever evaporation took place that day.
Yeah.
That's how I think of it.
But an event like this, just think if it had gone into the right location, and that would have probably filled up the lakes. It could have.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it also would have been a lot worse here.
And
a lot worse here.
Yeah.
Earlier in the week, when I think it was the initial storm track came out toward Port Lavaca, and everybody's thinking that's going to head this way and be perfect for the watershed.
Yeah.
It's moved from Port Lavaca all the way down to Port Mansfield, and that's a huge amount of ground to be moving south. And everything that may have made it into the watershed moves south with it.
Yep. Yeah. And the forecast changed a lot from Tuesday to today, too. I remember seeing like the first initial rain outlooks, just general model output on the rain. And it was like, okay, we might get a little rain, but look at all the rain in Houston. And just from Tuesday to today, a very different looking event than what was originally being predicted by a lot of the forecast guidance. So it is what it is. That's how tropical systems, I've been learning a lot with these, with the Harvey episode and with this one. And one of the things that definitely needs to be looked at as far as a forecast is concerned, the track always kind of has these little trends and we'll see little shifts in that track. But I think one of the bigger things that we need to admit that we're not that good at is intensity forecasting.
Been like that for years.
Yes, and it's very hard to predict because none of the models were really going gung-ho on, nearing Category 2 hurricane strength. There were some outliers out there, but those are also considered not to be the most reliable, some of the ones that were coming in. So just from that perspective, I think, and I don't know what I could do in terms of my part to help this get better, but as a whole community, meteorologically talking, the intensity forecasting is something that I think we could, as a whole, improve on.
That's one thing the hurricane guys talk about. I mean, they're real good on the tracks.
They're the best.
But intensity, even local weather, how much is it going to rain? We think it might rain a little bit. It rains a lot. It might rain a lot, it might rain a little. Intensity, as far as rainfall is concerned, is the toughest thing to forecast.
Yeah.
We do have an update on the grocery store on the island, that video that actually the picture that we got there. If we can put it up one more time, if we have access to it, talking about the roof damage. That was a grocery store under construction on Padre Island, and we're told by the owners now that the roof was not completely finished, and so what you're seeing there is obviously something having to do with the construction, but they don't think it's going to mean a delay in terms of when they'll be able to open. So there you go. That picture just into us from the island.
Do we have the Lex Cam still? I'm just kind of curious as the sun is starting to set.
Why not?
Yeah, I want to see if we can turn it around. Wow, look at all the water too in North Beach. How the water's inundated. That
looks like the Gulf.
Yeah, all you're seeing is water in buildings. You're not seeing streets and grass in buildings right there. But Mr. Scott Jones, who's been Mr. Lex Cam turning extraordinaire, you're seeing that work real time right here. If you could show us the art museum, I just want to see what it looks like over there, if we can get a zoomed in shot, just to compare what we saw maybe 30 minutes to an hour ago, and now with this storm moving over the continental Texas, because it had two landfalls, so we have the barrier island and now the mainland of Texas. I just want to see how the water looks, what the waves look like, how they're responding to that wall, and maybe get a good look at just the art museum in general, because we did notice right away that those waves were crashing up onto and over that wall. And Joe, you were saying it was onto the building. So 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. And remember, total transparency here, the Lex Cam, if you touch it once, it goes really far. So you touch it and then it zooms way farther than you want.
I was going to say kudos to Scott there, because those of us who monkeyed with that control know that you touch it, you look at it the wrong way. It sometimes moves,
then it just doesn't work if you look at it the wrong way. Yeah.
But somehow he's figured out how to make it work, and that's.
But you can see that the water's for sure crashing up against either the seawall or the wall of the museum itself, right in there, and it looks like it's on the wall of the museum.
It sure does.
So,
and even into the driveway, it looks like the garage doors there on the right side.
It actually looks higher than before.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah,
it does, because you could see the bottom of those bays before, and now the water, it's kind of sloshing back and forth, right? So now it's lower, and then you'll have another wave come in, and it kind of rises up in there, and you can see it go up and down. So. That coincides with what Marissa was saying downtown. Leslie's water, where she was when the storm surge was receding, and this downtown is obviously not. It's still going strong with respect to that storm surge.
It is, and because the storm is still generating that kind of energy, I don't know if maybe we can go out live to the island again just to see how things are going on there. Okay. So she's not ready to go, but we will go to her as soon as we can. That live shot you're looking at the Art Museum of South Texas.
Yeah, and you can see how it recedes and comes back up. You can actually see the seawall in front of the building itself. That water's just going up and down and up and down. So that's another change that I just noticed from the last few images that we had been seeing an hour or so ago.
Do you know offhand what is between the seawall, the rocks, and the building? Is there water down there, or pathways or walkways? Or
I don't know. I don't know what's right there where that water's coming in. Something, because there's a gap between the wall and the building, but I just don't know what's there. But yeah, we're just kind of looking at that. Down the road too, in front of the American Bank Center, panning left on the Lex Cam, a lot of people are familiar with parking in that location right there. If there's an event or I know when Fiesta de la Flor was here, that was used as actually food trucks. They would set up there, post up, and you could go walk down in there and buy food at Fiesta de la Flor, and that's now covered in water. So.
All right, let's once again go to our Marissa Cummings, who's there at North Beach watching as the flooding really became an amazing thing as we were all kind of watching together, and it is still that way. Marissa?
Yeah, so I changed locations, Joe. We were told by the manager of the Quality Inn that some of their rooms actually on the first floor got flooded. So we're at the Quality Inn on a deck, and it's right adjacent. I mean, it doesn't even separate from the Radisson Hotel. So if you can kind of see from our hotel, we were up over there. And we were looking down here when we were talking about the signs, the trash can. That is the point that we were looking at. Now, I want to show you, you can kind of tell how aggressive the waves got. So you see this kind of gross sea foam that's happening here. Well, look at how high it had splashed at a point. Now it's pretty much settled, but you can see and imagine how water has gotten into those first floor rooms if you just watch that water come up. And you can see on the wooden fence over there how high it had splashed up at a point. Remember when we were talking about that wooden fencing that we could see from the hotel room? Well, now we can see it even closer right now. It's really scary to think, hey, if I was standing on that beach, these waves would probably be at my shoulders, because I'm standing on a deck. The deck has no flooding whatsoever. We're at a really good point here, so you guys can see it's completely safe. But just imagine being right there. I feel like the waves are almost as tall as me, and I'm standing on an elevated deck where there is no flooding. So even looking down here, all of these beachfront hotels and condominiums, they all have steps that go straight down into the beach. Well, look at the steps right here. Those steps are still inundated with water. I definitely wouldn't risk walking down because, again, the elevation's tricky. You just don't know. So when we see all the flooding on North Beach and when we see the flooded streets, but you're like, it's not raining that bad, this is where it's coming from partly as well. And oddly enough, Alan, you had mentioned it again, it just doesn't look like it's giving up. If anything, the waves have just progressively got more aggressive. They're definitely churning on top as well as below, creating this not so attractive sea foam right on top here. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it's actually going to take for all of this to subside. But it definitely is very, very intimidating. So when you guys are out in the street having a good time, just remember that literally right on the other side of the buildings that you guys are standing at, this is what the properties are having to deal with. I wonder if any of the other properties have had damage as well. I know the Radisson doesn't have any rooms, at least right here on the waterfront, so I know that they haven't seen any damage, and they're just a bit higher. But you know, there's tons of other hotels along North Beach. So once all of this subsides and goes away, it's going to be really interesting to see that damage, which I'm sure there is going to be some. So reporting here from North Beach, hopefully a little bit later we'll have more street view, so we'll show that coming up a little bit later in the show. Back to you, Joe.
Okay, Marissa, thanks very much. Update from North Beach, where we've seen some amazing things go on.
Yeah. Can I interrupt real fast?
You bet.
We have high tide coming up. High tide at 7:30.
7:30.
And so some of the increase of the water levels might be from the tides rising also.
Good point. Yep, sure enough. And you know, this the storm surge combined with the high tide, that's got to be make quite a difference.
But what Marissa just showed is that the markings on the fences of the foam were higher earlier. Now they're a little bit lower, but high tide's also coming up. If it wasn't high tide, it'd probably be even a little bit lower than that.
Yeah.
So there is improvement. Again, it's inland. There is some improvement, but there's still a lot of weather out there we have to deal with.
All right, we'll keep watching what's going on North Beach. And we're watching what's happening on Padre Island as well. We have Leslie Adamy, who is there, and watching the conditions, which are still pretty impressive if you're looking at all the wind and the rain. It's still pretty strong out there.
There's still a lot of weather. I mean, we have a hurricane still. It's inland now. In fact, we should be getting an update at 7 o'clock. It'll be interesting to see if it's if the wind speeds are down any. But it's still a strong storm that's drawing a lot of moisture and wind in from the Gulf.
I was surprised because we were talking about getting to the point as this thing was making landfall that just before then they would start updating, more frequently than they have been doing, throughout the day.
The 7 p.m. update's up right now.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? We were saying that they were going to update hourly.
Yeah.
They were.
We've seen that done in the past.
They were, but it wasn't necessarily on the forecast cone is what we were seeing on the updates there.
Okay.
So like the numbers on the storm were getting updated, like increase from 80 to 85 to 90, 100 mile per hour gusts. Those numbers were getting updated, but the forecast cone, and products like that were not when we were seeing that happen. But the latest update right now that we've got, this is the 7 o'clock update, and it doesn't have any decrease in the wind speeds. 85 mile per hour winds, 115 mile per hour gusts, and that is high enough to say Cat 3 gusts are happening still, according to the National Hurricane Center, around the central part of this storm. It's moving southwest to west at 8 miles per hour, and it's still pretty close to Port Mansfield. That's very near where it made landfall, officially the first landfall at 5 o'clock, and then an hour and 15 minutes later across the Laguna Madre into Kennedy County at 6:15 on the second landfall of this storm. So we are looking at this thing, and we are continuing to update people that are in our viewing area that are in line for some of the faster, stronger winds. There's actually a fairly strong, I don't want to call it an outer band, but it's certainly not in the inner core of this thing. It's just south of Corpus Christi, moving over parts of the island and north of Kingsville. But the stronger winds are going to be right in here, and that's the part of the storm that's going to track through northern Kennedy County and western Kennedy County if you're in that part of the area, and then move into Brooks County. That's where Encino and Falfurrias are, and those locations may experience higher wind speeds as that happens, and we've already seen a sign of that with the winds coming in Falfurrias now in the mid-40s. So there will be some stronger gusts out there, but I think for Corpus Christi, the Naval Air Station, Port Aransas, Rockport, all these locations that are in KIII country, the effects are going to start to slowly and gradually decrease here as we head into the nighttime hours, which is a good thing that this also happened in the daytime.
It is good indeed. Something else that's good is that Bill has a chair. I'll tell you what, I was starting to worry.
10 a.m.?
I was starting to worry, man.
Oh man, this feels so good. Yeah. Scott Jones was saying he does a good job on the Lexcam, and I hear you're good do good foot massages also, huh?
I'm not going to go that far.
Thank you.
That's getting a little weird. Thanks. Anyway, hey, listen, we want to mention again that some 23,000 people, 23,500 people, according to AEP's Omar Lopez, who is their spokesperson, are without power as we speak. And so we are hoping that he was saying, and he was telling us that they have their crews out and about trying to get things back in order. But clearly they have to meet certain parameters before they get up on those lines and put themselves at risk. And so it has to be, the wind speed has to be, I believe he said, under 30 miles an hour for them to do that safely, and we all want that. So keep in mind that if it's taking a long time and you think that they should be moving faster, they have to take those things into consideration as well.
When you had him on the phone, he reported, I think, around 23,000.
Yes.
And now we're down to 20,900.
Okay, so they're working. Okay, good. Let me make that adjustment.
2909.
Okay, so almost 21,000.
Right.
Still without power, but they are working diligently as fast as they can to get everyone back online. The good news is that you can stay up to date with what's happening by watching us online on social media, where we're simulcasting and streaming it live.
I'm sure a lot of people did today.
They used to call it simulcasting. I'm not sure that's still a term.
I think it's called streaming now.
They call
is
it streaming, yeah. But the bottom line is you can watch online as well as on the air, so that's a good thing. Okay, and we're still trying to set up Leslie on the live shots so that we can see, get an update on what's happening on Padre Island, a very active place. You talk about the storm surge in Corpus Christi Bay. We've seen an incredible storm surge on the island, which has done incredible damage to a landmark out there, Bob Hall Pier. We've seen that the T-head at the end of that pier was just simply taken away, knocked away. And so that is going to have to be repaired. There's other damage on the pier as well. And so, tell you what, that's going to take some time and money to fix.
And again, from a Category 1, you never know with these things.
Yeah.
And you never know what to expect. I mean, it's the Art Museum, North Beach, Bob Hall Pier.
And remember, it's a fishing pier, yes, but there was also a restaurant there that, and so that's going to have to be shut down for a while, I'm assuming, before you can't have people on there.
Parking lot is probably ripped up and the sand is displaced. As we mentioned earlier, the beach is going to look completely different here when the water recedes in a couple of days.
Yeah, and we see what has been left behind. It is going to be far different looking, you bet. Okay.
I'll tell you real fast.
Yeah.
Since we asked, there was a bleep here. The outages are now down to 18,600.
There you go.
So
they're working quickly.
Yeah.
And good for them. And they do have on their website the estimated time when they can restore your power. So that's always good to know. In the past, wasn't so long ago, you didn't have that kind of update.
Just as a public service, I think they have an app also you can sign in on, and if your power's out, they let you know the approximate time it's coming back.
Right, okay. So this has been really, I think, a good, if you have been unscathed by this, a good dry run in the sense that it always helps to be prepared and to have a plan for what you'll do in the event of a major storm coming our way. And if this one was not it for you, in other words, if you sustained no damage and you're just now watching as we are, as this thing makes its way away from us, it's good to know what it is you're going to do for the next major storm that comes our way.
It even shows, Joe and Alan, that at the beginning of the week, tropical depression, maybe a weak tropical storm. And even from last night to today, when we start talking about boarding up, Thursday?
What happened was, we started talking about that, I think, the day before. We were just getting the conversation going, what's the threshold to do it? But when we really started thinking about it was when the hurricane warning came out at 4 p.m. yesterday.
But look at even the difference, because, I mean, if we knew there was going to be 90-mile-an-hour winds sustained, there would have been a lot more people who would have gone ahead and boarded up.
What's interesting, though, is that it's like a catch-22 with the forecast and what actually happened here, because all week we were advertising this mid-grade to strong tropical storm, and that's the effect that we got. We got those type of winds here.
Right.
Meantime, the storm is much stronger than that, but it's also a lot farther south. So that part of the forecast was incorrect, but from an effects point of view, we're getting the same thing that we had been thinking. It's just playing out a little bit different on the radar.
It's pouring rain right now. But back to Joe's point, to be prepared, you might have to make a decision. Well, I mean, just like
very
that.
quickly.
Right. One thing that the governor said earlier in the week, and it certainly makes sense, because we were talking about the possibility of evacuations and so forth, and he was saying, well, it's going to have to look a lot different because we're in this age of COVID and the pandemic, and so you can't have people congregating all in one place. You can't put them in a gymnasium, for example, or something like that. You've got to have enough space. So they're talking about using hotel rooms, they're talking about doing other things to comply with the latest safety guidelines. But he was saying that for the elderly and disabled, the thing to do right now is to have them call 211. This is an assistance line. This is a line through which you can register as a person who needs additional help in a situation like this. So right now, if you or you know someone who is going to need that kind of extra help because they are elderly, disabled, or what have you, call that number. It is a state number, it's 211, and you can register for that kind of assistance so that for the next storm that comes through or emergency, they will have that on record and they will come to you and make sure that you're okay and get you evacuated to a place where you're going to be safe. So important thing to keep in mind, a good piece of advice there, 211.
And also, talk about flood insurance. And you have a 30-day window before your flood insurance kicks in.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of hurricane season to go this year. And this is a wake-up call. If you've been on the fence, should I get flood insurance, should I not? Well, I'd be making some phone calls here on Monday.
Right now, because you cannot get it if you've got a storm in the Gulf of Mexico.
And so Monday would be the time to at least make some inquiries about flood insurance.
You bet. All right, we do have Leslie Adamy standing by now live on Padre Island, where I'm thinking the winds are still kind of whipping out there, but let's take a look. Leslie?
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, so the big thing out here, it still continues to be windy. We wanted to relocate off of the balcony to give you guys an idea of just how windy it is, and we went to different parts of the balcony. It was kind of the same thing at that last live shot where I looked like I was like at Schlitterbahn and that wind spit me up at you. And then we tried going to the front of the complex, like on the lawn in front of the water, still a ways away from the water, I should clarify. But it was way too windy. So here we are in the kind of the courtyard area of the complex. You can see the pools behind me. It almost looks like a little wave pool over there. Take a look at this tree though. We want to talk about wind in this live shot. Look at that tree over there, the trees over there. There's another one. You can't see it on this side, but on the I'll try and get some cell phone video and shoot it in and feed it in. But there's another tree on the other side that's like really, really waving a lot. So just want to give you guys a feel of just how windy it continues to be. We were actually discussing, when might be a good time to relocate to check out stuff on Bob Hall Pier. Not, at least for me personally, I would not drive in this weather. I wouldn't suggest it to my friends or family, and that's why we talk about it a lot, right? If you don't have to be out in it, just don't. So again, pull behind me. Through that fence area is the Gulf. I'll see how close we can get. Roy, I'll walk in front of you to try to break up the wind just a little bit. But I'm just saying that so you guys can get an idea of where exactly we are. If we take a look down, you can see the water coming in. I think that is just from the wind blowing the water up, because it has not at one point today flooded onto this grassy area. It's just the wind picking water up and tossing it over here. So all that to say, Joe, wind is still a very big issue out here on the island.
It certainly is, and you get wind noise sometimes when you are out in the open, but not like that. That was incredible. So
the three of us, I don't think we've been outside in
not
several hours.
Not since this morning.
And we have no idea, but when we see pictures like that and hear the wind noise, how significant the weather is out there right now.
Yeah,
and continues to be.
It continues to be. So that's going to die down over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, little by little. I'll take a look at some of the info we have on the forecast.
All right.
But it little by little.
Alan, what do you think?
I was just looking kind of la-la land over here. I was pulling up the satellite imagery and looking at the Atlantic Basin.
Now the eye must be on land now.
Tornado warning, Oasis. Okay. Tornado warning, Oasis.
I'm going to get to the radar here. We'll get to interrogating the radar. Show you exactly where that is. A tornado warning just popped up. Okay, it's Nueces and Clayburgh County on where this warned storm is going to be. It's looking like it's just to the northwest of Kingsville, and we'll get the radar velocity product up and running, because that's how you figure out exactly where that rotation may or may not be. Let me just toggle back and forth here. Okay, so there's some signatures showing up just to the west of Bishop and north of Kingsville. And again, these signatures are not going to be the classic types that you typically see if you are familiar with the way these things look on velocity imagery. But the area that I'm going to be looking at to find maybe some rotation, and again, we've already had one of these today up near Woodsboro and that part of Refugio County, just to the east of 77. So we are going to see that these are possible, these little brief and weak isolated tornado spin-ups. But if there is one out there, I'll put the warning box back on. It's going to be right in this location, just to the west of Bishop and to the north and west of the Kingsville area. Let me see if I can find any more just markers to identify where we are. 141 to the east of 281, that road that connects Kingsville to 281, that's where this tornado warning is.
Well, that looks like where the Clayburgh County Airport is, out in the western part of the county.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to just take it completely off really quick so I can see. Yeah, right, that's right in there. You see it?
That's the airport right there.
Okay, so that's the Clayburgh County Airport. And so I took all of the radar stuff off. We'll turn it back on now. So now we know our marker, and that's going to be heading in that direction, I believe. I'm going to just scrub the radar. And yeah, this is going to be moving in a direction right toward, it looks like that where the airport is. If there is something there, again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So these can be issued for radar indication or for visual confirmation of these things. And I just want to emphasize that these tend to be very brief and generally weaker on the lower side of the EF spectrum. We're getting a lot of rain here at the studio.
You can hear it on the roof, yeah.
Yeah, maybe picking up on the mics if you're hearing some fuzz, extra fuzz. But this is a radar indicated rotation. So if you are watching from portions of western Clayburgh County by the Clayburgh County Airport, that's where this is headed. It's moving fairly quickly at 40 miles per hour to the southwest and west. So it doesn't have a completely southwest direction, kind of like the arrow is showing right there. It's not completely, rotating around the storm, but that's where it would be if there's going to be a tornado in this warning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alan, if those folks are in those areas,
yeah,
what should they do to protect themselves?
I mean, you got to be in the interior room, put as many windows as you can between yourself and the outside. What you don't want to have happen is debris coming in, and you want to be in as many walled areas as you can. So it's usually like an interior bathroom. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be looking out the blinds to see if you can see it coming if there is one out there. It's also starting to get dark, and you may not even be able to see it coming when it's dark outside like this.
And if you're, of course, you shouldn't be on the road, but if you are in something like that, what's the advice?
The rule of thumb is that you don't want to be going under underpasses. Oddly enough, yes, it shelters you from the rain, but those underpasses, if there are any in that area, I don't think that there are. Yeah, there aren't any. So if there's a ditch or low-lying area,
pull over,
pull out, and you actually want to lay down in that.
Unfortunately, the ditches might be full of water, though.
Yeah, so
don't do that.
But it's
you got to do.
You shouldn't be on the car. Yeah, you shouldn't be out on the road.
Yeah, you shouldn't be out, right?
Yeah,
just
to begin with.
Just don't go out.
But if there is one, it's going to be again, and I'll just circle the area or get the pointer out. It's going to be right in this location. So we're talking about extreme western now, Clayburgh County. I would say if you got that warning and you're in Bishop or Nueces County, the threat for a tornado is done at this point. But if there is one, it's going to be in extreme northwestern Clayburgh County.
And we're not talking about something that's been seen or witnessed. This is just a computer generation based on the conditions.
It's radar indicated, so the National Weather Service, this is our local bureau now that's issuing this warning. They're saying that there's radar indicated rotation right in that area. in parts of the northwestern corner of Clayburgh County. So if you got this alert in Kingsville and you're watching, or you live around Kingsville, this is northwest of that location. I know that the alerts go out to a lot of the phones, and it can be alarming if you get one and you happen to be just on the fringe of the warned area.
How accurate is that? Because it used to be necessary to have somebody actually visualize this thing before they would confirm it, before there'd be a warning.
Well, we can just look back to recent history today. There was one that was radar indicated, and then we got a report several hours later that there was confirmation that it did touch down briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to let tornadoes, you want to let people know as soon as you can.
Sure.
So maybe you don't want to wait till somebody actually sees it.
Yeah.
And if there's an indication on radar, Doppler radars are great. Not only does it pick up rain, but it also picks up wind directions. And if you can see the possibility of a tornado forming before anyone even sees it, you let people know. Better be over-prepared than not prepared at all. And that's what this case turned out to be. And it was real case earlier today in Refugio that it did turn out to be a small tornado.
And started just this way, where you've got the indication based on the circulation that a radar picks up.
Yeah, it's based on velocity data. So the radar will send out a beam, and that beam will come back with some information on wind speed and direction. And when you see these colors right next to each other, usually they're green and red because there's really conflicting winds. But we were talking about how the winds in this case are more of a speed shear. So what you've got is winds going in the same direction, but they're going different speeds as you go up higher in the atmosphere. And I think I'm going to just get this explainer out because we showed exactly that happening with a graphic to illustrate just what we were talking about. So I'm going to see if I can hunt that down.
And I know that many times we've had this happen where people see straight line winds, and they are so strong that they do resemble a tornado or a circulation, and so they think it is, but it's really not.
Yeah.
Out on the island, for example, you've got pretty powerful winds right now, but it really has nothing to do with a tornado.
Those are straight line. Yeah, those would be straight line. But so getting back to the how these things form, you've got the faster winds up higher in the atmosphere, the slower winds down at the surface. And what that starts to do is create a rotating column of air that's horizontally spinning. And when that gets tilted in the vertical, that's when these brief tornadoes can drop down from these outer bands, if you will, of tropical systems. So I'm going to get back on the radar, which on my eye looks like it's starting to show a little bit of a what's called a couplet. There's a little bit of an identifier on there that looks to me like it could be a little bit more tightly wound on the radar imagery at least. So that's the tornado warned area, this red polygon just to the northwest of Kingsville. If you're watching us and you're in northwestern Clayburgh County, get into your safe place right now, as there is this tornado warning that's going to be up and in effect till 7:45. And the area that has me a little bit more tuned in, if you will, is going to be, it's still in northwestern Clayburgh County. I'm just going to get the arrow function right here. It's right in there is where I would suspect that if there is anything on the ground, that's where it would be. And I'm trying to hunt down city locations, but I'm not seeing anything.
There's no cities out there.
So that's, I guess, a good thing. But right in this area, I'm going to just take the radar off. Okay, so that would be north of, this is the airport you were referring to, Bill? The Clayburgh County Airport?
I can't see.
Oh, you can't see
there it is. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so this looks like it's going to pass to, I'm going to see if I can do something here, make a mark. Ooh, I just discovered something. Okay, now I can click around and leave that arrow. So the airport is where that arrow is.
You realize we're on the air, right?
Oh, really? Oh, okay, this is just me. Okay. So that arrow is where the airport is. Now I have another arrow to show where the rotational aspect of this thing would be, and it's going to be right in there. So if you're familiar with this part of Clayburgh County, this is going to pass, it looks like just north of that airport.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
And
so
the last time they saw something like that, it did turn out to be a tornado that
It
touched
did
down
briefly.
briefly.
Yes.
But
Yes.
we should, I'm not sure you mentioned it this time, but you did before, that these tornadoes tend to be weaker than the kind that would form on their own.
Like with the supercell.
Apart from something like a hurricane. But still, a tornado being a tornado, it can cause serious damage and so forth. So you need to be very aware of something like that.
I want to drop some knowledge really quick about tornado ratings and the scale, the EF scale, enhanced Fujita. So the way these things are rated, it's never real time. Like if we were to be watching this, I would never be able to say, oh, this is an EF4 tornado. I couldn't do that because they are rated after the fact. So there's a survey done. The National Weather Service will go out, survey the damage, and based on that damage field, it'll get rated EF0, EF1, EF2, whatever it is. So the caveat to that is you could have the strongest tornado ever to happen, and if it goes through a cornfield in Nebraska, guess what that rating is?
Very low.
EF0,
Yeah.
because there's no damage, to
right.
identify how strong it was. So that's one of the caveats on that rating scale. But we do know from past experience that when these do happen, they tend to be weaker, 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds, and very brief, very isolated. So that's what we have on our hands right now.
Conversely, if you had a tornado that was, didn't have the seriously high wind speeds, but did a lot of damage in a heavily populated area, it would be rated a 5 when it really wasn't?
Well, it's not the amount of damage, it's the type. So for example, if you had a piece of metal that was 5 inches into a telephone pole, that would signify a certain amount of wind. So it's the type of damage, not necessarily the scope of it in terms of how vast it is. If it's all light damage, it would still be whatever that damage classifies on the scale.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'm going to just get back to it because it's going to still be up and in effect until 7:45.
That's a long time for a tornado warning.
Yes, it is. So I just wanted to make sure that we're staying on this, and this is going to start getting to the edge of this warning box, which the Jim Wells Clayburgh County line is very close to where this is the rotation that we've been following. And this cell is going to be approaching that Clayburgh, Jim Wells County line fairly shortly here.
So the warning here is that if you see something out there, take cover.
Right.
Yes.
If you're in that area.
Yeah.
Right?
So
You
you
You should
simply
be
don't
taking
want to
cover
take a
right
chance.
now anyway.
Yes, 281 and 141, that junction, that's where this is headed. So if you have, if you know of a whatever around there, you got property or you're watching us and you live around there, those are the locations that need to be taking cover with.
There's not a lot of residences out there.
Yeah, so
and
we'll
also let me
stay.
just interject. We had the one in Refugio County earlier, the one in Clayburgh County here. We're going to have more of these over the next day and a half or so.
It looks like
So
there's
be
actually
prepared.
another little spin up trying to take place to the east of the initial one, right back in here. There may be something trying to secondary little spin up, which is also to the northwest of Kingsville. But that warning is going to be in effect for another 22, 23 minutes, it looks like.
Can you put the radar up there, see if we see any, I'm losing my mind, the comma-shaped things?
Okay, I got to stop the loop because it's hard to see. But yeah, the hook echo.
The hook echo.
Yeah. We've been
You
here
know,
for
the comma-shaped things.
We've been here for like 12 hours,
It
so
has
I
been,
understand.
has been a long time.
Yeah. I don't see anything like that. I'll scrub the radar back a little bit and just go over from, this is 6:29, so less than an hour ago, and you'll see this heavy band of rain that works in, but there isn't really a telltale sign of any type of spin-ups that
Also,
are
this
happening.
looks to be the area behind the Celanese plant there in Bishop, on the backside of it.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, but it's due west of Bishop where this threat is in terms of the tornado warning. Because the rotation's west of Bishop and almost exclusively now in northwestern Clayburgh County. And you see this one's real broad, right? And then this one's a little tighter. So these are radar indicated, they're not confirmed at this point. So, best advice is to take shelter if you are in this area or getting the warning. and you're in these locations that we're talking about, you want to be in your safe place. You don't want to be out trying to look for the tornado. You don't want to be running around trying to get last minute things done. You just want to go ahead and get into your safe place until this warning expires, which is at 7:45. It's 7:24 right now, so another 20 minutes or so. Yeah.
Not fun to be in a confined area, a small bathroom for half hour, 45 minutes, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And
it may not be fun, but
it means saving your life.
Neither is losing your life.
That's right.
You know what's kind of interesting to me right now, Bill, also about the rotation of these things. You're familiar with how the radar velocity product works, and at the top you see the green and the red there. These might be anti-cyclonically spinning spin-ups, just according to the radar, and stay with me here, because usually they spin counterclockwise, the same way the hurricane spins.
Right.
They'll spin that way, but sometimes you can get anti-cyclonically spinning spin-ups. And the reason I'm saying that is because the velocity shows...
I'm just impressed that you can say that.
I don't even know what I said, but so we got another warning out, which tells me that they're following this at the Weather Service. You see this secondary warning till 8:15. But the reason I'm thinking these might be anti-cyclonically spinning, that's the word, is the way that the reds and these white shades are next to each other, because the reds indicate wind blowing away from the radar. So you'd have wind going like this. And then these other colors represent winds going toward the radar. And I just ruined my point because that's that's anti-cyclonic.
Clockwise
That's
is
different.
anti-cyclonic.
Why can't you just say counterclockwise?
Clockwise. Okay, so they normally spin counterclockwise.
Yeah.
It looks to me like it's spinning clockwise based on the radar data, because wind blowing away from the radar will show up red, whereas wind blowing toward anyway, we're digressing.
Do they always spin the same way, counterclockwise or not?
Typically,
yeah. Most bad stuff spins counterclockwise.
Yeah.
All right.
So, for example, Joe, all these greens over here over Corpus Christi, that's wind blowing toward the radar.
Gotcha.
And
all the reds
being at the airport.
So what also this could mean is that the wind is blowing so far away fast from the radar that there's a weaker wind blowing toward the radar, that it's just a weird situation because it's not normal with respect to how the wind field is acting.
There's no object there. It's just coming up against this wall of wind.
Yeah, we're going down a rabbit hole right now. I'm going to get back
we're way out in the weeds.
Yeah,
way out in the weeds.
So the spin now, we'll call it spin, with this tornado warning, this new warning that just came out. It's going to be in effect till 8:15. The spin with that is that this storm that may be capable of producing a tornado, the rotational aspect of that is right over 281 and 141. Texas 141, Highway 281, just to the north of Ella, and to the east and southeast of Palito Blanco. So if you're watching in Palito Blanco, you're safe. In Ella, I don't know exactly how to pronounce that.
I'm not even familiar with that.
It's popping up. We're so zoomed in on the map that we're going to see cities here pop up. But if you're in this area of now southern Jim Wells County, that 281-141 junction, that's where the rotation is on this tornado-warned, radar-indicated storm that has just gotten another warning attached to it. And that's going to be moving to the southwest, the same direction that these polygons are orientated. And that's a fairly long polygon right there, Bill. We're going to stretch that out.
Are you saying that the warning now is extended?
Yes, the new warning was extended, and that's for another 30 miles on that polygon shape. So that's a fairly fast-moving spin up, if there is one there. And if you're in the path of this, I would say Fremont, this would pass north to you. This is going more in a direction toward Rialitos, if anything at all, but you're on the extreme far end of where this may head eventually.
I think Concepcion is in that area.
Rios, Concepcion,
Concepcion,
that's a good, the Concepcion, you'd be in line, just depending on the track of this. We can even do this, Bill, if it's moving. Do we have a movement on it?
I didn't see one.
Let me see here if I can. I think it was 40 miles per hour on the last update. 45 on this one. So I'm going to pull this out. I actually have to zoom out here to figure out.
Okay, well.
Hold on 1 sec. I'm going to just time this out to see when it would potentially be in Concepcion. Losing it on the map there, okay. So if it's moving 45 miles per hour, it's going to put it in Concepcion around 8 o'clock. It's 7:30 right now.
And we think this may be a tornado on the ground.
It's radar indicated at this point. That's what the warning is for. But we saw already once today that one of these radar indicated storms did in fact drop a tornado that did do a little bit of damage per the National Weather Service. So that's the timeline box. There's a couple of locations in the path of this. Ramirez 802, Hebronville. That wouldn't be for another hour or so, given the speed. So I had a doubt that it would be that long-lived, given it's this type.
And that's
of
outside the warning
area.
But
it's going so quick that I had to extend it out because that's how you get the speed on it, 45 miles per hour. But that's how it looks. If you're in the path of this, Concepcion, get into shelter right now. This warning is in effect till 8:15. And it's forecast to get to Concepcion a little before 8. So that would tell me that if this warning lasts, that you are in the path of this and you got to be getting into that interior room of your house.
Now, people, all right, should be aware of that. We want to, in view of the wind and some of the wind damage that people may have suffered as a result of Hurricane Hanna today, we want to dispense some information about insurance and windstorm insurance. So take a look here. If this interests you and affects you, you should review, if you're a homeowner or property owner, you should review your TWIA insurance coverage. You should know what is covered, what isn't covered. You should know your coverage limits, understand what your deductible is all about, and understand also that TWIA does not cover storm, surge, or flood damage. That's a separate policy, as I discovered the hard way one time. It's just, there are only certain things that it does cover. But keep in mind all of this prior to filing a claim with the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
Yeah, that's why you have to have that separate policy for flood insurance.
Yep. And you also discover sometimes that that's not enough. Well, I don't want to get into I don't want to get into personal stuff, but I found out the hard way that that's not always helpful.
Your homeowner's insurance does not cover everything.
It does not.
You have to. No. The windstorm you have to add, the flood you have to add.
And listen, after filing a claim, make temporary or minor repairs to prevent further property damage. That's okay. You can keep the receipts and records of payment for any temporary repairs. Do not begin making permanent repairs, though, until TWIA has contacted you. You don't want to do that because it would destroy, obviously, what they need to look at.
Right.
I don't want to say evidence, but I guess that's what we're talking about here. And so just keep all that in mind if you have windstorm type damage at your house, and some people are going to.
Yeah.
And some people are also going to have flood damage. We've seen examples of that. I don't know what kind of insurance might exist for Bob Hall Pier.
I don't know.
You know, that would be interesting to find out.
I hope our county people know.
It'd be great. I suspect, though, that that's going to have to be done, internally. We will no doubt follow that up.
You know, you mentioned earlier we're talking about the wind speeds and how long the winds are going to stay around.
Okay.
I'm looking at sustained winds staying above 34 miles per hour. I have another tornado warning. Sorry, Alan, before you leave. Another one till 7:45 just popped up on my screen.
That's the one I think we were just talking about, the first one that popped up.
Okay, so there's another one.
There's a second one that came in and for 8:15,
right, okay.
That one's going to be there.
My computer might be a little bit behind.
That's okay.
Anyway, sustained winds in the 30s, still gusts in the 40s and 50s until morning. And then even during the day, it's still going to be a windy day tomorrow, but wind speeds in the 20s.
Okay.
And then the wind speed by midnight tomorrow night gets back down to 16, 10.
All right. Back to normal.
Alan was mentioning earlier about we probably won't see a complete end to the storm surge until winds stop coming out of the east. And it looks like winds with an easterly component, east, even northeast, heading into Monday will still be out of the northeast. Not as strong, 9-10 miles per hour, but the wind direction still out of the northeast. So we still have a lot of water will be pushed, not as significantly as we had today, but still water will be being pushed up against the shore.
Okay. Let us go live right now to Ashley Gonzalez, who's standing by at that shelter, that emergency shelter at the FEMA Dome at H.M. King High School, to give us an idea of the people who are taking advantage of that, if any. And Ashley, what can you tell us? Are people actually using that shelter?
Joe, to be honest with you, not too many people have come through. Actually, my photog and I, we left the scene just moments ago just to get a look for ourselves about some of the damage and some of the downpour. And well, as you can see right now, the wind is still a little bit up. As you know, we're in a tornado warning right now. But you know, I mean, so far we saw not much, and the damage so far was very minimal. I'm here with Chief Deputy Jaime Garza. What have you seen so far, and what have your deputies seen so far as damage and flooding?
Well, there was at one point down south of Rivera, you know, weather had deteriorated quite a bit. So I decided to take a drive down that way. You know, and the weather was, you know, there's times and places that the weather, you know, the wind was extremely strong. And in fact, violently shaking our vehicle, you know, my vehicle. I went around and, let's say, went and saw Rivera Pier. The water was quite high. There was, you know, straight line wind, rain coming across. I estimate maybe anywhere from 55 miles per hour, maybe 65 at time with gusts. But at least it was consistently 50. We went to the boat ramp out there in Leo Coffer Park, and we did notice, you know, there's minimal damage at this point. Maybe I encountered a telephone post that was down, it was dangling by the wires itself. So I called it in, and again, there's minimal flooding, but there's the unforeseen places that, you know, we don't know about the county roads at this point. You know, again, we have, you know, our staff kind of like hanging back a little bit, you know, in case there's a call coming, there's problems with our people are encountering. And, you know, again, it's still early. We're worried about, you know, lighting and stuff, but, you know, we're ready to deploy. I did notice there are some people, fire departments, that are kind of staging around the area, you know, ready to deploy.
Mm-hmm. And I like how you mentioned that, you know, it's not over yet. We saw the peak earlier around 5 when it made landfall, but it's not over just yet. So what would you tell the people who live in this area who kind of think, you know, they can sit back and relax?
No, you can't relax, because again, as I overheard a while ago, that, you know, in other words, there's going to be winds. And again, the tornado warning, that's another, you know, thing that we have to worry about, especially in the evening hours when you can't fight something you can't see. So again, you know, and then again, you know, the viruses still exist around. So we have multiple things to be concerned about. We can't let our guard down, and this is going to be, you know, for next couple of days, maybe, I don't know. We're trying to assess everything. We're consistently being updated, and you know, again, trying to get to the public that, you know, now's the time to take action if you need to feel that you need to. So, you know, we're taking it one day and one step at a time.
And another thing, keep in mind, people are actually walking in and taking advantage of the safe room that we have here at H.M. King High School. And well, this is going to be up and running until, you know, you can't anymore until it's over, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, they're gonna assess things at the time that, you know, the amount of people that are here. If I think it was told that if there's going to be a minimal amount of people, then they will be given vouchers to go to, you know, motel or whatever by the Red Cross, and then we'll, you know, determine. But again, it's still a fluid thing, just changing consistently. So it's hard to make these things. We have to take it, like I say, an hour at a time now.
Absolutely, we are getting updates as the minutes go by. Of course, we're still in that tornado warning until 8:15. So, better late than never. If you feel like you're in danger, come to HM High School for the safe room. Again, it's a temporary shelter. It's not, for a very long time, but they are here and they are here to serve you. Again, keep in mind we do have COVID-19 still among us, so wear the mask and social distance. Back to you.
Okay, we did get word from Alan that it's best not to move. If you're anywhere near that tornado warning, do not leave your home to go to a shelter at this point. That certainly is not advised. Ashley, can you give us an idea of how many people are taking advantage of that? Is it just a handful or dozens, or what are we talking?
Well, before we left earlier, there were 2 people, and we left about 30 to 45 minutes ago. And right now during this live shot, about 4 people came in. I personally, since I've been back here, I haven't gone to see for myself. But when we left earlier, there was only 2 people, and during this live shot right here, about 3 to 4 people walked in.
Okay, so we're talking just a handful of people who are taking advantage of that, and that's
absolutely fine. Yes, just a handful of people. Yes.
Okay. Ashley, thanks for the update from Clayburgh County. As we have alluded to here multiple times during this broadcast, we are also in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and we are keeping track of the latest numbers. And for this day, Saturday, we can now tell you that there are 215 new cases of the coronavirus, and that is just into us from the Nueces County, City of Corpus Christi Health District. And we now have, in terms of people hospitalized, currently in the hospital 410, and of them 156 are in ICU right now. So latest numbers on the coronavirus, actually based on some of the numbers we've had over recent days, I think that represents something of an improvement. Is that number today, that we have 8 new fatalities today? Okay, so that's the bad news about that. Another 8 people have perished with COVID-related conditions, and that's just sad to see. We hope that we are trying to flatten that curve somehow, and it doesn't help that we're dealing with a hurricane as we try to do that, but hopefully this does work itself out in time.
I'm going to get back to that tornado warning.
Okay,
it's still going on till 8:15 is when this tornado warning is going to expire. So we still have a pretty lengthy amount of time before the expiration of this. And the warned area is in a fairly rural part of our viewing area, but there are cities in the path of this. The new warning came out just a few minutes ago. It's going to be in effect till 8:15 for parts of Jim Wells County and southern Duval County. And the area that is in this red shaded polygon, this is the new warned area. This is the old one that extends back to the east. That one's going to expire in just a few minutes. But the area that we're watching for some maybe spin in the atmosphere. This is radar indicated, not confirmed. And to my eye, it looks a lot more disorganized from the last time that we were looking at this area. This is very broad rotation now. I don't see anything tightly wound, but this is moving in the direction of Concepcion. So if you're watching us from Concepcion, there is a tornado warning in effect for your area, and you're the next city in line to receive this radar indication that there is a spin up ongoing in the atmosphere just to your north and east. I'll show you how far away it is from you. It's about 10 miles to your north and east, and it's moving fairly quickly. It looks like about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So this is moving fairly quickly in your direction if you're watching from Concepcion, and that warning is going to be in effect until 8:15 here this evening. Bill, I'm not really seeing much of a radar morphing in terms of a hook or any telltale signs on the radar.
Right.
In your experience, you've seen a lot of these things come in. How do these tornadoes or tornado warnings act while they're happening? Are they brief? Are they weak?
Usually the tornado warnings are brief, so I'm kind of, I don't want to use the word stunned, but for a tornado warning to be lasting more than a half hour is pretty unique to me. Also, tornado warning with the storm that the tornado is expected to be in, with winds. How fast are they moving? 30, 35 miles per hour?
That's the thing.
That's
yeah.
real rapid.
Yeah.
So, and it's also interesting, we were talking about this earlier, that the cloud tops, because it's a tropical and not a superstorm, that the tornadoes wouldn't last as long or be as potent as we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So even in the evening hours, it's interesting to me to have a tornado warning for that long, and it might be because the winds are moving so fast.
Yeah, fast with it. I'm going to drop another knowledge bomb on the area. What you talked about, the clouds being warmer with these tropical systems,
right.
You don't have them explosive convection.
Right.
It's because hurricanes are what's called warm core barotropic lows.
All right, I haven't heard that since college.
But that's what they are. They're warm cored system, whereas these mid-latitude traveling cyclones that happen, that bring cold fronts, those are cold core systems. Right. And so that's the difference. They're both low pressure centers. Like nor'easters are cold core systems, but they can still bring 60 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour winds to the northeast. These are warm cored, and they, can be very strong. Anyway, another digression. I'll go down so many rabbit holes if you let me. Just, you got to steer me out of them. This tornado warning, 8:15, is going to be in effect until that time. And on the velocity product that we're looking at, this looks really ragged. So I would be surprised at this point if the the warning were extended. It might even be canceled just based on what I'm looking at in terms of the velocity product of the radar. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. I'm just checking in. I've got a guy that I actually went to the same school as me at the Weather Service working here, Mississippi State alum.
Is that where you learned that other thing that?
They teach us a lot out there. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Stark Vegas.
I hope there's not going to be a test at the end of this.
I'm writing it right here. I got the questions. So.
Listen, let me just break away here to show some damage that we just got a picture of some damage at the Marina del Sol apartments on Ocean Drive. Look at that.
Oh man. Wow.
Those little marina right there.
Wow, yeah.
You can see that. Boy,
that's all storm surge. That's not wind damage to me. That looks like storm surge.
Yeah,
and
so these were boats that were obviously in slips there and were just kind of tossed around.
Yeah.
During the height of this thing, and we've seen in years past when other storms have gone through that, watercrafts often take the brunt of all the damage that's done. They're just at the storm's mercy sometimes. That's why, and I know that some of the docks there, some of the piers on the bayfront are the kind that go up and down.
Yes, and that's relatively new, the floating docks.
Yeah, and floating docks. And so what that does is minimize this kind of damage. But you can see what happens when you don't really have that in place.
Yeah, so the surge lifts them up and then the wind
just
takes care of the rest.
Yeah, just knocks them around.
Look at that.
That's such a shame. And we all know. Okay. We all know that those boats can be very pricey.
Probably have to have insurance for those also.
I'm sorry?
You have to have a different type of insurance for that also.
Absolutely, yep, you do, or you should. And pricey to buy, pricey to repair.
But a week ago today, did we even think about the three of us being here right now? Last Saturday.
Absolutely not.
I remember saying we're going to get it. Remember last Friday, not the one that just passed, but 8 days ago, we had that little weak tropical wave pass over, a little upper level disturbance, and it did bring some rain in here last Friday. I remember saying, okay, we're going to get another one of these next Friday when I left work on Friday. That's what I was talking about. Way down the road, another one of these systems coming through, and this is that system. So.
And we're just hearing right now the rain pounding our roof here. I'm sure you can't hear that at home, but believe me, it is loud and we can hear it.
There's actually a couple of pretty strong feeder bands working over parts of Corpus Christi, Port Aransas right now. So if we can flip on the radar, yeah, they're dropping pretty heavy rain in parts of the area. I'm going to just pause the radar again, but you can see very clearly where these bands of rain are. You got one passing through Port Aransas and on the north side of Corpus Christi Bay, and you've got another one passing south of Corpus Christi Bay, right through a lot of the city. We're getting that one, and that extends out into the Alice area. And these are passing over the same parts of the viewing area repeatedly. So they're very thin, but they're hitting the same places over and over and over. And that's where that flash flooding concern stems from. So what I want to do right now is just sample some of the highest rainfall. And I'm going to get away from, this is another thing. There's a wind farm right here north of the Back Bay. You see how the radar's all cluttered? You don't see smooth. That's one of the problems with wind farms with respect to radar. So what I'm going to do is sample this storm over near Aransas Pass for the rainfall rate, and you see how heavy that is. Rainfall rate in this part of the storm, that red that I just sampled, is showing about 2.5 inches per hour. And that can add up in a hurry when you're getting that much rain over 30 minutes time or an hour. So that's where that flash flood threat is stemming from. It's stuff just like this.
Hey, we've seen all kinds of evidence of damage as a result of this storm. And take a look here on the JFK Causeway. This is the Red Dot Pier. And remember that, Bill?
Yeah, I sure do.
The Red Dot Pier, and the pier itself, we're told, is underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, usually you cross the causeway, you can see it out there. There's access to that building. Not today.
Not today. And just look at that. It's
it's like its own island out there.
So the pier is underwater, or is it still standing?
Well, that's another good question.
Yeah.
But all we know right now is that you can't get there because of the high water. Yeah. And we do have Marissa Cummings standing by live on North Beach. Marissa?
Alan, Bill. Okay, so I am standing on a secure sidewalk. The water is heavy, but if you turn around right behind us, there is the Radisson Hotel. So we are securely on the sidewalk. We are not in the roadway. As you can see, in front of us is the roadway, and it is completely flooded. We spoke to a man earlier who is from the Coastal Bend area, and he happened to just be coming back from a job. He stopped here at the Radisson and then got stuck and did not even understand that this was all going to take place. So he decided to have fun, take his truck, and start riding through this water. Again, definitely don't recommend that at all. But I asked him, I was like, how far were you able to go in your truck? And he said, down by the stop sign right there. I think that is Coastal, if I'm correct, Surfside and Coastal. He had to stop right there and then turn right back around. Just so you understand the size of his truck, we have the truck right over here in the parking lot. That is a gold and green truck. So it definitely is no joke. You don't want to be out here at all. And it's strange because the weather conditions keep on changing. Just when you think it's going to let up, it doesn't. The wind is blowing really hard right now. And of course, you can almost even, if you look down out through the water is rippling with the wind. And the rain was going really hard. I heard you guys saying at the station that it's raining really hard. Well, it was raining really hard here not too long ago. Then it stopped. It was really dark earlier, and then the clouds kind of separated just a little bit. Of course, going later into the evening, obviously it is going to get darker. But it definitely, guys, there's no way that people can come through here. The only thing that I've seen calm about this area is we just saw a pelican out in the street as if it was a boat on top of water. The pelican was having a great time. That's the only thing that can be out on this water at this time. It is extremely dangerous. When we talked earlier and when I was up in the hotel room and we had the vantage point of where we could see the waves and the beach, we talked about markers. Well, earlier when I was standing here, we were talking about this bus bench here and where the water went up on it. You still could see the seating
on that bus bench, you cannot see the seating anymore. Remember when we talked about, okay, the water is going at least 3 parking spaces deeper into the hotel parking lot? Well, now it's starting to exceed that a little bit. It's just really tricky to say when it's gonna get better here. You can see people standing outside the hotel door, and I think they're just as astonished as anyone else because, you know, we say the storm has, you know, we've kind of seen the worst of it, but people here definitely are not expecting it to get any better. Hopefully it does, and of course I will keep you guys updated as much as we can. We're staying safe out here. We're staying put. But definitely there's no one playing out in the water anymore. It's definitely getting a lot more aggressive, and it's just so surprising to say because it feels like every time I talk to you guys, it's a little bit better, then it's more aggressive. So who knows what it's going to look like a little bit later, but we'll definitely keep you guys updated. Reporting live at North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Thanks, Marissa. Another shot of that red dot pier. Take a look here.
I was just thinking that it wasn't that long ago where we didn't have an elevated road across the intercoastal.
That's right.
New tornado warning. New tornado warning. New tornado warning just issued. Yeah, this is for San Patricio County. This was seconds ago. It got issued. And these are going to happen. We talked about the potential for this to happen with these outer bands, feeder
especially
bands.
after landfall.
And that's what's starting to happen. This is the one that's north of Corpus Christi Bay. The warning is going to be in effect until 8:30. In fact, another warning just popping up. It's not a warning, but an advisory, an aerial flood advisory for Nueces County and Clayburgh County, as well as the island there. So that's going to be in effect till 9:45. So you can see how some of these watches, warnings, advisories are starting to pick up. It's actually getting more active for us, or me in here right now, than it has the whole duration of this event, because now we're seeing effects locally. But we'll get right on this tornado warning. We're going to look at this at the same exact time together. Haven't seen what the velocity looks like yet, but we'll do that right now. And looks like these are hard to detect because the wind field is so strong and in one direction, so you're getting not the best view on the velocity. So there's 2 spots that may show a little bit of rotation in here. This one is not as easy to see in terms of how I view it, but there may be one area of rotation here, and there also might be one right in here, north of Portland, north of Gregory, on the radar. So we've got a little indentation there, a little maximum of winds next to a minimum, and then we've got conflicting wind speeds right here with a maximum and minimum just to the southeast in Sinton. Bill, what are your thoughts on where that rotation would be given this radar imagery here?
On which one? The one?
Anywhere in there.
Well, that one there, it looks like it's on the back road, the 136 road to Bayside.
Okay.
And then the one near Sinton looks to be in the area between Sinton and Taft.
Yeah, 181-ish, but these are now moving in the same direction. They're parallel to the way the bands are set up, so they're moving in line in a different direction than that other tornado warning was. Remember, that one was going southwest. These are moving northwest, coinciding with the motion of this band of rain that these are embedded in. So again, these tend to be very quick. They tend to be very weak with respect to the EF scale, the spectrum. They don't usually ramp up to, more than EF0 or EF1 out of that EF5 scale. So we're not talking about the catastrophic level of tornado activity, but these can certainly produce 60 to 70, up to about 80 mile per hour winds if they do happen to touch down. And that's just what type of activity we see when these things do develop. And this is what's possible in these streamer bands or feeder bands in these tropical systems. And this one, I'm just making sure, is a radar indicated warning for the radar rotation showing up. So it's not a confirmed one, but rather a radar indicated rotation. And to me, it looks like it would be in this area, just to the north of 181 and the Highway 35 junction. So that's right out by Gregory, where you'd hang a left to go out to Sinton. And there's a lot of construction in that area. I bet there's a lot of flooding happening right there too. There's not the greatest drainage. I'm going to switch back over to now the radar, because you really can't pick these out on just the strict radar imagery, but all of these are going to be moving in the same direction as this band. So they're all going to circulate around the center of that Hanna, the hurricane that's down to the south. So that's the latest on these tornado warned storms. If you are in the path of one of these that do pop up, what you got to be doing is just making sure you're staying in your shelter. You don't want to be trying to go outside and look and find it, because now it's dark and you just wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. But if you're watching from Sinton and on 181, any location along 181 here to the east of Sinton, Taft, that's where we're talking about for the potential for one of these isolated and brief/weak with respect to tornado strength, tornadoes to drop down. So that is going to be in effect for another 30 minutes. I'm going to go just revisit the other one that's in effect till 8:15. And this, to me, Bill, doesn't look like much. No. That doesn't look like much at this point.
It looks like most of the wind is moving in one direction.
Yeah. We're seeing like different ebbs and flows in the wind speed. It actually looks like there's better rotation south and east of Hebronville to me. But you're getting really far away from the radar at that point. This one a little closer, but you're also getting, so you're having to go through that wind farm out north of the Corpus Christi Bay.
That caused a lot of noise on that.
It's just going to be harder to see. But if I had to say, where there would be, I would say it's right in this area, north of that Highway 35, 181 junction, north of Portland, and it's moving to the north and east, so it's moving towards Sinton. If you're watching from Sinton, what you need to be doing right now is taking this information and getting into your safest place of your dwelling. So getting into that center interior room of your house, at the lowest level. You don't want to be up top on the second floor, but you want to be at the lowest level, putting as many walls and as few windows as you can between yourself and the outside.
Is it possible to say how long it's going to take to move in that direction?
Yeah, we can put a storm track on that. I'm just going to make sure I'm good with how fast it's moving, because that's going to dictate how quick or not quick it gets to that location. And this is saying that it's moving real quick, like 55 miles per hour on just the speed of it. So I'm going to have to really zoom out on this so we can get a good look, so I can extend the cone out that far with respect to how fast this is moving.
That's just astounding to me.
Yeah. So you see those numbers on there, how I'm toggling it? I'm making it go up to that speed, that 43, 44. So I'm having to time it out that way in the direction of Sinton. So given that speed, it would put it in Sinton at roughly 8:15, which is only 15 minutes from right now, but also 15 minutes prior to the expiration of the warning. So if it's moving that fast at 55 miles per hour, Sinton would get this at 8:15, and then to Mathis at 8:36, which is beyond the time of this warning. So we're going to see stuff like this pop up. This isn't going to be like a surprise. It shouldn't be.
It's not the tonight only.
And it is computer indicated, so it hasn't been actually witnessed. We think that it's
radar indicated.
Radar indicated.
Yes.
Okay.
So basically what we're seeing, this is real-time data. The radar, this is real-time. It's not like model or forecast data. So we're seeing these little pockets of rotation pop up, and the Weather Service is then issuing these warnings, and we're talking about them. That's kind of what's just happening right now in real time.
But is it conceivable? Is it possible that what we're talking about here, a tornado actually on the ground, is not happening? Is it possible that it's kind of a false reading?
It's possible, yeah, but the key message is to be aware of it and to take shelter if it is happening. Like remember the cupcake watch and warning?
Oh, I've been trying to forget that.
Okay. Well, this is warning time, so it's time to act, is what this is
okay.
saying. It's not a watch, not a warning.
All right.
Yeah.
Better safe than sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially on a day like this.
Listen, we want to cut away here to talk to Chief Scott Burrows with the City of Port Aransas Police Department. Chief, can you hear me? You're on the phone?
Yes, sir. We're good to go.
Oh, excellent. Okay, well, tell us what the situation is in Port Aransas right now.
Right now, we're seeing the heaviest rainfall we've seen all day. We're starting to experience some street flooding, particularly on Allister, Avenue A. The marina the water's up to the top of the docks or the boat launch here. So quite a bit of a tidal surge or high tide and significant rain.
Have you noticed any damage worth noting?
Scattered power outages, but we haven't seen any trees down, any lines down. We did have a transformer blow about 10 minutes ago, but other than that, so far so good.
Okay, that is certainly good. And as far as the number of people without power, any way to determine that in Port A?
Right now, it seems like it's kind of isolated north of Avenue G and west of Allister.
Gotcha. What would you, so clearly you're advising people to just kind of stay inside, not get on the road, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, most people are heeding that warning. There's very little traffic out here right now. And we still have our patrols running, so it's safe enough for our patrol guys to be out there right now. But
okay,
we
so
encourage people to stay home, mostly because of the high water.
And on balance, you would say that that your city has weathered this storm pretty well so far.
Yeah, compared to what we had last time, we're doing very well.
Yeah, I know. Last time was not even comparable to what happened during Harvey.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way.
Would you say that is partly due to the fact that maybe we learned some lessons as a result of Harvey?
Well, I think so, and we're looking at a third or fourth of the strength that we had in 2017. So, we don't have nearly the storm surge or the wind impacts that we had back then either.
Yeah, and in terms of the storm surge, do you know what it turned out to be there or what it is now?
I don't have an exact figure. I can tell you the water's up to the top of the launches at the marina, at the boat ramps. So that's probably a good 4 feet or so.
We saw that some of the boats on the Corpus Christi bayfront were damaged pretty severely. Have you been able to see any of that kind of damage in Port A or not yet?
I have not seen any damage in our marinas, no, sir.
Okay, well that's good. Well, Chief, let us know if we can help you in any way. We appreciate your joining us tonight.
Thank you all. Y'all stay safe.
Okay, you too.
Right,
Chief Scott Burrows, City of Port Aransas Police Department, right there on the Gulf, of course, and so still, as he said, they're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall they've seen throughout the day.
That's the training action we've seen, and there's more out there following the leader.
Yeah.
And we mentioned earlier that we still have a lot of heavy rain to deal with, and we're seeing it tonight, and we're going to see more tomorrow, and probably into Monday before the heaviest rain comes to an end.
We got the new update in 8 o'clock. It's 8:06 right now, and no decrease in its intensity. It's now it's over land. All of the eye is over land.
Right.
And we still haven't had we do have a decrease, 80 miles per hour. It was up at 90.
Okay.
So a 10 mile per hour sustained wind decrease. The gusts, though, still up to 115. And it's moving west-southwest, about the same pace it has been all day, 8 miles per hour.
And 80 miles an hour still over hurricane strength.
Yes, by 5 miles or 6 miles per hour, it's over hurricane strength. Yeah.
It might, by the 10 o'clock update, might be back down to a tropical storm.
It's possible. Yeah, it's gonna lose power as it gets farther away from its fuel source, the Gulf of Mexico. We'll take a look at the eye of it real quick on the more high-resolution radar imagery, and you can see now all of the eye is even farther inland than the Laguna Madre down there. So it's making progress to the west.
And we were saying that the surge that is responsible for bringing the water over the over the bulkheads on the island in some cases, and just, increasing the tides, that's going to take about a day or two to go down.
I think overnight. So now the winds are almost exclusively out of the east at the coast, whereas before we were looking at this is again going to be a really gradual thing to take place. The winds at the coast, you see them there. These are sustained values. It's still pretty windy. Tropical storm force winds right now in Flower Bluff, but they're out of the east, and that easterly motion is what's shoving all of this water in to these storm surge locations that we're seeing. So the North Beach area, those winds are still going over the Corpus Christi Bay. They're going there and they're pushing the water into North Beach, the Art Museum. We saw that. But as you get farther north away from the center of the storm, you heard Port Aransas just right now that they said, oh, this wasn't really that bad. 4 feet is what they got, and we're talking more in line with 6 feet this far south of Port Aransas. So those winds, and they're gusting 54 miles per hour, some pretty strong gusts still in Flower Bluff. And we talked about how it's the motion of this storm that's going to end up turning the winds away from onshore flow. So yesterday they were out of the north. Today they're out of the east. Tomorrow they're going to be out of the south. And by that point, tomorrow, the winds won't be in a position to where they'll be, wanting to throw in all of this moisture. We might have some easterly component on the wind, but the overall effect of how this storm is bringing in the storm surge, that's going to go way down overnight. So I would expect some big time improvements tomorrow.
That is good news.
Can you show us the radar again, the wide angle? Because I want to show everybody the lengths of the train of rain that's coming in those two bands. Go farther out in the Gulf. Look at all that. Look at that. That's a lot of rain following one path. Both the one north of Corpus Christi, the label, and the one south of the label of Corpus Christi.
And you can see where the chief was talking about, the heaviest rain that they're seeing all day in Port Aransas. Just look at that; it's all going right through there.
And this is the same type of rain that flooded Houston and Harvey. It's the same type. The big difference here is that this isn't going to sit over central Texas for 2 or 3 days.
Right.
This storm is going to continue to gradually work to the west and get into Mexico and then fall apart, whereas Harvey stayed very close enough at least to the Gulf of Mexico to maintain that tap of moisture, and it was just strong enough to where it didn't, lose its grip on it, and it just continued to throw this exact type of rain into Houston, these feeder bands that have 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates per hour, and that's what we're seeing falling in places like Port Aransas and parts of Corpus Christi.
And what are the factors that make that happen? Either stay in place like that and just dump massive amounts of rain, or move through, as this one appears to be doing.
Harvey was sandwiched. It was sandwiched between high pressure to the east and high pressure over the Rockies, and it had nowhere to go until one of those budged, and then it got picked up by upper level winds. This one has just one high pressure feature, and it's to the east. So that high, it's in the southeastern part of the country. Because of the placement of that high, it's going to just kind of push this and guide this to the west, and then it'll just kind of break apart in the Sierra Madres.
Gotcha.
Yeah, one of the reasons it's being pushed southwest is from that high up in the southeastern part of the country.
Yeah, and we're talking, I'm going to zoom out, way out, but what we're talking about is it's like right in here where that arrow is. That's where the high pressure feature is, that's pushing this to the south and shearing off the top a little bit. But
if that were not there,
it would
we
just
would
be
have had a far different situation here.
Who knows? It would have been somewhere.
Where would the pressure be the weakest at that point? Right now, the strongest pressure is to the southeast, pushing it southwest.
Yeah, but I do want to, I'm going to check back in here with these tornado warnings just to see where we stand on them. And there are 2 of them still, one in effect till 8:15. That one we've been looking at, Bill and I have been looking at this one, and we're not really seeing much in the way of rotation in there at all. There's a little bit of, raggedness in there, but I don't see anywhere within this polygon, a sense of any type of rotation on the radar. This up here, if there is something in there, it's going to be just south of 188 at this point, and it's going to be right there. That's where I would pinpoint the rotation to be if there was a weak tornado in this tornado warned cell. 8:30 is how late this is going to be lasting, and this is moving. Remember, we had that timeline of when it would be in Sinton, 8:15.
Right.
So it's moving in the direction of Sinton. That's where the arrow is pointing to the rotation. Just got the newest update, and I don't see it there anymore. So that's just kind of what these things are going to be doing. So rule of thumb, if you're in this warned area and you're in Sinton, you need to be taking shelter regardless of whether or not it's happening in terms of a tornado on the ground or radar indicated. Because even if it's radar indicated, it's still possible that something just drops down very quickly. So,
But you said it is no longer there.
I don't see it there, but it might pop up on the next scan. That's just the type of environment that we're in right now. It's not where we're seeing these long track, big identifiable markers on the radar. So it's going to be like kind of like Morse code. Like, okay, I don't know if that's a Morse code thing, but that's kind of how they might.
Interesting anyway.
They might like drop down like that and come back up and then drop down a little bit longer, and it's just that's what we're looking at.
Gotcha.
But getting back to this, you're right. I don't see that rotation in there on the radar imagery, on the velocity product. And there's a huge band of rain right there working right through Sinton, Taft, Gregory, Ingleside, all those locations. They're getting, according to the radar and the sampling of it, 2 to 3 inches per hour with these feeder bands coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. And Bill pointed out, I mean, look how far these extend. Look at that.
It's all coming this way.
It's coming in from Mexico. Way down here, you can trace it all the way in to Corpus Christi.
All of that, of course, causing some damage throughout the day. And we do have some pictures that we want to kind of go through and show you some of the damage that we've gotten wind of and pardon the expression, maybe you won't. But here's on Padre Island, you see that storm surge and the damage it caused out there.
This is the guy with the tube, I think.
Is that, yeah, there he is. Okay. Well, you see the surge and you see somebody just kind of ignoring the warnings about going out there and getting in the water and having fun. I mean, this is something you want to try to stay away from if you can. Because if there were to be an emergency, I mean, that person would then have to be rescued, and that puts our first responders at risk. That's just not fair. Moving on to some other.
That's on Padre Island, it says.
Okay, it's still Padre Island.
Yeah. Padre Island, though, from what we learned trying to figure out where landfall was going to occur, is a very big island, so it's hard to say exactly where that is. Long stretching island.
All that high water going over where it would normally be. A lot of piers out there underwater tonight. And in some cases that water, in some cases that water going over the bulkhead system out there. We saw examples of that too, and I'm not sure what this is. From Whitecap Beach, I'm told.
Yeah, just the extreme wave action.
The tornado warning that was out over near Benavides, Concepcion has expired, just FYI.
Okay.
And in Sinton, you need to be sheltering still. That warning is still in effect till 8:30. Tornado warning in the Sinton area of San Patricio County.
Boat that's underwater?
Yep.
Not sure what the circumstances are. We got, we put up a picture earlier about a boat underwater that turned out to be there for 6 weeks. Wow, look at that. Now that may have been my favorite video that we have, because you can see there once again, look at how close that truck almost gets hit by that falling.
Look how fast the debris moves out of there after it falls.
Yep.
It's not like that's just paper, you know, that's
that.
metal up there on that light. And look at how fast it goes.
Yep. And then this just another example along, we're told Park Road 22. This doesn't look like Park Road 22 to me. Maybe. It's very high water.
This looks like it might be in the area not that far from the waves.
Yeah, the waves, Schlitterbahn, whatever they're calling it now. Here's an example, I think, of the water going over the bulkheads. Certainly over the.
And look at the wind moving that water.
Yeah.
And again, this is in a canal where the water is usually just still.
It's, well, no, I mean, there's current in those canals,
but not like that.
Not like that, but there is current, and normally the water is obviously significantly below the pier that you have there.
This was an interesting picture for me very early in the day, just coming up. I think it is the name of the road Whitecap that leads to the beach?
No.
That has the circle?
That's Whitecap Beach, but that's one of the access roads there.
That has a big traffic circle in the middle of it?
It looks like the one by Padre Island Park.
Right.
And I'm not sure what the name of that is. Padre Bayou Road, I think.
Do we still have access to see on the Lex Cam what's happening right now at the bayfront in terms of light? I don't know if we can now see because it's dark now.
Looks
it's 8:20.
kinda dark.
But sometimes you can get on that Lex Cam and zoom into things and still see what's going on. So I'm kind of curious about that. I know we're recapping the images from earlier today, which are surprising to say the least on the storm surge height that came in. Mm-hmm. It was forecast at 3 to 5, and then it went up to 4 to 6 feet as the storm was moving in and strengthening, and that's why that storm surge forecast went up. But you can see all this damage I think we're looking at, aside from like tarps getting ripped, is storm surge driven damage, I'm thinking. All of it's floating around in the water.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like docks that got ripped up or, it's not like the roof. See the red roof right there? That's still intact. It's all the stuff underneath that.
Well, that's one of those very costly and for good reason roofs that are supposed to last 50 years. Those are just meant to stay there and be indestructible, essentially. Mm-hmm. And apparently they are. That was still there. Another pier underwater.
Is that a before and after right there? Yeah, I think that's before. And watch this, same shot, but after with more inundation.
Yeah.
I think.
Gone.
I'm not sure, but yeah. I think same person at least.
Just amazing what that surge can do. Another pier system underwater.
Just briefly getting back to that tornado warning, keep referencing it because it is still in effect, but I'm not seeing much sign of rotation out near Sinton anymore. But I would suggest for the next 10 minutes just staying put, staying safe, staying inside. If you are in San Patricio County between Sinton and Taft. Just a little FYI there.
So this is the Bob Hall Pier area. You see those little tables that were kind of left out there. Amazingly, I think they kind of survived okay. The pier didn't, but I think the tables might have.
The key word, might have.
Yeah, we'd have to look once we're able to go out there and the water's gone. But we saw that the pier, the T-head at the end of it is just gone now. It's history.
That's the story of the day.
Uh-huh. So.
The damage story of the day.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what I found interesting when we were looking at the simulated radar imagery earlier? I don't know if it's going to be the exact same as because the models update 4 times a day and we get this new info. So sometimes it's not the exact same, but I just want to scroll through because earlier on the forecast from one of these models, it was predicting one of these really long bands of rain, these feeder bands, to come in tomorrow as this storm moved in farther into Mexico. So I just wanted to see really quickly how that happens. This is tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Again, this is just a forecast model. It's the rapid precision model that we use on a day-to-day basis. And the shape of the rain bands, this runs actually showing a band. You see that feeder band, how much it stretches from Corpus Christi up through San Antonio, around and back into the storm. So that's kind of what we're going to be dealing with tomorrow, these narrowly focused feeder bands of heavy rain. And when those set up shop, they like to stay in the shop. They don't really move a whole lot with respect to the locations they're dropping rain on, and that's that training type of rain.
Before you move that, and Joe, there you go, in the Watershed. That would be in the Watershed, in the area between Del Rio and San Antonio.
That would be good. And then it looks like the trend should be to gradually decrease those rain chances throughout Sunday. But that's going to be what we get. These feeder bands, these long tracked, narrow bands of heavy rain spinning around the center and core of this storm. I want to check also on our friends in Falfurrias, on the wind speeds there. 31 sustained right now, and it's out of the northeast. Stronger still in Flower Bluff. The gusts, though, are up near 53 miles per hour in Falfurrias. That's one of the higher end gusts we have on the board here, and that's definitely moderate tropical storm force, and that is because you're starting to get into some of the core rains that Hanna has to offer. So you've got Falfurrias here, Encino, there's 281, and these winds right in here are probably going to, I would say there's probably at least strong tropical storm force in those winds.
Sure.
Headed in those directions.
Still, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have with us via Skype right now Felix Gonzalez, who was on hand for a rescue of a couple from a boat just offshore from Cole Park. And I'm not sure, Mr. Gonzalez, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Tell us where you are now. Are you still at Cole Park there?
Yes, we were driving by. We were driving by there, and we noticed there was a fire department and everybody else out there. And we spoke with some of the locals there. They said they were trying to attempt to rescue the people on the vessels out there. So,
okay, so how many
in the fire department out there.
How many vessels were there? Do you know?
Several vessels back there. There was more than 20.
You said 20?
At least 20 vessels behind the Marina del Sol. And how many occupants on board? More than 2 or 3 to 4.
Okay, it's a little difficult to understand you. So you're saying that these people were living on their vessels behind Marina del Sol?
There was people living on the vessels, correct, during the storm.
Okay, well that wasn't the best choice, I guess, for them to make. But so what happened? How were they rescued?
Apparently, they had access to the behind the Marina del Sol, and were able to gain access. The rescue swimmers went back there behind there to rescue some of these people who were fighting the high tides and debris that was out there. So they made a real good attempt to get back there.
So it ended happily, I take it, right?
Correct.
Okay, well that certainly is good news. What are you looking at? Is that a live picture at what the bayfront looks like right now?
Matter of fact, I'm showing you a live footage right now. Let me get out there. I'll move a little closer and give me a second.
Oh my goodness.
There's still people out there. Looking at them.
Looking at
several spectators viewing on the wreckage out here.
All right, so we're looking at some live footage here, obviously cell phone footage from the Corpus Christi Bayfront near Cole Park. We've been talking with Felix Gonzalez, and I'm not sure he can hear me at this point because of all that wind.
Yeah, it is quite windy down here.
All right, now what is going on there with all those people?
They're actually looking at other people that may be trapped in these vessels out in the water, but they're pretty safe to where they're at. You can see a flashlight on that one vessel there. Someone's just trying to ride it out.
Can you give us a better look at that? I can barely make that out. There you go.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you on that one. It's real windy out here.
Okay. I was just wondering if we could get a better shot of that. It's kind of hard to see.
Yes, it is. I understand. Let's see if I can try to zoom in.
All right.
So those are that much further.
So those are people still in the water, you say, right?
Yeah, they're still in the vessel, but they're not asking for help. They're going to ride it out. As you see, the tide's already coming up closer and closer.
Okay. Well, we certainly wish them the best. Riding it out like that on with wind as high as it is, that water seems very rough on Corpus Christi Bay.
Yes, it is. There's part.
All right.
Yes, right behind the Marina del Sol.
Right behind Marina del Sol. I got it. Okay. Well, listen, we know that a number of boats there were damaged because we saw some of that damage. And we're just looking at a live picture now of all right, Felix, hey, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it, okay?
All right, it's real windy out here.
I know, man. Thank
I'll
you.
let you guys go.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, well, you heard they're talking about the rescue. We've got Fire Chief Robert Brocha from the city of Corpus Christi on the telephone with us right now. Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, I can hear you very good.
All right, excellent. Well, tell us what happened out there. We were just talking with a man who was kind of showing us a live picture from his cell phone. A little tough to see, but what was happening out there?
Well, Joe, let me just first and foremost say thank you for the work that you all are doing in educating the public. I couldn't think of a better way to educate the public of what not to do during a storm. But earlier this evening, firefighters were dispatched to Marina del Sol with a call saying that some people were stranded on a boat. When we got on scene, we noticed that there was a lot of damage to the marina, a lot of damage.
Right.
And firefighters did an evaluation of what we could do. One of the things we could not do is we were not going to launch our boats in the bay to effectuate a rescue. However, we were able to make cell phone contact with those on the boat. They are fine. They want to ride the storm out on a boat, and that's what they're doing. And so we are going to maintain cell phone coverage. If they want to call us back, they're going to be able to call us back. But they are currently doing all right, and they would like to stay on their boat.
That just seems, I'm sorry, it just seems nuts. It just seems crazy to do that. And it just doesn't seem fair to put first responders at risk that way, especially when there was all kinds of warning not to do that. Clearly, as you said, this is an example of what not to do during a storm and during this kind of situation. So, best that you can tell right now, Chief, everybody is okay.
Yes, Joe. Our commanders have been in contact with people on the boat. They say they're fine, and we left it at that. But I can tell you that I am not going to put firefighters in danger to launch a boat in the bay during a hurricane.
Yeah, nor should you.
To do something like that.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. And I hope this is a lesson for folks who are watching. Look, we all kind of love adventure and we have curiosity and we want to, do things that are exciting. But this is just not right, not under the circumstances that we are living in currently, with not only the storm threat but also the threat of COVID-19 and everything. It just puts too many people at risk. And clearly, Chief, you are on board with that sentiment.
That's correct, Joe. We want to keep our people safe. We want to keep the residents of Corpus Christi safe. I can tell you that most of the people are heeding the warnings, Joe. They are staying home. We haven't had a lot of calls, a lot of rescue calls, but I think for the most part, the people of Corpus Christi are doing a great job at staying at home, and we hope that more continue to do so.
Yeah, it appears exactly the way you say, Chief. And were there any problems worth noting today? Anything where you had to do any kind of rescue work or anything out of the ordinary?
Joe, I'm happy to say that the city has a number of boat teams in service here in the city of Corpus Christi, from the Corpus Christi Fire Department, as well as our partners with the Annabelle Fire Department and the Flower Bluff Fire Department. We're ready in the eventuality of high water in the city, and so we're prepared to act whenever we need to do so. Earlier today, the fire department did respond to 2 structure fires. I haven't received a report as to what the cause of the fires were, but we did respond to 2 structure fires earlier today. We were able to get those fires out without anybody getting hurt.
Okay, but it sounds like this could have been a lot worse, all things considered.
Joe, I tell you, I think, and it's not over. There's a tornado warning up in San Patricio County, and there's no telling as to what other weather issues we may face tonight. But we have to be ready. It's not over yet. We have to remain vigilant, stay home. But I want to assure you that the fire department's ready to respond to a call when necessary.
Okay, I know you are, and thank you again for joining us and for all that you are doing for us out there. We certainly appreciate that. And so this thing at Cole Park, this is essentially over. You say you're going to monitor and you're going to be available via cell phone if necessary, but otherwise you're not involved anymore.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Chief. Be well, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye now. Chief Robert Rocha there, City of Corpus Christi Fire Department.
The warning that he was referencing is since expired, so that was during your phone call. That warning has expired in San Pat, that tornado warning. But Bill, we just had another warning while you were on that same call.
Okay.
So I was mentioning earlier about Oso Creek.
Yes.
And a flood warning has been issued for Oso Creek starting tomorrow morning. Right now, the creek, the floods, not flood stage, but the creek level right now is 8 feet. Expected to get to 20 feet by tomorrow.
Flood stage?
This is the forecast right here on the hydrologic part of the Weather Service page, 22 feet crest tomorrow.
And so you can see how water rises rapidly there in Oso Creek, and we're talking about the movement and the storm surge. And Oso Creek, when you have the storm, look at the bottom of the screen. You can see along Oso Creek there, the red area, and you can see how it goes all the way back. And that's just storm surge moving into the Oso and just pushing back as the creek narrows and narrows and narrows as it gets out near the airport. And so that's usually a big storm surge problem. As along the ship channel also, you look at the top of the screen, the ship channel usually has storm surge problems.
That's why we were talking about that earlier, how they were expecting a surge much higher than the rest of the area.
Yeah, because it compresses, it concentrates in there. But Oso Creek, flood warning starting tomorrow morning. Right now the stage is 8 feet and flood stage is 20 feet, and it's expected to get up to 22 feet. So we're looking at a 14-foot rise in Oso Creek between now and tomorrow morning.
And that's just based on the rain that we're getting right now. There could very well be a lot more rain to fall.
As we've seen.
Yes, as we progress through tonight into tomorrow, and then with the crest on Sunday. And is this where the creek could crest out way out Weber by the South Texas Botanical Gardens?
Yeah, out there.
Okay.
Right over that, right under that bridge is where usually it gets very high.
Yeah, and that's where I know that we've had many times live shots out there with reporters that are reporting on exactly that.
Right.
So this is forecast to get not to major stage is what I've been looking at. This would be a moderate stage crest. Major stage, I believe, is around 25 feet at this location in particular.
Yeah.
So.
But still, at that point, it's going to get pretty close to the bottom of the bridge on Staples going over Oso Creek.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to.
We were talking about all the rain falling in Port Aransas currently. The police chief told us about that not too long ago, and yet some people find a way to pass the time in an enjoyable way. Take a look here. This video just into us. Somebody fishing. Yep, just right off their porch there in Port Aransas in the rain.
I wonder if there's usually water there.
Yeah, you think? Josh Longoria sent us that video. Thank you. Josh, hope you're enjoying yourself out there. Fishing from the front porch.
Yeah.
Can't argue that that's not social distancing.
That's the truth. The rain keeps on coming.
The rain comes from that storm, which the eye now solidly on land. Can we pull back and see that? There you go.
And you see where our feeder bands are coming in from.
Long
distance
way
flight.
out.
Long distance flight, baby. Coming all the way. So it's international. Coming in from Mexico, crossing over the Gulf, and then into South Texas.
That's right.
Long way these are coming in from. And it's wild to be able to see that river of moisture that's coming right into the area. Back now to the Lex Cam. We're looking at the marinas right here. Is that yes, the marinas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we've got the first responder lights on there, and that's what Chief Rocha was just talking about.
It is. And you know what he was saying? Stand by. The city issuing a warning, we're told, to stay away from the marina.
Yes,
Don't go there.
I'm seeing that the city, people are trying to go out and sightsee. I'm just getting in this message right now. I don't know if you got the same one.
All right.
They're asking people that to not go to the secured area. This area is secured. You don't want to be going in there to try to check things out. It's making it more difficult for them to do their jobs right now.
Yeah, and you just don't want to get in the way, and that's what you would be doing out there. Just stay home, watch on television.
Yeah,
and
so
that'll should satisfy your curiosity. This area, the bright lights and everything, they're I guess trying to secure the area where all those boats have been damaged by Marina del Sol, and then the folks who are choosing to ride it out, as it were, on that rough water. Good luck with that. But I just there's some things I will never understand. That's one of them.
Yeah, one of the things that's coming into us is that the marinas are dangerous places. A lot of them have barricades on. They're like blocked off, so you can't go in there. But what's happening is people are ignoring those barricades, and they're just saying, "Oh, I know better than what these people are telling me. I'm just going to go walk in there." And by doing that, you're putting yourself at risk, and then you're putting the people that have to then go in after you when you do get in trouble at risk. So those barricades are there for a reason, and that's to keep you safe, and then the first responders safe that also have to go in and try to save you if you need saving. So
true.
Don't ignore the barricades.
Yep.
Turn around. Don't drown. Goes for foot traffic too.
That applies almost in any situation.
Yeah, it goes for foot traffic, not just the car. You don't have to just go in there. You can turn around.
Think about our first responders. I think that's what we're talking about here. Just put yourself in their position. They're putting their lives at risk to a certain degree anyway. You don't want to make it worse for them than it needs to be, and that's what that does. Hurricane Hanna, our continuing coverage here, going on now for, I don't know, I've lost count of the number of hours.
Well, it's coming up on 11.
Yeah, for us, and then we were on, before that we had Brian Burns here, and we had Ryan Choptaw, and Alan was here, and tell you what, it's been an interesting day, to be sure.
Sure has.
But this could have ended so much worse, because what we have seen here is some property damage and no injuries as far as we have been able to learn so far, and hopefully that stays the case. And really that has to be the first priority, because property can be fixed.
Replaced.
Bob Hall Pier can be rebuilt, and so make it bigger and better and stronger.
Yeah. We were saying earlier that in Hurricane Brett, 4 people died from traffic accidents by driving on flooded roads. So even over the next couple of days, you have to be careful. You can get out probably a little bit more tomorrow, but you have to be careful on any flooded road you come across. You just don't know what's underneath.
Yep, there you go.
And especially after this, you don't know what kind of debris is underneath these things. Who knows what's at the bottom of all that water?
That's true.
So just be careful.
And you don't want to swim in it. You know, that's the other thing. The city crews were out cleaning these storm drains and everything before this event arrived, because the idea was to prevent any kind of blockage that would add to the flooding problems in the city. But what happens after a rain like this is that all of the bacteria and what have you that accumulates on city streets, and you can just use your imagination what's out there, all of that gets washed into Corpus Christi Bay. So, you know, we saw people swimming over on North Beach in that area. You really don't want to do that. That's just not a good idea, especially after a rainfall like this.
I'm just thinking, what a day. What a day with the rain and the surge more than anything. I'm still astounded by that.
Yeah, and we have those shots to remember on North Beach in Corpus Christi. Just water, the waves lapping up against the Art Museum of South Texas. And you know that has to have gotten inside the building somehow. It's just they're not built for that kind of water invasion. Without, you know, something will get in. So we'll have to follow up on that. What else are we going to, guys?
I'm going to hit the weather wall real quick.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to be on max 2 for Mark back there, who's going to be pulling up the weather graphics on the wall. I haven't stood up in a while, unlike Bill, who's been standing all day.
Feels good.
Yeah, we just got him a chair. So we're going to be on max 2 over here on the weather wall for a few minutes, just doing a little recap on what Hanna has brought, where Hanna is going, the forecast heading into the weekend. We've got this flood warning now, flash flood warning, that's going to be in effect for the Oso Creek. That's going to be cresting here tomorrow on Sunday. So
it could go to even a little bit longer depending on how much rain falls between now and then.
Exactly, yeah. It's going to depend on how much additional rain we do get. Again, I'm on max 2, Mark, in the back on the weather wall. We'll let them get situated, but you know, we're going to be in line for a little bit more rain. We're going to be in line for the flash flooding potential.
There we go.
And we're going to have a little bit more rain to add on to these totals. So we're up near 2 inches of rain in Flower Bluff. You know, we're almost there. We're a little over an inch and a half in Corpus Christi officially. These purple shades, see all the rain that's been falling here between 1.5 inches and 2.5 inches. And that's why we've got not only that aerial flood advisory that's going to be in effect, but we've also got the flood warning for the Oso Creek area. The wind speeds are still sustained at tropical storm force in Flower Bluff. They're at 28 sustained in Corpus Christi. And this is the change that we've been talking about, I feel like, for a very long time. But 6 or 7 hours ago, when the storm was approaching land, these winds were out of the northeast. They have shifted east and now are southeast in spots. And we're gradually going to see these winds just start to turn out of the south and then become south, maybe southwest by tomorrow at some point as that storm moves farther inland. And when that happens, the storm surge threat is going to start to go way down. The winds, though, they're still cranked up 60